Chapter 801. A new season. As for Happy, they had no idea what drama was happening at Excellent Era. However, after identifying Qiu Fei, Yi Qiu was certain he knew where today's opponents were from. And in these matches facing almost pro-level trainees, neither side had a particular disadvantage. Nothing needed to be said about Wei Chen, of course. Even though he was older, his experience was enough to let him easily deal with some trainees. As for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun, having only started playing Glory upon the launch of the 10th server, being at this level now was a terrifying improvement. Beating back Excellent Era's training camp was news that could definitely boost their morale, so of course Yi Qiu wouldn't keep it to himself. Though Happy's undefeatable gold wall was finally shattered, their victories still exceeded their losses, so no one could really use their 2 losses to prove anything. Instead, through these matches, those with some degree of skill or judgment finally had a clearer understanding of Team Happy's abilities. With those who had come only to be crushed, they really estimate Happy's skill. They could only tell how utterly useless their opponents were. And now, having gone up against Excellent Era's training camp members who were close to being pro-level, Team Happy had to perform at their best. The true depth of their ability had finally been revealed to players. There were still many who said that even with such a skill level, wanting to best Excellent Era was a fantasy, but their momentum was greatly reduced. Compared to Excellent Era, they still fell behind, but they could challenge them. Against normal players, they wouldn't be met with any resistance whatsoever, so why wouldn't aim for the Pro League? More and more people rallied behind Happy. Although, among them, the vast majority just supported Happy to see Excellent Era fall, what with the enemy of my enemy being a friend and all. But those who truly believed in the team weren't non-existent. On the last day of the free internet event, when Chengguo came to the internet cafe to oversee the cleanup, one of the customers suddenly wished them good luck. Just one phrase of encouragement. Whether it was truly from the heart, or if it was because of the free internet, Chengguo wasn't sure, but this was enough to warm her heart. 2 weeks. At first, they were besieged with accusations. Yi Qiu's identity had been exposed, and when the internet cafe was surrounded by angry fans, Chengguo had been terrified. Yet today, their efforts had finally earned them a phrase of encouragement. Even though they couldn't make out this person's true thoughts, this was the first praise they had gained from normal players. This was something they had obtained through these 2 weeks of fighting against the overwhelming pressure put on them. Facing continuous mockery, they struck back fiercely with each victory. Although the taunting and mocking would continue, these simple words of support gave Chengguo the courage to charge on. August 31st, Happy's free internet event came to a stop and the new season of the Glory Pro League was imminent. The actual matches themselves wouldn't kick off until Saturday on September 6th, but the transfer period would be over at exactly midnight on the 1st of September. The titans of the league that remained under the scrutiny of players surprisingly didn't make any moves as the transfer period came to a close. Not Team Blue Rain, which had lost Yu Feng, nor Tiny Herb, which had lost 2 all-star level players. After Tiny Herb bought 301 degrees Chu Bin, everyone was waiting for these 2 teams to replenish their strength with new blood. Who would have thought that upon the close of the transfer period, neither team made any sort of announcement about transferring players? For both teams, they only made minimal adjustments to their lineup, but what everyone wanted to see was the transfer of a god. Among everything that had happened during the summer transfer period, the one team that gained the most attention was Tyranny. Ling Jinian's transfer, and Zhong Jiala's return in addition to Han Wenqing and Zhong Xinjia who were already present, Tyranny's lineup was beyond striking. Tacky titles like the Elite Four were thrown about, and the voices of support for Tyranny to win the championships were the loudest. As for the reigning champions, Samsara, they held the tradition of the champion team, not making any major adjustments to their lineup and keeping their main roster the same. But the purchase of flying drops from Tiny Herb would definitely strengthen them. Even with this, not many people believed in the abilities of the defending champions. Especially for those older players with experience, they knew what would happen if the ace made a mistake in these types of teams. Although Juzakai's flawless performance gave many people confidence about the coming season, on the official poll for who people thought the next champion would be, Samsara was second to Tyranny. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb were expected to be third and fourth, respectively. Both teams had lost all-star level players and did not do much to strengthen their lineup. Their projected strength had fallen. Their placing on the poll revealed how much everyone expected of these two teams. Yet the two teams that couldn't be ignored were Windhowl and 100 Blossoms. Both the transfers in and out for these teams stood out during the summer transfer period. If they stood out, then they would naturally gain much attention. Looking at their resulting lineups, they seemed very solid. Windhowl had the impeccable combination of new generation's #1 brawler, Tang Hao, and the top brawler account, 3 hits. In addition, there was also best rookie Zhao Yuzha, who would definitely be useful for the new season. And last up not least was the all-star Fang Rui, who was very familiar with this team. The new season was something to look forward to. Although 100 Blossoms let go of both Tang Hao and dazzling 100 Blossoms, they obtained Yu Feng, allowing for the return of the former #1 Berserker account, falling scattered flowers, and provoking nostalgia in those who still recalled the scenes of the old times. Because of this topic, 100 Blossoms managed to attain a good projected placing. But if one thought about it, they only had one all-star, Yu Feng. Team Void's Ghost Blade duo, and Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu and Li Hua, somehow both lost to 100 Blossoms in the projected placings. It could be seen from this that these projection polls were a bit like the all-star votings, lacking in professionalism and authority. These places weren't reflective of ability, but rather the attention and hopes players had in them. On September 1st, team rosters were set. Whether it was the transfer of a big shot, the switching or replacing of average pro players or rookies from the training camp coming in, they all had to be registered by the 1st of September. On this day, the team lineup was officially set. In the last week, Lulan Slash and the others from Heavenly Swords had become much less active on the game. They were finally members of a pro team, so they had to do some special preparations. And all their effort made in gaining the attention of the masses for the first half of the season bore fruit. Their team, despite being completely new to the league, had a protected ranking of 10. This was the highest any new team had ever gotten. Along with Heavenly Swords, the other team to enter the league was Team Time, not an unfamiliar face. Team Time was eliminated in the 7th season, but managed to fight their way back into the Pro League through beating their fellow eliminated team, Team Windsweep, in Season 8's Challenger League. With all the rosters set, the Pro League soon announced the match schedule for the new season. From now, the teams would begin discussing tactics. At the same time, the Challenger League for the new season wasn't any slower. On September 1st, the applications for the Challenger League were officially over. The number of teams competing totaled 1 for 218, over 1,000 more than last year. Naturally, this was used by the league as a sign of growth to help advertise themselves. These 1 for 218 teams would come head-to-head after being randomly assigned opponents, and after all sorts of different adjustments, there would only be 40 left. These 40 would be the participants of the offline matches, and upon making it here, there would be an adjustment to the tournament rules away from single elimination. To make certain that only the best teams would be left, the teams would be split into groups for the next round of eliminations. In the past, the Challenger League wouldn't get much attention. Though the teams eliminated from the Pro League would have some fans, they were, in the end, weak teams wouldn't get that much notice. Yet this year was a little different. First of all, Excellent Era with 3 All-Stars had somehow become a part of it, and then there was the recently infamous Team Happy. The first opponents of these teams got some attention, especially Team Happy's opponent. Since Excellent Era was more or less the most terrifying team in this time's Challenger League, no matter who the opponent was, looking into them was just a tradition. Who would need to care about the opposing side for Excellent Era? But people did very much care about Happy's opponent. It was just that most people hoped they would very strong. With Happy managing to make anyone who doubted or mocked them eat their own words, these people would obviously want Happy to meet their match in the Challengers League and get eliminated quickly. This way they could have some cathartic relief. But there were really too many teams called Happy, just trying to find them was a task that would make you cry. But they were persistent to the end, managing to find the Team Happy they were looking for. A glance at Happy's opponent, Team Global Insomnia. The world hadn't gotten Insomnia, but those who were hoping for Happy to fall did. What a flippant name, not at all serious. Just by this you could tell that they weren't anything impressive. Never mind then, let's just see how the next round goes. Chapter 802. Challenger League Round 1. Worldwide Insomnia. After seeing the name of their opponents, everyone in Team Happy was speechless for a long time. A short pause later, Yi Xiu said, "I think our name Team Happy is very, very good." Everyone nodded their heads fervently. To everyone present, an imposing name like Worldwide Insomnia made it hard for them to take things seriously. Chen Guo searched up this team and looked at their team members. Their classes were all listed out. Public information on teams would only report classes. Anything else you wanted to know would have to be found through the course of the Challenger League. Finding information at the beginning was unrealistic. There were over 10,000 teams. How could you pay attention to them all? Usually, teams would fix onto their own opponents and examine their tactics and strength. Of course, only teams, which cared about winning the whole thing, would plan meticulously. Teams, which just participated for fun, didn't need to have such foresight. After Chen Guo finished looking over the classes of the team members on Worldwide Insomnia, she looked up their final opponents, Team Excellent Era. Excellent Era may be a powerhouse, but after being relegated, they had no special privilege as a participant in the Challenger League. Of course, because of their fame, the Alliance didn't mind using them for marketing. But from a tournament format, Excellent Era was just one of the 14,218 teams. When Chen Guo searched for Excellent Era, she almost fell off her chair. Too terrible. Chen Guo stared at the various team names, sighing while laughing. Team Universally Unrivaled Relegated Excellent Era, I've been your rival since the day I was born. Excellent Era's Challenger League future is good. Team names mocking Excellent Era could be found everywhere. These teams definitely weren't here to seriously participate in the Challenger League. Their entire purpose here was to slander Excellent Era's name. Powerhouse. Team Excellent Era might have numerous fans, but they did not lack haters either. This type of sharp and unkind conduct invigorated Chen Guo's spirit of hatred towards Excellent Era. She actually clicked on these teams and took a look. These were clearly randomly put together teams. When she finally found the real Team Excellent Era, she checked the publicly released information on the members of Team Excellent Era. Excellent Era has 2 battle mags. Chen Guo was incomparably familiar with Team Excellent Era's team composition. However, the familiar names she recognized no longer gave her the same feeling as before. Among these characters, there was an unfamiliar battle mage, combat form. Who's this? Chen Gui asked Yi Xiu. No matter how familiar she was with Excellent Era, she couldn't be more familiar with it than Yi Xiu. Su Muqing had returned to her team already, so Chen Gui couldn't ask her. Combat form. Yi Xiu saw this character and immediately recognized it. Qiu Fei. This was the battle mage that the club had given to Qiu Fei. As the previous successor to One Autumn Leaf, Qiu Fei would not have been given a weak character. Now, Qiu Fei's character was among the team roster. Had he been summoned by the team? This was the Challenger League. Because of the tournament format, Qiu Fei appearing in the team roster didn't necessarily mean that he had been given a contract. Team Excellent Era may have added the all-star, Xiao Shiqin, to the team, but they also lost 3 players this summer. Xiao Shiqin was an all-star and god, but he couldn't replace 3 regulars, even with his powerful all-star character, Life Extinguisher. Excellent Era needed to fill in their vacancies, but as a relegated team, their position was awkward. If they picked pro players from the competitive scene, let alone how many pro players had the same confidence as Xiao Shiqin, signing on players for a considerable price for the Challenger League would seem somewhat excessive. In the trade for Xiao Shiqin, Excellent Era lost 2 players, but all of the second-string players were there. As second-string players of a powerhouse like Team Excellent Era, weren't they already more than good enough to crush some Challenger League opponents? Even if this time's Challenger League had Yi Xiu, Excellent Era still didn't need to be so cautious. Excellent Era had carefully studied Team Happy's strength. In the beginning, they had been overly wary of Qiao Yifan, but they now knew that he wasn't some secret weapon. He was leftover trash tossed out by Team Tiny Herb. On the other hand, this type of player would be like treasure to a grassroots team like Team Happy. Then, there was Tang Ru. During this period of time, she had risen to the spotlight, but at the same time, Excellent Era could conduct thorough analysis of her. When she bullied normal players, it was hard to tell the depth of her skill. However, Excellent Era wasn't an ordinary group. They had glory specialists for this type of work. In front of these specialists, Tang Ru's skill was thoroughly examined. On the other hand, Steamed Bun was a new sight. No form of strategy could be gleaned from his way of fighting, but his reckless fighting brought down his opponents. His technical skill was quite good, but if he could even beat the trainees from the training camp, that alone wouldn't cut it. His brainless fighting was truly difficult for these systematically trained experts to figure out. However, as professionals in a famed team, they wouldn't be stumped by this problem. In short, after serious analysis by Excellent Era, Team Happy didn't need to be worried about. No one should be an obstacle to Excellent Era in the entire Challenger League. This was the reason for why they did not wave around money to sign players and only used their team's current resources. The top second-string players would be promoted to the first string. The top trainees would be promoted to the second string. This method was a healthy way to develop a team, especially when they possessed absolute dominance over their opponents. Letting every level of the team grow was important. As a result, Excellent Era did not do anything during the transfer window, letting them avoid any controversy at the same time. If Excellent Era had signed any players, that may have actually been more astonishing. Under this background, Chiu Fei and his Battle Mage, combat form, became a member of the team. Whether or not there would be others was hard to say because the Challenger League allowed team members to be adjusted at any time before the offline competition stage started. Numerous players anxiously waited for the opening match of the new season, but before that, the Challenger League would start. Regular league matches were played every Saturday. The Challenger League matches were played every Friday night, so they wouldn't conflict with the regular league matches. Online competitions were played in the in-game arena. The game would specially cut out a section in the arena dedicated to the Challenger League. Every week, the rooms would be automatically arranged. Teams would be given a room number to look for. The match would need to be played on time for the system to record it. Last season, Samsara won the finals 3-0, ending the finals quickly. As a result, the Alliance wanted to find a new tournament format to use. Usually, the new tournament format would be tested in the Challenger League, but it seemed like the Alliance had yet to come up with a breakthrough over the summer. The elimination format was announced for the Challenger League, which was no different from the past. Both sides would each play each other on their home stage and then the winner was decided based on the total number of points obtained. As for who would play first or second, there was no record to consult, so it was decided by a flip of the coin. Friday night, the Challenger League's first round of matches began. Because this year was different than last year, there were more people paying attention to the Challenger League this year. Excellent Era didn't need to be said. Even though they were against a weak team made up of random players, loyal fans still came to watch, expressing their support for their team. The Excellent Era room was filled with spectators. At Happy, even though they had been in the spotlight for half a month, when the Challenger League began, they still received less attention than Excellent Era. However, compared to the other grassroots teams, it was simply no comparison. Moreover, Excellent Era wasn't the only pro team in the Challenger League. The previous season and previous season and even the previous season had relegated teams that had yet to return to the Alliance. But even their rooms, apart from last season's second relegated, Team Mysterious Fantasy, couldn't compare to Happy's. Even though Team Mysterious Fantasy was a truly weak team, as a team that had been in the pro scene, they had still accumulated a number of fans. Despite getting relegated, many loyal fans still hadn't given up and still had hopes for their team. They also came to express their support, so their room wasn't any less lively than Happy's. In the room, the competing teams flipped a coin and figured out the order of their home and away games. After the home team chose a map, the spectators would just be waiting for the two sides to start fighting. There was a limit to the preparation time. Once the map was chosen, if a team failed to press ready, the team would automatically forfeit the match. The first round of the Challenger League had many teams. All sorts of crazy possibilities could happen. Under the system's impartial and incorruptible decision, there was no mercy. Who knew how many teams would be forced to forfeit this round? But for ambitious teams like Happy, how could they make such a mistake? On the other hand, their opponents Worldwide Insomnia only had 4 players show up at their scheduled time. The 4 players were frantically asking each other where the other 2 players were. One of them said he'd take a nap in the afternoon. Did he oversleep? The crowd booed. Aren't you Worldwide Insomnia? How ironic was it that your team member overslept? In the end, the 4 couldn't wait for their 2 other team members any longer. The Challenger League had lax rules thought. 6 players must sign up at registration, but in the actual match, it was fine for 4 players to participate. However, if 4 players participated, how could they hope to win according to competition rules? Under the disappointed gazes of the crowd, Happy easily took their first victory. Chapter 803. Opening Match. Not a bad start. Chenghua was ecstatic, but seeing how everyone else seemed so calm, she knew that this sort of easily won victory didn't mean much. In comparison to Happy, the ease at which Team Excellent Era achieved their victory was even more absurd. After they landed such a terrifying match, Team Excellent Era's opponent didn't seem to have any plans to back out. Instead, their members all arrived timely and enthusiastically. Yet upon opening fire, their characters seemed to just be dolls. They weren't really here to PvP, just here to meet their idols. When they went up against One Autumn Leaf, Life Extinguisher, and Dancing Rain, this was especially obvious. Happily losing while taking every chance to try and kowtow to them made the members of Team Excellent Era feel extremely awkward. The amount of attention gained by the first round of this season's Challenger League far overtook any other round in history. But compared with the Pro League match the following day, it was nothing to write home about. On this day, Chenghua broadcasted the match like usual, but if the week after the free internet event had anything to say, it was that Happy Internet Cafe's business had taken a hit. Their demand had fallen by at least a third, especially the regulars. Many of them never came back. The influence Team Excellent Era had in this area was immense. Out of the 10 ongoing opening matches, Chenghua chose the one between Team Samsara and Team Heavenly Sword. This was one of the league's traditions. Among the opening matches, one would definitely be fought between a new team and the defending champions. Team Heavenly Sword and Team Happy had quite a bit of history, so Lulan Slash had been coming to Yishio anxiously to get advice. Lulan Slash and his team prepared thoroughly for their match. Things like snatching bosses were allocated to others in the guild. They had become like pro players, not appearing much in-game anymore. For this new team, the Alliance also did some introducing and advertising. Lulan Slash's team had 11 members in total. Apart from the core 5, there were another 6. Even though Yishio had been a part of their group for so long, he had never heard of these people, and had no idea where Lulan Slash had found them. But with Lulan Slash and Co. as the core members, these 6 people were just backups, so Yishio knew they wouldn't be very strong. The match was on Team Samsara's turf. One of the major changes made for the new season was upgrading all the screens on hand into holographic projectors. Of course, this wasn't a decision made lightly, but one long planned by the Alliance. All the major teams had made an investment on this in their stadiums, and these first came to use at All Stars on Team Samsara's stadium. This perfected technology received very positive feedback, and the plans they had made for so long finally came to fruition this season. Not just at Samsara, but the projections for all the opening matches flickered on. With an all-new method of viewing, the effect on the spirit of the audience was tangible. The lifelike Glory Arena was revealed to them, eliciting the passion of everyone in the audience. The match between the defending champions and the new team wasn't anything shocking. Team Heavenly Sword lost with a resounding 0 to Team Samsara. Not long after the match, Yishio received a column of tearful emojis from the Team Heavenly Sword 5. "Keep trying." Yishio could only reply with mild encouragement. Because of the difference in skill, along with nerves from their debuting match, Lulan Slash and Co. couldn't perform to expectations. But this first match showed Yishio that there was some depth to these players that he didn't know of before. Their equipment, upon the start of the official matches, had undergone a complete makeover, including several pieces of silver equipment. Yishio had no idea how they obtained them. With solid characters and an understanding of their ability through in-game interaction, Yishio judged that Team Heavenly Sword could count as a mid-tier team in the league. He relayed this conclusion to the five, just to give them a boost in morale. But the opening match that was the most popular wasn't this match. Chenghua broadcasted Lulan's match out of their friendship. Among the opening matches, it was usually the teams that had undergone major adjustments during the summer transfer period that would catch people's attention. People would be curious as to how good these new lineups were. This, of course, didn't include Team Samsara and Team Heavenly Sword. Team Samsara simply bought an all-star character to fortify their strength. Yet what they did in the end wasn't to use the grappler flying drops directly, but to salvage its equipment and re-equip their own grappler. It was clear that they weren't aiming for the account in the first place, but the equipment. A character's ability was mostly determined by their equipment. With flying drops undressing, this all-star grappler would most likely fall from fame. Many fans of this account were furious at Samsara for that they did. It wasn't as if Samsara hadn't taken this into consideration. An all-star character could sometimes bring fame. But flying drops was, ultimately, not a god-level character like One Autumn Leaf or Desert Dust, so Samsara could make the decision to scrap it, taking its place with their own grappler account. This sort of move to increase the influence of their own accounts revealed Samsara's ambitious heart. But that was all Samsara had done. It was not enough to become a hot topic, especially when looking at Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, whose core lineup had gone through some immense changes. It wasn't very fresh. After the end of the opening matches, people had some idea of Team Tyranny's new style. Zhong Jiala using 100 dazzling blossoms to fight for Team Tyranny was something no one had ever thought could happen even in their dreams, yet now it had become a reality. The flamboyant 100 blossom style was as eye-catching as ever, some were ecstatic, some were melancholy. And Ling Jinyang, controlling the brawler character Team Tyranny had specially made for him, was a uniting figure in the team. The people that supported these veterans weren't small in number, with some who was just here just to see what would happen. They hoped that Team Tyranny would meet Team 100 Blossoms or Team Wind Howl. These matches that had potential for drama were always more interesting. Zhu Guani from Team Tyranny also gained much attention. In the press conference after the match, the reporters were intent on him, asking if he felt pressure when fighting alongside these gods. But Team Tyranny was prepared for such questions, and Zhu Guani's reply sounded rehearsed. Obviously, their PR department had gone over this with him. Reporters hated this kind of answer the most, but there was nothing they could do about it. Team Blue Rain and Team Tiny Herb had both lost all stars, and had not made any moves to fortify their own strength, yet shocked everyone in their opening matches. The most important adjustment Team Blue Rain had made in this season was to take the young 14-year-old Lu Hanwen from their training camp, using the account Flowing Clouds he used in-game, and put him down as a core member. Instant fame. This phrase could be used perfectly on Lu Hanwen. With one victory in the individual competition and an amazing performance in the team competition, everyone witnessed this 14-year-old's technique and skill. Everyone immediately placed titles like genius to Lu Hanwen's name, curious and hopeful about his future performance. It was a shame that he didn't attend the press conference after. It was clear that Team Blue Rain was very protective of this child. In contrast, Team Tiny Herb's Jiao Yingjie and his Kind Tree's debut in Team Tiny Herb's main roster wasn't as eye-catching. After all, Jiao Yingjie had chances to fight in official matches ever since last season's All-Star Weekend. This season, becoming a core member was just the next step. Though his position on the main team was rather conspicuous, he was taking the place of an all-star, after all. But this situation was the same for our Team Blue Rain. Lu Hanwen was also taking the place of the transferred Yu Feng. In comparison to Jiao Yingjie, whose debut was carefully planned out and revealed, Lu Hanwen came out completely unexpected, making Team Blue Rain's actions far more surprising. The other teams that people were keeping an eye on were Team 100 Blossoms and Team Wind Howl. Coming to a new team, getting a new character and becoming a team leader, Tang Hao's performance in their match was admirable. Under his leadership, his other team members fought spectacularly in their opening match. Like Team Samsara, Team Wind Howl also managed to win with a full 10 points, standing currently in joint first place with Samsara, causing their fans to swell with excitement. In contrast, Team 100 Blossom's opening match was a terrible embarrassment. Their opponent, Team Misty Rain, didn't make many changes during the summer transfer. Their lineup was stable, as was their performance. They took away 8 points from the match, leaving Team 100 Blossoms with a measly 2 points. The media, of course, blew things out of proportion. Though they just messed up on the opening match, 100 Blossoms was described as being in peril, and even being compared with Zhong Jiala's amazing return. Among all the topics and debates, the Glory Alliance's 9th season officially began. And immediately a topic exploded among the players, being something everyone had noticed about this season: veterans and newcomers. The veterans that had rallied under Team Tyranny's banner for victory. The very new, but already core team member and youngest ever pro player, Lu Hanwen. Just in the opening matches, they had caught everyone's attention, and were already looking to be the main characters of the coming season. With the eruption of such a dramatic Pro League opening round, the spectators of the Challenger League had decreased. The topics surrounding Happy and whatnot were immediately replaced by Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Wind Howl, 100 Blossom, etc. After all, this was where the real action was happening. Chapter 804. Endless Topics. As the opening round came to a close, all sorts of news and topics began to trend. Although Team Tyranny's for Ace Player team made them the highest trending team among players, the single pro gamer who gained the most attention wasn't Zhong Jiala, Ling Jinyang, Han Wenqing or Zhong Xinjie. Lu Hanwen. Known as this season's most important transfer of Team Blue Rain, Lu Hanwen. With the departure of an all-star, he directly stepped up to take a place on the main roster. The youngest pro player in the history of Glory. On the day of the match and under Team Blue Rain's protection, Lu Hanwen had not attended the press conference. But was it that easy to wave off the enthusiasm of these reporters? After the opening matches, each team received an application for a certain team member to be interviewed, and Lu Hanwen's popularity rocketed. Was Lu Hanwen's ability comparable to a god? Not necessarily, but the halo of being 14 gave him a bonus. Being so strong at merely 14, if he continued improving, wouldn't his ability be terrifying when his skills matured? Although Team Blue Rain was protecting their young participant, that didn't mean they were hiding him from public view completely. Their goal was to let him grow in the best conditions. After the opening matches, Team Blue Rain's PR department gave Lu Hanwen a few pointers on dealing with the media, and finally agreed to letting him be interviewed. However, the interview wasn't conducted like the press conference where a myriad of reporters would be fighting for a chance to ask questions. Team Blue Rain instead decided to arrange for someone from the influential esports home to conduct an exclusive interview. They would let the two find a quiet place to sit and talk, and Team Blue Rain would go over the draft before it became published. With this arrangement, they wouldn't have to fear Lu Hanwen saying anything that could negatively affect his future career due to his lack of experience. And being the most influential esports media, esports home wouldn't go and irresponsibly publish nonsense to catch the eyes of the people. Not long afterwards, Lu Hanwen's exclusive interview appeared on the Monday's esports home headlines. Through Q&A, they let the normal players better understand this young pro player. Vibrant, optimistic, diligent. This was esports home's final opinion of Lu Hanwen. The exclusive interview naturally concluded with well wishes for Lu Hanwen. Meanwhile, this made anticipation swell in the hearts of Glory fans. How much could this young pro player achieve? Of course, there was plenty more to speak of in the next pages of esports home. Such as those teams who had gone through major adjustments, their style and technique in the opening matches was a hot topic as well. And speaking of style, the rare combination of a class overlap appeared in the opening matches of two powerhouses. Blue Rain, Tiny Herb. With Troubling Rain and Vicaria, two aces among their class, there was somehow another same-class character that appeared in their team battles. Flowing Cloud, Kind Tree. With the same classes as Troubling Rain and Vicaria, respectively, the two accounts were being played by the rookies of each team. A dual-class combination was very rare. Only Team Void's Ghostblade duo was currently active in the league. Sobbing Ghost and Carved Ghost were both Ghostblades. But Ghostblades had their own unique play style. Phantom Demons and Sword Demons could more or less be seen as two different classes. Team Void's Ghostblade duo had Sobbing Ghost as a Phantom Demon, while Carved Ghost would switch up his skill set every now and then. Through this, they managed to create a variety of play styles. For Blue Rain and Tiny Herb was alright, since witches had many styles to choose from. But with Wang Jieshi being known as the Magician, his Vicaria didn't use any of the typical play styles of witch players. Instead, he used a style unique to himself. Vicaria didn't have particular skills. He didn't favor particular skills like the mainstream body technique or magic tool users. Instead, his skill points were placed into all the different skills. With the limit in skill points, Vicaria's skill levels were definitely imperfect, but his skill tree makeup was beyond the comprehension of most. Unkind Tree, who fought at Vicaria's side, wasn't one of the mainstream body technique or magic tool accounts either, yet he was also different from Vicaria, or so the opening match seemed to reveal. From the current analysis, he seemed to uphold Wang Jieshi's magician play style, but his skill tree was tailored to Jiao Yingjie's personal tastes and habits. Two unique witches. What kind of combination would they be able to make? Everyone was trembling in anticipation. As for Blue Rain, Blade Masters didn't have that much of a variation. Different players would simply pick different combinations of sword types and skills that were to their liking. Troubling Rain wasn't as unique as Vicaria, and Flowing Cloud was even more of a typical Blade Master. What sparks these two class overlaps would create had been analyzed by the media for the opening matches, but it wasn't thorough, they would have to see over time. As for those like Tyranny, 100 Blossoms, Wind Howl, all the teams would gain reviews from the media after the opening matches. Whether the analysis in these reviews were accurate or not wasn't something certain, but for normal players, they needed someone more professional than them to analyze the matches and tell them what was truly going on. In comparison, the Challenger League, which had also finished its opening matches, only got a tiny, negligible place on the esports home. In this tiny area, half of it was used to emphasize how incredible this time's Challenger League was. Then, it mentioned which teams used to belong to the Pro League. With Excellent Era as the top priority, they were given a good bit of praise. As for Happy, they were mentioned too. Though it was just a sentence of the recently infamous Team Happy easily defeated their opponents, a small team of players, in the first round. Though it was just one sentence, one could tell that Esports Home was keeping a close eye on Happy. Out of 14,218 teams, they were the only team to be specifically named in the small article. Even Excellent Era had just been shoved in with the other struggling pro teams, briefly mentioned as winning with full points. Even with that, Chen Guo wasn't happy when she saw the article. With how hilarious their opponents were, who had two players who didn't even come, they could write much more. However, among these 14,218 teams, there wasn't a lack of crazy names. Worldwide Insomnia was nothing compared to some of the others out there. As for coming with two people missing, this was a situation too common to count in the first round. 2 people was actually considered few. For some teams, no one even turned up. And Worldwide Insomnia managed the same in this round. With not a single point in the first round and knowing how strong the opponent was, they simply decided to not turn up at all for the second round. With that, Team Happy had won against their first opponents. The next day was the second round of the Pro League. The focus point was, of course, the continuation of the first round. Chen Guo originally wanted to go with the popular choice and broadcast Blue Rain's match with Lu Hanwen being a focus of the new season. But looking at the match schedule, Blue Rain's opponents were Conquering Clouds, a bottom-tier team. Going against such a team, the match didn't seem very interesting. Even if Lu Hanwen performed very well, it wouldn't really mean much. So Chen Guo looked to the schedule again and saw that Tyranny was going up against Team Royal Style. Royal Style had Tien Sen and his Peaceful Hermit, a big name in the glory scene. Tyranny had for AE players. This match seemed to be more interesting. Chenggua's choice didn't disappoint. The level of play shown in this match was very high. The Fa Aces performed stably, crushing Royal Style's hopes for victory. Though these four only got together during the summer, they seemed as if they had fought as longtime teammates. The tactical sense of veterans was far greater than what the younger generation could achieve, especially since these four were all the cream of the crop. It was like Tyranny didn't even need an adjustment period and could already function nigh flawlessly. In this round, all the powerhouses managed to accomplish a satisfactory victory, apart from 100 Blossoms. They didn't seem to be able to find their way yet. Going up against the weak team Clear Splendor, they only managed to get 3 points. 2 rounds completed. 2 weeks passed by in a flash. The goal for pro players was to win matches. Apart from these matches, there was only training and making sure they had the right attitude for these matches. As for Happy? They were much busier. Apart from training every day, they would still be going around snatching bosses under Yishio's leadership. Lulan Slash and the others from Heavenly Sword weren't here to help anymore, but the other guilds were still the same. Really, all they had lost was Lulan Slash and the other experts. The other guilds didn't have pro players helping anymore either. Within 2 weeks, Yishio and his alliance naturally benefited. Yishio classified and stored the materials they had gained. Everything seemed to be going well. But after the end of the current week, came Monday and the names of their next opponents. Happy's opponent, Team Everlasting. Compared to all those flashy names, a name like Everlasting was very inconspicuous. Yet with a standard name like this, it seemed to tell of the background of the team. Team Everlasting, a team eliminated from the Pro League in the 7th season. In the 8th season's Challenger League, they fell at the finals. But they didn't give up. With the new season and a good start, Team Everlasting and Team Happy somehow managed to draw one another. This result made many people curl their lips. But after a while, those who wanted to see Happy humiliated cheered. As for Happy, with Wei Chen representing them, their complexions weren't so good. Though they had been eliminated, Team Everlasting was still a team from the Pro League. With the 2 years spent there, they had some experience. No matter what, they were miles stronger than worldwide Insomnia. Chenghua shot Yishio a worried glance. At times like these, she needed to find confidence from Yishio. Yishio didn't disappoint her, smiling upon seeing the matchup. Not excellent era, huh? Not bad. Chapter 805. A Little Frivolous. Team Everlasting. Team Everlasting became a pro team when they joined the Pro League in Season 5. They had stayed for 3 years before being eliminated from the league. For 3 years, 15th was the best ranking they had achieved, so they had never been an outstanding team. But when they were placed in the Challenger League, they were enough to triumph overall. The resulting champions of the Challenger League were monopolized by these types of teams every year. Even though they didn't have any god in their team, they managed to mingle around in the professional circle for 3 years, so at least they were qualified pro players. Although there weren't many silver equipment for their characters, they had some. They were much stronger than Team Happy, who only had 2 petty silver weapons. Furthermore, apart from the silver equipment, every other equipment was orange. This was something Happy couldn't compare with. Team Happy's characters still had crappy purple equipment, which weren't up to standard placed in the pro scene. It was only because of excellent era this year. Otherwise, such team would be the final boss, like how they were in the past. Team Happy was far from lucky finding them only in the 2nd round. Perhaps only people like Yishio would bring up excellent era to compare. However, they couldn't underestimate Team Everlasting's strength. This round wouldn't be easy. At least we can get some equipment. Even though we can't get silver equipment, we can get orange equipment somehow. Chenghua spoke. As for the method, she had already come up with one. There was only one way to collect a full set of equipment in a short time, using money. Silver equipment might not be purchasable, but orange equipment was different. This was something that circulated around normal players, so this matter was achievable if one were willing to spend money. Yishio seemed to agree with Chenggua's opinion and nodded. Does anyone have any friends or relatives that could lend us some orange equipment? Who? Chengguo was stunned. She never thought that they would be borrowing the equipment. Borrowing equipment for a match? Why did it feel extremely dodgy and frivolous? Do you have any friends that can lend us some? Yishio asked Chengguo. I don't. Chengguo stammered. After thinking about it for a bit, Chengguo realized that she didn't have any. It wasn't as if she didn't have any friends, it was because none of her close friends had any orange equipment. For strong professional teams, orange equipment was only used to fill in the gaps, but for the majority of players in the game, it was very rare. It couldn't be helped. They were in two different leagues, so how they viewed things would be different, too. I'll see if Lulan/ has any. Yishio said and actually took action. He called for Lulan/ on QQ, Comrade Lu, do you have any equipment we can borrow? Lulan/ was now an official pro player, so his name would be revealed to the public. His full name was Lu Guaning. He was both Team Heavenly Sword's boss and captain. After the first 2 rounds of the season, Team Heavenly Swords received lots of criticism. People believed that Team Heavenly Swords was merely the toy of a rich person. Normal players only played Glory online. However, the temperament of rich people would be different. They could just spend money to create a team and send themselves into the pro scene to play. But wouldn't this method bring humiliation onto themselves? Did they really think money was all powerful? Many players mocked them in such a manner. This was because judging from the 2 matches, Team Heavenly Sword's performance was kind of terrible. They only got 1 point and was ranked last in the team ranking. Lu Guaning was frustrated about it. After Yishio's lesson, they had adjusted their mindset. Their goal was no longer exaggerated and unrealistic. But the current drop in expectations was too great. Putting the ranking aside, it was even hard to gain 1 point. It just so happened that no one had a clue or idea for a solution. The 5 members of Heavenly Swords gathered together for their Monday meeting in order to discuss about how they should digest the pain they received in the past 2 weeks. After the introduction to the meeting, all 5 became silent. Lu Guaning had nothing to say himself, so he got bored and logged on to QQ. The moment he logged on, he saw God messaging him. Borrowing equipment? What equipment? Lu Guaning replied with no spirit. Pro equipment. Our opponent next round is a bit troublesome. Yishio replied. Every opponent we are up against is troublesome. Lu Guaning said absent-mindedly. Evidently, he didn't think much about Yishio's words, so he carelessly chatted with Yishio to pass the time. I saw your match. The first step is always the hardest. Yishio said. We have made mental preparations, but we never knew it would be this difficult. Lu Guaning replied. Your first 2 opponents were quite strong. That's a fact. Yishio said. Team Heavenly Sword's first opponent was Team Samsara. This had been set up intentionally this season. Sure enough, Team Heavenly Sword was annihilated. As for their second match, they faced off against Team Misty Rain. Even though Team Misty Rain was never counted as a powerhouse, they were able to eliminate Team Tyranny and become one of the top for last season. It would be easy for them to deal with a team that have just joined the league. However, Team Heavenly Sword had a good start in the first match. They had won the first round in the individual competition and received their first point ever. This helped increase their momentum and boost their morale. But soon, they were brought back to their original shape and returned to the situation of their first match. They failed to win any of the following 9 points. The victory of winning the first point from the single match was completely forgotten due to their miserable mood. But Yishio just had to bring up that match at this moment. Didn't you guys win a round? It shows that it's not because of your skills, but because you're not used to it. The feeling of fighting in a professional match is different from fighting with players in the regular arena, right? Different indeed. Lu Guaning admitted. Feeling a bit nervous is unavoidable, it will get better when you grow used to it. Everyone experiences this stage. Yishio said. Were you nervous when you fought in your first match? Lu Guaning asked. Of course. Yishio said. But your performance was still so good. Lu Guaning was pretty clear about Yishio's record. That was because everybody's human, so I reckon my opponents were more nervous than me. Yishio said. Ha ha? Lu Guaning didn't reply, but actually laughed out loud. The other four immediately gazed at him with puzzlement. Their eyes carried all sorts of blame, expressing how could he possibly laugh at a time like this? He wasn't focused at all. It's God. Lu Guaning turned his computer screen around for the other four to see their conversation. The four knew who Lu Guaning meant as God. Countless of people were called God in the professional circle, but for the people in Team Heavenly Swords, if one simply said God, they definitely meant Yishio. In the chat, Yishio didn't say any comforting or encouraging words, he merely pointed out their current problem. Even though he didn't give them any helpful solutions, they learned that this was something every pro player would have to experience. They were just like everyone else. There were no exceptions. Just because there was no exception, it made it seem as if they didn't need to feel crestfallen about it. The mood unexpectedly turned better. Lu Guaning finally realized that Yishio didn't find him to talk about this matter. He hastily went back to the original topic on his own initiative. God, you mentioned that you needed to borrow equipment. Pro equipment, as pro as it can be. Yishio said. Are you telling me that you would like to borrow our current silver equipment? Lu Guaning asked. If I can, I wouldn't mind. Yishio said. Lu Guaning almost planted his face into the table, he was stupefied before replying. Would the rules allow us to? As far as I know, there are no terms prohibiting it. Yishio said. Outside of the transfer window, it is prohibited to transfer characters, but I think equipment can be. Evidently, Lu Guaning had done his research. Speaking of this, where did you get your silver equipment from? Yishio gossiped. I bought it. How secretive. Yishio said. Thanks for the compliment. Then quickly give it to me to use. Yishio didn't have any reservations. At the start, he didn't plan to borrow their silver equipment. He only thought that if they had any orange equipment in their guild storage, he could borrow and return it after this match. But Lu Guaning brought up this topic himself, and Yishio thought that the proposal wasn't bad, so he happily accepted it. Chen Gui, who watched beside him, was stupefied. Yishio was just borrowing equipment. But now he managed to get silver equipment without having any reservations at all. She didn't know if Team Heavenly Swords would lend them the equipment or not. Chen Gui was kind of looking forward to it. There wasn't any competition between the two teams, and their competition dates weren't the same. It wouldn't affect Team Heavenly Swords too much if they lended their equipment, unless Team Heavenly Swords was a face-slapping group who felt uncomfortable towards Team Happy and wanted Team Happy to be tormented. But Team Heavenly Swords was not only not a face-slapping group, they were quite close. To lend their equipment at this time seemed quite possible. Chen Gui was a bit excited, she waited with Yishio for the reply while she spoke with excitement. Hey! If it's like this, can you find other pro teams to borrow equipment from? You know all of them. I do know them, but not their boss. Yishio said. Chen Gui understood at once. Lu Guaning was both the player and boss, so he was able to make the decision. As for other teams, the pro players obviously didn't have such power, so making such a request would be difficult for them. In actual fact, wasn't it the same for Team Heavenly Swords? When Lu Guaning told the other for what Yishio had said, they were at a complete loss. They weren't mentally prepared for such request. By rights, judging from with their relationship and that there weren't any conflicts, there wouldn't be a problem in lending them the equipment. But why did it feel a little frivolous? Borrowing equipment to play a match. Did they just make history in the pro scene? What classes do you guys have? Lu Guaning finally started to take practical action. Don't mind about that, just give us everything. Lord Grim could wear what's left over. Yishio replied. Lu Guaning's face was covered in tears at once. Unspecialized was truly great. Chapter 806. Equipment finalized. Team Heavenly Swords was indeed wealthy. Relying on money, they were actually able to purchase 20 pieces of silver equipment. Their 5 characters equipped them all. Not a single one was hidden, but because of their classes, the equipment was not evenly distributed among each character. In the end, their Berserker Luland had 5, their Battle Mage Homeward Bound also had 5, their Grappler Night Tide had 4, their Cleric Thousand Falling Leaves had 4, and their Elementalist Ocean Ahead only had 2. Relatively speaking, 2 or 5 silver pieces of equipment on a character wasn't a lot. In Glory, characters could equip a total of 12 pieces of equipment. Luland and Homeward Bound had the most silver equipment in the team, but it was still only 5. It wasn't even halfway to a full set. This type of silver equipment coverage was considered lacking in the current pro scene. According to last season's statistics, the average number of silver equipment on a character was 5.23. Team Heavenly Swords only had a maximum of 5 on each character, let alone 6 other characters not having even a single piece. Team Heavenly Swords wasn't the only team lacking silver equipment. In reality, for a new team in the Alliance, obtaining 20 silver equipment was already very impressive. Silver equipment was not something that could be bought simply with money. Take Team Heavenly Swords' 20 silver equipment. Lu Guanning let Yishio take a look. Yishio knew that these weren't considered top-quality goods in the pro scene. During the process of creating a silver equipment, there would be many that would fail to meet expectations. These pieces of equipment would still be used to continue to perfect them. After perfecting them, the earlier unsatisfactory prototypes would be removed. These prototypes might be given to characters in the team that needed equipment or sold to other teams. It depended on how each team wanted to do business. Yishio did not ask where Team Heavenly Swords obtained these pieces of equipment. Lu Guanning had laid the equipment out for him to see, implying that he agreed to let Yishio borrow them temporarily. 20 silver equipment. 3 weapons, 12 armor, and 5 accessories. Yishio checked the stats on each one and got a rough idea of how he should distribute them. Apart from the grappler glove, lend the others to me, Yishio said. There was a battle mage, cleric, and grappler weapon. Team Happy had a battle mage and cleric, so those could not be missed. For the grappler glove, Steamed Bun's brawler could also use it, but gloves didn't suit brawlers. Gloves were specialized weapons for grapplers, so to a brawler, a silver glove might not be as good as an orange claw. Of the 20 silver equipment, Yishio wanted to borrow 19 of them. It would be a lie to say that Lu Guanning didn't hesitate to lend them out, but in the end, he trusted Yishio. As a result, these equipment were lent to Yishio just like that. But Lu Guanning said that they still needed to use them during practice, so they would give them to Happy on Friday before their match. Could you lend them to us a day before to give us time to familiarize ourselves with them? Yishio negotiated with Lu Guanning. Equipment undoubtedly affected a character's strength. A character with different equipment would feel different to play on. Thus, it was best to practice using the equipment that would be worn in matches. That was why when a player switched to a new club and received a new character, he needed to get used to the character. When Happy borrowed these pieces of equipment, the strength of their characters would increase, but if the player wasn't used to it and couldn't play properly, that would be disastrous. Yishio wanted everyone to try out the equipment first. If the equipment wasn't suitable, it would be better to wear their original equipment. No matter how powerful a character was, a player needed to be able to use their equipment to the fullest potential. If the player couldn't even utilize their equipment, even a god-level character wouldn't be of help. Lu Guanning didn't need Yishio to explain this type of logic to him. He had already agreed to lend them the equipment. If he insisted on lending the equipment to them at the final moment, he would seem too selfish and insincere. As a result, Lu Guanning happily replied, concluding this matter by saying that it was a must. After making this decision, Lu Guanning did not wait for Yishio to say anything and asked, "There's only this many silver equipment. What about orange equipment? Do you guys need anything?" "Yeah, if we could get a full set for each character, we would be most thankful," Yishio said. "Okay." Lu Guanning felt a bit speechless. He had lent out silver equipment though, how could orange equipment compare to that? Speaking of which, Lu Guanning was a little curious. What made Yishio feel like he needed to borrow equipment? Right, who's your opponent? Lu Guanning asked. Team Everlasting. Yishio said. Oh. That's the team that was relegated 2 years ago, right? Luland/ had an impression of this team. Yeah. Yishio said. Good luck. Lu Guanning's team Heavenly Swords had only 1 point. The team sat at the bottom of the alliance. He couldn't really be looking down on relegated teams. Even more so when considering the fact that Team Everlasting had survived in the alliance for 3 years. Lu Guanning felt like this team might have even more silver equipment than his own patched-together team. He just didn't know if this team was the same as before after being outside of the alliance for 2 years. Wasn't I the one who came here to wish you luck? Yishio replied back with a smiley face. Which classes do you need? I'll help you take a look. Lu Guanning was quite a hero. The equipment was settled after a few minutes. Relying on the power of money, Team Heavenly Swords was truly quite impressive. They had accumulated numerous pieces of orange equipment. A full set for each player in a team was not a problem. Even if their guild didn't have anyone in their team could have their equipment peeled away. In any case, it was just borrowing. Done. Yishio let out a sigh of relief after finalizing all of the equipment with Lu Guanning. We can't keep borrowing the entire way through, right? Chenghua was speechless. Yeah, when we face Excellent Era, we're going to need more. Once we enter the pro scene, we might not even be able to borrow any. Yishio said. Then for now, is this enough? Chenghua asked. Let's get a read on our opponents first before trying to decide anything. Yishio said and immediately searched for information on Team Everlasting. As a team that had been in the alliance for 3 years, there was plenty of official match recordings to look through. Some of those were a bit outdated though and might not be as valuable now. Fortunately, Team Everlasting had reached the finals of the Challenger League last season. Once the Challenger League reached the later stages and the offline matches started, the alliance would also do some marketing. Some teams might even be streamed online. A team that had reached the finals would certainly have a lot of data accumulated. Yishio searched around and found quite a lot of information. He began taking a look. Wei Chen didn't need to be called over. He had come to Yishio. The two studied the material and quietly discussed it with each other. All of the VODs on Team Everlasting were watched. After dinner, everyone gathered together. Yishio was planning on saying a few words about Team Everlasting. The living room in their residence was arranged in the same way as their practice room at Happy Internet Cafe. Everyone was familiar with the orientation. The projector screen rolled down, and clips of Team Everlasting's matches in the Challenger League began playing. These are Team Everlasting's 6 main classes: Spellblade, Elementalist, Chi Master, Warlock, Cleric, and Launcher. After what seemed like a short trailer showcasing their classes, Yishio introduced each of the 6 characters that appeared, which comprised of Team Everlasting's main roster. What are your thoughts on this team composition? Yishio wasn't going to tell them everything. These rookies needed to learn how to think for themselves. They couldn't keep relying on Yishio and Wei Chen. They don't have a single completely melee class. All of them have strong long-ranged AoE skills. For a dungeon, this type of team composition is quite good for a one-wave rush strategy. And when he replied, he was more familiar with Glory than Tangru and Steamed Bun. He had strong observational skills too. He could easily see things as simple as this. Yishio nodded his head. That's their team's specialty. They like clumped-up fights. Last season, the core attacker of their team was this player. Yishio said. Another clip was played. In this clip, everyone in the team coordinated with the Spellblade to attack. Next, these types of map coverage attacks are clearly something that they practice. I'll let you guys see it for yourself. In a bit, I'll explain it in more detail. This type of attack is most likely what we'll need to be ready to face. Yishio said. This time, the opponents were different. A pro team would develop their own unique style. At this moment, undergoing practice specifically to counter it was the most effective for the rookies. On the projector screen, the battle continued. As Yishio said before, he did not immediately start to analyze it. When this part of the video stopped, he chose a random part in the middle and played it, while asking everyone, "Do you guys have any thoughts?" Over here, the core doesn't seem to be the Spellblade. Xiao Yifan had the most experience in the competitive scene out of all the youths here. It was just that in Team Tiny Herb, he had a habit of being cautious with everything he said. However, after being with Team Happy for so long, especially playing with everyone every day, he realized how improper a lot of their ways were, so he gradually began having more courage to speak his opinions. "Who is the core then?" Yishio asked. Xiao Yifan immediately felt like he had said too much and felt too scared to answer. But seeing how Yishio wasn't looking at him with reproach, he finally mustered up the courage. "Is it the launcher?" He still wasn't confident. "Yes, that's correct." Yishio nodded his head. "The launcher is leading the attack here. Tactics are flexible to some extent. If a tactic is so rigid that only a single core could execute it, that would be too easy for the opponent to beat." Just the comment "that's correct" made Xiao Yifan feel excited. Just when he was about to say something more, someone suddenly said, "That Team Samsara. Aren't they being led by just a single core?" Everyone was astonished hearing this voice because it belonged to Mo Fan. Chapter 807. Team Everlasting. Mo Fan had joined Happy for over a month now, and he was still the same as he was when he came. During this time, only Sumuching could cause him to change his attitude. And now that Sumuching had already gone back to the club, Mo Fan just sat in front of a row of laptops, not speaking to anyone. He seemed very isolated. But here, he had food, water, and shelter, computers to game on, and no intentions to leave. With Happy being challenged by all sort of people, and now with the official matches, he hadn't even participated once. The Challenger League was critical to Team Happy. For it, and when he hadn't even checked in with his school yet, and it was already late September. Not soon after Su Muching returned to her team, Luo Ji also returned to school. In contrast, and when he remained at Happy, telling them that there wasn't anything he had to do at school anyways. Everyone was focused on and high-strung about the Challenger League. Although Luo Ji wasn't there personally, he knew with his ability that he wouldn't be of any help, but he was still very concerned with how things were progressing. Only Mo Fan never seemed to care. If it wasn't for the fact that there was an extra set of cutlery on the table at mealtimes, most people would probably forget that he existed. And now, the tactics meeting regarding Team Everlasting, in the practice room also known as X First Floor Common Room, began. Who would have thought that at such a time Mo Fan would speak up and ask a very much legitimate question? But when on earth did this guy start paying attention to the Pro League? He could even not only name Samsara's team name, but also their play style. Chenggua's heart soared. She believed that with him being here day after day, he finally was influenced by the atmosphere. Something he originally had no interest in, he was finally starting to take part. Yishio, like everyone else, was surprised by this turn of events. He glanced at Mo Fan and asked, "You actually know Samsara?" Mo Fan lips thinned, refusing to answer such a useless question. Yishio smiled and then said, "What Samsara is like, you have to find out from watching their matches, not just through the media. By the way, do you know who's at the core of Samsara?" Yishio then asked. Juzakai. Who knew where Mo Fan managed to learn this information? And his account? Yishio continued to ask. Mo Fan once again stopped speaking. Whether it was because he didn't know or felt like Yishio's question was an insult to his IQ, they didn't know. Cloud Pisser. Yishio didn't care if he knew or not, introducing this character to him anyways. After that, he dismissed the topic and returned to Team Everlasting. Towards Mo Fan, when he hadn't wanted to join, Yishio was very persistent. Hunting him down and killing him in-game all the time, and even getting Tyranny's Zhong Xinjia to help him, backing the guy into a corner. Yet when Mo Fan actually came to Happy, he was completely let go of. Yishio barely even talked to him. Most people would just leave out of boredom facing this lack of presence, but Mo-fan was used to this lonely lack of interaction and stayed for all this time. The only thing Yishio did was give him a training plan to help him improve his playing abilities. After doing this training, he was constantly improving. Apart from that, no one went to care about his will, but being in this environment every day, Mo-fan witnessed and heard all sorts of things about glory. He wasn't someone who was completely isolated from his environment. He had thoughts and ideas, he just didn't express them. But there was one thing that Yishio knew for certain he was right about: Mo-fan loved glory. Though the path he chose in the game diverged from the typical player, it was still a part of this game. The Pro League was also another way to play glory. It was a way of showing off your skills on a higher stage. It might seem like Yishio had zero interactions with Mo-fan, but this didn't mean he wasn't keeping an eye on him. Mo-fan's daily practice was something that he often paid attention to. With the attitude Mo-fan held towards this practice, it could be seen that he definitely wished to improve his skills. With better skills, the online game wouldn't be able to hold his attention for much longer, and becoming interested in the Pro League was inevitable. And now, the idea had been planted in his head, so Mo-fan started paying attention to this topic. He could understand and pose questions to the topics Yishio discussed. But Yishio didn't give him a direct answer. Compared to being lectured, fighting for what you wanted was far more interesting, especially for Mo-fan, whose interest had just started to appear. Yishio then introduced Team Everlasting's techniques and combinations to everyone. After that, he sent everyone the recording for this part. There's not much time left, so work hard, everyone, Yishio said at last. He knew how to counter Team Everlasting's tactics and combos and explained it to the best of his ability, but how much they understood was all on them. The tides of a match could change in a split second. To understand someone's tactics was to understand their ideas and adapt to fight back against it, not memorize the form of attacks that you saw. Having Tangru and Steamed Bun accomplish this was a bit too much. Their tactical understanding wasn't that good yet. After explaining the team battle, something also had to be said about the individuals in the team. The only problem was, were Team Everlasting's team members the same as the season prior? From the information they found on the registered accounts, they had two that were different from last year. Clearly, some changes had been made over the summer, but a change in accounts didn't necessarily mean a change in players. If the player changed, then talking about how to deal with them was a fruitless task. So in the end, Yishio didn't talk too much about any of the individual styles of the players, and just analyzed the characters that were still in the team from last year. Not long after, this pre-match strategy meeting came to an end and the others rushed off to prepare. Yishio, on the other hand, was still looking over Team Everlasting's match recordings, trying to find anything that he might have missed. A day passed, only 3 full days were left until the match on Friday. Yet on this Tuesday afternoon, Chenghua received a call from the Happy Internet Cafe. They said that there was someone here to see the boss, something about talking business. What business? The internet cafe isn't lacking anything right now. Let them leave a business card. If we need anything, we'll find them later. Chenghua had thought that they were some sort of salesman and had no heart to be concerned about that kind of thing. They said they're from Team Everlasting, and that we just had to tell you this name. The employee manning the counter relayed to his boss. Team Everlasting. Chenghua paused, looking to Yishio and pointing at her phone. Team Everlasting came knocking. What arrogance! Steam Bun, let's go deal with them. Yishio hadn't even had a chance to reply when Wei Chen jumped up. Steamed Bun immediately put down his computer and swiftly charged into his room. After a while, he came out empty-handed and charged into the kitchen to find them. At the internet cafe. Yishio ignored the idiots making a ruckus. Yeah. I'll go with you to check it out. Yishio stood. Do you need us to come with you? Wei Chen stood, too. Don't worry and continue training. We only need me to go and take a look. Yishio said. If anything happens, tell us, Wei Chen replied with an air of severity. Yishio laughed shortly and left with Chenghua. Happy Internet Cafe. As soon as the two arrived, an employee immediately came to meet them. There were 2 visitors in total, and they had been taken to one of the rooms on the second floor under Chen Guo's command. Chen Guo asked the employee a few more questions, but didn't get any important information. The 2 then went upstairs, and pushed open the door to the room. The people sitting on beanbags, talking, stopped at once and turned their heads to look. Yi Xiao and Chen Guo hadn't even looked closely at these people when they simultaneously stood up. The one closer to them greeted them with a smile, directing his words mostly at Chen Guo. "I assume you're the boss, Ms. Chen?" "Greetings, I'm the team leader of Team Everlasting, Hian." Team leader referred to the manager of the club, an outdated sort of title. Those who were used to being called such usually had some experience in the pro league. When Hian referred to himself as team leader, anyone could tell he felt superior. It was clear that he wasn't here to boast about his position, but happy that he could use this title to tell the person standing in front of him, "I'm no rookie, I'm an experienced veteran." Yet this veteran was very much a stranger to Yi Xiao. In contrast, it was the person next to him that seemed much more familiar to Yi Xiao. He just couldn't seem to remember his name. There were over 200 people in the pro league, and those were just the ones currently active. With all the players who came and went, joining and leaving, the number of people involved was far more than that. How could you expect him to remember all of them? But if he felt like this person was familiar, then it was probably someone that Yi Xiao had personally met. He could guess that this was probably a member of Team Everlasting and they had probably played each other in a pro match before. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao suddenly remembered. He didn't know the guy's name, but he knew his identity, so he smiled and said, "Hey, I recognize you. Aren't you Team Everlasting's vice captain?" "It's captain now." It was the team leader who spoke up, taking a closer look at Yi Xiao. Then he looked back at the captain. "You know each other." That person's expression had twisted a little. He understood his team leader's little problem, but today your boasting of your experience has dug yourself a pit. "He's God Yi Xiao," the vice captain introduced with a hint of exasperation. "That's right, God Yi Xiao." Boasting about being experienced in glory in front of God Yi Xiao, that wasn't being an old veteran, that was being senile. Chapter 808. The feeling of superiority of a pro team. After this introduction, the original cheerful mood had disappeared and Captain Hian's mouth hung wide open. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He obviously knew what a huge embarrassment this was. Fortunately, he had only flaunted with body language and not with words, so it was easier to salvage the situation. Hian coughed lightly, adjusted his appearance, and calmly greeted Yi Xiao. "Hi, have a seat." Yi Xiao smiled, but didn't say too much. Everyone took a seat. Chen Guo spoke first. She didn't make any excessive small talk and directly went to the point, "What business do you two have with us?" "Ha ha." Hian laughed. Facing Yi Xiao, he had retracted his previous aura of superiority. But when facing Chen Guo, a trace of disapproval and disdain flashed across his face. He just happened to let the other side see. He clearly didn't think much of a grassroots owner like Chen Guo. "God Yi Xiao, are you really part of Team Happy?" This guy actually ignored Chen Guo and directly started talking with Yi Xiao. "What's up with this guy?" Chen Guo often had to interact with other people. How could she not be able to discern what he thought of her through his body language? Hian's undisguised contempt made her furious. However, Hian was very polite to Yi Xiao. Chen Guo really wanted to flip a table for the other side to think it over, but she could only quietly endure it. "Yeah." Yi Xiao replied bluntly to the other side's question. "What a shame." Hian slapped his leg. "Oh? Why do you say that?" Yi Xiao already knew the answer, but seeing how Hian was treating them like bugs, he could guess what Hian was going to say. Sure enough, he said in an arrogant tone, "For someone of your skill, staying in a place like this is truly a pity." "Hey, what did you say?" If Chen Guo could still endure it, she wasn't Chen Guo. Hian just laughed. His expression indicated that someone of his status didn't need to heed the words of someone of low status. He ignored Chen Guo and said to Yi Xiao, "This season's Challenger League is different than the past. With a giant like Excellent Era, it really is quite troublesome. In times like these, shouldn't we consider putting our strength together? Oh? What are you saying? Ishio asked. I've been paying attention to your recent performance. There are few players who are quite good. I believe all of them have been coached by you, but please forgive me for speaking bluntly, your players have the skill, but your characters are too lacking, no. Then what are your thoughts? Ishio asked. This is the reason for us coming today. Even though our team Everlasting isn't considered a strong team, our resources are still much greater than Happy's. If our two sides join hands, it would be as if a tiger had grown wings, a win-win situation for both sides. Competitive glory is like horse racing and auto racing. Having a good rider or a good vehicle isn't good enough. Both a good rider and a good vehicle must be present. Gojichio, you're being held back by your characters. Why not join our team Everlasting? Over here, we can definitely provide resources far surpassing what Happy can provide. If you want to topple Excellent Era, this is a necessary move. Heian was a talented person. His pitch was excellent in voice and in expression. Even Chenghua was nervous after listening to it because his words were very logical. Chenghua could not provide the team with too many resources. Everything required Ishio to manage from the ground up. It would be much more convenient if he directly joined a team. The format of the Challenger League could not prevent teams from running over to recruit people from the opposing team. Once she thought about the other team's background as a pro team, Chenghua couldn't help but feel lacking in confidence. For a moment, she forgot her anger. Ha ha, you're too right. Ishio nodded his head. His high praise gave Chenghua a fright. Heian was already smiling exuberantly. He gave a glance to his partner, implying, look, just what I expected. But Ishio continued, but in order for a tiger to grow wings, why not have your team Everlasting join our team Happy? Ha ha ha, of course, yes, HM? God, you're not joking. Heian quickly responded. Fortunately, he realized what had been said midway and was stumped. In either case, a tiger would still be growing wings, no. Ishio smiled. Yes, like a tiger growing wings. Hurry and join our team Happy. Chenghua regained her composure faster than Heian. She was actually able to stifle a laugh and speak in a serious tone. Heian's expression turned ugly. At this point, there was really no point in talking any further. The other side had already expressed his refusal in a mocking manner at that. Heian couldn't understand. With Team Happy's current circumstances, did he really think the team had much of a future? God! Heian shouted. His tone became tougher. In his eyes, Team Everlasting was the stronger side. Coming over on their own accord to talk about matters was already a sign of respect. So what if you're a god? You've never heard of the saying, a featherless phoenix is no better than a chicken? Without a powerful character, you're not a god. Heian felt like he had given the other side an opportunity, but not only did the other side not treasure it, he mocked them. He couldn't bear it. He shouted solemnly and his tone turned heavy, I hope that you'll carefully consider this opportunity. You'd better not regret it. Honestly, that's what I should be saying to you. Ishio replied. You? Heian was furious. Ishio was worthy of his title as one of the gods. However, did he really think that his status was enough for Team Everlasting to bow down? Isn't that too arrogant? Who would have thought that Ishio would look at him seriously? I'm not joking. I'm very serious. Carefully consider it. After next week, you'll be regretting today's decision. Heian continued to say. After next week, you can still continue to consider today's proposal. Ishio laughed. We're leaving. Heian got up and called out to his team's captain. This poor captain. Apart from introducing God Yichio to Heian, he didn't seem to be of any use. He had come over to recruit, but he didn't think it would end so quickly. The captain got up helplessly and followed after Heian. From beginning to end, he wasn't even able to introduce himself. Take care. We won't be seeing you out. Chenghua was feeling great. She didn't forget to give the other side another kick. When Ian heard her words, he turned his head around, gave a glare and humphed. His sense of superiority and contempt was still there. However, this time, he had included Yishio into it. He didn't feel like he had done anything wrong. He felt like Yishio valued himself too highly and actually ignored his win-win proposal. "You'll regret it," Ian finally threw out. When he said you, he always referred to Yishio alone and not anyone else. From start to finish, he never took Chenghua seriously. Ian and that captain left just like that. Chenghua let out a sigh of relief and was beaming with joy when she looked at Yishio. She really liked today's Yishio. It was too unexpected. "Boss, what's with that expression?" Yishio felt his blood run cold, seeing Chenghua's sweet smile. "You made a fool of that arrogant guy." "That was too beautiful," Chenghua expressed. "Oh? I did?" Yishio said. "You're still pretending." Chenghua gave Yishio a punch. No. I was being serious," Yishio said. "Serious about what?" Chenghua didn't understand. "I was really hoping that they would consider joining Team Happy," Yishio said. "How could that be possible?" Chenghua cried out. Yes. Even though that guy's condescending gaze disgusted Chenghua, she had to admit that, in the Challenger League, a pro team had the qualifications to be arrogant. He was even quite polite to Yishio in the beginning. It was only when Yishio started mocking him did he become impolite. That type of team join Team Happy? Chenghua wouldn't dare to think of it even in her dreams. "Nothing is impossible," Yishio said and headed out. Hey, what do you mean? Speak clearly." Chenghua chased after him. When they returned to their gaming house, Chenghua obviously told everyone about their encounter with Team Everlasting. "So, we definitely can't lose. If we lose, we'll be laughed at." Chenghua tried to boost everyone's morale. "If we lose, everything will be over. Who cares if we're laughed at?" Wei Chen followed up. Chenghua's encouragement was clearly a bitter miss. For those participating in the Challenger League, not losing was much more important than not losing face. In short, keep working hard, everyone. Yishio's closing statement was very brief. In the following few days, both teams practiced hard. This week, Yishio and the others didn't bother fighting for wild bosses. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun also now understood why pro players were so busy preparing for their matches every week. There was too much to prepare if they wanted to win a match. In the show business, there was the saying 10 years of practice for 1 minute on stage. Didn't this apply to Glory pro players too? Winning and performing was inseparable from hard work and bitter practice. On Thursday, Lulan Slash delivered the equipment that Yishio had picked. Yishio had purchased a batch of equipment from the in-game market and gaming studios. Everyone's character improved tremendously. Today's work would be to familiarize themselves with their upgraded characters. In the game, the conflict between Team Happy and Team Everlasting produced quite a few waves. Team Everlasting originally had fans. Team Happy was being closely followed. This Challenger League match was given as much attention as a match in the Pro League. Chapter 809. Riverside Veranda. If not for the Colossus' excellent era, Team Everlasting would have been the peak existence of the Challenger League this season. Meeting them in the second round was definitely not a blessing. However, very few pitted Happy. Instead, an enormous wave of ridicule crashed onto them. The original face-slapping group spread the news, telling their friends to witness their downfall. This time, Happy would definitely lose. Chenghua checked the forums every day, so she saw these discussions. She didn't tell it to the team though, afraid that it would affect their emotions. Everyone was working hard to familiarize themselves with their new set of equipment. They didn't have time to be distracted. That day passed quickly. On Friday night, room 117 in the Glory Arena's Challenger League area was packed with players. The vast majority of the players, who followed Happy's journey, saw Happy as the villains. At this moment, they were all supporters of Team Everlasting, which left Team Everlasting's actual fans somewhat confused. Everything in the Challenger League was audited automatically by the system. The special area for the Challenger League had its own custom settings for this purpose. 8 p.m. marked the official start of the matches. Before 7:55 p.m., both sides needed to finish flipping their coin to determine who was the home team and who was the away team. The home team would also need to choose a map. The two teams would also be required to arrange the order of their team's lineup. When the time came, the Challenger League would automatically select the chosen teammates and place them on stage. Before that happened, the two teams would not know each other's lineup. It was the same as in the Pro League. At 8 p.m., the second round of the Challenger League between Team Happy and Team Everlasting officially began. The first match was Team Everlasting's home game. As a former pro team, they wouldn't make a stupid mistake like forgetting to choose a map before the time limit ended. When the time came, the first two competitors for the individual competition were automatically selected into the competitor's seat. For Team Everlasting, their team's launcher appeared, Dawn Rifle. The launcher wasn't Team Everlasting's core, but he was the character used by the team's captain. When Ian paid a visit that day, Ian had come with another visitor. Yishio felt like this visitor seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember who he was. After some investigation, he figured it out. Wu Chen. He had been the vice-captain of Team Everlasting during the team's 3 years in the Alliance. The character that he used was this launcher, Dawn Rifle. In Season 7, he was demoted along with the rest of the team. What happened afterwards might only be known by his fans. After all, Wu Chen wasn't anyone famous. From the looks of it, Wu Chen had stayed on Team Everlasting and had now become the team's captain. Usually, the team captain would not be switched when the original team captain was still there. If Wu Chen was promoted to captain, it was likely that Team Everlasting's original captain, core player, and the owner of the Spellblade Quentin Qin, Yu Hongliang, was no longer with the team. The team captain was not always the best player on the team, but rather the most reliable player. Now Wu Chen was undoubtedly Team Everlasting's most trusted player. By placing him in the first match of the individual competition, Team Everlasting expressed that they wanted to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. For Team Happy, Steamed Bun was up first. The first person to fight would be under a lot of pressure. Even a strong-willed and determined player would feel this pressure. Someone with a personality like Tang Ru may actually become worse the more they thought about doing better. In comparison, a nut job like Steamed Bun couldn't be more suited to this position. Pressure? Did that word even exist in Steamed Bun's dictionary? When the characters stepped onto the stage, the chosen map was announced, Riverside Veranda. The match would begin as soon as the two players pressed start. If any of them didn't press start, the match would automatically begin after 5 minutes. This map? Yishio mumbled after seeing this map. What's important to know about it? Chen Gui hastily asked. Steamed Bun. Yishio called out. Here. Steamed Bun, who was currently warming up by stretching, replied. Be careful not to fall into the water. Yishio said. Understood. Steamed Bun nodded his head. Riverside Veranda was a partly water map. The gap between pro players and normal players was even more pronounced in an aquatic battle. This was because players could simply avoid this kind of situation and choose not to fight in the water, but if pro players acted in the same way, their opponent might utilize that to their advantage. Truthfully, pro players did not like to fight in the water either, but they had no choice but to practice doing so. Team Everlasting choosing this map was clearly to bully this grassroots team. However, it wasn't very thorough. A partly water map meaning there was still a portion on land. This type of map required more on-the-moment adaptation. The match started. The characters were loaded into the stage. Once the countdown ended, the two characters were on opposite corners of the map as usual, except between these two characters was a winding corridor on top of the water. Steamed Bun couldn't care about all that. As soon as the match began, his character rushed forward. Wu Chen seemed very calm, moving neither quickly nor slowly. The individual competition maps wouldn't be too large. It wasn't necessary and it was pointless. The two characters neared each other. Steam Bun Invasion looked ferocious. He held his new orange weapon, Poison Marsh Point. The poisonous gleam looked horrifying. It was clearly a weapon that increased poison damage. That sharpness looked as if it could tear an opponent to pieces. Wu Chen still remained calm. While moving, he closely watched his approaching opponent, calculating the distance between them and planning his opening move. The launcher's advantage was in having the longest range of any class. As a result, launchers usually made the first move, especially when facing melee classes. There was almost no possibility of a counterattack. If a melee character could attack back, then the opponent was already too close. That would be very disadvantageous. The hunter might end up becoming the hunted. Brawlers had a few mid-ranged attacks, but the majority of the skills leaned towards melee attacks. Wu Chen decided not to give his opponent any opportunity to approach him. When he was at about the right distance, he would start attacking. The distance between them grew closer and closer. His mouse was already targeting Steamed Bun Invasion. For gunners, their mouse would be the direction in which their bullets flew towards. That's about right. Wu Chen checked the distance. Right when he was about to attack, he suddenly saw Steamed Bun Invasion stop. With this sudden halt, the attack that Wu Chen had been about to make was now useless. Wu Chen was also astonished. What sharp eyes! Wu Chen didn't think this player from a grassroots team would have such perception. He actually noticed that I was about to attack? However, he had already readied his gun. He might as well attack. Wu Chen was just about to attack when he suddenly saw Steamed Bun turn around and run. As a result, the distance between the two sides became farther and farther away. What is he up to? Wu Chen was puzzled. Even if his opponent saw through his intentions, there was no need to run away. If he was running because he saw that he was going to attack, this match might as well not be played. Launchers had longer range. Wouldn't he get hit first because of a range disadvantage? The opponent of a launcher should be figuring out how to get closer, not farther away from the launcher. If the other side wasn't going to come, then he would have to go himself. Wu Chen thought to himself. He continued to move forward, closing the distance between him and Steamed Bun Invasion. At the same time, he didn't relax his guard towards Steamed Bun Invasion, but the other guy just kept on going round and round. Wu Chen couldn't guess his opponent's intent. However, the distance between the two sides was closing. Wu Chen finally made the first attack of the match. 3 anti-tank missiles flew over. While shooting, he swiped his mouse horizontally so the 3 missiles lined up, restricting Steamed Bun Invasion's next movements. Steamed Bun Invasion didn't try to dodge. He swung his arms and a brick flew out towards those missiles. Bang! The brick exploded into pieces, but so did the missiles. This type of weird interaction wasn't rare in the game. As a pro player, Wu Chen wouldn't just attack once. He already had plans for his follow-ups and sent a barrage of attacks towards Steamed Bun. After Steamed Bun smacked down those missiles with his brick, he didn't do anything flashy anymore. Facing the opponent's bombardment, he scurried around like a housefly. Wu Chen was a bit confused. His opponent didn't look like he planned on fighting back. Was his bombardment really so fierce that he was completely overwhelming him? However, as the team captain, this thought only briefly crossed his mind. If he didn't even have a clear understanding of his own strength, how could he be the most reliable on the team? It wasn't that he was strong, but the other side was too weak. That Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't even get through this level of firepower. He didn't seem as impressive as before. Could it be that the previous Steamed Bun Invasion was actually Yichio playing and this is the real one? But that shouldn't be the case. If that had been a trick, it wouldn't make sense for Yichio to be so upright facing a difficult opponent like Team Everlasting. Wu Chen was doubtful, but he didn't dare to relax for a second. As he continued to attack, he continued to watch Steamed Bun Invasion's movements. Wu Chen suddenly understood, but at that moment, he became confused again. Because he discovered that the reason that Steamed Bun Invasion had been passive and never rushed towards him was because he couldn't figure out his way around the corridor. What's going on? Wu Chen was truly puzzled. This corridor was a bit confusing to navigate through, but it wasn't so complicated that you could get lost. It wasn't designed to be a maze. Moreover, if you're lost, you can just jump in the water and then swim to your destination. It's all your fault. Chenghua glared at Yi Xiu. You told him not to go into the water. It's over. D*MN. Yi Xiu felt sorry too. Chapter 810. One hit, one kill. Due to an embarrassing reason, the first individual match concluded with an undignified loss for Steamed Bun. During the match, he wasn't able to close in on his opponent, and lost without landing a single hit. This result immediately ignited the passions of the spectators. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. As this passion was expressed, the fans of Everlasting were completely stunned. Their team leader won beautifully in this first match, and at a time like this, the fans were all cheering for him. And then these people started spamming, but their words were all directed at the opposing side. All sorts of mockery, sarcasm and insults filled up the chat channel. With that imposing manner, a passerby would probably think that Team Everlasting had a major bone to pick with Happy. Unless it was towards an archenemy, fans rarely banded together to attack the opposing side when their side had the advantage. Most fans had reason and composure, and were good sports. For these spectators who focused their anger on Happy, it wasn't that they had no composure or manners, it was just that they had been holding in their anger for too long. Those noobs from Happy, did you see that? That's a real pro team, real pro players. Ha 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 ha. Getting KO'd like that, you sure have some skill. Ya understand how terrifying pro players are now. The reason for Steamed Bun's loss was quite embarrassing, but for normal players, it wasn't unheard of. With just the skill they had, normal players couldn't tell Steamed Bun Invasion merely got lost. A launcher's style was to use firepower to prevent an opponent from getting close. Wu Chen had a solid foundation, and he was very much familiar with these routines and techniques for offense. In the average player's view, Steamed Bun seemed to be helpless against his assault, but they wouldn't realize that in reality, Steamed Bun himself met with some problems. Wow, pro teams really are strongs, Steamed Bun said with some frustration as he took off his headphones, picking such a complicated map. They really are strong. MMH, Yi Xiu didn't say anything more. Choosing to go through the veranda in Riverside Veranda did make the map a little hard to wrap your head around. Steamed Bun didn't know the way, and with Wu Chen's firepower oppressing him, it was natural that he was unable to perform at his peak. Going into the water wasn't necessarily a critical point. Steamed Bun wasn't very familiar with aquatic battles either, so he might have just gotten cornered in the water by Wu Chen. It was Team Everlasting that chose this map, after all. Everyone came over to comfort Steamed Bun, who was a little bummed out by his loss. Even Mo Fan opened his mouth, seeming to have something to say, but in the end he didn't speak. The second individual match started shortly. Team Happy sent out Xiao Yifan and his 1-inch ash. For Team Everlasting, it was a sharpshooter who took the stage, character name Shoot Here. This sharpshooter wasn't one of the 6 characters for Everlasting's team battles. However, healers like clerics rarely appeared in individual or group competitions, so there had to be more than just 6 core members in one team who would fight in the individual or group competition. This was how the number 7 ace backup came into existence. That was the role that Shoot Here played. The match started, with Everlasting still choosing Riverside Veranda for the map, and the opponent already began moving towards 1-inch ash, seeming much more eager than Wu Chen in the first match. Though the spectators didn't know what had gone wrong with Steamed Bun, but Wu Chen had realized. After relaying this to his teammates, they were all struck dumb. Although this wasn't a pro match, if it was a team that wished to enter the Pro League, then their attitude towards the Challengers League would probably be even more serious than the Pro League itself. In the Pro League, losing a match wouldn't have too much of an effect on the final score, but in the Challengers League, one mistake could mean another year lost for the team. Under these circumstances, they actually sent up a newbie who didn't even know the map. Was this disdain, or did they just have no one else to send? Speaking of, the reason Everlasting chose this map was just so they could get an advantage on how inexperienced their opponents were, compared to them, but getting lost was a bit overkill. The map gave them an advantage they hadn't expected, which gave them these new thoughts. The player who was sent up in the second match didn't want to waste his time with this strange team, so he actively charged forth, but Xiao Yifan was very decisive as well. 1-inch turned and jumped into the water with a splash. Riverside Veranda's water wasn't very deep, but after the spindrift from 1-inch Ash jump dissolved, the water was calm without a ripple. This either meant that 1-inch wasn't moving, or if he was, then it could only mean one thing: he was a professional. Unless he were a pro player, it was rare that a player could master how to move under the water without causing fluctuations in the water's surface under such circumstances. Learning how to sneak underwater was something only pro players would learn how to do. 1-inch was Xiao Yifan. It was likely that only Team Excellent Era knew this information due to the coincidence that occurred at the time when Dao Shen had come over to Team Happy with Sun Strong and Xiao Shiqin. Apart from them, not even Xiao Yifan's original team Tiny Herb knew where he had gone after his contract expired. If not even Team Tiny Herb knew, then how on earth could Team Everlasting know that their opponents had a member from a champion team? Though he was an inconsequential member of the team, Xiao Yifan had been under their strict training all this time. He changed his class, but a technique like playing underwater wasn't affected by a change in class. With Xiao Yifan's diligence, his execution of this skill was flawless. The current 1-inch Ash was slowly walking underwater, preparing to close in on his target silently. Seeing how his opponent knew how to sneak around underwater, the player from Everlasting knew that this wasn't a weak enemy and didn't dare to make decisions lightly. He slowed to a stop, carefully watching the area where Xiao Yifan had disappeared into. There were no ripples on the water's surface, but the water in this map was quite shallow. If a character was walking along the bottom, they couldn't hide their silhouette. But if you wanted to find their silhouette, you couldn't do it at this angle from a distance. Everlasting's player carefully watched the water as he moved his character, shoot here, towards it. His impatience had long since evaporated, so he was walking rather slowly. As he was watching the water for any movement, he was also taking note of how much time had passed. A character couldn't stay under the surface infinitely, they had to come up for air too. However, on this map and for such a professional player, he probably wouldn't be seen even when coming up for air. Under the veranda, there was plenty of space for a character to come up without being found out. As expected, Team Everlasting's player knew that time was up, but he didn't see 1-inch coming out of the water. Where was this guy hiding? Team Everlasting's player became a little impatient. This map was meant to give him the advantage, but now it was being used against him, putting him in a passive position. This turning of the tides caught him off guard. Should he go into the water, too? It wasn't as if he didn't think of this before, but he wasn't very good at aquatic battles either. He wasn't a pro player who had truly experienced pro matches, but a person who joined after Everlasting had been eliminated and most of their players walked out. People like him naturally lacked confidence in this area. Seeing how familiar 1-inch seemed to be when sneaking around underwater, he didn't dare go down himself. Let's try it out first. Team Everlasting's player thought for a moment before deciding to probe for his opponent. Shoot here raised his guns and started shooting randomly at the water in front of him. Normal attacks didn't cost mana, so he could be unrestrained with how he shot. The calm of the water's surface was broken, and foam erupted all over the place, spraying the veranda with water. But this wasn't a scene Team Everlasting's player would pay attention to. His eyes never left the areas he was shooting at. If he hit, or was dodged, there was visible movement. There! Among the ripples the bullets made, Team Everlasting's player found an abnormal surge. He unhesitantly unloaded all his skills in that direction while swiftly approaching. He needed an angle where he could clearly see the opponent's figure in order to further his advantage. Sharpshooters had an advantage in range. Cornering a target in the water was much easier than on land. Shoot here's movements were light and easy, traversing the veranda with familiarity. He had finally locked onto his opponent. His attacks didn't seem to give his opponent too much trouble, but being able to lock onto the approximate whereabouts of his opponent, he believed he would soon be able to see them. Pop! Suddenly, with a quiet noise, Shoot Here's movement stopped involuntarily. A ray of blue-white light flashed. Everlasting's player realized something and turned his view in shock. He immediately saw the ice soul that had been refracted from under the water, and continued to refract with the movement of the water. Ice boundary! It was the Ghostblade's ice boundary that had been placed in the water, but it could reach all across the veranda. Team Everlasting's player was so focused on his target that he hadn't thought he would walk into such a trap. Ice boundary's damage and control effects had only just begun. Everlasting's player could see the light shining off the sword in the hands of an underwater figure. Sword Soul, Plague Soul, Blood Soul. Ghost souls were called out one after another. Who knew how many ghost boundaries were stacked there? Shoot Here's body had been possessed by so many ghost souls that he had become an encyclopedia of negative status effects. The water surface suddenly split open, and 1-inchish leaped out. The blade of calamity in his hand shone with a dark purple light, encircled by blade chi made from ghost souls, and struck out towards Shoot Here. One hit, one kill. Chapter 8:11. Character Advantage. It was just one attack, so it obviously wouldn't instantly kill Shoot Here, but Xiao Yifan's position established a huge advantage for him. Facing a ghost blade in a duel, no pro player would allow themselves be affected by so many ghost boundaries at the same time. Xiao Yifan cleverly used this map to lure his opponent into a trap, instantly deciding victory. Shoot Here tried his best, but in the second round of the individual competition, Xiao Yifan swiftly won. This shift in tides was too quick. The face slappers were still absorbed in the previous round's victory and looking down on Team Happy disdainfully. When the second round began, their contempt was still concentrated on 1-inch, but before they could fully adjust themselves, the tides of battle shifted and 1-inch took down his opponent. Everyone was left speechless. The spectators were speechless. Team Everlasting also felt like their face had been slapped. They had chosen this map in order to bully their green opponents. Who would have thought that their opponents would be the one to use this map to bully them? This loss not only resulted in a loss of points, but a loss of face too. The system didn't care about anyone's feelings. Once the match concluded, the third round of the individual competition immediately began. The map chosen for this third round was still Riverside Corridor. Team Everlasting had clearly done their research on this map. Using the same map for every round in the individual competition clearly showed their intent to eradicate Team Happy for good. Their decision came with belittlement. Team Everlasting thought that Team Happy wouldn't be able to utilize the map's characteristics in just 2 or 3 rounds. But after the second round, the players on Team Everlasting were no longer calm, but it was too late to regret it now. The maps could not be changed midway. The third person to come out from Team Everlasting was their team's Warlock, Leopold. Be careful! The player for the Warlock Leopold was warned repeatedly. Team Everlasting had acknowledged Team Happy's skill level from the start. From their action of going over to their front steps to talk, the degree of their acknowledgement wasn't low. They felt like the players on Team Happy would be an addition to their strength. Their attention hadn't been fixed on just God Yi Chio. During the period of time when Team Happy accepted challenges, Soft Mist appeared the most, then Steamed Bun Invasion, then Windward Formation. Team Everlasting looked highly upon all 3 of them. With Team Happy as their opponents, they also attached the most importance to these 3. They had even come up with plans to counter them. This was just their attitude towards competition though. While Team Everlasting recognized the strength of these 3 players, and were not afraid. If they really were afraid, Ian would not have acted so lofty when he came to Happy. Team Everlasting had meticulously chosen their maps and their player order. In terms of strategy, Team Everlasting took Team Happy quite seriously. But in the individual competition, it was already 1-1. Their victory was against Steamed Bun Invasion, who they had been wary of, but their loss was against 1-inch, who they had ignored. Did Team Happy have anyone else like 1-inch? Team Everlasting suddenly felt at a loss. How could they dare to be careless in the third round? Leopold stood at the competitor spot. At the same, Team Happy's next competitor appeared as well. Another Warlock. Windward Formation. The third round would be a contest between two characters of the same class, putting an even greater emphasis on the player's skill. Team Everlasting released a sigh of relief when they saw their opponent. Windward Formation wasn't unknown, at least. Moreover, in a battle between two characters of the same class, apart from the player's skill level, the character's strength would also be a significant deciding factor. Team Everlasting was very confident here. It was already extraordinary for an internet cafe grassroots team to have players of such caliber. How strong could their characters be? Could their equipment be better than ours? Could their characters have more skill points than ours? Team Everlasting smiled. Their warning to be careful didn't seem necessary now. The spectators didn't know about Team Everlasting's confidence. After being slapped in the face, they appeared even more cautious than Team Everlasting. Their contempt towards Team Happy continued, but before the outcome was determined, they couldn't spit out any more slander. The match soon started. Despite being confident, Team Everlasting's player still showed caution. On the contrary, on Team Happy's side, Windward Formation looked very carefree, heading straight for Leopold. The face slappers really wanted to say something. Their hands hovered over their keyboards, but none of them typed out anything. Team Everlasting's Warlock took no notice. He continued with his original plan. Suddenly, he felt the sky darken above him. He looked up and saw dark clouds covering him. Chaotic rain. He was startled. Leopold escaped outside of its range, while looking in that direction. Sure enough, it was a spell casted by Windward Formation. This? Impossible. The Warlock player looked at where he had just escaped from. Rain poured down from those dark clouds. The attack had come, but he had been caught completely off guard because in his eyes, the two sides weren't even in range yet. When he looked at Windward Formation, he confirmed that Windward Formation had been outside of his attack range. But Windward Formation had already cast a spell. Does that mean his cast range is 3 units more than mine? Cast range was an extremely valuable stat for mags. A greater cast range meant more distance. More distance meant more time to take the initiative, but in terms of cast range, his Leopold actually lost to Windward Formation. Didn't that mean Leopold's equipment was inferior to Windward Formation's? Impossible! Team Everlasting's Warlock player was dumbfounded. He didn't want to believe it. The equipment on these grassroots characters was actually better than the equipment that they had refined since their beginnings in the pro scene. The distance was a bit far, so he couldn't see Windward Formation's equipment. After Windward Formation used Chaotic Rain, he followed up with another attack. The corridor was narrow, so after a few consecutive curses, Leopold had nowhere left to run. Windward Formation had formed a curse arrow too. At this moment, if he didn't want to receive damage, he only one had choice: fight back. Team Everlasting's Warlock hastily made a move. Leopold also formed a curse arrow. This skill could be charged. The longer the charge time, the stronger it became. Windward Formation didn't seem to want to waste time though. He charged it for a bit and fired it. Team Everlasting's Warlock timed it well and determined that his charge time wasn't any shorter than Windward Formation's before firing his own arrow. The two curse arrows collided, passing through the corridor and landed in the water. That dark energy seemed to be splitting space itself. The resulting collision made it impossible for Team Everlasting's Warlock to see Windward Formation. A thought flashed through his mind and he immediately cast a new skill. Warlock skill, Death's Door. Leopold's cast range didn't allow for him to directly attack Windward Formation. However, Death's Door had its own attack range of 18 units, so he didn't need to place it directly on top of his opponent. Taking advantage of the chaotic explosion formed by the two curse arrows, he started casting this powerful skill to attack his opponent, but because of the difference in cast range and because of his position in the corner, he would only be able to take a beating, unable to return fire. This high-level skill was complex and had a long cast time. After Team Everlasting's player finished the appropriate actions, Leopold waved his staff and prepared the curse. Suddenly, he heard a bang. In front of him, a black revolving door came out from a tear in space. Dark energy spread as it revolved and grabbed Leopold. At this distance, it was too late to dodge. Leopold's own death's door was interrupted. He was grabbed by the dark energy and pulled into the door. The door engulfed him and Leopold's image turned faint. Death's door did instant burst damage. Not just Team Everlasting's Warlock, but when everyone in Team Everlasting saw his health, their faces turned pale. That damage was way too high. How many skill points did that Windward formation put into Death's door? The value in Death's door didn't lie in its high damage. For pro players, its AoE crowd control effects were more favorable. Even though there was only one target at this moment, the crowd control still existed. After being sucked into the door, Leopold could not be controlled. The collision between the two curse arrows had ended. The energy collision dissipated as Windward formation continued to wave his staff. Corrosion, Soul Strike, Soul Slice, Engulf, Surrender Life. Curses and attacks were released one after the other. Ever since Leopold had been grabbed by Death's door, the damage received never ceased. When the effects of Death's door ended, Leopold fell into the water. Splash! Chapter 8:12. Map Choice Joke. The water's surface never returned to its calm state. Windward formation's attacks didn't stop once, chasing Leopold into the water. The water would have some effect on both characters and skills, and the water battle training for pro plays was to help familiarize them with these effects. Team Everlasting's Warlock was hoping that he might get an opportunity to turn the tides upon falling into the water. He could use the experience he had with water battles to escape from the opponent's attacks, but he soon realized that his opponent's grasp of this was no worse than his own. No. It should be that it was even better. So falling into the water turned out to be a misfortune for Team Everlasting. With the movement speed he had currently, he didn't know if he would be able to escape from Windward formation's attack range. In the second round, Team Everlasting's sharpshooter tried to find 1-inch Ash and corner him in the water, but because he fell into an ambush of ghost boundaries from 1-inch Ash, he never managed to carry out his plan. Yet in this round, such a plan was completed by Wei Chen. Team Everlasting's Leopold didn't get another chance to return to the veranda, being continuously suppressed in the water by Windward formation. When he eventually returned to the surface, it was in the form of a corpse. Happy claimed victory once more in the third round. The spectating face slapper's speechlessness was evident. With this loss by Team Everlasting, they took quite a huge blow. This round was lost even more clearly than the second. In the last round, they could say that the sharpshooter had accidentally fell into his opponent's ambush, but for this round, the two warlocks fought head-to-head. Happy's victory showed off their players' experience and their advantage in equipment. Because Leopold hadn't gotten a chance to close in on Windward formation enough to check his equipment, Team Everlasting still had no idea what Windward formation had equipped. But from his increased cast range, it could be seen that Windward formation had better equipment than Leopold. If they had equipment that could increase cast range by 3 body units, they would have given it to Leopold from the start. They didn't have it, but Happy had. That was an advantage in equipment. Their home game advantage had long since been scrapped in the second round. Their belief in the superiority of their characters had taken a harsh blow in the third round, but this exchange only revealed how terrifying Windward formation's cast range was. His true advantage was something they had yet to experience. Windward formation's 49-20 skill points would be terrifying if put in the Pro League, but in Team Happy, this was a rather low number. Low enough that Wei Chen hesitated if he should use a different account or not. Don't lose hope now. On Team Everlasting's side, someone broke the silence of the training room. The one who spoke was Hien, their team leader. At the same time, he was also a part of the team. Wu Chen was their captain, true, but in their team there was also Hien. And he was team leader, having power over the captain. In the Glory Circle, team leader was an antique title, now known as club manager. This was a position that truly had power over the team. For captains, they actually only had the right to give advice, but most teams treasured the advice of their captain, making it seem as if the captain had the power to make decisions. However, it wasn't like that. If the manager decided to ignore the captain's advice entirely, that was perfectly okay. With one of the team members having such a position, Wu Chen's position as captain was a little awkward and his power within the team was limited. At a time like this, Wu Chen hadn't even spoken, being the captain, yet he took the role of leader to comfort everyone. This was because of his two positions. The situation was just out of our expectations, that's all. These inconsequential characters can only be hidden to temporarily give them an advantage once in the arena. He spoke so, but in reality, Happy had thoroughly shocked him, too. He obviously couldn't express his surprise either. He could only describe the situation as if these surprises were just some insignificant attempts to pull the advantage to their side. This way, his team members would be able to relax a little. Hian's words did as they intended to. Team Everlasting's members relaxed upon hearing them. Next up was the group competition. There was only a small pause between it and the individual competition, but their lineup had long since been decided and couldn't be changed. At the moment, the two players about to battle were both impatient to get on with it. In the stands, the face slappers weren't sure what to think. They had so much hope in Team Everlasting, but they somehow lost 2 matches in the individual competition. This made them want to rage at Team Everlasting. However, it was just an individual competition. There was still the group and team competitions. Maybe they should stay and watch a little longer. The arrogant face slappers were silenced by Happy's 2 victories. The public chat became much more normal as well. It was mostly the true fans of Team Everlasting giving them some encouragement. The group arena competition finally began, and the first participant of each team entered the stage. Team Happy, Battle Mage Soft Mist. Team Everlasting, Chi Master Heavenly Rage. As of late, Soft Mist was definitely the most well-known member of Happy and also the one the face slappers hated the most. The experts they had hope in all fell beneath Soft Mist's spear. And when the one person who could defeat Soft Mist appeared, she won back the match quickly. With victories and losses on both sides, they couldn't really say anything about that one defeat. But here, in the Challenger League, there were rules to these matches. If she lost this match, then they didn't have to worry about her winning it back, because she had no chance to do that here. Everyone could use this chance to say whatever they wished. Thinking of this, the silent face slappers became excited once more. Slowly, different voices rose from the crowd, all giving encouragement to Team Everlasting's Heavenly Rage. For a moment, it seemed like Heavenly Rage was a celebrity player, receiving the hopes of all the spectators. Entering the competitors' areas, loading the competition map. When the map was revealed, even the audience felt faint. It was still Riverside Veranda? It was hard for the face slappers to hold in their mockery. Since they wanted to see Team Happy humiliated, they were supporting Team Everlasting right now, but don't forget, not everyone was here to see Team Happy humiliated. In the audience, there were a neutral few who were just here out of curiosity, or even those who held hope in Team Happy. Though they weren't many, seeing Team Everlasting's never-changing choice of Riverside Veranda, why wouldn't they speak up against it? Taunting came from the crowd. Team Everlasting's choice was an embarrassment. There was nothing wrong with their original idea. Since there wouldn't be an overlap of characters in the individual and group competitions, they wanted to use the field advantage to its fullest. Though this map choice was a little utilitarian, they couldn't afford to be careless in the Challenger League. Unfortunately, despite choosing this map, Team Everlasting still lost 2 rounds during the individual competition. And in these 2 rounds, their losses were in part due to the map choice. Now, this choice of map was more like a joke. The audience's taunts were vicious, but they didn't understand that Team Everlasting hadn't thought it would turn out like this. It was too late now. Luckily, these taunts couldn't affect the characters who had entered the arena. From the start of the match, the characters fighting couldn't see the public chat and the private chats between characters would also be forbidden. This was made so that the players in the arena wouldn't get any outside help, with the audience having a bird's eye view and all. but there was no one there to enforce this with this online match in the Challenger League. If there was anyone giving the players information offline, no one would know. They couldn't even stop the dirty move of people getting others to play for them. With the rules announced, they hoped that people would act responsibly and follow them. If it was actually found that you weren't following the rules, then naturally that wouldn't be good for you. And even if you never got caught, you couldn't use these tricks throughout the entire league. You would get exposed as soon as you got to the offline matches. So there wouldn't be too much of an effect on the final results. The Alliance couldn't really do anything about it. With the current situation, they could only let it happen in these first rounds. In regards to this, Team Happy was very responsible. In the first match when Steamed Bun got lost, no one went up to help. Even for victory, everyone made sure it was a fair match. That was what it meant to be a good sport. As the countdown fell, the group competition officially started. With how often Soft Mist appeared before, the face slappers were very familiar with this character, to the point where they knew every piece of equipment she wore. But when Soft Mist entered the arena, the audience realized that they couldn't recognize her at all. Was this that Soft Mist? Her equipment had changed so much. The audience had noticed this change with Steamed Bun and Windward formation, too, but they only had a vague impression of these two characters, nothing like their understanding of Soft Mist. Now as Soft Mist stepped in, everyone immediately noticed that she was different from before. Team Everlasting had researched their opponents, but they didn't count on familiarity to judge the change in the character. They could tell from one look that Steamed Bun Invasion's equipment had changed, and so had Windward formations. It was just that Windward formation's victory made them realize it wasn't as they thought, it was more terrifying. Though Ian had said it was just a small trick to surprise them, Team Everlasting's members couldn't help but feel uneasy when seeing that Soft Mist had also undergone a massive change. Soft Mist's equipment wouldn't suddenly become very powerful, would it? Their worries were accurate. Out of all of them, Soft Mist's equipment had changed the most. Now, she was wearing 5 pieces of silver equipment. In the Pro League, this was nothing, but on this grassroots character, it was something most wouldn't dream to think about. Chapter 8:13. Air of a Professional. Battle Mage Soft Mist vs Chi Master Heavenly Rage. The first round of the group arena finally began. As Team Happy's most infamous character, how could Team Everlasting's Chi Master not be wary of Soft Mist? Especially after seeing the new set of equipment on Soft Mist. The shadow of Leopold's loss coiled around him. However, Heavenly Rage's opening move was very courageous. Although Chi Masters were fighters, their close combat skills weren't actually that outstanding. A Chi Master's skill kit consisted mostly of mid-range attacks, but they didn't have as long of a range as gunners. In any case, Chi Masters effectively had a longer range than battle mags. The first to make the first move should be the Chi Master. Many of the Chi Master skills were AoE attacks, which were especially a threat on Riverside Veranda, which had land and water. The land portion consisted of the veranda, so the space was already quite limited. For a class with lots of AoE like Chi Masters, it was easy to force the opponent into the water. Team Everlasting's main classes generally had this advantage. It was just that in the individual competition, the Launcher and Warlock weren't able to show this advantage. The Chi Master was wary of Soft Mist. He didn't dare give Soft Mist room to maneuver freely. As soon as Soft Mist stepped into his attack range, he launched his offense. Heavenly Rage rolled his palms and a Chi bullet shot out. Soft Mist easily dodged it. Heavenly Rage had already jumped into the air and pushed out with his 2 hands, AoE attack, Sky-Piercing Strike. A powerful stream of Chi burst out from Heavenly Rage's hands towards the veranda. The AoE coverage was extremely large. If Soft Mist continued to advance, the attack would certainly hit her. If she retreated backwards, she might just be able to escape, but to make this judgment, it would require her to have a very clear understanding of Heavenly Rage's first attack. How could the purpose of a simple Chi bullet just be to deal some damage? Of course not. That attack was only to restrict his opponent. It wasn't to restrict Soft Mist's movements, but to distract the player controlling Soft Mist. The purpose of the chi bullet was to hinder Tang Ru from noticing his sky-piercing strike. By the time she noticed this attack, it would be too late for her to dodge. This was a fairly simple trick. Even normal players understood that in PvP, it was best to keep the opponent in your line of sight so that you could observe the opponent's movements. However, this chi bullet wasn't enough to fluster Tang Ru and cause her to look away from her opponent's movements. To put it plainly, this attack was a way for the chi master to probe out her skill. To his surprise, such a shallow method was actually going to work. Soft Mist seemed to misjudge the AoE coverage of the skill and continued to rush forward. In this case, sky-piercing strike would undoubtedly hit Soft Mist. Pulling off such a simple maneuver caught him unprepared. His original plan was to follow up with another attack, after Soft Mist avoided this one, but the opponent was actually going to be hit, so he had to change up his plans. Sky-piercing strike covered that stretch of the veranda. The surrounding water rippled intensely from the shockwave. After being hit by this attack, Soft Mist immediately rolled. She rolled so quickly and unexpectedly that Heavenly Rage following 2 attacks actually missed. Soft Mist leaped up and stepped onto the railing on the edges of the veranda. She jumped again directly over the water and landed on the stretch on the other side. In the blink of an eye, Soft Mist and Heavenly Rage now stood on the same stretch of the veranda. The Chi Master was startled. Soft Mist didn't misjudge that sky-piercing strike. Rather, she intentionally didn't dodge it. She used the shockwave from the attack to give her a speed boost. Her roll then put her at a distance, where she could jump over the water and stand in the same line as Heavenly Rage. The Chi Master didn't dare let Soft Mist get close. Chi rippled from Heavenly Rage, who gathered that Chi into a fist. He punched and the Chi transformed into a dragon. Chi Master skill of Dragon Wave. The dragon could be controlled by the player. After sending out the Chi Dragon, the player could freely change its direction. Apart from attacking the opponent, it could be used to hit the user or a teammate. When it hit the user or the teammate, Dragon Wave wouldn't deal damage. Instead, it would give a buff that increased the target's fighting strength. Right now, the Chi Master wasn't planning on eating this Chi Dragon for himself. He threw it directly at Soft Mist. Soft Mist lifted her spear, which glinted with cold light. Dust swept off her feet as she headed straight for Heavenly Rage. Dragon breaks the ranks. Soft Mist didn't dodge. She actually decided to contest with Dragon Wave head-on. That's completely unreasonable. Team Everlasting's Chi Master thought to himself at this moment. Not dodging Dragon Wave was too crazy. Dragon Wave did not only deal damage. When it hit the opponent, it would also weaken the opponent's attack power and attack speed. Yes, the instant that Dragon Wave struck Soft Mist, the debuff was applied. However, Dragon Breaks the Ranks continued to head towards him. Heavenly Rage immediately sprinted away. After being hit by Dragon Wave, the might and speed of Dragon Breaks the Ranks fell significantly. Heavenly Rage immediately jumped twice just outside of its range. At this moment, Soft Mist didn't stop attack. Her spear suddenly grew in length, transforming into a dragon that pounced towards Heavenly Rage. Rising Dragon soars the sky. After Dragon Breaks the Ranks, she connected it with another high-level skill, Rising Dragon soars the sky. There didn't seem to be a pause at all. What type of hand speed was that? How did she time that? The instant Dragon Breaks the Ranks completed, she had to also complete the actions required for Rising Dragon soars the sky in order to connect those 2 attacks seamlessly. If she completed the action slightly late, it would have come out later. If she was slightly early, the attack wouldn't come out unless she cancelled Dragon Breaks the Rank first. Not bad. Even Yishio was impressed by it. He obviously wasn't surprised at the difficulty of the maneuver. Rather, it was clear progress for Tang Ru. Yishio never had any doubts about Tang Ru's hand speed. Her biggest obstacle was turning her absolute hand speed into effective hand speed as well as working on her precision and timing. Soft Mist had just obtained a complete new set of equipment. Her stats were vastly different, and she only had a day to familiarize herself with it. And after being hit by Dragon Wave, her stats changed again, yet Tang Ru was still able to grasp the timing and pull this combo off. If this wasn't just luck, then Tang Ru's sensitivity towards her character and mastery over her class had reached new heights. At such a distance, even with the debuff from Dragon Wave, Heavenly Rage could not dodge this attack. Just when everyone could already picture the explosion from Rising Dragon Soars the Sky, the attack suddenly stopped. Force cancel! Only Tang Ru could stop the skill. After being devoured by Rising Dragon Soars the Sky and left in the air, even Heavenly Rage had a hard time believing it when he saw Soft Mist retract her spear. What's going on? Chenghua was dumbfounded. She thought Soft Mist had made an error. However, Rising Dragon Soars the Sky had perfectly hit her opponent. What could she be doing to accidentally cancel her attack? She had been too worried. She looked over at Yi Xiao, who was still smiling. His expression was filled with happiness. Rising Dragon was cancelled, but Soft Mist didn't stop attacking. Under Dragon Wave's debuff, Soft Mist stepped forward. She struck out with Sky Strike to knock Heavenly Rage even higher into the air. Then, Tyrant's Destruction, Double Stab, Sky Strike, Chasers. Chenghua finally understood. Rising Dragon Soars the Sky had a long ending lag. For Soft Mist, she wouldn't be able to connect any other attacks after using it. As a result, she abandoned Rising Dragon and cancelled it. Even though she would lose a large portion of the damage from it, she could still utilize this skill's grab effect to restrict Heavenly Rage. The following combo clearly allowed her to deal more damage than the loss from Rising Dragon. Moreover, she also maintained her advantage after using the combo, while getting rid of the Dragon Wave debuff. If she had completed Rising Dragon, it would have certainly felt good, but she would not have been able to do anything more. Her battle with Heavenly Rage would reset, but she would also have the debuff from Dragon Wave. In just an instant, Tang Ru instantly determined that it was better not to finish Rising Dragon and cancelled the skill. Chenghua realized that Tang Ru was becoming more and more like a pro player. Her decision-making had already surpassed her understanding. Amazing! Seeing Tang Ru, Chenghua couldn't help but be envious. She also wanted to be god at glory. Unfortunately for her, that wasn't a possibility. She could only place her hopes and dreams onto the team. Seeing Tang Ru's growth, she could also appreciate Yi Xiao's joy. We have to win. Chenghua clenched her fists. She really wanted to see these people and their characters stand on stage. No. She wanted to see them as champions. Chapter 8:14. Team Everlasting's Ace. The improvement of Tang Ru's technical ability and her judgment of making a trade-off between the damage from a powerful move and the opportunity to gain the upper hand all displayed the air of a professional. Never mind Team Everlasting, even Yi Xiao was surprised at Tang Ru's decision-making. The players' moods had changed by now. Soft Mist was as resolute as ever, but Team Everlasting's Heavenly Rage was starting to feel the pressure. A high-end move like Vanishing Step wasn't something that Tang Ru could use, but even with a normal juggle, Team Everlasting's Chi Master failed to regain the advantage twice. After their belief in having field and character advantage was shattered, their belief in their player superiority had finally been shattered as well. Eventually, Heavenly Rage managed to grasp the third chance to escape from the juggle. But he was still in a disadvantageous position. Soft Mist's attacks were unrelenting, not giving Heavenly Rage a chance to struggle free. In the exchange, the health of both sides were continuously decreasing, but it was obvious that Heavenly Rage's health was falling faster. He managed to find a few chances to counterattack and deal some damage to Soft Mist, but it wasn't much. His counterattacks had no effect on the overall situation, and that was probably why his opponent wasn't very concerned about them. Team Everlasting's player became more and more impatient, unable to calm himself as the battle progressed. Eventually, he left an opening that Tang Ru mercilessly exploited, using a combo that blasted him against one of the pillars of the veranda. Absolute advantage! But she didn't let her guard down. Soft Mist's fierce offense never wavered throughout the battle, even when her victory was certain, she didn't show a hint of faltering. Heavenly Rage finally fell. Defeat wasn't a result that they couldn't accept. The problem was that Soft Mist had only lost less than a fourth of her health in this match. There seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between the two players. Was it really unbridgeable? Not necessarily. Skill was an intangible concept, unlike health which could be calculated. The difference in health of the two didn't necessarily represent the difference in skill, but it revealed the difference in performance during the match. This difference silenced all the spectating face-slappers once more. They had no chance to unleash their mockery ever since the second individual competition. Holding it in for so long was painful. And now, Soft Mist was gearing up to face her second opponent, Team Everlasting's Elementalist, in the group arena with more than 3/4 of her health left. If she lost this match, how would they be able to mock her? They had to think carefully about what to say. After all, she had already beaten one opponent, losing to the second wasn't uncommon. Yet, before they could think of how to mock her, the situation on the battlefield was already becoming clear. Soft Mist somehow still had the advantage. She wouldn't win again, would she? Everyone looked on with shock. Team Everlasting had sent out an Elementalist, which Soft Mist had already managed to close in on. Compared to Chi Masters, Elementalists were garbage at close combat. Now, his health was draining away like someone had pulled the plug on it. When he finally managed to shake her loose, his health was already at the same level as Soft Mist's. He had entered the arena with a 25% health advantage, and now that advantage had vanished. Though he managed to escape from an undesirable situation, he didn't get any chance to rest. Soft Mist charged fiercely towards him. Two mage classes with very different styles clashed. First, the Elementalist would kite the Battle Mage around, chipping at her health, then the Battle Mage would close in and tear through the Elementalist with her close combat advantage. But this time, the Elementalist didn't manage to find another chance to escape from her grasp. Erupting with a final round of vicious attacks, Soft Mist defeated the Elementalist with a fifth of her health to spare, and geared up to face Team Everlasting's third player. The spectators had nothing to say, but those who had hope and supported Happy started to cheer wildly. At first, they wouldn't dare discard their composure for this. Though they thought Team Happy was interesting, and wanted to see what they could do, they were like the face slappers, not believing that Team Happy truly had the power to go up against Team Excellent Era. This was undebatable. Never mind outsiders, even those within Team Happy, Yi Xiao and Wei Chen and the others, they admitted it. If they really faced off against Team Excellent Era the way they were now, their chances were extremely low. These people also had some misgivings about Team Happy's strength and hadn't formed much of an attachment to Team Happy, so they had to be careful with their support. They wouldn't publicly yell and cheer about it, because there were a bunch of spectators just waiting to see Happy humiliated. This small section of supporters lacked confidence and couldn't tie themselves to Happy's name. They didn't want their support to be treated like a joke if Team Happy actually lost. But now, Soft Mist had consecutively beat down two people and entered the third match with 1/5 of her health remaining. This sort of advantage was very hard to turn around. Seeing a definite victory for Team Happy, these supporters finally dared to express their passion and energy, cheering encouragements for Team Happy. This support was even more disgusting than eating a fly to the face slappers, but they had no way of retorting. Team Everlasting's last player would have to beat Tang Ru and then win against another 2 consecutive matches in order to take back the group competition. There was no need to elaborate on how hard that would be. Team Everlasting's mood was even worse. What the hell is this? Heian, who remained calm upon losing 2 individual competitions, could no longer stay quiet after 2 people were beaten by Soft Mist. He could accept 1 defeat, but having 1 player beat 2 of theirs was a major loss that he couldn't take. The Chi Master and Elementalist that lost these 2 rounds hung their heads in shame, feeling disheartened. Hearing Heian's words, the Chi Master raised his head, opening his mouth to speak, but then heard Heian continuing. Is this Soft Mist really that strong? The Elementalist player also raised his head, but stayed silent after exchanging a glance with the Chi Master player. Heian didn't continue to speak because he had to prepare for battle. Team Everlasting's core character, Spellblade Go Forth, was currently Heian's character. That meant Heian's position in the team wasn't just as an ordinary team member, but as Team Everlasting's ace. With his character now in the arena, Ian didn't have the time to lecture the two players who had been defeated. He had to go back and turn the tides, as the ace player. 1 versus 3? Ian sneered. It was probable that the only one who believed that Team Everlasting could win back the group arena was himself. Because the tide of the match was now in his complete control and he had utter confidence in himself. The superiority he displayed at that time wasn't baseless. Speaking of strength, he, the player who was also the manager, was the best in the current Team Everlasting. As their core player, his character naturally possessed the best equipment as well. Go Forth had 8 pieces of silver equipment. Team Everlasting only had 32 pieces of silver equipment in total, and 10 characters. Among them, their ace Go Forth possessed 1/4 of their silver equipment. Maybe it was because of this treatment that this character became the ace, or maybe it was because this character became the ace that it received such treatment. Either way, it was a positive loop. Go Forth was Team Everlasting's strongest character, and they had never abandoned this core character even after being eliminated from the Pro League. His character was immensely powerful and he had confidence in himself. 1 versus 3? That was exactly what Ian thought to do. Go Forth appeared in one of the corners of Riverside Veranda. 3, 2, 1, match begin. Despite having only 1/5 of her health left, Soft Mist was as direct as ever. As soon as the countdown was over, she was already streaking down the path she took in both the previous rounds. As for Go Forth, he immediately turned and jumped into the water upon the fall of the countdown. Home game advantage? Character advantage? Player superiority? All of Team Everlasting's advantages seemed to have been shattered by Happy, but now Ian was planning to reinstate them and show everyone that Happy was nothing but cannon fodder compared to Team Everlasting. Being different from the others, Ian's choice of action made Tang Ru's charge lose meaning. With the current distance between them, she had no idea where Ian's Go Forth was. She could only slow down, carefully keeping an eye on her surroundings as she advanced. Tang Ru didn't impatiently try to find her opponent, she had to make sure her character was safe first. But having scoured half the map, Tang Ru still didn't find her target. If it wasn't for the omniscient view the spectators had, this sort of running and hiding would be boring, but with their omniscient view, the spectators knew that Go Forth was settled under a part of the veranda. If Tang Ru only kept notice of the water's surface while on the veranda, she wouldn't be able to find him unless she entered the water as well. Tang Ru didn't seem to have such plans. Soft Mist was still moving along the veranda, but step by step, she entered Go Forth's attack range. Ian was patient and didn't press on the moment Soft Mist came into range. A little closer, just a little closer? Seeing the distance between them become more appropriate, the silver weapon in Go Forth's hand, Aqua Lightning Lightsaber, began to flash. The Spellblade's signature move, Wave Formation, activate. Chapter 8:15. The careful Ian Electric Wave Formation. The skill activated silently, and by the time Tang Ru noticed, the electric wave formation's ball of lightning had already formed. The area within 15 units of it was filled with sparks. When the skill was activated, Soft Mist was electrocuted once. It was unavoidable. Tang Ru hastily had her character step out of range. With only 1/5 of her health left, she didn't dare delay. Soft Mist attempted to charge out of the electric wave formation through the shortest route. But who knew that this was exactly what Ian wanted? From where Go Forth was settled, he could see half of Soft Mist's figure, but this was more than enough. The second formation was sent out, but this time it was an ice wave formation. The two formations overlapped, trapping Soft Mist within them. Seeing this, Tang Ru realized that her opponent had been prepared for this and could see Soft Mist's movements. No matter how she tried to escape, she would probably be incapable of shaking him off. Making a decision, she jumped up resolutely and dived for the water next to the veranda. Tang Ru displayed her usual brave decisiveness. By jumping into the water, she immediately saw Go Forth, who had settled under the veranda. Without a moment's hesitation, she charged forth with a Dragon Breaks the Ranks. The flow of water split into two around Soft Mist. In the water, the charge speed of Dragon Breaks the Ranks was greatly reduced, but the drag force from the water affected everything. Even though attacks were slowed, dodging was also slowed. Heian was prepared for this as well. With a swing of Aqua Lightning Lightsaber, a strike of Chilling Sword Pulse was sent out. Shards of ice shot off from the blade, as if dispersed by the flow of the water, but anyone who understood the settings in Glory would know that water did have some effect on the power of skills, especially for fire, which was at a major disadvantage in water. On the other hand, ice-type damage wasn't just unaffected by the water but was actually strengthened by it. This Chilling Sword Pulse looked like it had been scattered by the water, but actually its range had been silently expanded. It didn't look like much, but its power was immense. The reinforced Chilling Sword Pulse met the charging Soft Mist and swept over her. A hit! Soft Mist's movement speed was slowed even further by Chilling Sword Pulse. Heian's Go Forth had already left his original position, already preparing a new attack to unleash on the approaching Soft Mist. Of course, Tang Ru knew that the situation wasn't looking good for her, but didn't cancel Dragon Breaks the Ranks. With the distance between her and Go Forth, there weren't any attack that she could hit. If she stopped now, she still had to close in on Go Forth. That wasn't as efficient as if she just used this Dragon Breaks the Ranks as a way to increase her movement speed. Tang Ru's choice was obviously made out of having no other choice. She was at a major disadvantage, and Heian had this situation entirely under his own control. If it wasn't for having another two opponents to face later on, Heian would have just charged forwards to go head-to-head with Soft Mist and diminish what remaining health she possessed. Here, Heian chose a safer method, deciding not to face Soft Mist head-on, keeping his distance and slowly dragging it out. This was the worst kind of style for Tang Ru. Soft Mist only had a fifth of her health starting out in this round, and then she had been ambushed too. She was already at red blood, how could she afford to drag this out? On the other hand, if they went head-to-head, she might not win, but she could at least take out some of her opponent's life. Unfortunately, Heian was very cunning, not giving her such a chance. Slowly chipping away at Soft Mist's health in the water, he used the Spellblade's slight advantage in attack range to chip her to death. That wasn't so bad. After he won, Heian turned to joke with the other members of Team Everlasting. The continuous losses had reduced Team Everlasting's morale to ice. And for this victory, no matter how he went to describe it, he had only won against an opponent with 1/5 of her health left. There wasn't enough meaning to it. That's why Heian had to appear as if it took him nothing to do. The more it seemed like an easy victory, the better it would boost morale. It was unfortunate that after defeating this opponent who only had a fifth of her health, Happy still had two players who hadn't gone up yet. Being at such a disadvantage, Team Everlasting couldn't avoid feeling uneasy. The Challengers League was far too cruel. It was possible that a single loss here could cut this year short for Team Everlasting. Who could relax with Heian's reassurance when thinking of this? This was all Heian could accomplish for now. He needed a real and valuable victory to bring hope back to his teammates. The second round of the group arena started shortly. Team Happy's second player was the launcher chasing Haze. No matter who it was, Heian didn't dare to let down his guard. As soon as the countdown 3, 2, 1 was over, his Go Forth turned and dived into the water once more. Launchers had an absolute attack range advantage. When facing head-to-head, the launcher always attacked first. By the time you got into attacking range, you would have already received quite some damage. If your charge wasn't successful, the damage you took would be more than just a little. If this was an individual competition, Heian wouldn't be afraid of charging forward, but they were fighting the group competition right now. After chasing Haze, there was still another opponent that he had to fight. So, like last time with Soft Mist, he decided to use a careful method. How could Heian guess that his opponent was actually much more nervous than he was? In the first 3 seconds of the match, Chen Guo was close to entering a space where she couldn't even tell where her fingers were. Her mind was entirely blank. There were things moving in front of her eyes, but her brain seemed unable to receive these signals sent by her eyes. Chen Guo was completely unprepared. Yishio actually pushed her into the lineup. He had never discussed this with her beforehand. And to think that Chen Guo was unhappy that Yishio saw her as a stopgap for the number of members in their team. Now that she was sent to the battlefield as an official player, Chen Guo realized she would rather be a stopgap. The pressure of being in the arena far overwhelmed her expectations. Thinking of what the results of this match could mean for them made Chen Guo terrified. In her mind, she couldn't possibly win. The opponent was a pro player, the character was the ace of a pro team. As for her? Even with the Heavenly Domain challenge, she had help from Tang Ru to pass. From this angle, she wasn't even as good as Concealed Light. Concealed Light had at least completed the Heavenly Domain challenge on his own. Nervous, she was so nervous. From the beginning of the match, she hadn't had a moment of calm. When she came back to herself, she realized the match had started and her opponent was nowhere to be seen. This made her even more nervous. When did the match start? Where'd he go? Chen Guo yelped in surprise like she would when playing the typical in-game arena matches. Everyone looked at her with serious expressions, but no one answered. Chen Guo snapped back to reality. This was a competition, it might be online and there might be no one watching them, but this was a real alliance-organized competition. Chen Guo tried to calm herself down. She couldn't see the opponent, but of course he couldn't be outside of the map. He must have gone underwater again. This was how this guy dealt with Tang Ru in the last round. The memory was fresh in her mind, and she even thought scornfully about the opponent's dirty tricks. However, Hien couldn't hear her, so all she did was make Xiao Yifan feel awkward. Hien's plan in the last round was rather akin to how he had won his individual match. Chen Guo didn't get the chance to make any more scornful comments, seeing how the character for the second round was just revealed to be her Chasing Haze. Surprise! Seeing the smile on Yi Xiu's face, Chen Guo was frustrated. Was this really the time to joke around? Letting her into the arena, was that really a responsible thing to do? But before she could yell, Yi Xiu's smile disappeared, saying to her, "Good luck. Even if you lose, it's okay, you have me at your back." You? Chen Guo was still quite displeased, but she couldn't say anything. The lineup couldn't be changed, after all. She rushed to take up the position. Yet as soon as it started, she was besieged by her nerves. Even telling herself that Yi Xiu was there to hold fort didn't work. Now, Chen Guo had finally gotten into her competitive mood. It was just that Hien's Go Forth had dived into the water, leaving her helpless. With her skill, she didn't dare jump into the water to fight him. She could only wander the veranda, occasionally firing a few shots into the water, hoping to find a hint of Go Forth. Hien still didn't let Go Forth close in and found an appropriate position to hide and watch Chasing Haze's movements on the veranda. Hien still hadn't figured out the depth of Happy's skill, so he planned to observe the opponent before making any moves. He would be able to figure out his opponent's vague skill level from seeing what moves his opponent made. Yet as Chen Guo started to shoot at the water, it seemed like a fair choice to make, but Chen Guo's blasts were completely chaotic. Like in the second individual match, Team Everlasting's sharpshooter attempted to force Xiao Yifan's 1-inch from the water, but his attacks had a method to it. He had made estimations on 1-inch Ash's position, range and distance, but for Chen Guo, it was just wherever Chasing Haze walked, she would blast, no calculations, no judgments. Is she pretending to be dumb to bait me? Hien was very much on guard, even when seeing Chen Guo's clumsy technique, he didn't make a move. He observed for a while longer, until Chasing Haze had walked more or less on top of his Go Forth. She still fired a shot to the left, a shot to the right and moved on. Hien finally confirmed that this person wasn't playing dumb, she was actually dumb. So, after Chasing Haze walked by, Hien attacked at once. Multiple wave formations were thrown out and Chasing Haze looked wildly around before finally finding Go Forth's position, but her lack of technique had already been witnessed by Hien. He wasn't afraid at all to have Go Forth jump out of the water to exchange blows with Chasing Haze. The situation was extremely one-sided. When Chasing Haze fell, Hien's Go Forth had only lost a sliver of his life. That meant he had managed to get to the deciding match in near-perfect shape. The audience was bubbling with excitement, and so were Team Everlasting's players. Chapter 8:16. Too naive. Reverse sweep. At this moment, whether it was in the spectator chat or Team Everlasting's practice room, these two words were mentioned the most. The second most mentioned words added an adjective to it: super reverse sweep. In a 1v3 situation, Ian actually managed to beat two opponents in a row and entered the final deciding match with nearly full health. Such a turnaround filled the audience with anticipation. Team Everlasting had been half dead. As the second opponent was triumphed over, each and every player's morale started to revive. When Ian nearly obtained a perfect victory over Chasing Haze, silence filled the practice room for 2 seconds, before the players erupted into cheers. Everyone was standing around Ian, pushing and shoving each other. If they didn't know that one more match still needed to be played, they might have started lifting Ian up into the air. Ian obviously had to show confidence and give off a feeling of superiority at this moment. Apart from that, the victory already said everything. Their current situation said everything. He didn't need to give any words of encouragement. The players of Team Everlasting had already come back to life. Next up, if he could win this deciding match, Team Everlasting's morale would be at its peak for the team competition. Morale cannot be underestimated. Morale represented the player's mental state. Having high morale made it easier for the player to play to the best of his or her ability. After all, a player was a person, not a robot. A player's mental state decided how well a player performed. Ian was very satisfied with the morale of the team right now. Moreover, he was certain that after having a huge lead reduced to nothing, Team Happy's morale must be very low. The two sides were on nearly even ground coming into the deciding match. If it had to be said, in terms of health, Ian had lost a bit. However, in terms of the overall situation, Ian felt that their Team Everlasting had the advantage. The pressure from a reverse sweep was terrifying. Just look at the countless spectators spamming the chat. Everyone was looking forward to this scene. Ian was too busy to think too much. After a short break, the deciding match began. On Team Happy's side, the character that should have originally been paid attention to the most, but had been hiding the entire time appeared, Lord Grim. Ian wasn't surprised about this arrangement. Lord Grim had always been seen as Team Happy's core. This was undoubtedly Ichio's character. Even though the media reported that the person who registered Lord Grim wasn't Ichio. However, when Ian paid a visit to Happy Internet Cafe, he personally saw Ichio at Happy. If the player behind Lord Grim wasn't Ichio, who could he be? The Challenger League had this type of loophole. Ian could only look at things from a worst-case scenario standpoint. He thought his confidence was unbreakable, but when he thought about having to face Ichio, the king of a past era, the innovator of countless techniques, and the glory textbook, Ian suddenly felt the sweat dripping his 2 hands. Ian grabbed the towel on the table and dried his 2 hands. There was no time for him to adjust his mental state. The stage came into view. 3, 2, 1, and the match began. Ian put down the towel and took a deep breath. No matter who his opponent, victory was his only path. It was only path for Team Everlasting too. Team Everlasting had failed to pass through the Challenger League last year. A year without the Pro League naturally led to losses. Another year of losses would be needed again. The team's ace player, Ian, also had to be the club's manager. It was evidence of Team Everlasting being in difficult financial straits. If they couldn't return to the Pro League this year, the team might not last for another year. Let alone being able to support high salaries for the players, anyone worthy of a high salary would not continue playing for Team Everlasting. The team would need to sell characters, equipment, and materials to survive. In that case, the team would definitely weaken, making it even harder to get through the Challenger League. Many relegated teams fell into this vicious cycle until they disbanded. I can't lose. Ian reminded himself once again. He had originally considered himself invincible, but after thinking that Lord Grim might be Ichio, his confidence wavered. He couldn't help but remind himself. The spectator chat was as lively as ever. The face slappers resurrected just like Team Everlasting. This scene was simply too exciting. Team Happy had a huge lead, but they lost it all. Moreover, Team Everlasting's character had barely lost any health. He had the momentum from winning 2 matches in a row and had high morale, but team happy? They were probably too nervous to even move. The crowd jeered loudly. However, their remarks could no longer be seen by the two sides playing. My opponent is Yi Chio. Unable to get rid of this thought, Heian was unable to play boldly. He repeated his old strategy and started by directly entering the water. He slowly swam towards a section and found a hiding spot. It was obviously different from the hiding spots from the other 2 matches. Heian once again began observing his opponent. But he couldn't find him. With the water and the veranda, his line of sight was naturally limited. Within this limited space, Heian couldn't find any traces of his opponent. He patiently waited for a while, but still didn't see Lord Grimm. He finally felt like something wasn't right. If Lord Grimm was Yi Chio, then he shouldn't be afraid of a battle in the water, so he might have gone into the water too. Could he be moving closer to me? Heian thought and hastily dove into the water. After looking 360 degrees around him, he still didn't see anything. Where is he? Heian suddenly panicked. This situation was completely outside of his expectations. Could he just be standing at his original position? Heian had his character switch positions. From a new perspective, he looked at Lord Grimm's starting position. No, Lord Grimm hadn't remained there. He had moved, but Heian didn't know where. 2 choices. Take the initiative to search for Lord Grimm, or continue hiding there and wait for Lord Grimm to find him. After a moment of hesitation, Heian decided to choose the safer option and quietly hid there, waiting for Lord Grimm to enter his attack range, but considering his opponent's skill, he didn't dare look only in one direction. Above the water, under the water, front, back, left, right, he didn't stop looking around. Even so, Heian still didn't see Lord Grimm. His heart was beating madly. What's going on? Above the water, under the water, front, back, left, right. He kept scouting around. He was starting to get tired. He suddenly began to regret choosing this map. Wasn't he causing himself trouble? If he had chosen a simpler map, he wouldn't be in this type of situation. Heian was sighing with sorrow when he suddenly caught himself. I'm actually complaining about the map. This would mean that this map was giving him trouble, putting him at a disadvantage. The map might have already been taken advantage of by the opponent. Heian's reaction was quick. Under this situation, he needed to switch strategies. He had already fallen into his opponent's trap. Even though neither side could see each other, this was an attack in and of itself. The attack wasn't physical, but mental. Heian was currently feeling troubled, making him the one affected by the attack. Heian swam underneath the veranda. He was just about to go back onto the veranda before making his next step, when he suddenly heard a shout, "He's on top!" Heian was startled. His character immediately turned. He saw Lord Grimm's spear come down with a circle swing. Like a fish being hooked, he was dragged out. The shout had obviously come from a Team Everlasting player. They were in spectator mode and could look at the match from any perspective. Heian's trouble and confusion could clearly be seen by them. Lord Grimm kept moving, but not completely underwater or on the veranda. He did both, making it difficult to understand his intent. Then, everyone discovered that Lord Grimm was coming and closer to Heian, while Heian was looking around without a clue. Heian didn't seem to be faking it. Everyone now understood that Lord Grimm's strange pathing was to hide in Heian's blind spots. Could he have guessed his hiding place? Or was he also going to blind spots for all possible hiding spots? They couldn't tell, but they knew that Lord Grimm had quietly snuck up above Heian. On the other hand, Heian was still looking below the water, above the water, and searching around left and right. The crowd had already started shouting it out, but Heian couldn't see any of it. The players on Team Everlasting could obviously warn him, but they maintained their competitive integrity. They were bitterly conflicted. Finally, Heian naively swam out from below that veranda, not knowing that his opponent was already waiting for him with his spear out. Someone on Team Everlasting abandoned his competitive integrity and gave a warning. But it was too late. Dodging an attack from land while in the water wasn't an easy task. Even more so against someone as skilled as Yi Xiao. Ian was dragged onto the veranda. Lord Grimm stepped down and shot him in the head a few times. Sharpshooter skill, Punisher. The same map. The same strategy. How naive. In the match public chat, a message from Lord Grimm appeared. Chapter 8:17. Never before seen combo. How could Ian have the time to start trash talking with Yi Xiao? Once the Punisher ended, he hastily took the chance to make go forth roll, but Lord Grimm's movements were as quick as ever, striking down with a berserker's collapsing mountain. The curled-up go forth was instantly struck flat to the ground. Dodging wasn't enough. Knowing that Lord Grimm was a critical member of the opposing team, Team Everlasting would naturally do their research on the unspecialized class. Unspecialized characters only had low-level skills. Compared to high-level skills, they had lower damage, but they activated quickly, had little ending lag, and low cooldown times. And to think an unspecialized character had 120 of these skills, there were too much variations for combinations. Even more importantly, the tactics for unspecialized characters in the Glory Circle were unknown. Unspecialized characters had long been eliminated. Who would go and research what combinations could be performed with the low-level skills of all 24 classes? Even though Team Everlasting put effort into researching, they didn't have that sort of time. They hadn't managed to make much progress yet. Lord Grimm had approached Ian without notice. He had gained the upper hand with a successful sneak attack, but this wasn't enough to grasp victory. Whether he could keep this advantage in the following fight depended on the skill of the players. But now, Go Forth had been beaten into the ground. Was there really any need to consider their skill levels any further? Ian now had a basic understanding of this unknown unspecialized. He couldn't make accurate judgments because he lacked experience, so dodging wasn't enough. What about parrying? Ian glued his gaze on Lord Grimm's attacking hand, preparing to parry. Then Lord Grimm raised his strange weapon and he made a circle with it. Ian didn't have the time to figure out what attack was being made. Seeing how the weapon started to swing, he hurriedly struck out with his sword in a parry, but Lord Grimm's weapon drew a circle in the air and then made no more moves. Ian paused in surprise. His parry was only half finished. Now that his opponent wasn't pressing forward anymore, then, should he turn his parry into an attack? As the thought passed through his mind, Go Forth involuntarily slipped backwards and then his feet left the ground. This is... Ian was shocked, and then he realized that the circle Lord Grimm drew was an elemental power. The elementalist's knock-up skill. Ian wanted to cry. This was the problem with facing an unspecialized. Even if you tried to prepare yourself, even if their skill had been activated, your brain might not be able to catch up. Did Ian not recognize this elementalist's knock-up skill? Of course not. The point was that the unspecialized skill tree wasn't something he was used to. Against any of the other classes, Ian would be able to subconsciously list out all of their skills. This was a habit of any experienced pro player and didn't require any extra effort on their part, but now, facing an unspecialized, it was something he had to consciously do, reducing his reaction speed by a little. But just this little bit had a decisive effect. Having been caught by elemental power, Go Forth was now airborne. Lord Grimm slid over, his 1000-chance umbrella swinging up as a spear and reinforcing the effects of elemental power with a sky strike. Go Forth was knocked even higher. Then, the spear shrunk back, and the point of the umbrella opened up to reveal the dark holes of the muzzle of his gun. Bullets swept out and across without hesitation. The launcher's Gatling gun technique pushed Go Forth even higher than he already was, making him spin uncontrollably in mid-air. This really didn't do much damage. Seeing Go Forth's health fall, Ian had this sort of experience. Though Lord Grimm borrowed quite a few pieces of equipment from Heavenly Swords, Go Forth's equipment was still better. And the equipment that DPS depended most on, Lord Grimm's Myriad Manifestations umbrella, was still in the midst of leveling up. Calm down. Unspecialized characters don't deal very high damage, I can still find plenty of chances. Ian hurriedly reassured himself. His palms were all sweaty by now, but how could he have the time to go and wipe them? Not a single one was wasted with Gatling gun's hail of bullets, all hitting Go Forth. Finally free from his uncontrollable spin, Go Forth started to freefall. Lord Grim had already taken steps to charge over. He hastily adjusted Go Forth's position, preparing to sneak in an attack before anything could happen and hopefully turn the situation around. But he raised his sword. Where was his target? He looked around. Lord Grim had somehow taken that moment to disappear. Under you. Uncaring for the rules and having already broken them once, the members of Team Everlasting didn't hesitate to help Ian again. Lord Grim was currently right under Go Forth, waiting for him to fall. Under him? Ian quickly looked that but he still couldn't see anything. Ian then had a realization. Vanishing Step, this was Vanishing Step. Never mind Ian, even all-stars wouldn't dare say they could perform such a high-skill technique so well without a certain amount of experience and awareness. Yi Chio, this guy must be Yi Chio. Ian felt unbalanced. If his opponent really was Yi Chio, then that was cheating. They should lose the right to participate, their character should be sealed, but the problem was, could he prove it? With just Vanishing Step, he couldn't prove anything. This move did have incredible technical difficulty, but it was one that every pro player was working toward. Even Ian would attempt to accomplish Vanishing Step when he managed to knock up an opponent. It was just that he wouldn't always be able to perform it accurately, but he could occasionally succeed. Yi Chio could definitely perform Vanishing Step, but it wasn't an if and only if situation where whoever could perform Vanishing Step was definitely Yi Chio. Ian was frustrated at his opponent finding someone to fight on their behalf, but had forgotten that his teammates gave him outside help, which also violated the rules. Ian knew that picking at these details would do nothing to help him. There was a way to deal with Vanishing Step, but for such a terrifyingly powerful technique, it would naturally be difficult to deal with. If it was easy to deal with, then the practicality of such a technically demanding move would be questioned. Ian had no confidence that he could deal with this move directly. Eventually, Go Forth unsheathed his sword and swung out with a falling light blade. Ian couldn't determine Lord Grim's exact position, so this used falling light blade seemed rather dumb, like he was struggling mindlessly, trying to escape, but since falling light blade created a small shockwave upon hitting the ground, he might get lucky and deal some damage. Everyone else could see that with this falling light blade from Go Forth, he really did go forth. Coming down at this angle, his back became perfectly exposed to Lord Grim. As for Lord Grim, he had his palm raised for quite a while. It wasn't posing, but charging up a falling flower palm. Charging would naturally give the attack more power. Having exposed his back so perfectly, how could Lord Grim miss Go Forth? Lord Grim's falling flower palm struck the center of Go Forth's back. Go Forth's falling light blade hadn't even managed to touch the ground yet when he was blown flying, his body stretching out and lunging forwards. When activating falling flower palm, you could choose to stand still or slip forward. As Lord Grim sent out his falling flower palm, he slid forwards to catch up. The myriad manifestations umbrella had long since turned from a spear into a gun by the time he struck with his palm. Boom boom boom, 3 rockets were launched, preparing to push Go Forth even further. Wasn't this attack equal to sending Go Forth out of attack range and helping him escape? Just when people started thinking that, Lord Grim's 1000-chance umbrella swung out, neck and neck with the rockets. With another slide at his feet, Lord Grim's spear stabbed into Go Forth's body at the same time that the first rocket exploded behind him. Circle swing. The technique that had fished Go Forth out from the water's cooldown was up. Everyone had thought Go Forth would get blasted flying, but now he was pulled back with a stab. With the smoke that had yet to disperse from Go Forth's body, he was slammed into the ground again. Never mind normal players, even the experienced pros in Team Everlasting were struck dumb with this combo. Falling flower palm, anti-tank missiles, and then a circle swing to pull them back. This was definitely not a combo that a normal class could perform, but it wasn't something that just any unspecialized player could do either. Linking anti-tank missiles after falling flower palm wasn't hard, but then you had to somehow pull your target back with a circle swing. That required an extreme understanding of each skill. The smoke from the explosion had yet to disperse from Go Forth's body. Though he was continuously being attacked, his health hadn't even gone down by a tenth because of the difference in equipment and skills. This gave the audience hope in him, wishing that he would still be able to turn the tides. Ian wanted to do that, too, and quickly got up from where he had been smashed to the floor. But then a foot came crashing down from the sky, treading him back into the ground, and then several shots were fired at Go Forth's head. Punisher, the cooldown for that skill was finished, too. Everybody became speechless. When Go Forth was fished out of the water, it was with a combo of Circle Swing and Punisher. Now, this scene repeated itself. Was he going to cycle through sending Go Forth into the air, onto the ground, Circle Swing and Punisher infinitely? The audience was a little too worried. Glory wasn't something you could win by simply cycling through a sequence. Ian had already fallen prey to this routine once. After getting up, he was exceptionally wary. He had to give it everything. Ian had realized that just getting up wasn't possible. If he wanted to get up, he had to link it with an attack. This time when he jumped up, he took note of Lord Grimm's position and struck as he rolled. A wave wheel slasher sped towards Lord Grimm. Chapter 8:18. Red Blood. Wave Wheel Slash was a Spellblade grab skill. The Spellblade controlled the fluctuations from the sword to seal the opponent. Grabs could not be blocked. Trying to block it was equivalent to trapping yourself in your opponent's move. Ian hadn't hoped for this attack to hit Lord Grimm. He just wanted to interrupt his opponent's combo, so he could readjust his position. He raised his sword above his head, but hit nothing. Go Forth still completed his roll into a crouching position, but where was Lord Grimm? Above you. The same dishonest Team Everlasting player once again warned him. Ian hastily adjusted Go Forth's viewpoint, while also looking up himself. POW. 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 Striker skill, Eagle Stamp. Lord Grimm had been standing on top of his sword. He stamped 3 times and jumped to the side, escaping from Go Forth's view again and leaving footprints on Go Forth's face. The Team Everlasting players were also speechless. They could also tell that Ian was already flustered. Ian heard the warning and actually lifted his own head. That was obviously an instinctive reaction, but it shouldn't be one for a pro player. A pro player should have thought that the warning was for an enemy attack and find some way to respond. But Ian actually looked up towards the ceiling. He was clearly lost. Ian was a mess, but Yishio wasn't. After Eagle Step, Lord Grimm didn't wait to land on the ground. Instead, he unsheathed his sword and descended with falling like blade. It was quick follow-up from Eagle Stamp, but Ian finally reacted and hastily rolled to the side to dodge. Halfway through his roll, Go Forth crashed into the veranda railing. The narrow veranda didn't give him enough room to complete a full roll. When Falling Light Blade descended, Lord Grimm was also blocked by the railing, but the shockwave still sent Go Forth tumbling into a corner. Ian immediately tried to tech it, but he was blocked by the railing again. He couldn't roll and get up. He became like a ball, bouncing around in the corner. The other Team Everlasting players shut their eyes. They couldn't watch anymore. Losing's fine, but could you at least lose in a less childish manner? What are you doing? Looking up into the sky, crashing into the wall, and then repeatedly rubbing against the wall, did your brain short-circuit? Ian's situation couldn't be described as cutting a sorry figure. It was practically a comedy at this point, but after thinking about it carefully, Lord Grimm didn't seem like he was intentionally toying with Ian. Forcing the opponent into the veranda meant he was taking advantage of the veranda's narrow terrain to restrict his opponent's movements. Ian ignored this point and went blindly towards the railing, before ending up in this situation. The face slappers and Team Everlasting fans were depressed. Those standing on Team Happy's side found it hilarious on the other hand. After being blocked by the railing, Ian's tech failed. Lord Grimm chased after his trapped opponent and attacked fiercely. There's no way out. Ian looked left and right. There was only one choice. Seeing an opening, he immediately jumped. It was difficult for him to jump through, so he had to crouch in midair. It didn't stop him from turning around at the same time. Finally, he decided to jump off the railing and into water. Splash! Go Forth dove into the water. Another splash. Lord Grim didn't hesitate and pursued closely after him. When Lord Grim got into the water, he gave Go Forth a kick too. Ian had been chased so closely. Go Forth failed to show any signs of hope, but because they were in the water, all of their movements were slower, so Go Forth's health dropped slower. Go Forth struggled in the water. The spectators all closed their eyes. This was a battle in the water? It was more like a fish meeting a great white shark and running for his life. When everyone saw Go Forth, they felt like it was because Lord Grim wasn't giving him any choice but to run. That wasn't true. Ian couldn't find any openings among Lord Grim's attacks, so he tried to create some distance between them. By winning space, he would win time to attack. Unfortunately, he kept on failing. Lord Grim stayed stuck to him, but because he stayed on the defensive, his actions just seemed like he was trying to run for his life. Left, no good. Right, no good. Up, no good. Down, no good. Battling in the water allowed much more space to move in than battling on land. However, no matter what Ian tried, Lord Grim would always stop him. The damage dealt by Lord Grim wasn't much, but a lot of attacks hit him. Go Forth's health gradually fell until it was about to hit red blood. Players weren't bosses. When a character's health hit red blood, it wouldn't become enraged. Red blood would actually increase the pressure on the player even more. Berserkers were the only exception. As their health fell, their battle strength would increase. From time to time, Berserkers would make a comeback when they hit red blood. Ian wasn't thinking about this. His Go Forth wasn't a Berserker. His health continued to fall due to Lord Grim's attacks. He was about to hit red blood, but his situation hadn't changed in the slightest. From Ian's point of view, unspecialized attacks were completely unpredictable. He was trying his hardest to predict the next move out of all the possible low-level skills available, but it was to no avail. His processing ability wasn't fast enough. He really couldn't do anything. Ian had never felt so powerless before. He was Team Everlasting's ace player and core. His position as the club manager wasn't just for show either. He had played Glory for many years now. He had deep knowledge and experience of the game, but the reality was that he didn't have any experience in the pro scene. After Team Everlasting was relegated 2 seasons ago, the team scouted him out and added him to the team, replacing Team Everlasting's former captain, Hong Liang, who had left the team. He became Team Everlasting's new Spellblade core. The Spellblade character Saidenken used to be the team's strongest character, but in order to relieve the pressure from being relegated, Saidenken was sold. This was the tragedy of small teams. All sorts of predicaments awaited for them as soon as they were relegated. Team Everlasting had 3 years to build up their foundation though. After Saidenken was sold, they quickly created Go Forth for Ian. Ian was filled with ambition. He always felt like he was just lacking an opportunity. He considered himself a classic example of having talent, but no opportunity. Being favored by a relegated team had been an opportunity he had been waiting for. Through his knowledge and experience, he even earned himself the position of club manager. Team Everlasting had indeed found a very capable talent. Ian had been looking forward to Team Everlasting returning to the scene. He wanted everyone in Glory to know that a treasure had been ignored by everyone all along. It was his time to shine. Unfortunately, the team lost in the finals of the Challenger League last season. Before they could walk out from the shadows of their loss, another bomb exploded, shattering the hearts of everyone who wanted to make it through the Challenger League into the pro scene. Glory Pro League Season 8, Team Excellent Era had been miraculously relegated, becoming their opponents next season in the Challenger League. This piece of news made everyone preparing for next season's Challenger League fall into despair. Unrest arose among the various teams. Too many people weren't willing to waste their time in the Challenger League because in their eyes, it was pointless. This year's champions would be Team Excellent Era. Competing in the Challenger League this year would mean needing to compete in next year's Challenger League as well. That would be 2 years. How many 2 years did an esports career have? Many were willing to search for other paths to tread on rather than waste their lives here. Because in their eyes, no matter how distant their other paths were, there was at least hope, but there was not even a sliver of hope against Excellent Era. Team Everlasting lost a few players because of this reason. Heian stayed though. Wu Chen, who became Team Everlasting's captain last season, also stayed. The team finally found a few other players to join. There were still a few players willing to give the Challenger League a try. After all, getting the first step into the pro scene was not an easy task for the vast majority of players. Team Everlasting set sail. They didn't have any confidence against Excellent Era, but they could still hope for a miracle. But now, they had only reached the second step of their journey, and they were put into such an embarrassing situation already. Hopes, dreams, awaited miracles. Everything suddenly came crashing down on Heian the moment he hit red blood. He wasn't willing to lose in this way. With this sudden realization, Heian's hands suddenly turned nimble and his mind cleared. How well a player performed on stage was affected by the player's mental state. This was the so-called player condition. At this moment, Heian awakened and displayed his peak performance. Block, wave/wheel, ice wave sword. 3 skills in a row. Defense, control, counterattack. Heian stringed together this sequence of moves. Ice wave formation sent out a wave of ice. In the water, the attack spread even further as it wrapped around Lord Grimm. Heian's movements were extremely quick. Go Forth had already started his next move and was in the middle of casting electric wave formation. Bang bang bang. Lord Grimm fired 3 anti-tank missiles in different directions. The first and second missile moved to the left and right, spurring on the waves. Only a pro player proficient in water battles would notice that these waves would affect the movement path of Ice Wave Sword. These 2 missiles rocked the waves, reducing Ice Wave Sword speed, while also pushing Lord Grimm away. The third missile headed in the reverse direction. Using this skill, Lord Grimm brilliantly dodged this sudden Ice Wave Sword. Electric Wave Formation. But Heian finished his cast too. A ball of electricity formed in the water. Chapter 8:19. Low morale. Lord Grimm was inside electric wave formation's range. With the water slowing him down, this attack didn't look like it could be dodged, but who would have thought that at this moment, Lord Grimm raised the myriad manifestations umbrella above his head. Ka. The umbrella contracted and the ribs merged together. Then, the ribs opened up and spun rapidly. Mechanic skill, rotor wings. On land, it allowed the user to fly like a dragonfly. In the water, it was like a propeller. The spinning force pulled Lord Grimm backwards and also created billowing waves, affecting electric wave formation. Lord Grimm easily escaped from electric wave formation like a torpedo. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Go Forth. Even though Heian was in high spirits, he wasn't prepared for something so unexpected. Being in good condition, his reaction speed was fast. However, Yishio was even faster. As soon as Lord Grimm was within reach of Go Forth, he turned his body and grabbed Go Forth. Grappler skill, toss. Go Forth was thrown over the shoulder straight out of the water. Lord Grimm followed after him and floated up, right when Go Forth was falling down. His myriad manifestations umbrella transformed into a spear form and then arced up into a sky strike. Ding! Go Forth was actually able to block it. Heian's condition was vastly different from before. This block negated Sky Strike's damage and knock-up effect. Go Forth swung his sword downwards towards Lord Grimm with a falling light blade. Bang! The surface of the water exploded. Lord Grimm wasn't able to dodge the falling light blade in time, but he had managed to throw out a grenade. Lord Grimm was hit by the sword, and Go Forth was hit by the grenade. The 2 characters were blasted away from each other, but the 2 both tried to follow with another attack. Go Forth used Earthquake Sword on the surface of the water. Lord Grimm fired anti-tank missiles towards Go Forth. Hit! The 2 characters were both hit again. Who received more damage from these exchanges didn't matter. Go Forth was already at red blood. This exchange of blows was certainly disadvantageous for him. Moreover, after the trade, Ian wanted to cough blood. Not only was that trade not worth it, Lord Grim was currently healing himself. What am I supposed to do? Ian felt the urge to throw his mouse and smash his keyboard to bits. It hadn't been easy finding an opportunity to deal some damage to his opponent, but his opponent could even heal himself. Even though it wouldn't be more effective than a heal from a cleric or a paladin, Goforth only had a sliver of health left. If they kept trading, he wouldn't win. It's not like he was against some random noob. In reality, Lord Grim had plenty of health left and didn't need to heal. Yishio still decided to give himself a heal. His purpose for doing so was worthy of looking into. This heal was clearly a low blow to Ian's morale. For the following battle, Yishio completely relied on trading health for health, which was what Ian was most afraid of. After fighting each other for a while, Lord Grim cast another heal on himself. Ian let out a long sigh. This was killing without spilling blood. Even if he released a powerful high-level skill, the damage done wouldn't compare to the mental damage done by each heal that was cast. Ian had lost all hope. He just didn't want to surrender. The winner of this match was already obvious. Ian's brief burst of energy failed to result in anything. The Team Everlasting players were among the spectators, who became alive for a brief moment, but once that moment ended, the group arena ended in Team Everlasting's loss. Out of the individual competition and the group arena, Team Everlasting was only able to win 1 point in their home game. This situation was enough to make the glasses of many fall off and break. If they couldn't win this team competition, Team Everlasting's situation would be incomparably difficult. Team Happy would only need to win 2 points in their home game. Team Everlasting's practice room fell silent. The morale that Ian ignited with his 2 victories in a row vanished with this single loss. Seeing everyone's expressions, Ian felt a thread of fear in his heart. He suddenly noticed that he had missed something in the group arena match that just concluded. This loss alone causing the morale of the entire team to plummet to the bottom was a bit too excessive. Although that victory was important, Ian had to face 3 opponents in a row. Successfully achieving a reverse sweep was extremely difficult. A success would definitely boost their morale, but a loss was something that everyone had already been prepared for, so it should be mostly acceptable. Ian hadn't considered this situation though. After awakening the team's morale with those 2 victories, he should have struck the iron while it was hot in the 3rd round. That did not mean he needed to win. As long as he could show vigor, even if he lost, the morale obtained from the previous 2 matches wouldn't plummet all the way back down. Both the process and the results of the 3rd round were important. Ian had ignored this point. Like the previous 2 rounds, he continued to use the same strategy to win. This approach failed to work. The image of Goforth looking as if he were a little fish trying to run from a great white shark. Even though Ian was able to display a glimmer of hope in the last few moments, that glimmer had been too brief. Lord Grim quickly switched to a trade blood for blood strategy. At that time, Ian had already lost all hope. His mental state was reflected in his playing. His teammates could see it too. Morale. Ian had lost it all through his string of performances. This was his mistake. Seeing his teammates downcast, he realized that he had been too late to notice. He couldn't provide any evidence. Just saying a few words wouldn't be enough to stir up everyone's spirits either. Ian felt his head hurt. The team's morale had fallen even further. He had already said what encouraging words he could say. At this moment, he could only hope that everyone realized the importance of the team competition. Everyone, cheer up! Ian was still melancholy. He didn't think Wu Chen would speak. Wu Chen was Team Everlasting's true captain. However, because of Ian's existence as the ace player and manager, the team captain's authority became very awkward. Even so, Wu Chen's feelings towards Team Everlasting was deeper than anyone else's. He was the only one left who had stayed with Team Everlasting since its creation. He had been together with Team Everlasting through the Pro League, through relegations, and through the Challenger League. From start to finish, he was the only one who never gave up on the team. The next team competition would likely decide Team Everlasting's existence. At this moment, although he was only the captain nominally, he still stood out to speak. Team Everlasting was used to Heian leading the team. When they suddenly heard Wu Chen come out at a crucial moment, they were surprised, but they soon remembered. Wu Chen was Team Everlasting's captain. Moreover, their only point came from him, even if it was mainly because his opponent had gotten lost. At this point, we're at the ends of our rope. If we cannot win the following team competition, we'll be very disadvantaged in the next round. Everyone probably already knows that Team Happy isn't as easy to defeat as we had imagined. We must fully utilize what we have. Don't we have the home team advantage in the following team competition too? Our practice everyday has been for this very moment. Wu Chen didn't shout, worry, or say anything encouraging. He calmly described their situation. Correct. Heian discovered that Wu Chen's calm explanation had accomplished its desired effect. He didn't want to miss this opportunity and added, don't forget. We're going to be challenging Team Excellent Era. How can Happy compare to Excellent Era? With this comparison, Team Happy not being anything was easily accepted by everyone. Everyone suddenly felt like their situation wasn't as frightening as they thought. In the team competition, let's show Happy our strength. Heian shouted powerfully. Even though the other players didn't become as excited, they at least no longer looked dead like before. The break time after the group arena quickly passed. Team Everlasting came out with their usual main force for the team competition. Spellblade, Launcher, Warlock, Chi Master, and Cleric. Their reserve member was an Elementalist. On Team Happy's side, their team lineup also appeared on stage. Lord Grim, Soft Mist, Steamed Bun Invasion, 1-Inch Ash, Little Cold Hands. Their reserve member was Wei Chen's Windward Formation. The lineup on both sides wasn't anything unexpected. The face slappers among the crowd were quiet. They didn't know what to say. They discovered that Team Everlasting's match didn't seem to be any different from the ones when Team Happy had been openly accepting challenges. They could only cheer for Team Happy's opponents, but their opponents would end up getting beat, causing them to lose face. After experiencing the same thing again and again, the face slappers had learned to be cautious. However, Team Everlasting had originated from the pro scene and dominated Steamed Bun Invasion in their first fight. Their expectations rose, but they still fell into the trap. Their shouting and cheers had been traded for swollen cheeks just like before. This time, the face slappers weren't going to speak first. They should at least wait until Team Everlasting had a clear advantage, right? Team competition. 3, 2, 1, start. Chapter 820. They're actually in the lead. The team competition between Team Happy and Team Everlasting was finally about to commence. Everlasting still had the choice of map, and for the time in the match it wasn't River Veranda. Flagged Flame Springs. In the training yard under the setting sun, multicolored banners fluttered in the wind. These flags weren't just there for decor, each one was a signpost. Where there was a flag, there was either the eye of a spring or a pit of fire. These areas weren't areas that you could step lightly. Because of these flags, there was a lot more to consider when fighting on this map. Those who hadn't undergone special training for it would be in trouble. The reason for picking this map was because Team Everlasting wanted to continue using their opponent's inexperience to their advantage. In the public chat, Team Everlasting's true fans were still persistently cheering for their team. Those who came to shame Happy still had hope, but decided to act a lot more inconspicuously. Some had even left the room. There were people leaving, but there were also people entering. The room numbers for the Challenger League were made public, and you could easily find the number for each team in the match schedule. No one took notice of the few characters who had just entered the room, and these characters didn't do anything to draw attention either. They entered the spectator stands and glanced at the current points. What they saw shocked them. Club Excellent Era, Meeting Room. Just after watching Team Excellent Era crush their opponents 9.5-0, Excellent Era's CEO Dao Xian and manager Kui Li directed their characters from the room they were in into Happy and Everlasting's room. When they saw who Happy had drawn, they had laughed. They wouldn't deny that with Yichio in Happy, the team would be strong, but with just the second round of the Challenger League they managed to draw a former Pro League team. Looks like they didn't have Fortune's favor. Dao Xian wasn't obsessed with personally dealing with Yichio and Happy. So long as Happy was eliminated, no matter how it happened or who did it, he would automatically feel better. Now, Happy had been abandoned by Fortune. Dao Xian felt like this was a great thing. But being the head of the club and the manager, Dao Xian and Kui Li still stayed with their own team, as per their obligations, though they knew Excellent Era would have no trouble. As soon as the match ended, the two congratulated their team members and went to see how Happy would be made a joke. As the Challenger League official arena, there would naturally be something to keep score. The two used Kui Li's character to go into the room and look at the current score. The two shook their heads, blinking in surprise. 4.5 to 1. Team Happy 4.5, Team Everlasting 1. They hadn't misread it or seen it in reverse. Team Happy was in the lead with an absolute advantage. If they won the following team competition, then they would only need to get 2 points in the next round to assure their victory. Dao Xian and Kui Li exchanged glances and the match on the screen started. Kui Li immediately switched his omniscient view to Team Happy's character, and suddenly shouted out in surprise, "That's not possible." What? Dao Xian had been distracted by his own thoughts, but quickly returned to reality at Kui Li's hollering. Hastily looking at what Kui Li was pointing at on screen, he froze in shock as well. What made them so shocked was the equipment that Team Happy had equipped. The quality of the equipment wasn't something that would spare the two heads of Excellent Era. But the problem was that Team Happy should be very poor and lacking in materials, so where on earth did they get all these pieces of equipment from, especially the silver ones? For the omniscient view given to spectators, they didn't need to close in on a character to see their equipment. They could see just by clicking on the character they wanted to view. The properties of silver equipment were hidden, but the silver letters couldn't be anything but real. Of course, there was garbage among silver equipment, but bringing them to the battlefield meant it was the real deal. 1, 2, 3. Kui Li clicked into the 5 characters on Happy's side, starting to count the equipment. His tone changed as the number increased, all the way until 17, before it finally stopped. For a pro team, it wasn't much, but since this was Happy, it was enough to stun Dao Xian and Kui Li. Having finished counting, Kui Li turned to look at his boss, seeing the incomprehension and disbelief he felt reflected on Dao Xian's face. How long had it been since Team Happy had started working towards this? They actually had managed to procure 17 pieces of silver equipment already? Truly a stunning number. Dao Xian and Kui Li were intimately familiar with how pro teams worked. Suddenly procuring 17 pieces of silver equipment wasn't easy. The two paused to process this. The two sides had already started fighting, but neither of them cared. "Call Chen Yehue and get him over here," Dao Xian suddenly ordered. Being a manager that understood his boss, Kui Li was very much competent. Hearing this order, he immediately realized his boss' intentions. He quickly got his phone and dialed Chen Yehue's number, giving him the orders that his boss had yet to speak as well. Chen Yehue was also watching Happy's match. But unlike Dao Xian and Kui Li, he hadn't gone to Excellent Era's match to show his regard for the team. From the beginning, he was in Happy and Everlasting's room, spectating. Standing among the face slappers, Chen Yehue was moved by how many people seemed to understand his feelings. Who would have guessed that his emotions would get shoved right back into his face with the other people who understood him? Their cheering for Happy to lose hadn't appeared again since the first round. Chen Yehue had long since clicked on Happy's characters to see their stats, and naturally received quite a shock. He hadn't heard a sound or whisper of all this silver equipment, but being a part of the in-game guild, Chen Yehue also fought to steal bosses and knew how well Lord Grimm's little alliance was doing. But even though they managed to steal so many bosses, they had to split the profits between 5 parties. With this, each party's profits weren't very impressive. With just what they had gained recently, it was enough to procure all this silver equipment. Chen Yehue was shaking his head as he looked through the materials. Then, he received a call from Kui Li who asked him to bring the reports on what wild bosses they had managed to steal. Hearing this, Chen Yehue knew what this was all about. This was exactly what he was looking for. After hastily finding everything that he needed, he sped over to Club Excellent Era's meeting room. Club Excellent Era's training room. Though it was an online match, they were a team and they had to be conscious of that, so they couldn't let just anyone grab a laptop and go to their own corner of their building to play. For matches, pro players had to be together. But this was just a Challenger League match with a team that was far as can be from professional, so Excellent Era didn't have to be too serious about it. Victory wasn't something to make them happy, it was expected. As soon as their match was over, the members of Team Excellent Era all left the training room. There wasn't much that they needed to go over for this match, but after returning to their own rooms, everyone opened up their laptops and logged into Glory, grabbing an account and speeding off to the room they knew to go to in the Challenger League arena as if they had planned it together. For 0.5 to 1? Team Happy was in the lead? Everyone was shocked, and even a little uneasy. Team Happy didn't seem to be that weak of an opponent. Among this unease, there was also someone who was very happy. Su Muqing used her account to gracefully type out a "You can do it, Happy" in the public chat. Just 5 inconspicuous words, but this was the first direct sound of support that Happy had gained. Those who were on Happy's side were mostly just here to see others humiliated and didn't have any real feelings for Happy. Even if they yelled out encouragements for Happy, it was just to make some others disgusted. And now, the sudden encouragement given by Su Muqing's character was very eye-catching. Those who just came here to witness the walk of shame were all passionate people. With Su Muqing's words, the spectating face-slappers suddenly became reckless. Not waiting for them to retort, Su Muqing's character quickly fired a "Happy" for the win. Following the 2 sentences, they appeared again and again interchangingly. Su Muqing hadn't even used the hand speed that she was currently showing off in the match just now. The entire chat window was instantly flooded with her encouragements. Unacceptable! The spectating face-slappers couldn't hold it in anymore, starting to counter with their own retorts, but Su Muqing had long since shifted her attention onto the match. She closed the public chat channel. There wouldn't be anything important to see there anyways. The interactions between the players was shown in another window in the match. But after scrutinizing the situation of the battle, Su Muqing wasn't as cheerful as before. On the other hand, the other members of Excellent Era breathed out sighs of relief. Though they didn't know how Happy had gained such a lead, they didn't seem to be that scary in the team competition. In the meeting room, Dao Xian and Kui Li calmed upon realizing the situation in the match. Chen Yehue had rushed to the meeting room in a hurry with the documents, but after stepping inside he heard his boss greet him with a calm, "You're here." Chen Yehue was a little lost, unsure where to put down the documents. Kui Li reached out and took the documents after Chen Yehue sent him a questioning gaze and started to flip through. Chen Yehue didn't have anything else to do, so he turned his attention to the competition being played on the projector. Though they didn't have the technical skills of pro players, they did spend their time in the pro circle, so they had the judgment of pro players. It wasn't long before Chen Yehue understood who had the upper hand in the match, instantly understanding why his boss seemed to be in good spirits. Chapter 821. Terrain Features. Team Everlasting is doing pretty well. Chen Yehue pretended to blurt out, but he had actually thought long and carefully before attempting to start a conversation with this sentence. They are doing well. Dao Xian nodded. In reality, after Team Everlasting had been eliminated from the Pro League and undergone several adjustments in players, their ability was far from being able to impress Excellent Era's boss, but since Team Everlasting was helping them deal with an annoying problem, they weren't as strict with their judgments. Seeing that Happy was at a disadvantage, they all praised Everlasting's performance. It's too bad. Chen Yehue noticed a critical part, drawing out his words and expressing his pity. Dao Xian could no longer keep ignoring him with his attempts at making his presence known. He didn't call Chen Yehue here to watch the match, after all. Yiqiu seems to have been doing well in the heavenly domain recently. Dao Xian distractedly asked as he watched the match. Even though this was an arbitrary question that he didn't seem to care for much, it revealed Dao Xian's attitude to the situation. Yiqiu. He had only mentioned Yiqiu, not Team Happy. It was clear that the threat of Happy came entirely from Yi Chio. The only thing he was concerned about was Yi Chio's presence. Yi Chio's very existence represented everything. Well, it's like this. Chen Yehui took a moment to formulate a response. If it was just Yi Chio causing trouble, what he has managed to accomplish would be very impressive, but he utilized the power of 4 guilds along with his own. A total of 5 different guilds working together. So when they manage to steal a boss, they have to split their gains. If we look at it from that angle, their profits are just that. What do you mean, just that? Dao Xian was a little annoyed at the use of such vague phrasing, but the way the match was going was satisfying, so he didn't get onto Chen Yehui's case, and just glanced at him, hinting that he wanted an explanation. Since they haven't become a strong competitor for very long, and weren't always very stable, there's no way to make an accurate estimate. If we talk about their current profits, then they get about what the top guilds get after splitting their spoils between all 5 parties, but we don't know how stable they'll be in the future, Chen Yehui hurried explained. Then what about our profits as of late? Dao Xian asked. This was the question Chen Yehui was most afraid of because Excellent Dynasty's profit wasn't a pretty sight. If they were a small to mid-sized guild then it would make sense, but they were a guild with glorious history. Although their team had been kicked out from the Pro League earlier this year, Excellent Era had no problems in continuing to function. If they could transfer over an all-star like Xiao Shiqing when they were eliminated, then there shouldn't be any negative effects on their guild. Yet, it was just coincidentally at this time that Excellent Dynasty was struggling with fighting for bosses. The good thing was that they weren't the only guild struggling. Chen Yehui quickly relayed what had been happening during the summer holidays, how many pro players started interfering in the fight for bosses along with Yi Chio's active role. Dao Xian was speechless after hearing this. He couldn't help but think of the very first few years of the alliance. Back then, there was no such thing as a holiday for pro players. The alliance wasn't 20 teams like it was now, and the competitive season was much shorter as well, making the holidays a lot longer, but once the holidays started, almost all the pro players would rush to the online game, fighting to gain materials and equipment for their teams. In the beginning, silver equipment was rare and everyone used orange equipment as their go-to choice for matches. Excellent Era's era of 3 consecutive championships was in part thanks to the foundations built through fighting for this equipment. The captain who had once spared no effort or expense for Excellent Era was now the most painful thorn in Dao Xian's side. Thinking about this, Dao Xian became distracted by his upsets. Chen Yehui seemed to say something, but he didn't hear. However, Kui Li went along with him, bringing over the documents that Chen Yehui had given him. Dao Xian picked them up and quickly flipped through them, not seeming to have a care in the world. Let's watch the match first. I don't think this round will be easy for him. Him, not them. Team Happy. From the beginning Dao Xian only took notice of that one person. Team Everlasting seems very familiar with this map. Kui Li added his opinion of the current topic. Using the banners to cover their positions and movements, though they're at different places, they have cohesion between them. With a range of AoE attacks, they can cover their opponent with firepower and successfully surround them. Actually, they could be a little more daring. They could even switch their cleric with their 6th member, adding another DPS. Happy's members are currently unable to focus due to the topographical features of the map. Chen Yehui entered the discussion. I think that's exactly what they're planning on doing. Kui Li looked towards the screen. With an omniscient view, they could see Team Everlasting's cleric moving under the cover the banners provided in the support zone, and the cleric was switched out for the 6th member, the Elementalist. Like Chen Yehui had said, while having the upper hand, they could give up their healing and add a DPS to maximize the damage they would be able to deal to their opponents. 5 DPSers, all good with AoE attacks, Team Everlasting's firepower coverage was instantly top-notch. As the attacks flew, some would definitely hit the banners, triggering the terrain effects. This way, there would be more and more springs and fire pits on the map. After these areas were uncovered, they wouldn't become hidden again. This would make it easier to tell where you could and couldn't step. Team Happy was struggling under such a situation and had lost any semblance of teamwork. Each character was fighting to take cover for themselves. Yichio's Lord Grim also had to be responsible for healing, having to send over a heal from time to time, but an unspecialized healing was incomparable to the healing of a class that specialized in healing. The trade-off in MP for healing wasn't an affordable one for the unspecialized class. This cleric isn't very good, Chen Yehue concluded. He couldn't help but feel satisfied at how Yichio was being forced to make up for his teammates' shortcomings. He's healing wherever Yichio is. What use is he with such poor judgment? Chen Yehue said with a smile. Who would have thought that Dao Xian and Kui Li's expressions would change as soon as the words left his mouth? He healed wherever Yichio healed. Even the dumbest healer wouldn't need someone to guide him step by step. Pulling a player like that into the core position of a team wasn't possible unless Yichio's brain had short-circuited. So there was only one possibility, and that was that their actions were intentional. Yichio had planned for the healer to heal at his tempo. This cleric was, indeed, not the best, but he wasn't as bad as they originally thought. Were Yichio's actions the most effective way of supporting their team? Thinking of this, the three started to take notice Cold Hand's healing. Positioning, healing targets, it was all following what Lord Grim did, but his choice of skill was, in the end, up to him. Maybe Yichio could give him tips, but the team chat was clear of Lord Grim's words. He could be verbally giving instructions. Their thoughts involuntarily drifted to this. There was no one keeping an eye on everyone in an online match. Sitting together, they could treat it just as they treated the online game, yelling out hints and discussing plans. The reason why they thought of this was because this cleric's healing method was flawless. The choice of skill, timing, it all maximized the healing output. All the input had been converted to effective healing, not missing or wasting anything. This cleric was very good at calculating, or rather, extremely careful and precise. This was the feeling that the three heads of the club had. This support could definitely draw out the match, but what was the point of prolonging it? Just to keep struggling futilely? None of the three believed that because that person was in the arena. Maybe other grassroots would be unfamiliar with this map, but how was that possible for him? Though there were many, many maps in Glory and even the most experienced players couldn't know all of them like the back of their hands, it wasn't every map that had very unique characteristics. Through the propagation of terrain effects, with other adjustments made, Glory created so many maps. For veterans, what they were familiar with wasn't every map, but each setting and the features of the different terrains. With that, even to a map they had never seen before, it wouldn't feel completely foreign to them. They could always easily figure out the map's features and how to use them, or at least how to make sure they weren't disadvantaged. Had Yichio already found a way to deal with flame-flagged springs? Dao Xian, Kui Li, and Chen Yehue hoped this wasn't true, but somehow, in the depths of their hearts, they seemed to already believe that this was inevitable. Was it even possible for that person to lose so badly? Even if he died, that guy would definitely give his opponent a good scare before succumbing. Boom! Wu Chen's Dawn Gunner guided a howling rocket to its target, making another 2 areas collapse and creating a mushroom cloud. The mud that fell was quickly submerged by the bubbling spring water. In the other area, it was incinerated by tongues of flames, turning into lava. Causing another 2 marked areas to activate wasn't surprising, for the fierce offense Team Everlasting was mounting. Wu Chen prepared to attack again, but upon taking a good look at his surroundings, he froze. The ground was full of holes and ditches, with so many water and fire pits uncovered. The terrain was much less even than it had been before, but how come it seemed a lot more open? Wu Chen was a real pro player with 3 years of experience in the Pro League. In regards to experience in high-end battles, he had much more than Heian. Something was wrong. The unease buried within Wu Chen suddenly erupted. Chapter 822. Help needed. Fire pits and geysers scattered the map. All of them lay bare in front of them. It didn't affect Team Everlasting in any way. They were adept at identifying the positions and ranges of the geysers by using the flag markers, but this was very helpful for Team Happy. They didn't need to waste time looking at flags. With the fire pits and geysers exposed, their locations were very obvious. They just had to avoid them. The terrain effects didn't completely disappear, but the players didn't need to spend as much effort paying attention to where they stepped. An experienced player like Wu Chen could see the importance of this tiny difference. As a result, he was able to instantly decipher his opponent's intentions. Team Happy was indeed surrounded, but their position was starting to transition from defense to offense. As Team Happy defended against their attacks, they were also using this opportunity to change the terrain, transforming it to something different from the original flame-flagged springs. "Everyone, be careful!" Wu Chen immediately warned in the team chat. Their team chat could not be seen by the other team, but it could be seen by the spectators. Many of the spectators were puzzled by his warning. Team Everlasting had a huge lead. They had even withdrawn their healer in exchange for another DPSer, boldly bombarding Team Happy with attacks. Why was he suddenly worried? Let alone the spectators, even Team Everlasting's own players were confused at Wu Chen's sudden warning. "What is it?" someone asked. It was quite embarrassing for the team if even the team's own players didn't understand, but during the match, they couldn't care about all that. They needed to understand what Wu Chen meant. "The map has changed," Wu Chen said. The spectators were still puzzled, but for Team Everlasting, even if they had no experience in the pro scene, they were still skilled players. After listening to Wu Chen's reminder, they focused on the issue and also discovered where the problem lied. Among the spectators, people like Dao Xian, Kui Li, and Chen Yehui also came to a realization after hearing these words. They had never thought that Yi Qiu would fall so easily. Now from the looks of it, he really did have a countermeasure in mind. It was exactly what they had expected. However, that didn't make any of them happy. It only annoyed them. "Keep your distance. Who's closest to the support zone? Switch out for the cleric," Wu Chen ordered. "The closest one is me," Heian replied gloomily. "You too," Wu Chen ordered without any ambiguity. The sense of crisis in his heart was growing more and more intense. At this moment, it wasn't too important if the core player was on the field or not. Hurry up and switch in for the cleric. Heian understood how crucial this was. He wasn't someone who only cared about himself and not the team as a whole. Even though he wasn't happy, he still immediately rushed towards the support zone. A flag unfurled on his screen, and a player appeared in front of him. Heian saw that it was Steamed Bun Invasion. The only point that Team Everlasting had won came from this guy, some noob who got lost on the map. F***CK off. Heian was not in a good mood. Seeing Steamed Bun Invasion blocking his path, he threw an Earthwave Sword directly at him. Among all the wave swords, Earthwave Sword was the quickest. His sword slashed down and chunks of earth flew wildly towards Steamed Bun Invasion. But the two sides were rather far from each other. Earthwave Sword had some range, but hoping to hit the opponent in this way was looking down on him too much. Steamed Bun Invasion stepped to the side and dodged it. He raised his hands and threw sand at Go Forth. Heian had Go Forth turn his head slightly, ready to take this sand toss directly. If this skill didn't have a blind effect, just the damage alone was nothing to be afraid of. He turned his head and the sand hit him. He turned his head back, the brick. Heian was confused. He didn't even notice that Steamed Bun Invasion had hidden a brick in the sand. Heian was a bit glad. If he hadn't turned his head back quickly, just a little bit slower, and that brick would have hit the back of his head, not the front. According to the skill effects, a back attack would have a 100% chance of inducing a dizzy effect. But the next second, Heian discovered that he had rejoiced too fast. Because Go Forth still became dizzy. When a brick hits a target's head, there was a 50% chance to induce a dizzy effect. Now that it had triggered, whether or not it hit the back didn't matter. Steamed Bun Invasion seized this opportunity and rushed forward. Heian could see the duration of the dizzy effect. His hands hovered over his keyboard impatiently. Good. The dizzy effect usually lasted 3 seconds, but the spirit stat affected status effect durations. Spell Blades had a 3.5 spirit growth, higher than the 2.5 spirit growth for Brawlers. In addition to the difference in their equipment, the gap between their characters' spirit levels was even wider. The dizzy effect from Steamed Bun's brick lasted less than 2 seconds on Go Forth. Steamed Bun Invasion had just arrived in front of Go Forth when the dizzy wore off. Go Forth immediately used Wave Wheel Slasher. You thought you could make me dizzy for 3 seconds. The timing of this Wave Wheel Slasher was perfect. Steamed Bun didn't have time to dodge it. Grab skills could not be blocked. After this successful attack, he taunted his opponent. Then how many seconds should it be? Steamed Bun Invasion replied. He was startled. What type of response is that? I'm clearly taunting you. Did this guy think I was chatting with him? He didn't know how to answer Steamed Bun's question. Unable to respond with words, he could only respond with actions. After Wave Wheel Slasher ended, Steamed Bun Invasion fell. Go Forth followed up with a Fire Wave Sword. Flames engulfed Steamed Bun Invasion. Fire Wave Sword also had a powerful knockback effect. He didn't forget his goal. He needed to hurry over to the support zone and switch with the cleric. Not bad. You're pretty good. Steamed Bun Invasion, who had been sent flying by Fire Wave Sword, praised mysteriously. His praise was stinging to the ear though. It sounded as if he were playing around with He valued the big picture. He ignored him. Go Forth hastily rushed towards his destination, but before he could make a few steps, he saw Steamed Bun Invasion shout in chat, "Look at my brick." He immediately had Go Forth roll. When he looked at the chat again, Steamed Bun Invasion laughed, "Ha ha ha, you've been tricked." He was furious. He couldn't bear it anymore and turned around to send over an Ice Wave Sword, but when his character turned around, he suddenly saw a hand reaching out in front of his eyes. The hand clutched Go Forth's throat, and Ice Wave Sword was interrupted. So quick? He was surprised. He thought Steamed Bun Invasion should still be several units away from him. Who would have thought that the other side had already reached his back? Brawlers didn't have any sudden dashes or movement skills. When he thought about it again, the problem might have been with his Fire Wave Sword. Steamed Bun Invasion hadn't been completely hit by Fire Wave Sword. When he was grabbed by Wave Wheel Slasher, he evaded or rolled away from Fire Wave Sword, which would reduce the knockback effect of the skill. He had been careless. In the end, he had looked down on Steamed Bun Invasion. After Steamed Bun lost the match because he got lost in the map, he equated him with an idiot, but now he was being lifted in the air like a little chicken by this idiot. Strangle. A persistent restriction skill. Because of the spirit disparity, Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't restrict Go Forth for too long, but this strategy already let him become aware of his opponent's intentions. His opponent was stopping him from switching in with the cleric. Steamed Bun Invasion might not be the only one who would come to delay him. The other side might have backup come to assist him. They're stopping me from advancing. Find someone else to switch with the cleric. He immediately sent this message in the team chat. He was secretly delighted when he typed out the message. He obviously didn't want to be switched out. Now, a perfectly good reason had showed up in front of him. He wasn't too worried about the other side blocking him. By attracting the attention of the other side, it would make it easier for his teammates to get the cleric in. Support him. Wu Chen immediately ordered. What support? I'll control them. You guys hurry up and switch with the cleric. He shouted. You can't control them. He suddenly became furious. Wu Chen's reply wasn't giving him face. What do you mean I can't? Are you saying I'm not skilled enough? Strangle didn't seal the target's attacks. After being strangled by Steamed Bun Invasion, he had dealt Steamed Bun Invasion quite some damage. When the strangle ended, he was just about to show his might and let Wu Chen witness how he could control his opponent. Suddenly, numerous skills slammed into his back. While the effects of strangle lasted, a chain of fierce strikes struck. Steamed Bun Invasion also timed his attack perfectly. Go Forth was sent flying away too. Even rolling twice wasn't enough to completely neutralize all of the momentum. During these two roles, the attacks never ceased. Heian watched as Go Forth's health slid down rapidly. At this moment, he was frightened stiff. When the two rolls ended, he looked up. F*CK, I really can't control them. Team Happy cared too much about him. All 5 characters had come running over to attack him. 5v1, he would be killed in the blink of an eye. Even if their team switched the cleric back in, they would have still be down a player. It would be very disadvantageous for them. The price for having him control the other team would be too great. Help! Heian was decisive and immediately called for assistance. Chapter 823. Backup Ploy. The players in the arena often were unable to understand the overall situation of the match. They had to rely on their own experience and judgment to grasp the bigger picture. That was what Wu Chen was trying to accomplish. Upon realizing that Team Happy had guided the control of the situation from their hands, he immediately thought to get back their healer. They wouldn't be as reckless anymore. Team Everlasting's biggest flaw at the moment was not having a healer. They understood that, and of course Happy would too. They could tell what classes were on the field by the attacks that flew towards them. So they might have predicted that Everlasting would try to switch a character out for their healer and use that to their advantage. So, after telling Heian to switch out with their healer, his Dawn Gunner sped towards where Heian's Go Forth had been headed. When Heian reported that he had been attacked, Wu Chen's guess was confirmed, so he told the others to go and support. If their opponent had planned to use the fact that they would switch their healer in, they would mount a full offense, one that Heian couldn't be able to cope with alone. If only he went to help, then it wasn't certain to work, so he decided to have their team regroup and switch in a healer after beating the enemy back. Wu Chen's plans were clear. But when he saw Heian take the initiative to call for backup, he knew instantly that the problem might be worse than he had expected. He understood Heian pretty well. That guy thought highly of himself, feeling that he had the talent, but not been given the opportunity. Then he was uncovered by Everlasting and proved his ability, becoming more and more smug. With his personality, he wouldn't lower himself to ask for help unless he was really helpless. How many? Wu Chen hastily asked. 5. Heian didn't even have the time for punctuation. When Wu Chen received his message, he was stunned. The entire opposing team had gone after Heian. That was way beyond Wu Chen's expectations. They were attacking the enemy from all sides, so they weren't clueless about their positions. In the span of a few moments, all 5 of them managed to charge over, but he was making judgments based on his own awareness and experience. How could the situation be so unbelievable? Their opponents had been prepared. Wu Chen obtained this conclusion with his experience. The advantageous situation they had managed to create from being besieged was far more complex than Wu Chen had thought. It was no coincidence that Heian's Go Forth was the closest to the support zone. This was something the opponent had planned as they turned their passive situation into an initiative. Their offense was aimed at that exact direction. This had been planned from the very start. Team Everlasting had fallen for their ploy by telling Heian's Go Forth, who was closest to the support zone, to switch out for the cleric. As soon as Go Forth rushed towards the support zone, Team Happy could swiftly position themselves to stop him. That was how things came to this point. Hold on. Wu Chen could only give Heian this sentence of encouragement. Other than that, he could only get everyone to go towards the support zone as quickly as possible. Luckily, Team Everlasting didn't position themselves too far from each other during the siege. Backup wouldn't arrive too late for anyone. Heian managed to endure until his teammates appeared. Steady now, don't be too hasty in attacking. We need to find a chance to switch our cleric in. Wu Chen was the third to arrive. The 2 who had arrived first were already fighting alongside Go Forth, tangling with Happy. 3 versus 5, the situation could only be called dismal. As soon as Wu Chen's Dawn Gunner arrived, he sent out a few shots with a boom and instantly brought the 3 out of a terrible situation. The 4 characters reunited and immediately counterattacked. All their classes had AoE skills, so they held the advantage when fighting in teams. The 4 attacked together, and their attacks swept over the map, knocking back the 5 from Team Happy for the moment. Nice one. When he had been fighting alone, Ian had been a mess. Never mind counterattacking, he had been beaten without being able to even plant his own 2 feet. Now that his teammates were here, his opponents weren't able to beat them down with such ease anymore. Ian's morale surged, quickly erupting with a chain of attacks. Ice, fire, light. 3 waves of attacks swept out one after the other. This was the Spellblade's famous technique, 3 pulsing waves. The public chat channel was instantly filled with cheers for their ace by Team Everlasting's true fans. Even the spectating face-slappers felt excitement surging with this impressive 3 pulsing waves. Some couldn't hold it in any longer, mockingly calling for Happy to surrender as the technique swept out. It was true that Ian had been a mess before, but that was in a 5 versus 1 situation. No matter who it was in such a situation, the outcome would be the same. Now, 4 of Team Everlasting's members made a tide-turning counterattack. What was this? This was the difference in ability. With just 4 people, they could beat back all 5 of you. Just wait until their last member arrives. How will you deal with it then? Since the Team Command chat channels were made public to the audience could get the gist of the situation even if they didn't understand what was happening. Though Happy seemed to have a plan, it now seemed like they were completely unsuccessful. Why? Because Team Everlasting was stronger. Being an ex-pro team, they had more cohesive teamwork and tactics. The 4 fought side by side, attack after attack, and not long after, the 5th member of Team Everlasting arrived as well. Everlasting's true fans and the spectating face-slappers were all at a high, believing that this face-off was going to make their decisive victory. So the encouragement and mockery flew from them. It seemed like they could already start celebrating their victory. But as for the players on the field? Wu Chen's unease had yet to disperse. Maybe it was because he had always been a part of a weaker team and was used to defeat that developed an acute sense of danger in Wu Chen. The situation at hand started to seem fishy to him once more. Don't just focus on attacking, break through and get the cleric out. Ian exclaimed in the channel. Wu Chen nodded upon seeing it. Was that it? Wu Chen thought to himself, in this face-off, they may have gotten the upper hand, but if they didn't have a healer, then there was less room to make mistakes. A single opening could cause damage that they couldn't afford to take. Go Forth didn't have much health left. In a chaotic battle like this, he might get taken out by a wave of attacks. It was better to get their cleric here pronto. Charge through them. Ian wanted revenge for the mess that he had been put through before. Without a healer, the offensive 5 AoE DPSers were imposing and ferocious. Any opponent would have a hard time dealing with this with their healer unless they had the ability to instantly upset this offense. Otherwise, everyone's health would be falling simultaneously with the attacks from 5 AoE characters. A single healer would have a hard time keeping up. Even if they were skilled enough, the cost was high, so it would be very inefficient. Under Team Everlasting's bombardment, Team Happy retreated step by step and reached the support zone first after a little while. It was at this moment that Wu Chen's fluctuating sense of danger erupted with a warning. He suddenly realized what the problem was. Disperse! Wu Chen's abrupt command had both the audience and his own teammates puzzled. 2 of them even asked at the same time, why? It's a backup ploy. Quick, go! Wu Chen yelled. Backup ploy? Everyone who had a good grasp of knowledge of glory only had to hear this now and look at the situation to realize what was happening. A real backup ploy couldn't be launched under the current circumstances, but if Team Everlasting didn't retreat and continue to exchange blows with Team Happy, then that would equal to helping Happy achieve a backup ploy. With even some of the audience understanding, Team Everlasting wouldn't be so oblivious, even if they didn't have much experience. Retreat! 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 Quick! Ian started to yell in their chat as well. But it seemed like Team Happy had heard it, since Lord Grimm suddenly typed a sentence into the public chat. It's a little too late to retreat now, isn't it? Come on, let this senior open a door for you. Another sentence followed Lord Grimm's. It was Windward Formation, Team Happy's 6th player who had been called over through the support zone. Team Happy's cleric, Cold Hands, was switched out. This was a backup ploy. Using the support zone, the healer and sixth player would switch frequently. Once a rhythm was established, they could increase their firepower without sacrificing healing, like there were 6 people fighting at once. But since this scheme needed them to be within a support zone, there was a limit to how it could be used. If one side stood in the support zone and their opponents never approached, then there was no point. So in most maps, a backup ploy's effects were greatly limited. Only in a few maps where the support zone was placed in a special position could you corner your opponent and use the backup ploy to crush them. The current map, Flame-Flagged Springs, didn't have this feature. If Team Everlasting had thought of this before, there wouldn't have been any harm in just letting Happy retreat, but since they wanted to get their cleric on the field so badly, they were even more impatient to get to the support zone than Team Happy and forgot the existence of such a ploy. By the time they remembered, Team Happy had already gotten the terrain advantage. They, on the other hand, had been too excited, had charged too fiercely, and were going to pay for it when they retreated. As Windward Formation spoke, he had already raised his staff. Wisps of dark energy swirled around him. Seeing this, Wu Chen was shocked, hastily making his Dawn Gunner run and shouting, "It's death's door, interrupt it." A laser rifle blasted out from the muzzle of Dawn Gunner's gun, but Lord Grim, who was at Windward Formation's side, stepped over and opened up the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Laser rifle had a knockback effect, but these effects would be reduced in the face of a shield. Seeing that the opponent had a shield covering them, Wu Chen quickly turned Dawn Gunner's gun towards the sky, preparing to release a stinger, but at that moment, there was a flash and the laser rifle he shot came streaking back. Chapter 824. Are they that strong? Reflect attack. Wu Chen choked on his surprise. He hadn't expected that at all. Laser rifle was a very fast attack and he wasn't prepared for it, instantly taking a hit from the reflected laser rifle. He definitely wouldn't be able to fire that stinger. The others had only tried to interrupt upon hearing Wu Chen's call, sending their attacks half a beat too slow onto Lord Grim's open Myriad Manifestations umbrella. They were all preparing a second attack when their eyes caught a flash of blue light and an icy aura appeared. Ghost Blade skill, Ice Soul Protection Boundary, otherwise known as Ice Boundary. Team Everlasting's members were all focused on the Death's Door Windward Formation had been chanting. With this powerful skill, they couldn't escape their fate of being controlled. They hadn't expected Qiao Yifan to use 1-inch and successful sneak attack them. With the appearance of the ice boundary, the 5 were all frozen with the sounds of crackling ice. Now the result was set. Don't even think about escaping. If they didn't interrupt that technique, they were all duck sitting at death's door. Team Everlasting's players paled as one. Lord Grim's Myriad Manifestations umbrella shield was still open and in their way. If they were all frozen, how were they to interrupt it? The chant for death's door quickly came to an end and it was summoned in front of the 5. At such a distance, they would have trouble escaping from death's door, even if they weren't frozen by the ice boundary. Fire wave formation. Wu Chen yelled anxiously into the chat. This was a hint everyone understood. Ice and fire were opposing elements, so if they could activate a fire element fire wave formation, the ice boundary would disappear quicker. Heian's go forth hadn't been completely frozen, only slowed, so he could still activate his skills. But they soon saw a helpless message from Heian, "I'm dizzy." Go forth was dizzy again. Team Happy wasn't made up of just 1 or 2 players. As Qiao Yifan's 1-inch sent out an ice boundary, Steam Bun Invasion had also been silently approaching. He expertly threw a brick and it struck Go Forth perfectly in the back of his head. Everyone else had only been frozen, but poor Heian, not only was he slowed, but he was also dizzy thanks to a brick. The 5 trapped by the ice boundary were helpless in the face of death's door, and the dark energy from within quickly grabbed all them. Tang Ru's soft mist had long since charged over as well. All that aggression she had been holding interrupted, swinging her spear and giving the 5 tangled in dark energy a beating. Her combos were stacking rapidly, causing the golden light from her battle spirit to intensify. Her attacks became faster, her damage rose, and the chases from her skills became larger, flying out and exploding. The mere sight of all the health being blasted away was enough to make anyone's heart ache. Lord Grim, Windward Formation. These two characters charged over as well. With Death's Door holding them all in, these five had been tormented for quite a while. Wu Chen carefully considered the situation at hand, suddenly noticing that their opponents were rushing to deal damage, but this offense wasn't without clarity. For example, no one was attacking Go Forth anymore. That was because his health was low enough and they had no healing skills. They didn't need to continue their offense on him, since Death's Door still had a spectacular ending. Gradually, Team Everlasting's 5 characters were pulled into Death's Door by its death force, and then Death's Door suddenly imploded, as if trying to banish the 5 characters into a parallel world. Amongst the widely pulsating death force, the 5 characters were thrown out by the blast, and he and Go Forth lost the remainder of his health in this blast, being the first character to fall in this battle, but the other 4 had their health chipped away at a steady rhythm by Team Happy's orderly attacks. Wu Chen's Dawn Gunner had the second lowest health. With Death's Door's explosion, he hadn't been taken out, but Lord Grim's Sky Strike caught the falling Dawn Gunner and sent him towards Steam Bun Invasion, who jumped up and greeted him with a strangle. With a 50% reduced in physical defense, Dawn Gunner didn't last long under the following assault, becoming the second to get taken out. The remaining 3 had their health intentionally reduced. After Dawn Gunner had been dealt with, the Team Happy 5 turned heel together and instantly surrounded them, taking them out. Although Team Everlasting seemed to still have 3 people, their core class and reliable captain had also been wiped out. The battle was over. The encirclement of the remaining 3 was done in silence. No one talked in the match chat channels or in the audience public chat. Everyone watched on in silence, sitting in front of their computers. On this side was a team eliminated from the Pro League, on that side was a grassroots team originating from an internet cafe. 2 teams like this wouldn't be able to play any kind of high-end competition, and wouldn't gain any fame, but this team competition was definitely a textbook example. How to use the map to turn the tides when disadvantaged. That was what this match had shown. The players weren't the most skilled. Their equipment wasn't the best. Even the tactics that were used weren't flawless. If Team Everlasting had been a little more on guard and noticed the backup ploy faster, then they wouldn't have lost the upper hand and been wiped out in one counterattack. Unfortunately, there were no if-only-ths in tactics. Plus, even if Team Everlasting had managed to guard against the backup ploy, that didn't mean Team Happy didn't have any other tricks up their sleeve. Reality was the only way to judge tactics. And from the results of this match, Team Happy's tactics were extremely successful. Team Happy is so strong. As Team Happy sent the last member of Team Everlasting out of the competition, the person who had been publicly supporting Team Happy before jumped out again. After flooding several pages of the chat with a whoosh, the person left again without waiting for a response. The spectating face slappers were depressed. How is that all their efforts came back to slap them in face? What kind of team would it take to eliminate this Team Happy? Even a team that originated from the Pro League like Everlasting wasn't enough. Could they really be a team strong enough to go against Excellent Era? Thinking of this, more or less everyone shook their heads involuntarily. A team strong enough to go against Excellent Era? With that sort of equipment? Though they didn't know where these guys had gotten all of those pieces of silver equipment, just that wasn't enough to match up with the subs for Team Excellent Era. Suddenly, it became a trial to try and estimate Team Happy's strength. The cons of not having a full understanding of the team's ability was something the face slappers had experienced over and over again. From when they thought this team was arrogant and personally tried to shoot them off their high horse, their actions came back to bite them again and again, because they always thought, this should be enough to defeat Team Happy, right? So when they cheered and jeered about Happy losing, when they were ready to finish an essay on Happy's defeat, Happy always sent back a solid slap to face, punching the words from their mouths. It was painful. The face slappers had been holding this grudge for so long and never got a chance to unleash their anger. The effort of holding it in was killing them. In comparison, Team Everlasting's fans were truly depressed. There was no record of turning things around after losing with a 1-8.5 lead while having the home advantage. Was Team Everlasting's journey this year coming to an end so soon? Next year? Would there even be a next year for them? They had nothing to do now, not even the Challenger League, so what could they use to keep themselves and the confidence their players and fans had afloat? There wasn't a lack of disappointed people tonight. Team Everlasting's fans were crushed and disappointed, and their players were obviously no better. Such a large difference in points was enough to make them as lifeless as the dead. The match was over, and everyone sat in their chairs as if they had been paralyzed. No one spoke, and no one could squeeze out even the smallest of smiles. Though they knew it wasn't over, there was another round. This result made their morale plummet. Everyone stayed silent, no one moved and no one spoke until the door was pushed open. They all subconsciously turned to look, only to see the boss of Club Everlasting standing in the doorway sadly. Club Excellent Era. Fuck! When Team Everlasting's 5 characters had been caught by death's door, Daoxian had already hurled the documents to the ground. Then as Team Happy wiped out Team Everlasting one by one, Daoxian's mood had gone from sunny to cloudy, then those clouds darkened with rain, ready to storm at any time. Especially the end, seeing the public chat flooded with Team Happy is so strong, it got to his nerves. Is Team Happy really that strong? Daoxian spoke darkly. With Ichio, their strength is definitely above normal teams. Kui Li forced himself to speak. Then is Team Everlasting a normal team? Daoxian asked, pointing at the screen. Chen Yehui looked at Kui Li with sympathy. This question wouldn't be easy to answer, but who would have thought Kui Li would easily say, though Team Everlasting was eliminated the year before last, their ability has declined greatly since they were a part of the Alliance. They sold their core character that year, and their captain and core players also left. A year later, they lost the Challengers League, which put them into a terrible situation. Now their team only consists of one player from the original team. All the others were found in a rush, and even their manager is a player. Their strength is far inferior to a real pro team. Chen Yehui was surprised by this logical analysis. This was truly a man who deserved to be manager. He had really done his homework. As Kui Li finished his matter-of-fact speech, he was sweating internally. He hadn't really done much research on Team Everlasting. It was just that when he saw the tides turn, he did a quick search on his phone and formulated such a speech. Actually, this victory might be a good thing. When they really start believing in their own power is when they'll meet a dead end. Kui Li added on. Chapter 825. City H Interview Station. Happy won. This match didn't receive an incredible amount of attention, but it didn't receive too little either. But in any case, it was the one match that the media did notice. After all, one side was currently the talk of the town, while the other side was a former pro team. The strength of both sides was noteworthy. No matter how famous Team Excellent Era was, just fighting against normal players wouldn't receive much attention. In the match between Team Happy and Team Everlasting, if Team Everlasting had won, the news reports might have simply written over it with a single stroke, but with Team Happy winning 8.5 to 1, that was certainly something worth writing about. Esports Home, the most reputable esports media platform. Glory was currently the most popular esport right now, so news on Glory would undoubtedly be their most important focus. 80% of their paper, which released twice a week, consisted of Glory-related news. Every city with a major Glory team had an esports news station. A few top teams even had their own special reporters that followed the teams around, establishing a good relationship between them to be that team's sole interview. City H was Team Excellent Era's home city. It could even be said that the news station located there was their oldest one. It was also where the first sole interview for a team came, but as Team Excellent Era gradually declined, the City H news station declined as well. It had only been busy last season because of Team Excellent Era's miraculously disgusting record, which had become such a good topic to report on. After being busy all of last season, City HS Esports home news station discovered that it was as if they had overdosed. Because Team Excellent Era had actually been relegated. That was admittedly a huge topic, but after reporting it, even for a powerhouse like Team Excellent Era, a relegated team wouldn't receive much attention in a paper dedicated to the Pro League. City HS news station would become marginalized into an awkward spot. During the summer, when the various teams were trading players and equipment, the esports home also prepared for the new season. The first step was to adjust the number of employees at City HS news station. City H only had Team Excellent Era. After being relegated, it wasn't necessary for so many dedicated employees to be there. As a result, the employees of City HS news station were sent out to different areas. Didn't the Alliance have newly added teams too? In the end, only 2 people remained in City HS news station. If it wasn't because they were certain that Team Excellent Era would return to the Alliance and their purchase of Xiao Shiqin and Life Extinguisher, City HS news station might have even closed down. Leaving just 2 employees couldn't be considered much. They were just there to be prepared when the time came. The end of the Challenger League would have some topics to report about. With Team Excellent Era this year, there would be more to talk about than usual, but for the reporters, they had been with Team Excellent Era when they reigned over the glory scene and were even familiar with the big names of the various teams. Now, they had suddenly dropped to such a position where they needed to follow the Challenger League. They didn't feel any better than those relegated players. Cao Guangqing was currently responsible for City HS Esports' home news station. He was also formerly the interviewer who followed Team Excellent Era. During Team Excellent Era's reign, he had undoubtedly been Esports Home's most famous reporter. Every year, he would have who knew how many lead stories on the front page. But in the blink of an eye, he had become a phoenix without feathers. With Team Excellent Era relegated, a famous reporter like him also fell to an awkward spot. He could also do work with other teams, but as the team's reporter, his network couldn't be ignored. All of Cao Guangqing's relationships lay in Team Excellent Era. If he ran to another team, he might not be able to outcompete his fellow reporters. Cao Guangqing knew that many were already laughing at him behind his back. After all, there would be no lack of people who had been jealous of his fame for so many years. In the annual Summer Esports Home Conference, Cao Guangqing had heard quite a few insidious greetings, but he could only hold back his anger. The current powerhouses already had their own established team reporters. If he switched teams, he would be sent to a new team. A team with the goal of not getting relegated could only have so much to talk about. When the time came, that team might even get relegated and he would once again fall with them. The cycle would continue and he might never be able to return to his former glory. Cao Guangqing had a good understanding of his situation, so when Team Excellent Era was relegated, he didn't hurry to find another path. After all, this was still Team Excellent Era. Their relegation was considered a miracle. No one doubted that Team Excellent Era would return to the pro scene next year. Moreover, even after being relegated, the team was able to trade for Xiao Shiqin and Life Extinguisher. Such a trade was rarely seen during the summer transfer window. Cao Guangqing stayed, waiting to return to the Alliance together with Team Excellent Era. However, for this season, his days would be unfortunately leisurely. Speaking of which, when he was usually busy and had to stay up to finish his report, he would always curse his profession for being so exhausting. Now that he was suddenly idle, he was reminiscing about those busy days. He missed those days so much that he was even losing sleep. He had time to sleep, but he couldn't sleep. Cao Guangqing felt a little depressed towards this lifestyle that he led. Saturday morning. Cao Guangqing opened his eyes. He looked at the time and subconsciously began wondering if today was Team Excellent Era's home or away match. After realizing what he was doing, he laughed bitterly. The third round of the Pro League was about to start. He still wasn't used to Team Excellent Era not being in the Alliance. He didn't need to follow their team. Helpless, Cao Guangqing got up and left his bedroom to go to the bathroom. Their new station was really just them living in City H and being close by to interview the team on a moment's notice. The company would provide the reporters with an apartment. Their everyday life consisted of going over to interview the team and then writing a draft. They didn't need to a specific office location. If you insisted on it, then his bedroom and living room could be considered his workplace. When Cao Guangqing went out of his bedroom, he passed by the living room and saw the other person, Chang Xian, staying in City H with him. He was currently on his laptop, busy typing. Compared to Cao Guangqing requesting to stay, Chang Xian had been told to stay. This young man was a new graduate last year. After being hired by Esports Home, he was directly sent to City HS News Station, a location with many Glory fans. Unfortunately, City HS Team Excellent Era had been relegated and he was set aside as a new hire. This summer, headquarters didn't change their mind, and he stayed there with Cao Guangqing. However, Chang Xian didn't have as many thoughts as Cao Guangqing. He readily prepared for work with youthful energy. He looked as if he were going to write a long report on the Challenger League. To Cao Guangqing, it was quite funny. Challenger League? What's there to write about? Cao Guangqing, who had written news stories on 4 finals, had trouble lowering himself to following the Challenger League. Because of this, he was quite thankful for having a young guy like Chang Xian. He at least had a partner. Seeing Chang Xian busily working early in the morning, Cao Guangqing couldn't help but be curious about what this fellow was writing so busily about. Didn't a round of the Challenger League just finish yesterday? Before he could get closer, Chang Xian saw him from the reflection of his monitor and hastily got up to give him a greeting. "Morning, brother Cao." "You're up." What are you up to?" Cao Guangqing had noticed that Chang Xian had quite a few web pages opened up as if he were organizing something. "Oh. Last night in the Challenger League, Team Happy beat Team Everlasting," Chang Xian excitedly said. "He hasn't seen the world yet." Cao Guangqing muttered to himself, but calmly said, "Really? Brother Cao, don't you think we should interview Happy? From what I've heard, Yiqiu should be a part of Team Happy, right?" Chang Xian said. Cao Guangqing smiled. "This brother knows 100 times more than you about that. I obviously know that Yiqiu is in Team Happy, but you asking for an interview was a joke." "Who was that?" "Yiqiu. In the entire Glory scene, he was the media's #1 enemy. He was the only public figure in the alliance with special privileges. No one in the media could reach him even if they wanted to. Cao Guangqing was Team Excellent Era's reporter, but he had only been able to get an interview with the captain 3 times. 3 times? Cao Guangqing had been with Team Excellent for 8 years, yet he had only been able to get a total of 3 interviews across those 8 years. Another team reporter might meet their team's captain more than that every week. Even more depressing was that those 3 interviews had been through F***King QQ. Yes, up until now, Cao Guangqing had never even seen Yiqiu in person. It was something he had always felt depressed about. Thinking of this, Cao Guangqing felt grief and indignation again. Seeing Chang Xian in high spirits, Cao Guangqing felt like he needed to show this young guy how deep the waters were in this industry. Young people nowadays thought that interviewing Juzakai was difficult. F***CK. Have you guys ever followed the team 8 years, never seen the team's ace player in person, and only got 3 interviews with him on QQ? Little Chang, that's a good news point. Team Happy is a popular team right now. We can trail them. Let's go. I'm optimistic about your future," Cao Guangqing said. "Yay!" Chang Xian immediately began packing up his equipment. After packing up, he turned his head to say, "Brother Cao, you're not going." "Oh, I won't go." "You should try going by yourself. Train your ability to work independently. If Team Happy is actually able to go through the entire way, won't they be your resource? You have to grab onto them well," Cao Guangqing said. "Okay. Then I'll be heading out, Brother Cao," Chang Xian called out. "Be careful. I'll be waiting for your draft," Cao Guangqing said. "Okay." Chang Xian nodded his head enthusiastically. Chapter 826. Interviewing Happy. The weather wasn't bad on Friday. An Excellent Era gave their players the day off, allowing them to rest. This was a tradition that had been around since the beginning of the Pro League. The day after a match was a day for rest, but now that they were participants in the Challenger League, Friday, their original match day, had become a holiday. Those who were used to the Pro League felt a little unused to this change. It wasn't just the players, but even the manager, Kui Lee, felt a little lost when waking up to a day where he had no match to prepare for. Uncertain if he should do, Kui Lee eventually decided to go for a walk. Kui Lee was something of a workaholic. He was married to no one but his work, so he more or less lived in the club. Stepping out of the club this morning, the first thing that he saw was Happy on the opposite side of the road. Instantly, his mood went from bad to worse. This really wasn't a good season. Kui Lee couldn't help but lament. A powerhouse like Excellent Era had to fight in the Challenger League this year. Even if they won, there wasn't anything to celebrate since it was expected, right? Therefore, there would be nothing happening this season that Excellent Era could be proud of. Kui Lee stood outside Excellent Era with his hands on his hips, thinking about where he should go. Suddenly, a moped passed by precariously, and came to a stop after some struggle. The rider scratched his head awkwardly and greeted Kui Lee. "Morning, Manager Kui." Kui Lee cheered up a bit upon realizing that he recognized the boy on the bike. Chang Xian, an intern from esports home that had been sent here to H City just last year. He had come along to many interviews with Excellent Era. Now that a year had gone by, he should be a full member, but his electric bike riding skills still had much to improve. Kui Lee silently thanked the fact that he had yet to cross the road, otherwise it was completely possible that he would be under those wheels at this moment. Hey, little Chang. Kui Lee laughed as he teased the other. It seems like, compared to your writing skills, your biking skills are still in need of a lot of improvement. Chang Xian scratched his head, smiling in embarrassment. Where are you heading off to, so early in the morning? Kui Lee asked. To do an interview, Chang Xian replied honestly. Hearing this, Kui Lee lit up. As the club manager, what he needed to consider wasn't just the results of their matches, he had to take care of the functioning of the club as a whole. With Excellent Era out of the main competition, the attention they received this year was at an all-time low. Offers for sponsorships and ads were more or less stagnant. They didn't care about what a glorious history you had, after all. If you weren't going to be in the public eye this season, then there was no point in making a big investment. Excellent Era's situation wasn't too bad, all things considered, since the public still had expectations for them. Some sponsors didn't pull away immediately, but talked with them about future plans. How they would be executed had to wait until Excellent Era returned to the Pro League. If Excellent Era could gain attention from the media and appear in public eye more, it would definitely benefit them from the economic perspective Kui Lee stood in, as the manager. More attention like this could give sponsors more confidence in Excellent Era. Kui Lee's smile didn't shift and he prepared to welcome Chang Xian, but Chang Xian had already gotten back onto his bike, waving at Kui Lee and saying, "I won't take up any more of your time, Manager Kui, bye." Kui Lee's smile froze on his face, hurriedly stifling the words on the tip of his tongue. His confusion slipping onto his face. This brat wasn't going to interview Excellent Era? It was lucky that he hadn't said anything yet, otherwise that would be really awkward. Kui Lee knew that though Glory was the hottest topic in esports, there were other games as well. Esports Home was a comprehensive esports media, so they also reported happenings in these other games, but since Glory was the main focus, the interview station in City H was placed close to the only club in City H, Excellent Era. Was Chang Xian going to interview teams from other games? That's what Kui Lee thought, until Chang Xian's bike started to move, wobbling. He had a bad feeling. Around here, there were no other pro teams from other games. The electric bike wasn't that good of a tool for traveling such distances, right? Then if Chang Xian wasn't going to interview Excellent Era, he was going to. As he thought of this, Chang Xian's bike finally got properly onto the road, turning and heading directly for Happy Internet Cafe. To interview Happy. In this moment, Kui Lee's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions that couldn't be put into words, standing stunned on the side of the road. Chang Xian rode his electric bike and crossed the road unevenly and then rode onto the pavement. He seemed to want to stop in front of the door of Happy, but his terrible biking skills couldn't handle even that. The bike came to a sudden stop half inside the internet cafe. Kui Lee vaguely heard screams coming from the internet cafe. They must have been startled by an electric bike charging inside. Then he saw Chang Xian hurriedly jump off the bike, scratching his head again in embarrassment and quickly backing the bike up to be parked properly. Then he rushed into Happy Internet Cafe. Happy. Though Kui Li was displeased, he had to admit that defeating Team Everlasting was quite a feat for Happy, and would make people curious about them. Getting interviewed wasn't entirely unexpected, but watching one of the workers from the team working specifically for Excellent Era go to interview their enemy made Kui Li's heart twist. Out of sight, out of mind. Kui Li thought furiously, whirling in the other direction. Though it was out of sight, his thoughts still lingered on it. What kind of article would be written on Happy Internet Cafe? Chang Xian had rode his bike straight into the internet cafe, almost startling the employee into calling the police. He quickly explained what happened and why he was here. The employee manning the counter hurriedly called his boss after hearing Chang Xian's words. Cheng Guo now often lived at the rented house in the compound. Last night, they celebrated their victory over the ex-pro Team Everlasting, and now in the morning Cheng Guo got a call from the internet cafe. At first she thought something had happened, but actually someone was here to interview them, and they were someone from esports home too. Cheng Guo was shocked. 1 second, Cheng Guo quickly said before turning to tell Yishio to go. Esports home wants to interview us? Not bad, it's a good chance to raise our fame. Yishio nodded in approval at her words. So, we should accept? Cheng Guo asked. No reason not to. Yishio said. But what about you? Cheng Guo knew, of course, that Yishio never accepted interviews, not even the mandatory press conferences after matches. The Alliance wouldn't ban you from playing if you broke these rules, but you would get fined. But Yishio never cared. If he was fined, then he'd pay the fine and still not go. They came to an understanding in the end. Yishio was more clear about the fines from the Alliance than even his own balance, making sure to pay them every month. The Alliance didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this stubborn guy. In the end, the Alliance even felt a bit sorry for fining him all the time, but the rules were there. If they changed them, how would they face those who adhered to them? So in the beginning there was some debate, but in the end it was just so. One side would pay the fines and the other wouldn't say anything about his actions. Me? They wouldn't know who I am anyways, right? Yishio said. So you're just going to say you're Yishio? Cheng Guo questioned. Yup. Yishio nodded. Then, you're going to accept the interview? Cheng Guo asked. It doesn't matter, Yishio smiled, they won't write that much anyways. Why won't they write much? Cheng Guo was a bit disappointed. Because I don't have time left. Yishio said. Cheng Guo hadn't thought that would be what he meant and didn't know how to respond. When Yishio avoided the media, it was first because he was afraid his parents would find him after he ran away from home, and force him to go back. Later on, though he didn't need to hide from his family, it became a habit. Yishio had thought he would be able to use his brother's ID to play until he had to retire. He never thought that something like this would happen before then. He regained his identity as Yishio, and when he returned he wasn't planning on using Yishio's name any longer. After experiencing all that once, he was too lazy to go over it again. Cheng Guo respected Yishio's wishes and simply picked up the phone, telling the guy at the internet cafe to tell the reporter to come over. Shouldn't you ask the others if they're okay with being interviewed first? Yishio asked. Oh yeah, you're right. Cheng Guo immediately realized that was something she should probably do after hearing Yishio ask. And, as they exchanged a glance, they knew they were thinking the same thing. After living in the internet cafe for so long, Cheng Guo had never poked into Tang Ru's background, but anyone would realize that she definitely wasn't someone who had to work in an internet cafe to keep herself afloat. With her beauty, her composure, a few pictures would earn a lot. Tang Ru's background definitely wasn't simple, so maybe she wouldn't want to be exposed to the public? Chapter 827. All rather impressive. Yishio and Cheng Guo had thought of Tang Ru, but reality was very different from their expectations. Hearing that there would be a reporter coming to interview them, Tang Ru had no intention of avoiding it. Instead, it was Wenyi who shook his head furiously at the news. Everyone curiously inquired as to why and was struck speechless by his response. This guy hadn't gone to his school to check in since school had started. It would be fine if he was inconspicuous about it, but if he went and accepted an interview and appeared on news, it allowed his school to know that he had skipped to play games. They would definitely have a hard time accepting that. Okay then, do as you wish, little 'un. Everyone else should wait here for a while. The reporter is coming soon, Chen Guo ordered before going outside to welcome the reporter. Not long after, Chen Guo came back, but she was limping as she pushed open the door and came inside. Everyone stared in shock, Tang Ru running up to help her. What happened? I'm very sorry about that. My biking skills are not the best. Not far behind Chen Guo was a young man, scratching his head in embarrassment as he walked in timidly. After getting the address that Team Happy was at from the internet cafe, he had rushed over. Chen Guo had, of course, asked after what Chang Xian was like so she could take him up from downstairs. Seeing the electric bike, she more or less knew that this was who she was waiting for. She had been walking into the road to greet him, but didn't think there could be someone so terrible at biking. Seeing someone walk out, Chang Xian had anxiously yelled out a warning, but even as one of them tried to dodge and the other tried to swerve, Chen Guo had still gotten hit. This is little Chang from esports home. Chen Guo was still in quite a bit of pain. But she still gritted her teeth and introduced Chang Xian to everyone. Boss Chen. I'm really sorry, are you sure you're okay? Should we go to the hospital first? Chang Xian chattered nervously at the side. Though Chen Guo had been hit by Chang Xian's bike, they hadn't wasted any time in introducing themselves to each other. I'm fine, let me introduce you first, Chen Guo said. I think you should sit down first. Tang Ru helped Chen Guo make her way over to the sofa, so Chen Guo went ahead and introduced her first. This is Tang Ru, the player behind the battle mage Soft Mist. Ah. Chang Xian expressed in surprise. He had, of course, done some research before coming to conduct an interview. The more he understood, the more topics he could bring up. And in the match against Everlasting yesterday, she had defeated 2 players in the group arena. She was definitely the most famous player in Team Happy. Now, she had turned out to be a beautiful woman in real life as well. Did he really need to write anything? Just a few photos were probably enough to create waves. And Boss Chen was also a beauty. He was pretty sure the Glory Circle had yet to have such a beautiful lady as a boss. He had, of course, also brought his camera to this interview. It was currently held in his hand, but Tang Ru was busy taking care of Chen Guo, who he had unfortunately injured. He wasn't shameless enough to ask them for a few photos first. By then, Chen Guo was already introducing the next person. This is Qiao Yifan. Chen Guo was just introducing them by who she saw first. Little Qiao was originally from Team Tiny Herb. After his contract expired, he came over. He plays the Ghost Blade, 1-inch Ash. What? Chang Xian, who had been waiting for a chance to take pictures of the 2 attractive ladies, suddenly heard Chen Guo introducing the next person. He was instantly thunderstruck. Team Tiny Herb. A member from a team that had been 2-time champions had joined Team Happy? What was this? Chang Xian stared in shock. Information on 1-inch Ash was rare. He only knew that it was an account for the 10th server and the second under max level character to reach the heavenly domain in the 10th server, after Lord Grimm. He hadn't appeared much during the time where Happy was accepting challenges, but in yesterday's match against Everlasting, he had won them their first point, giving a calm and mature impression. He hadn't thought this person would be from the Pro League, and Tiny Herb too. Chang Xian didn't hide the shock on his face as he gazed at Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan became nervous with all the staring. He had been someone without presence in Team Tiny Herb, and had never had the chance to be interviewed. Now, seeing Chang Xian's shocked gaze, Qiao Yifan was also a little startled. I? He stuttered for a while before suddenly blurting out, I'll go pour some water, and fleeing. That's Wei Chen, maybe you've heard of him. Chen Guo was still making introductions, he's currently our warlock, Windward Formation. Wei Chen? Chang Xian considered this name, feeling a little lost. It was completely unfamiliar to him, but Windward Formation was definitely someone who had ability. However, this guy... Chang Xian looked at Wei Chen, taking in the stubble that hinted at his comparatively old age. Wasn't he a little too old? Ha ha ha, young people these days wouldn't have heard of me. Wei Chen, of course, wouldn't nervously run away like Qiao Yifan. Seeing that Chang Xian didn't recognize him, he shamelessly started to introduce himself. The former captain of Team Blue Rain and the original owner of Swaxa, that's me. Ah. Hearing this, Chang Xian jumped once again. He might not know who Wei Chen was, but the captain of Team Blue Rain, the owner of Swaxa, he understood what these two identities meant. This middle-aged man was actually that impressive a character? Ha ha ha, calm down, kid, don't get so nervous upon hearing someone's reputation. Look at you, how are you going to interview us like this? Wei Chen shamelessly started lecturing. I? Now it was Chang Xian who was stuttering like Qiao Yifan. It was a good thing that Cheng Gui had started introducing the next person already. This is Bao Romxing, we all call him Steamed Bun, he's the brawler Steamed Bun Invasion. Chang Xian listened with both ears perked, but didn't hear anything after owner. Chang Xian hastily ran over the introduction in his head again. It seemed to be just as he had heard. That's weird. Something seemed to be lacking. Did this Steamed Bun have no impressive sort of background? With there being beauties and ex-Team Tiny Herb members and Team Blue Rain captains, Chang Xian immediately expected each of the members of Happy to have some sort of impressive background. Yet Steamed Bun seemed to be a normal person, making Chang Xian a little disoriented. As he gazed at Steamed Bun, he heard Steamed Bun speak. Good thing that you seem like an honest little reporter, otherwise I would have your leg for injuring the boss. Holy crap! Chang Xian felt his legs turn to jelly. What kind of person was this? What kind of response was that? Seeing Steamed Bun seriously considering his leg, Chang Xian couldn't take it as a joke. He wouldn't really lose a leg upon leaving, would he? Don't mess around, Steamed Bun then, a guy with a cigarette in his mouth told Steamed Bun off. Chang Xian looked over and Cheng Gui was already introducing him. This is our captain, Yi Xiao, the player behind Lord Grimm. Yi Xiao. Chang Xian had listened carefully. It was Xiao, not Xiao. And, as a member of Esports Home, he knew for certain that in the registered players for Team Happy, Lord Grimm's player was definitely not Yi Xiao, but many people were suspicious that even if Yi Xiao hadn't registered, he was still hiding in Team Happy, playing for them, and were therefore suspicious of who was the player behind Lord Grimm. But now, this player was introduced to him just like that, and as the captain, too. Chang Xian suddenly didn't dare suspect his identity. There's also a cleric, Little Cold Hands, but he's busy today, Cheng Gui continued. Chang Xian nodded, going over the names and faces of each person he had been introduced to so far, but as he counted the people present, he suddenly realized there was one extra. This person kept his distance from everyone else, leaning against the wall stoically and watching on. This person, was he the legendary god Yi Xiao? Chang Xian thought he had definitely managed to make a right guess, but saw how Cheng Gui seemed to have no intentions of introducing him, but this was god Yi Xiao. That topic far outstripped anything like beautiful ladies, or Tiny Herb members or Blue Rain captains. In the media circle, nobody had managed to interview him except for Cao Guang. And even for Cao Guang, the interviews had been done over QQ. Now that god Yi Xiao was in front of him, he couldn't let go of the opportunity given to him, or else he couldn't be called a reporter. Chang Xian gathered his courage and stepped forwards without any prompting. Excuse me, are you god Yi Xiao? Chang Xian greeted this cool guy. In his heart, god Yi Xiao, who always refused to be interviewed, was definitely someone who was aloof and proud like this. No. But the other person coldly denied it. Chang Xian was waiting for him to speak again when Cheng Gui introduced him as well. This is Mo Fan, Ninja, Deception. He's still considering whether or not he wants to join. Ah. Chang Xian startled, disappointed upon knowing that this person wasn't Yi Xiao. If Yi Qiu was really happy but didn't want to come out for an interview, then he probably wouldn't get a chance today. Chang Xian turned his focus back to the others as he thought over this, but the name Chen Gui had given him flashed through his mind and he turned suddenly. Your deception? Mo Fan glacned at him. He wouldn't respond to a useless question like that. You? Give me back my equipment. Then, Chang Xian said something that made everyone a little taken aback. Chapter 828. I once had a friend. Chang Xian wasn't just an esports reporter. He was also a fan of glory. His work revolved around glory. Outside of work, he spent most of his free time on glory too. In the heavenly domain, Chang Xian had a striker account. He was a normal player in the game. As a result, he had suffered under the hands of the most infamous scrap picker in glory, Deception. When he had prepared for his interview, Chang Xian had seen the name Deception among the registered members in Team Happy, but from the time Team Happy accepted challenges to the recent 3 matches in the Challenger League, Deception's character had never appeared a single time. Chang Xian thought that he wasn't with Team Happy. Who would have thought that Deception really was a part of the team? Suddenly, Chang Xian's grievances towards Deception exploded. At that time, he had lost the PK and died. His weapon dropped and before he could call over his friends to get it back, he saw Deception nimbly blend back into the chaotic crowd. After stealing his weapon, he just swaggered off without a second thought. Chang Xian had seen everything clearly from his ghost's view. That Thunder Fist was a weapon that he had spent who knew how much time and effort to obtain, but in just a quick PK, a scrap picker snatched it away. Chang Xian felt so disgusted that he stopped playing for a week. He had thought of taking revenge on Deception, but in the vast heavenly domain, finding a single person wasn't something that could be done with just patience and perseverance. Chang Xian persisted for a period of time, before finally giving up out of helplessness. Even though this incident had passed a while ago, seeing Deception among the members of Team Happy stirred up his previous anger. However, facing Team Happy, he needed to be professional. It wasn't good to mix his personal emotions with his work. Deception may have been among the list of registered team members, he had never appeared on stage before. It wasn't certain if he was actually in the team or not. The Challenger League rules were truly lax. Chang Xian didn't take the matter of Deception to heart up until now. When he heard the sudden introduction and realized that the cold, arrogant guy he thought was Yi Qiu actually turned out to be Deception, Mo Fan's expression made him extremely annoyed. Impulse overcame him. He suddenly turned around and got into a fighting position in front of Mo Fan. Everyone was astonished. To think such a coincidence would happen. Everyone clicked their tongues in wonder, but no one said anything. Mo Fan no longer had his expressionless face. He was somewhat dumbstruck. He probably wasn't prepared to meet a victim of his in real life. Who are you? Mo Fan finally asked. I'm called Death Reaper. My lightning fist was stolen by you. It seems like you don't remember me. Chang Xian shouted. Yes. Mo Fan said. Now that I've helped you remember, return it to me. Chang Xian demanded. In reality, he already had a similar weapon now, but his arguing wasn't over the weapon itself, but rather because of the grief he felt when he watched as his beloved weapon was stolen away. Chang Xian was already fairly calm at this point. After all, it had been a while since that incident had occurred. If this meeting had happened within a week of that incident, he might have had the courage to physically kick him down. It's gone. Mo Fan replied honestly, but it drove Chang Xian mad. He didn't really want his equipment back. Now that you've been caught in real life by one of your victims, shouldn't you at least have some sort of reaction? What is this? You. Chang Xian didn't know what else to say. He wasn't seeking his lost equipment, but looking to vent his anger. But now he realized that he didn't know how the other side could make it up to him. Allow himself to get beat up? Chang Xian knew that wasn't realistic. The two were in the middle of their confrontation when Qiao Yifan came back with water. He had no idea what had happened. When he saw Chang Xian over there, he delivered a cup of water to him under the gazes of everyone. Have some water. A fellow had popped up next to Mo Fan to give him some water. Chang Xian didn't know how to respond. Everyone had their hands to their foreheads. What type of scene was this? Cough, little Chang, it looks like Mo Fan took your equipment. Today you've gotten a chance to meet us. How about we call it even? Arguing is pointless. Cheng Guo revealed the air of a big sister and resolved this matter. In reality, her logic made no sense. However, Cheng Guo could see Chang Xian's anger. It wasn't as exaggerated as his reaction had been. It had probably been a long time since that incident, so he wasn't that angry anymore. That scar would still remain in his heart though. Someone more sociable might have even said a few words and ended up friends with him. Unfortunately, Mo Fan wasn't that type of person. He replied with an earnest, "It's gone." It was as if he were deliberately provoking him. Chang Xian found himself facing such a person and found himself in an awkward spot. Cheng Guo gave him a suitable excuse to get over this matter. Chang Xian had been a reporter for a year. He was clever. He immediately understood that this was Cheng Guo handing giving him a way out of the awkward situation between him and Mo Fan. He seized the opportunity, taking the water and thanking Xiao Yifan, while politely responding to Cheng Guo. Xiao Yifan had gone to get water for the guest, so he didn't know what had happened. He asked Mo Fan, next to him, "What's going on?" "He's asking me for equipment." Mo Fan replied with a simple answer. Chang Xian almost dropped his cup. He wasn't asking for equipment. He wanted him to return his equipment. A single word made all the difference. Cheng Guo didn't have a good impression of Mo Fan either way. Hearing his sharp and concise answer, she wasn't happy. She said to Chang Xian, "Little Chang, how about we get down to business first? You two can talk about your private grievances later. No one will stop you." Oh, sure. Then let's start now? Speaking of which, I don't have a good understanding of you guys. If I say something wrong, please forgive me. Chang Xian spoke methodically. Ha, ask away. Cheng Guo said. I really want to know if Yi Qiu, Team Excellent Era's former captain, if God Yi Qiu is in Team Happy. Chang Xian started off with the question he wanted to know the answer the most. Cheng Guo looked at Yi Qiu. Everyone looked at Yi Qiu. They also wanted to know how he would answer this question. Ah, him. You could say he's here. You could also say he's not here. Yi Qiu said. What does that mean? Chang Xian didn't understand. You'll understand when the time comes. Yi Qiu smiled. How crafty. Everyone gasped in surprise. So he's dodging the question? The reporter won't pursue it, right? Chang Xian didn't pursue the matter. For an exclusive interview, he needed to pay attention to propriety. If he insisted on asking a question that the other side didn't want to answer, he would bring the mood down. It would be very bad for the following questions. From this point, Chang Xian wasn't experienced enough. If an experienced reporter like Cao Guangqing had come for the interview, the reporter would not have let this opportunity pass. The reporter would not have asked this question first either. Asking this question last would not have been any better. If no valuable answer came, the reporter could just laugh it off and end the interview on a high note. If a juicy hint appeared, the reporter could pursue it relentlessly. Even if it irritated the other side, it at least wouldn't affect the overall interview. Chang Xian had been too impatient and started the interview with this question. He knew he couldn't press too hard in the beginning of the interview, so when Yi Qiu dodged the question, he had to let this question go. Afterwards, Chang Xian naturally asked about their thoughts on people denouncing them as being arrogant. Yi Qiu smiled again. The following match will prove everything. I can see that you guys are very confident. Do you think that your team is good enough to topple Team Excellent Era? Chang Xian asked. As long as it's a competitive match, anything is possible. Yi Qiu smiled. Everyone wanted to boo in their hearts. There was no way Team Excellent Era would be a breeze to fight. If they had to fight against Team Excellent Era right now, Team Happy wasn't confident in their chances. Yishio was relying on the hope that the players on Team Happy would have a lot of time to improve. The current them and the future them would be completely different. Yishio had said these words to them, but facing an interview, he shut his mouth and didn't mention it. He made it sound like they were very confident in their chances against Team Excellent Era. Could I ask about your unspecialized? From what I know, your unspecialized Lord Grim possesses a unique silver weapon that can switch forms. Yes. This weapon seems to have been created especially for unspecialized. Could you talk about how you came up with the idea for it? I feel that you must have exerted a lot of effort designing this weapon, right? Everyone looked at Yishio. Especially Chenghua. This question very likely brought out a lot of emotions for Yishio. Yishio said that that youth, who had passed away already, was the most gifted talent he had known. Chenghua had followed Yishio and Su Muqing to sweep his tomb. She didn't doubt his words. I once had a friend. Chenghua heard Yishio said. Chapter 829. This is enough. I once had a friend. Yishio's tone was severe, a smoking cigarette between his fingers. Everyone went silent, thinking that this would be a very unique, heart-touching story. Chang Xian hurriedly moved closer with his recording pen, afraid of missing even a single word. Who was good at glory? Yishio said. And then, he died. Yishio sighed, flicking ash from his cigarette and looking back at Chang Xian. Having done some interviews and being quite a social person, Chang Xian wasn't unfamiliar with this sort of look, but its appearance now was odd. It said that they were done speaking, and it's your turn to speak. Chang Xian doubted his understanding of the look and couldn't help but ask, that's all? That's all. Yishio said. Everyone exchanged glances. It sounded like a randomly made-up joke. Was this guy messing with that poor reporter? That was what everyone including Chang Xian thought, but what could he do about it? He couldn't point at the other party and say that it was bullshit. As a reporter, he had to interact with all sorts of people. He had to be able to tolerate them. Chang Xian had been on the edge of his seat with anticipation, and then he heard a story of I once had a friend who was good at glory and then he died, his emotions instantly changing to tearful. Ehem. Chang Xian coughed lightly, self-consciously retracting his recording pen. The story made his brain short-circuit a little, unsure of how to continue. Chang Xian pretended to sip his water, taking the chance to organize his thoughts. It wasn't until there was only a quarter left in his cup that he recovered fully. To play as an unspecialized character, you need a lot of experience in glory, or so I understand. How long has Big Brother Yi been playing glory for? Chang Xian asked. 10 years, Yishio said. 10 years? Chang Xian was startled by this. A glory player with 10 years of experience had to have started from when the game was first launched. Even in the pro circle, only Han Wenqing and a few other veterans had experience like that. Players who could play a game for 10 years like that were few and far between. What's so impressive about that? I have 10 years of experience, too. Wei Chen cut in. Amazing! Chang Xian continued to exclaim. Wei Chen being the ex-captain of Blue Rain was a great topic, but Chang Xian hadn't known anything about this beforehand, so he hadn't done any research. Ex-Blue Rain captain? Wei Chen? These names were unfamiliar to him. As a worker in media, this wasn't supposed to happen, but Chang Xian had only officially started working last year, so his research wasn't that broad or deep. So when he spoke to Wei Chen, Chang Xian was very careful, afraid that he would anger the other. Senior Wei, I'm a newbie in this line of work, so I haven't read up on your background. Is it okay if you tell me about it? Chang Xian hesitated, but eventually decided to be honest in his curiosity and ask. Ha ha ha, you want the tales of glory of my youth? I could talk about that for days on end. You planning to stay the night? Wei Chen said. No, Chang Xian's sweat dropped. Why don't you pick a few interesting parts to tell? Interesting? Then I would have to mention some big names. Like Ichio, you know him, of course. Wei Chen said. Of course. Chang Xian hastily nodded. He was especially happy if these stories could allow him to further understand the other gods. That information was very valuable. Chang Xian was so focused on listening to Wei Chen that he didn't notice everyone glancing at a certain someone when Ichio was mentioned. I'm not just talking behind his back, but Ichio really isn't anything great. Wei Chen said. Ah. Hearing this, Chang Xian's hand shook a little. Though pro players were enemies on the field, there were rarely any that would speak about another pro player like that. Chang Xian felt like he had struck gold. You know why he always refuses to appear in public eye? Wei Chen asked. I don't. Chang Xian was excited. This was one of the great mysteries of glory. Would he be the one to solve it after all these years? The reason is, that guy is very despicable, very shameless, very immoral. If he came under public eye, there's no telling if he'll survive the aftermath. Wei Chen said seriously. Chang Xian paused. Why do you say that? Because that's the kind of person he is. Wei Chen said. How do you know this? Chang Xian asked. Thinking back to that time. Wei Chen looked to be in deep thought, his other hand motioning towards Yi Xiu, asking for a cigarette. How shameless. Asking for a cigarette from the very person whose name you were blemishing. The representative of justice, Chen Gui, was annoyed, standing up, even with the pain in her leg from the collision. Don't listen to his nonsense, little Chang. Nonsense. Chang Xian stared in disbelief. This poor reporter came all the way over here, so be serious, don't make things up, Chen Gui said. Make things up? Chang Xian cried. He had thought he had gotten valuable information, but it was actually just a made-up story. In comparison to this wretched-looking older dude, Chang Xian was 1000% more willing to believe Chen Guo's words. Hey, I was just trying to make the interview contents more interesting. This way he could write a draft that would become the center of attention. We can let the readers try to figure out what's true and what's not, Wei Chen said. Chang Xian turned away decisively. It was better to interview someone other than this old guy. He had to do some more research and formulate some more specific questions. This guy's bullshitting skills were just too damn good. Turning his attention, Chang Xian's gaze fell onto Qiao Yifan and his eyes lit up. A player originally from Tiny Herb, wasn't that also a great topic? He hurriedly started to chat with Qiao Yifan. Qiao Yifan was such an honest person. In an interview, he was quite uneasy, but only said what was true. Chang Xian ended up a little disappointed by what information he had obtained. Though Qiao Yifan was from Tiny Herb, his story wasn't that soul-stirring. He was a player who hadn't gotten his contract renewed by a champion team or received any offers from other teams. A person who had been eliminated by the pro circle. In the end, he had found his place in a grassroots team like Happy. This could be described as persistence, but if he really wanted to write about something inspiring, Happy hadn't gotten any real accomplishments yet, so that wasn't really possible. Though there wasn't anything soul-stirring about the contents, he could still write about his identity as a once member of Team Tiny Herb. Chang Xian comforted himself with that before turning his attention to Tang Ru. Her beauty made Chang Xian feel nervous as a budding young man, so he sipped his water and organized his emotions before speaking. Before coming here, I had been wondering what kind of player the Battle Mage Softmist was. To be honest, I hadn't expected them to be someone so beautiful. You flatter me, Tang Ru smiled. So, how long have you been familiar with Glory for? Chang Xian asked. If we're talking about just trying out the game, I had fought a few matches before. I only started seriously playing when the 10th server opened. Tang Ru said. You've only played seriously for half a year. Chang Xian was shocked. What was up with Team Happy? If it wasn't a monster from the early days, then it was a newbie from the new server. Were they purposefully trying to walk the extremes? He hadn't managed to digest his shock when steamed bun cut in like how Wei Chen had after Yi Xiu's 10 years. interrupting them and further shocking Chang Xian with a "I started in the 10th server, too." "You, too?" Chang Xian was a little dumbstruck. He suddenly realized that he didn't need to get stories from these members of Team Happy in this interview. Just some background info was good enough to introduce them. How these people started playing Glory, got together, these topics were dull in comparison. Chang Xian knew that no tales of serendipitous meetings that would be more eye-catching than their backgrounds. This was just the beginning. The phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind's eye. No matter what, Team Happy had only gotten to the second round of the Challengers League so far. Though they had defeated the ex-pro Team Everlasting, no one could be certain of how far they would go. There was no need to look into it any further before they established their strength. Just the simple information he had gotten today was enough. "May I take a group photo of you all?" Chang Xian was satisfied of his gains today after making that realization. He thought that Happy had potential, so he shouldn't try to dig up everything he could get. Some, he should leave for the future, allowing for them to establish a stronger, longer relationship. Chang Xian was learning new things as he went. "A group photo? I don't think that's necessary. Some of our members aren't even here today," Yishio said. Cold hands and concealed light, right? What Chang Xian had looked into he had looked closely at. "That's right." Yishio nodded. "Then, how about a photo with just the owner?" Chang Xian asked. No one here was stupid, they all knew that a topic like Beautiful Boss was a good one, so Chang Xian probably had such plans. Yishio wouldn't decide on his own for something like this, looking towards Chen Guo for her decision. That's fine, take one if you want." Chen Guo didn't mind. The title of Beautiful Boss was something she had in the Happy Internet Cafe too. Chen Guo didn't boast about it or refuse. After all, she really was a beauty. Chapter 830. Temporarily not publishing. Chang Xian had only been in this line of work for a little over a year and hadn't had many chances to do exclusive interviews, but he had taken many photos over the past year, even when he had worked with Cao Guangqing on an interview. Chang Xian was rather skilled at photography. Chen Guo almost asked for a few copies of the photos he showed her, but she pushed down the urge. She couldn't act like she was completely naive, right? After the photos had been taken, the interview came to a close. Overall, it hadn't taken very long. Chang Xian left after bidding them goodbye. Thinking back to it now, he knew he still lacked experience, which was why he had felt like he didn't know where to start. And he had done so much preparation, too. If it had been Cao Guangqing instead, he would be able to do much better at interviewing even someone he had met by coincidence and hadn't prepared for. Difference. This was the difference in skill between them. To make a comparison to Glory, this was the difference between a rookie and a god. Chang Xian lamented about this the whole way back. "You're back?" Cao Guangqing was sitting in the living room, boredly watching TV. Seeing Chang Xian come in, he first glanced at the clock on the wall. How much time it took to get to Excellent Era was something Cao Guangqing was very clear of. Happy was across the street from Excellent Era, so the distance was about the same. The time that Chang Xian had used was, if his experience didn't betray him, barely enough to familiarize himself with his targets. "Yeah, I'm back," Chang Xian responded. "Did you get to see Yi Qiu?" Cao Guangqing asked with false nonchalance. He had originally believed that Chang Xian definitely wouldn't get to see Yi Qiu, but he started to doubt that after Chang Xian left. Times had changed. Yi Qiu was no longer the same Yi Qiu that was a part of Excellent Era. He had since left the pro scene. If he had changed his attitude and was now willing to be interviewed, wouldn't that mean Cao Guangqing had missed a great opportunity? But Cao Guangqing was a veteran interview in the Glory Circle, he wouldn't lose it for a big interview. So, even if he worried about it internally, he still sat in the room, peacefully waiting for Chang Xian to return. "I didn't." Chang Xian's answer was a huge relief to Cao Guangqing. Though, if his experience as a veteran reporter was correct, there was no disappointment in Chang Xian's words. That meant that Chang Xian had obtained satisfying results from his interview. Oh, then what did you manage to get? Cao Guangqing didn't bother guessing and asked directly. Team Happy's current captain, the one who applied with Lord Grimm, is named Yi Xiao. He's also a 10-year veteran of glory, Chang Xian started to introduce. Yi Xiao? Cao Guangqing was taken aback upon hearing this name. Yep, Yi Xiao. Xiao, not Qiao, Chang Xian said. That can't be a coincidence, can it? Cao Guangqing had a sharp intuition. He immediately thought that Yi Qiao might have changed his name to apply for the Challenger League. But, thinking over it again, Yi Qiao didn't seem to have any reason to need to change his identity. It wasn't as if he was doing some sort of top-secret mission for the country. What did it matter if his identity was exposed? If it was, he would even be able to draw more attention. Cao Guangqing had personally interviewed the Alliance's representatives, knowing that the year in which a player couldn't return after their retirement was only in regards to the Pro League. There were no similar rules for the Challenger League, since the Challenger League didn't exist when the rules had been made. Even after the Challenger League was created, nothing like this had ever happened, so it was completely ignored. So if it really was Yi Qiao, there was no problem with directly participating in the Challenger League under his own name. In addition, if he really wanted to hide his identity, then why did he choose a name that made people think of Yi Qiao? And if he used a fake identity, how was he going to deal with the offline matches? He would definitely be exposed there. Thinking of this, a fake name didn't seem reasonable at all. Yi Xiao, has he been the player behind Lord Grimm this whole time? What is his relationship with Yi Qiao? Cao Guangqing asked. Ah. Chang Xian was stunned upon hearing this. Difference. This was the difference in experience between them. How come he hadn't thought to ask that before? This was a question that definitely should have been asked. Chang Xian became crestfallen upon realizing his mistake. Cao Guangqing could understand what he was thinking upon seeing his crestfallen look. He didn't say much, he just smiled and said, "Don't worry, take it slow." Speaking seriously, Cao Guangqing was quite a good senior colleague to have. He often gave Chang Xian many useful tips, and although he had thought that this interview didn't have much value, he didn't stop Chang Xian from going. Even if this interview couldn't be published, going out and trying for himself was a good learning experience for Chang Xian and could give him some experience. Later, when he realized Chang Xian might have the chance to interview Yi Qiao, Cao Guangqing didn't go and try to steal the opportunity from him. Ari, why didn't I think of such an important question? Chang Xian slapped himself on the head. Don't worry about, there'll be many more opportunities in the future for you. Tell me what you managed to find out first. Cao Guangqing said with a smile. A beautiful boss, the strikingly attractive female player Tang Ru. Cao Guangqing dismissed these topics with a smile after hearing them. This was esports, not entertainment, so beauty was only a peripheral advantage, not foundational. You had to have skills to earn achievements and survive in esports. Everything else was just on the side. For a team in the second round of the Challenger League like Happy, there was no reason to pay attention to how good the players looked. Is there anything else? Cao Guangqing asked. If that was it, there was no need to continue. Tang Ru only started playing when the new server was released, Chang Xian said. Oh. This was definitely something much more interesting to Cao Guangqing. Softmist was a character that had caught his eye a while back. If she had only started playing upon the launch of the new server, then the ability she had now was rather impressive. Only a person who had skill like that to back them up was worth the attention. Also, Bao Rongxing, Steamed Bun Invasion's player, is also a player from the new server, Chang Xian said. Interesting, I didn't realize that Team Happy had such good talents. Cao Guangqing said. They don't only have newbies. Qiao Yifan, the player of the Ghostblade, 1-inch Ash, used to be a member of Team Tiny Herb last season. He's a real pro player. Chang Xian said. Team Tiny Herb? Qiao Yifan. Cao Guangqing took a moment to process this. Though he was the team reporter for Excellent Era, he wasn't clueless about the other teams. In fact, he was much more familiar with them than normal players and spectators were. He did rely on this to put food on the table after all. But this Qiao Yi Fun. Cao Guangqing thought back through what he knew and vaguely had an impression of him. Using the process of elimination, he realized it might be the kid that joined Tiny Herb with Jiao Yingjie. Tiny Herb didn't renew his contract and he didn't receive any offers from other teams, so he joined Team Happy, Chang Xian said. So it's like that. Cao Guangqing nodded. Pro players like that weren't very rare, but it was rare for one from a champion team like Tiny Herb to have fallen to joining a grassroots team. Even if they had to join a team in the Challenger League, they would usually find a place in a team like Everlasting. There's another person, called Wei Chen. He's apparently the ex-captain of Team Blue Rain and... Wei Chen? Chang Xian was about to say he didn't know much about this person, but then Cao Guangqing actually jumped out of his seat. He was an old reporter, so how could he not know who Wei Chen was? This was about a god from the first generation of Glory players. Starting with him, Team Blue Rain's current captain Yu Wenju was the third successor of Swaksar. Why would an old god like him, who had left the Glory Circle for so long, suddenly return to participate in the Challenger League? Cao Guangqing was pretty sure he had met Wei Chen before. It was just that it was too long ago, so he only had a vague idea of what Wei Chen was like. At that time, esports home wasn't comparable to other sports media like the way it was today. It was Glory that pushed the development of esports to higher heights, allowing esports home to grow into the corporate giant that it was today. The name Wei Chen really brought back memories. This Team Happy is very interesting, Cao Guangqing nodded. Yeah, so I thought we could pay more attention to them in the future, Chang Xian said. Yeah, you should follow them, Cao Guangqing said. Then, I'll go and organize the content for this, Chang Xian said. There's no need to rush it. Just take it slow, Cao Guangqing said. Oh yeah. Chang Xian slapped his own forehead, it's only Saturday. I have over a day to do this. Esports Home's weekly papers came out every Monday and Friday. Since the Glory match days were usually held every Saturday, the reporters were used to organizing their information into drafts on Sunday, and Chang Xian had gone to interview a team from the Challenger League, which had its matches on Friday, leaving him with 2 days' time to finish his article. You have plenty of time, don't worry. The paper on Monday wouldn't possibly publish your interview, Cao Guangqing said. Why? Chang Xian was startled. Because the match isn't over, Cao Guangqing said. Ah. Do you think, with 100% certainty, that Team Everlasting can't turn the tides in the second round? Cao Guangqing asked. Well, only by completely claiming victory can Happy earn a place in the article for the Challenger League. For this issue, one sentence about Team Happy's victory over Everlasting is the most you'll be able to get, Cao Guangqing said with certainty. In the second round of the Challenger League, Team Everlasting took a huge blow. Facing off against the recently popular Team Happy, they lost 8.5 to 1.5 on their home field. Their future in the Challenger League has become clouded. Team Everlasting began a closed training session after the match, planning on wiping away this shame in the second round. Chenghua flipped through the Monday issue of Esports Home, but didn't find any other mention of Team Happy, and this article even had Everlasting as the main character. Chenghua was confused. Where's our interview? Chenghua began to suspect that her paper was missing pages. If we defeat Everlasting in this round, then it'll appear Yi Xiao understood the mechanics behind this. Chapter 831. Rookie's Block. The role given to Team Happy in this article was a foil to the real main character, no more than a sentence. It was submerged in the reports of the Pro League matches, struggling to stand out amongst the other information present. For a team from the Pro League like Everlasting, the amount of attention they received would greatly decline after they were eliminated last year. As for Happy, the attention they received was atypical at best. Most of those who paid attention to them did so with the hopes that they would lose. If Happy really did lose embarrassingly, then they would definitely rail and yell about it. However, with the victories that Happy had to its name recently, they were as silent as the grave. No one would come out to discuss them. Most players didn't purchase the issue of Esports Home to read about the Challengers League. Last Saturday, the third round of the Pro League had come to a close, but the anticipatory air for the new season had not yet subsided. The one who drew the most attention was, once again, the youngest pro player, Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen. During the Blue Rain home field match against Royal Style, Lu Hanwen's ability shocked everyone to the core again. He managed to consecutively defeat 2 members of Royal Style as the first player for Team Blue Rain in the group arena. His fighting spirit showed no signs of faltering in the third round against the ace of Royal Style, Tien Sen, and his ancient god-level account, Peaceful Hermit. Though he lost to Tien Sen in the end, he had already taken the spotlight. Some even thought that, had Lu Hanwen not had to fight 2 others and lose a good deal of health, he would have beaten the god Tien Sen in a fair one-on-one match. No one even cared about the resulting points of the match anymore. Everyone's focus was on the group arena and the tactics that Blue Rain had used these 3 rounds. Dual Blade Masters. Huang Xiaotian's Troubling Rain and Lu Hanwen's Flowing Clouds appeared together in the lineup for the team competition. The important position of main attacker that once belonged to Yufeng was given so confidently to this young rookie. Lu Hanwen's account wouldn't be weak in any way. If Team Blue Rain could armor Troubling Rain, then, so long as they had enough materials, they wouldn't have any problem getting Flowing Clouds the exact same set of equipment either. However, pro characters had to be adjusted to each player, so there were rarely any 2 same characters for different players. Flowing Clouds' equipment hadn't copied Troubling Rain's, but the 10 pieces of silver equipment on him were not a single bit worse than Troubling Rain's. Out of these, 4 pieces were different, the most eye-catching being his weapon. Troubling Rain held the lightsaber, Ice Rain, which was covered in a flickering blue light. Flowing Cloud's silver weapon was a greatsword, Flame Shadow. Greatswords and lightsabers were 2 opposing extremes among Blademaster weapons. Lightsabers were the lightest and fastest swords, while greatswords were weighty and slow. However, greatswords were superior in physical attack. Blademasters with lightsabers had a completely different playstyle compared to Blademasters that used greatswords. In the current Pro Circle, or even the entire Glory Circle, lightsaber users were the majority, or maybe even Taikai users. Either way, most depended on speed, preferring to fight with quick strikes. Yet, Lu Hanwen's Flowing Clouds was atypical. He gave up the speedy and light lightsaber for the heavy but powerful greatsword. This problem was something people had been discussing ever since Lu Hanwen had debuted with Flowing Clouds. Now, after the third round, Lu Hanwen's fierce performance had shut up all those who doubted him. Although, many experts had pointed out that, since he was a rookie with an all-new character, Lu Hanwen and his greatsword Blademaster Flowing Clouds would be a surprise for all. If Lu Hanwen could keep up his current pace, as the competition continued and other teams started to understand his play style, it was hard to say if he would be able to maintain his current performance. This problem was something that was very common to the Alliance, called the Rookies Block. What it referred to was when talented rookies drew attention with their great performance, they slowly lost their pace as other teams became more and more familiar with the way they played. This situation was the so-called Rookies Block. As for what happened to rookies after that, it differed between each player. Some would hit the block hard and were thrown back equally as hard, slowly having to rebuild their style and get used to pro matches again. Others would be able to make the necessary adjustments to continue performing stably. However, their performance after hitting the Rookies Block would never be as eye-catching as it used to be. In the history of the Alliance, there were only 2 people who managed to break through the block without faltering, excluding the first generation of pro players who were all rookies anyways. The first was the current captain of Team Tiny Herb, Wang Jieshi, who debuted in the 3rd competitive season of the Alliance. The other wasn't currently in the Alliance, but struggling to fight his way through the Challengers League with excellent era, the 7th season best rookie, Sun Srong. Only these 2 managed to completely avoid the Rookies Block. Apart from them, everyone, even the Golden Generation, Zhu Zikai, Tang Hao, and last season's best rookie Zhao Yuzhe, had all been affected by the Rookies Block. The Rookies Block existed subjectively. That was why each team would always take extra caution in understanding how each talented rookie would try to deal with it. For example, Team Tiny Herb's genius Jiao Yingjie hadn't been sent out into matches immediately after his contract was signed. He started out as a backup player, slowly getting used to the pace of pro matches. Since his chances of getting onto the field were quite limited, he had to give up the opportunity of becoming best rookie, but this gradual accommodation allowed Gao Ingjia to slip past the rookie's block without too much trouble. Now, in this season, Gao Ingjia had enough experience and had managed to become accustomed to the pace of pro matches as a second-year player. If he encountered any sort of problems, it wouldn't be as serious as it might have been had he still been a complete rookie. Different players had different ways to overcome the rookie's block that suited them. Gao Ingjia had quite a soft personality, so his team chose this steady method of helping him pass the rookie's block. Though it was rather unfortunate that he wouldn't have a chance to get the Best Rookie award, it was still good for Gao Ingjia's development in the long term. As for Team Blue Rain's Lu Hanwen, he had been protected in the opening round, not appearing at the press conference, but after the second round, he walked onto the stage with Team Blue Rain's captain Yu Wenju and ace Huang Xiaoqian. The reporters were, naturally, very interested in this rookie, but after meeting him face to face, they all thought that Team Blue Rain's protection in the first round was overly excessive. This young man was optimistic, energetic, open, and cheerful, unafraid of the offense these reporters were mounting. He was brave enough to say anything, opening up about everything. He was able to express himself clearly, though his words lacked the slippery edge of a veteran. He was only a 14-year-old teenager. If he had learned how to structure and smoothen his words, it would be a total blemish on his image. In comparison, Team Tiny Herb's Gao Ingjia was more than a year older than Lu Hanwen and had a year's worth of experience in the pro circle, yet wasn't nearly as neat as Lu Hanwen when it came to interviews. With the third round over, there was no way Lu Hanwen could stay hidden from the public after drawing such attention. This budding young boy not only triggered the touting of the fans, but also became the favorite of the media. At Team Blue Rain's press conference, not many people even bothered with Huang Xiaoqian anymore. That guy wouldn't stop with his nonsense once he started, so most would rather listen to Lu Hanwen's occasional clumsy slips in speech. In this issue of Esports Home, Lu Hanwen had taken the cover story and the headlines. There was no doubt that he was the brightest star in this round of matches. However, Esports Home was still an all-inclusive media. Their reports wouldn't tilt too much towards any team, so they pointed out the problem of the rookie's block even as they praised Lu Hanwen. As for the local newspapers in the areas around Team Blue Rain, they weren't nearly as clear-headed. These media channels weren't focused on esports, but all had section for sports. They, of course, couldn't lack the continuously popular esports, especially not Glory. For these local media, their favoritism and biased opinion was obvious. The local media in Team Blue Rain's area described Lu Hanwen as invincible. Rookie's block? In their opinion, Lu Hanwen would no doubt become the third person after Wang Jieshi and Sun Song to avoid the rookie's block. Of course, they wouldn't put this down without coming up with a reasonable analysis for it. Wang Jieshi's style was ever-changing to the point of extreme success. The incredibleness of the magician play style wasn't someone that had ever appeared before, so for Wang Jieshi, it was the powerhouse teams that had hit a rookie's block, and had been hitting it hard over the course of the season. By the time they managed to make some headway into countering it, the season was over and Wang Jieshi managed to retain his halo all throughout that season. As for Sun Slong, he was a god coming from a small team. No matter how strong he was, his team would be holding him back from what he could truly achieve. All the powerhouses aimed to defeat teams, not just specific people, so they wouldn't put too much effort into researching someone like Sun Slong who was from an inconsequential team. That team would pose no threat anyways. Since Sun Slong was very strong, this limited research wouldn't be able to give him much trouble, making his debuting season smooth going. These two rookies who managed to avoid the rookie's block had reasons behind how they did it. Pro Team Blue Rain Media was now saying that Lu Hanwen could do the same, so they had to back themselves up with some form of evidence. To do so, these media channels found a relatively reasonable explanation. That was Lu Hanwen's personality. Though he was young, he also had no fear, just like how a newborn calf didn't fear a tiger. What these media channels believed was that, with such a personality, Lu Hanwen wouldn't falter no matter what difficulties lay ahead of him. Wang Jieshi didn't give his opponents the chance to build a rookie's block, and Sun Slong's rookie's block wasn't strong enough for him. As for Lu Hanwen, many people believed he would be the first to completely shatter the rookie's block. Chapter 832. The Alliance in Chaos. Chen Guo obviously wouldn't get any local papers that reported on Team Blue Rain, so she only had an issue of the esports home. As for City H, the local papers would report esports and even Glory news, but Chen Guo was too lazy to go out and buy them. Even if she bought them, she would be too lazy to read them. It was similar to how the local papers for Team Blue Rain would just be praising the team. In City H, the local papers would just be praising Team Excellent Era instead. Once Team Excellent Era was relegated last season, the team practically stopped being covered by national papers, but in the City H local papers, Team Excellent Era would always be talked about in the esports section. Team Excellent Era was described with having an air of suffering patiently, but still firmly set on getting their revenge. Chen Guo had initially thought about how Team Happy was a City H team too. Would Team Happy be covered by the local media? During their period of infamy, Chen Guo had bought a City H evening paper. When she skimmed over it, Team Happy had been introduced, but they were treated like a joke and a disgrace. In the eyes of the City H local papers, Team Excellent Era was City H's flag in glory. You're just some upstart internet cafe team and you claim that you're going to topple Team Excellent Era? To them, Team Happy was a traitor within their ranks. Chen Guo had been furious at the time. She threw it into the trash can. From then on, she refused to buy any local evening papers and would only look at unbiased news sources that didn't discriminate against any team. In this week's issue, Chen Guo didn't see any content related to Team Happy, making her somewhat disappointed. As for all the hype in the pro scene, Chen Guo wasn't as passionate about it anymore now that she no longer supported a pro team. From time to time, she would dream about Team Happy reaching the pro scene and becoming a part of the wind and rain covered in the news. She couldn't help but feel moved during those moments. What? We have to wait for next week's issue. With no news related to them, Chen Guo threw this week's issue onto the table. Top put it more precisely, it would be the next issue. The Friday issue comes out before our match. Yishio corrected Chen Guo while grabbing the newspaper off the table. F***CK, let me see. Wei Chen wanted to see it too, but he was farther away. When he reached over, Yishio had already snatched it up, so he glared at Yishio disapprovingly. Yishio didn't look at him. He took a page out and gave it to Wei Chen. Wei Chen looked over it and threw it back. F***CK, this senior doesn't watch Interstellar Journey. Interstellar Journey was currently the most popular RTS game around. It also had a pro scene, but it wasn't nearly as popular as Glory. It did have a fair amount of fans though, so the esports section also did some coverage it. Yishio had given Wei Chen a non-Glory page. Other esport games like Fighting God, Interstellar Journey, etc. were squeezed onto this page. Everything Wei Chen didn't want to see was on there. Ah, Interstellar Journey. I can play that. Let me see. Steamed Bun Invasion happily picked up the page that Wei Chen had thrown away as if it were trash. This guy had played many different games before. Tang Ru was new to gaming. She only knew how to play Glory. It could be said that his talent partially stemmed from his experience from all the other games he had played. It looked like Interstellar Journey was one such game. It seems like this season's quite chaotic. Yishio skimmed over the news and then flipped a page with the Glory Alliance point rankings. Only 3 matches had been played, so the relative ranking between the teams weren't too different from before, but because a total of 10 points could be obtained for each match, after 3 rounds, the difference in points between each grouping was quite obvious. The powerhouses were still as strong as ever. Team Samsara and Team Blue Rain continued their outstanding performance from the previous, and because of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Team Tyranny, their dominating strength placed them at the very front of the point rankings. Apart from these 3 teams, Team Windhowl had also managed to start off strong. Tang Hao's addition to the team, as well, the rookie Zhao Yu's steady performance, and their old guard Fang Rui's dirtiness made Team Windhowl appear very strong. Compared to the other big names in the leading group, it was their first in the history of the team. After them, Team Tiny Herb, Team Misty Rain, and Team Void had good records too, but they weren't as outstanding as the aforementioned teams. The others were in the middle or were pacing back and forth between relegations. The one team that made people the most conflicted was Team 100 Blossoms. After 3 rounds, Team 100 Blossoms' Jewel Blossoms had returned, but their performance disgraced the name of the original Jewel Blossoms that had consisted of Zhong Jiala and Sun Jiping. Yufeng wasn't in form with his new Berserker, Falling Scattered Flowers. After dazzling 100 Blossoms was sold, Zhu Yuan obtained a new Spitfire character, Blooming Blossoms. As the core of the team, Team 100 Blossoms easily created a new set of powerful equipment for it, similar to how Team Blue Rain equipped Flowing Cloud. Blooming Blossom's strength wasn't weak, but Zhu Yuan still hadn't left his slump from last season. This was quite disappointing for many fans of Team 100 Blossoms. Team 100 Blossoms was currently in 17th place. They were just 2 steps away from entering the relegation zone. A 3-time championship contender to have declined to such a state was way too sorrowful. No one knew if Team 100 Blossoms would be able to get back up from this. Okay, it's time for practice. Yishio only cared about the final point rankings reported on the paper and then put the paper aside. But Chen Gui knew very well that it wasn't that Yishio didn't care. It was just that the analysis done by the author wasn't any use to him. After leaving Team Excellent Era last year, Yishio practically watched every single match that was played in the Pro League and even organized them all into a file. The new season was the same. Early in the morning last Sunday, Chen Gui had gone to get a drink of water when she noticed Yishio sitting in front of the computer, quietly watching the 3rd round of matches that had just finished Saturday night. Yishio wasn't currently in the pro scene, but Chen Gui was certain that he still knew the pro scene inside and out like before. Everyone on Team Happy needed to practice every day. This week's practice was more specialized than it had been the past few weeks. With an 8.5-1 lead, Team Happy still didn't dare to be negligent. Having direct experience fighting with Team Everlasting, Yishio organized more focused practice this week. This week, they would be facing Team Everlasting with a home field advantage. Yishio wasn't planning on setting their goal at just winning 2 points. With a huge 8.5-1 lead, you could say that you wouldn't be careless, but subconsciously, it was hard to completely rid yourself of those thoughts. In this situation, if you set your goal at only winning 2 points, you might indulge yourself in laziness. In a single elimination tournament, there was no room for negligence. 3 days soon passed. In the blink of an eye, Thursday came. Yishio asked Team Heavenly Swords to borrow their equipment temporarily. God! I don't think we can keep doing this. Lu Guaning lent the equipment to Yishio, but he couldn't help but voice his complaint. After all, Team Heavenly Swords was still participating in the Pro League too. Lending equipment in this way would certainly affect them too. Once or twice didn't matter too much. In any case, Team Heavenly Swords didn't have any ambitious goals for this season, but doing this repeatedly would only magnify the effects. Team Happy played in the Challenger League every Friday, so they borrowed the equipment on Thursday to get used to the equipment, but by taking these equipment away, Team Heavenly Swords lost 2 days of practice. Team Heavenly Swords had their match on Saturday too. Even if the equipment was returned on Friday, they only had half of Saturday left to get their practice in. Before a match, no team would conduct any intense practice. Adjusting their mindset was what was more important. 2 days of practice without equipment would add up and impact Team Heavenly Swords' practice. Lu Guaning was certain that God understood this reasoning, so he didn't think God would be so indiscreet, but Yishio borrowed the equipment so naturally and calmly. Lu Guaning couldn't help but complain, hoping to remind him. I know. It's just because of special circumstances this time. If not, we wouldn't have inconvenienced you. We have to do our best to get our own equipment too. Yishio said. Oh? God, you have ideas for silver equipment. Lu Guaning was suddenly interested. This was an important resource. For a new team like Team Heavenly Swords, they lacked this resource. They had to start their research on silver equipment from scratch. Their wastage of rare materials was very large. If there was a reliable method to produce silver equipment and create one in a single try, then he would naturally be interested in it. Lu Guanning knew that no one would give him this sort of information without good reason. He had tried trading with clubs before, but which club would easily sell this information? If they had to sell, they would just sell equipment. Unless they could no longer keep the team operating, no one would even think about selling their creation methods. Lu Guanning had gone full circle, but was only able to purchase either the outdated or unnecessary equipment from other teams. He obviously hoped to have a reliable long-term method. As soon as he heard that God had this kind of resource, his eyes lit up. I have a few ideas, but I'm still in the process of organizing my thoughts. Yishio replied. Lu Guanning was excited. Then, are there any suitable ideas for us to use? I'll have to think about that in the future. Right now, I'm mainly focusing on our team's current classes. Yishio said. Please God. If there's anything suitable for us, please come to us. The price will be easy to negotiate. Lu Guanning said. He had the money, but the problem was that no one was willing to sell. If the other side didn't want to sell, but you insisted on buying, then the price would just be raised sky high. No matter how rich Lu Guanning was, he didn't want to spend so much money without good returns. A character could equip a total of 13 pieces of equipment, including the weapon. If he had to throw away his money for everything, his pocket wouldn't be able to take it. As a result, Lu Guanning first bought 20 pieces of equipment. The rest would depend on the situation. As soon as he heard that this god, who he had a very good relationship with, might be creating equipment, of course Lu Guanning would be excited. Chapter 833. Control. Even if it's sound, it'll also depend on if you have the materials to make it. Yishio said. We'll have enough. Lu Guanning was quite confident. In the heavenly domain, their wild boss hunting was becoming more and more prosperous each day. They had a stable harvest. In the normal servers, Guild Heavenly Justice had established their power a long time ago throughout all 10 servers, so their competitiveness was high. What's more, there may only be one heavenly domain, but there were 10 normal servers. Even though wild bosses refreshed every week, the total output from the normal servers was 10 times greater than that of the heavenly domain. In terms of the number of accumulated materials, there were much more normal server materials than heavenly domain materials. Guild Heavenly Justice wasn't founded just on a whim. They had started accumulating materials in the normal servers early on. If God Yichio had a mature concept in mind, there wouldn't be an unnecessary consumption of materials. Producing a piece of silver equipment at such a low price was no different from a pie dropping from the heavens. Okay then. I'll help take a look for you guys. If you have enough materials, my side needs materials too. Help us out too. Yishio said. That's not a problem. Lu Guanning happily replied. This trade wouldn't be a bottomless pit. If they could create a piece of silver equipment in one attempt, that sort of capital was nothing for a guild like theirs. Yishio had to work on his myriad manifestations umbrella alone, which was why it had been so difficult. If it had been a club with already completed blueprints, producing it would only take a few minutes. After Lu Guanning reached an agreement with Yishio, he bid goodbye in high spirits. He once again experienced the advantages of being on good terms with God Yichio. This wasn't something money could do for him. If he could get it with money, Lu Guanning also hoped that his side would have such an all-around talent. Yishio once again borrowed equipment from Heavenly Justice and distributed them to everyone. Everyone had the same equipment that they had last week. Following afterwards, they would need to start getting used to their new equipment. That night went by quietly. The next day, they did some adjustment practice before the match. Team Happy would now be officially starting their 4th match, so Yishio no longer needed to walk everyone through the practice routine by the hand. Everyone had already grasped the routine and would finish it every day on their own accord. 8 o'clock that night, the second round of their second match officially began. For this round, Team Happy would have their home game. Thus, the maps would be chosen by Team Happy. In Team Everlasting's practice room, their boss personally showed up to supervise the match. Everyone had solemn expressions. After the end of the previous round, Team Everlasting's boss had given a bottom line to the players: if Team Everlasting was eliminated in the second round, the team would have difficulty surviving. After all, Team Everlasting wasn't just some grassroots team formed by normal players. In those grassroots teams, it was just a bunch of good friends getting together to have some fun. Pay didn't need to be considered, but for Team Everlasting, apart from the players, the club also had other employees. The wages for these employees, as well as the bills for electricity, water, etc., wasn't a small expenditure. Despite Team Excellent Era residing in the Challenger League and their hopes of breaking through to the pro scene was minuscule, as long as they could hold on until the offline matches, they would be able to survive the entire season. Once the offline competition started, the Challenger League matches would be streamed, and there would be advertisements and sponsors for the matches. The participating teams would earn a portion of that money. Even though it wasn't nearly as profitable as the Pro League, with the help of this revenue, Team Everlasting could still survive the season. As for those grassroots teams, if they could actually reach this stage, it could be considered as a fair amount of money. As the offline matches continued and teams began to get eliminated, the bonuses would continue to increase. For Team Everlasting, which had come from the pro scene, even if they couldn't beat the final boss, Team Excellent Era, they thought that as long as they didn't meet Team Excellent Era or any other former pro team in the early rounds, they would easily be able to walk into that elimination stage. But now, they were only at the second round and they were close to being eliminated. It was way too early. Team Everlasting's boss didn't have the money to support the team for another season without any revenue. Team Everlasting's boss notified the team about this matter. The current Team Everlasting had a mindset of desperately fighting for survival. With a life and death crisis approaching, every player practiced extremely diligently. This week, their practice quality was very high. After a final period of adjustment before this match, the moment that would decide their fate had finally arrived. How would Team Happy arrange their lineup? What maps would they choose? Team Everlasting studied Team Happy day and night. Each player in Team Happy was studied carefully and repeatedly. They formulated their strategy according to the strengths of these players and their guesses towards Team Happy's lineup. The preparation phase of the match began. For this time's life and death battle, there were actually fewer spectators than before. The vast majority of the crowd this time consisted of actual Team Everlasting fans who wanted to cheer for their team in this crucial moment. As for those waiting to watch Team Happy burn, coming to this match didn't make much sense. With an 8.5-1 lead, was a comeback going to be so easy? With the face slappers not coming, those with a slight interest in Team Happy wouldn't come either. Most of those who came to watch Team Happy were there to watch the face slappers choke and laugh at them. If the face slappers weren't coming, they weren't going to come either. As for the others, the point difference was too wide, so they were too lazy to come out and watch too. This once again proved how the current tournament format could potentially kill the suspense of a match too early, reducing the next round to be of little interest. The only ones who wouldn't think in this way would be the two participating teams and Team Everlasting's fans. In the preparation phase, Team Everlasting's fans tried their hardest to support their team. Guo was very easily absorbed into this type of mentality and accidentally started to sympathize with these fans. Team Everlasting would certainly be defeated by them. There would be no miracle. Guo was incomparably confident about this point. In the preparation stage, the two sides arranged their lineups and the home side chose the maps. After everything was finished, the match officially began. When the map was announced for the first match of the individual competition, Team Everlasting's side suddenly exploded into an uproar. Map, ring. Yes, ring. In the game's arena, it was the most commonly used map, but in the pro scene, very few chose this map. This map was very simple and made matters easier, but it could be considered as a huge waste of the home game advantage. The home game advantage came from the maps. Choosing a map that the team was familiar with and often practiced in would strengthen a team, but ring? It was a flat rectangular platform without any sort of terrain. Choosing this map was equivalent to throwing away their home game advantage. This choice left Team Everlasting perplexed, but the match had already started. The starting players leapt into the competitor position. Team Happy, Steamed Bun Invasion. Team Everlasting, Dawn Rifle. The first players to go on stage were the same toe as in the first round. However, in the first round, Team Everlasting had wanted to show the other side their might. However, in the second round, their thoughts were now that they could not lose. They had to win this point no matter what. As a result, Team Everlasting's captain Wu Chen, their most reliable player with 3 years of professional experience, once again came out. Dawn Rifle stood on the competitor spot. Wu Chen sucked in a deep breath of air and watched the clock count down. 3, 2, 1, start! Attack! As soon as the match loaded in, Wu Chen attacked. The ring was a small map without anywhere to hide. The cannon on Dawn Rifle's shoulder boomed and an artillery shell flew towards Steamed Bun Invasion. Wu Chen did not underestimate Steamed Bun Invasion. Even though he won the first round against him with ease, winning because of such a strange reason made him puzzled. From the other data on Steamed Bun Invasion, as well as from their team competition, Steamed Bun Invasion didn't seem to be a stupid player. All out! The current Wu Chen completely forgot about Steamed Bun Invasion's embarrassing performance in the first round and only thought about defeating his opponent. Steamed Bun responded nimbly. Attacking him from such a distance wouldn't pose a threat to him. Steamed Bun Invasion twisted and dodged past the artillery shell. That was just the overture though. Wu Chen's following attacks continued to arrive. On a simple map like the ring, even Steamed Bun wouldn't get lost. While dodging these attacks, Steamed Bun Invasion gradually grew closer to Dawn Rifle. In a fight against a long-ranged class like a launcher, the health on both sides would rarely closely follow the other. While the distance between them was far, the launcher could continuously suppress and deal damage to the opponent, but as soon as the opponent successfully closed in, a large chunk of the launcher's health would usually instantly disappear. The health of the two characters would often fall through these trades. The final victory depended on which side made the most of their situation when they held the dominant position. Apart from technical skill and decision-making, a certain level of calculating prowess was needed. For someone like Steamed Bun, that wouldn't be easy. In an even playing field, Steamed Bun Invasion eventually fell in the end after a few exchanges. Steamed Bun's technical skill was no worse than Wu Chen's. His loss could mainly be attributed to his lack of control over the situation. The health on the two sides continued to drop through their exchanges, but Wu Chen actually had a grasp on the pace of it. Steamed Bun was just charging in recklessly and missed many opportunities. Oh. With the first round of the individual competition won, the Team Everlasting fans among the crowd surged. Even in Team Everlasting's practice room, everyone had smiles on their faces. Even though winning 1 point didn't make much of an impact on their overall situation, a good beginning made them feel like luck may be in their favor. The second round. Map, Indigo Temple. Team Happy, Windward Formation. When they saw this name, Team Everlasting's heart jumped. Everyone looked at their chosen player and their expressions became very complicated. Chapter 834. Training. As soon as the veteran made his move, the outcome became very obvious. Windward Formation's ruthlessness was deeply felt by Team Everlasting that round. In the eyes of Team Everlasting, Windward Formation was second only to Lord Grim as their most troublesome opponent. He had now appeared in the second round of the individual competition. As for Team Everlasting, their second contestant was their sharpshooter, a half-main roster 7th player. Asking him to take down Windward Formation was asking too much of him. If Team Everlasting lost 2 points, they would be eliminated from the Challenger League. The group arena and individual competition didn't need to be mentioned. Both competitions were worth more than 2 points each. They could not lose a single point here. As a result, they sent out their strongest lineup to face the challenge. Ensuring that their team won at least 2 points in the individual competition was a difficult issue, because the sharpshooter 7th player was slightly worse than the 6 players of the main roster. Team Everlasting puzzled over it for a long time. In the end, their lineup was the exact same as in their previous round. They entrusted their fate to the heavens. But Team Happy made a change in their lineup and placed Windward Formation second. On paper, it looked like Team Happy had a much higher chance of winning. However, Team Everlasting didn't seem particularly worried. They had been prepared for their sharpshooter to lose this point. If this point was lost to Windward Formation, it would be similar to Tianji's horse race, accepting one loss to ensure 2 wins. It was the exact situation that Team Everlasting had been hoping for. Now it had really happened. 3, 2, 1. And the match started. Wei Chen had picked Indigo Temple himself. It was undoubtedly his most familiar 1v1 map. In an official match, Wei Chen withdrew his intentions of toying with his opponent and unscrupulously wiped the floor with his opponent. Wei Chen utilized the characteristics of his character and the map to the maximum. Team Everlasting's side was their slightly weaker 7th player. In the second round, Wei Chen easily took the match without any suspense. Even though Team Everlasting had expected this outcome, the result still made them nervous. The following third match would decide their fate in this life and death match. Because they had anticipated this result, Team Everlasting sent out an Elementalist player with a strong mentality, who appeared on the competitor seat for the third round. This battle would determine Team Everlasting's fate. Someone without a strong mentality wouldn't be able to bear this sort of pressure. Even this player was constantly breathing deeply to adjust himself. He wanted to get rid of that last thread of nervousness in him. But at this moment, Team Happy sent out a player that had never appeared before last round against Team Everlasting, Concealed Light. Team Everlasting stared foolishly. For the entire week, apart from improving themselves, they thoroughly studied Team Happy, but this Concealed Light wasn't within their range of investigation. Even though he was registered as a team member, there was no information on him at all. And now this completely blank character was actually going to fight. Team Everlasting suddenly panicked. Even their mentally strong Elementalist player was starting to seem troubled. While his hands were trembling slightly, Luo Ji was already so nervous that he couldn't even keep his mouse steady. He felt like his hands and feet had turned numb. His heart was beating so fast that he didn't need to feel it to feel it. Sweat covered his forehead. Experience needs time to be accumulated, Yishio said to him when he called him onto the stage. Even though Luo Ji wasn't at City H, the match took place, so he could still participate from school. Experience might need to be accumulated, but was directly having him go into such an important match to accumulate it a bit too excessive? Luo Ji cried in his heart. He was often bullied around in the in-game arena. Now he needed to face a player from a former pro team. It was just too frightening for him. Even though it wasn't good to relax just because they had a big lead, giving a new player a chance to feel the pace and atmosphere of an official match was necessary. They couldn't just keep training him forever until a critical moment in a match appeared before pushing him onto the stage. There were certainly players who astounded the world with just a single brilliant feat, but Luo Ji's personality and skill level didn't fit into that category of players. As a result, with an 8.5-point lead, Yishio arranged for Luo Ji to give it a try. In fact, Yishio had wanted to do it in the first round. Throwing in Chenghua to fulfill the quota was a bit of a waste. After all, Chenghua didn't have much potential. She wouldn't actually be a part of Team Happy's lineup. Unfortunately, last Friday, Luo Ji had important business to take care of, so he couldn't participate in it. As a result, in the second round, Yishio wasn't going to let this training opportunity go and put him in the individual competition. 3, 2, 1. No matter how nervous Luo Ji or Team Everlasting's Elementalist player was, the system mercilessly started the match as soon as the countdown ended. This match wasn't a ring, but a map that Luo Ji chose himself. In terms of utilizing a map's advantage, Luo Ji's skill in that aspect was above Steamed Buns. But being panicked, it was hard to say if he could utilize the map properly. As soon as the match started, Luo Ji immediately began summoning. He should be familiar with this, but because he was nervous, he appeared all over the place. His summoned creatures automatically started wandering around. For a moment, there didn't seem to be any control over them. Summoning a bunch of creatures all at once was also somewhat of a noob move. Summoners relied on their summoned creatures to battle, but their summoning skills had cooldowns. By letting out a huge swarm of them, he was practically using up all of his skills, making his pace of the battle seem lacking. However, against an experienced player, such a lack of pacing was devastating. Team Everlasting's Elementalist entered the match with a thread of fear against Concealed Light, but as soon as the match started, he saw the other side summon one creature after the other. Then, these summons ran around randomly. It was a magnificent sight, but it didn't make sense. Is this a trap? In a life-and-death battle, this Elementist didn't dare to be careless. He naturally played very cautiously. A very unprofessional move would need to be analyzed as if it were dangerous. As the say went, there can never be too much deception in war. Trusting what was in front of his eyes would simply be too naive. The Elementalist carefully neared. Halfway there, Luo Ji finally summoned everything at his disposal. He swiped his mouse in a circle and clicked ahead. All of his summons began marching over. During this process, Luo Ji began adjusting the formation of his summons, while also calming down. His playing became smoother and smoother. Not long afterward, the summons were lined up in an orderly fashion. The Elementalist saw that the orderly formation and didn't dare to advance any further. He maintained his distance, waiting for those summons to get closer, so he could rely on his range advantage. The Elementalist threw out a probing spell. When Luo Ji saw his opponent attack, he didn't stay idle either and immediately ordered his summons to retreat. However, no player's offense would just be a single skill. After casting a spell, players would know ahead of time how to follow up. While observing the situation, the Elementalist continued to attack. As a result, Concealed Light's summon slowly began to become more and more disorderly. Luo Ji couldn't keep up with his opponent's pace, and he insisted on a specific counter against his opponent's attacks. He was being haunted by his pursuit for perfection, but because his skill wasn't good enough, the more he sought perfection, the less perfect it became. In the end, the Elementalist could finally tell that this brother wasn't some expert. He saw it. Everyone in Team Everlasting obviously saw it too. Suddenly, the practice room seemed to be filled with celebration. They had won 2 points in the individual competition. If the match had 3 obstacles to pass through, they had passed through the first one. However, even passing through all 3 obstacles wouldn't determine their victory. The individual competition ended with 2 points to 1. Even if Team Everlasting won both the group arena and the team competition, their point total for this match would be 8.5 to 1. The 2 sides would be tied and they would need to participate in an additional tiebreaker match. But in any case, Team Everlasting at least still had hope. The 3rd round of the individual competition ended without any suspense. Team Everlasting easily took the win. Luo Ji was naturally very disappointed. Compared to that you who wrote guides, you've been improved a lot. Yishio messaged. Luo Ji knew that too, but he also knew that Yishio was just consoling himself. He replied back with a forced smile emoji listlessly. For the current you don't need to worry too much about winning. Cherish every battle and continuously work on improving. As you slowly build up confidence and experience, victory will naturally come to you. Yishio said. I will. These words lifted Luo Ji's spirits. He knew that Yishio wasn't consoling him, but giving him guidance. It might not have been the first time that Yishio said this argument before, but when it was time to implement it, it was easy to forget. A good teacher who gave sincere advice kept this in mind. When the individual competition ended, the group arena began after a short break. Because neither side had too many players to choose from, it was clear who would be appearing in the group arena. Team Happy's side would consist of Yishio, Tang Ru, and Xiao Yifan. Team Everlasting's side would continue to have their experienced Ace Heian as the general, leading their Warlock and Chi Master in their fight to the death. Chapter 835. Helpless. The first in Team Everlasting's lineup was their Warlock. In the last round, he had been the player sent out in the 3rd individual competition and ended up losing badly with a disadvantage in cast range against Windward formation. After a week, everyone had composed themselves and Windward formation, the one who had left a scar on his heart last round, had already gone up the individual competition. The last bits of worry in his mind faded, and he brought his warlock, Leopold, confidently into the arena. For Team Happy, the first one to fight in the group arena was Tang Ru and her battle mage, Soft Mist. The preparation Team Everlasting had done in the past week was, first and foremost, analyze the reason why they had suffered defeat in the first round. There was a method to this. Analyzing their defeat was with the goal of obtaining victory in the next round. It was to energize their team. When they analyzed the reason for their defeat, they had to find a way to solve that problem as well. In their eyes, they had underestimated Team Happy's strength. Though they had prepared, but both the skills and the equipment of Team Happy were far beyond what they had originally estimated. Especially how some information was useless, like the info they had on 1-inch Ash, who had managed to crush one of their team members. What defeat brought them was priceless experience. In their battle against Team Everlasting, Team Happy was no longer able to wipe the floor with Team Everlasting like they had with their challengers. In a high-end exchange like this, Team Happy's performance and skill was far more evident. After their week of preparations, Team Everlasting felt like they finally had an in-depth understanding of themselves and their enemies. It was through these adjustments that Team Everlasting didn't fall into despair at the gap between scores. They had to close the gap and retain their competitive spirit. Now, the individual competition was over. They had lost a point, so this meant that they could, at most, tie with Happy. However, this start was enough to boost their morale. Soft Mist? Seeing the character on Team Happy's side, Team Everlasting's warlock quietly ran over everything they had dug up regarding Soft Mist in this week. Passionate, ferocious, abnormally aggressive, a definite offensive character with technical skill that wouldn't lose to any pro player. However, it was clear from the details that Soft Mist wasn't a veteran at the game. So, although she had the hard mechanics down, she wasn't so familiar with other techniques. Her style relied on using her mechanics to overwhelm her opponent, but she didn't have much awareness for the situation of the match. On Team Everlasting's tactical notes, that was the analysis they had given to Soft Mist. Of course, there were parts about the player behind the character, but since they didn't know Soft Mist's real name, they used her character name. As for Soft Mist's equipment, it also shocked Team Everlasting to the core. They could only get a vague idea of the silver equipment from one match, but the other orange equipment she wore had already been thoroughly analyzed. This information was also jotted down clearly in their tactical notes. Team Everlasting's warlock knew how he should deal with Soft Mist. After the 3-second countdown, the group arena officially began and both characters spawned into the map. Though Happy had the home field advantage, it didn't really mean much since they had newbies like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. There probably wasn't a map that Tang Ru and Steamed Bun would know better than Everlasting's players. Steamed Bun's map had been chosen as the ring because any other map and they might be handing the map advantage over to their opponents. Everyone thought that this choice of Team Happy's was giving up their advantage, but in reality it prevented them from being put at a disadvantage. However, since the group arena only used one map, Team Happy would struggle to take into account both their extremes. So, Team Happy chose Red Flower Pavilion for the group arena. It had some special terrain, but it was definitely not complicated. After the match began, Soft Mist and Leopold were placed into two opposing corners of the map. In the very center stood the pavilion and around it, red flower petals danced distractingly through the air. Yet, who would bother to pay attention to the scenery in such an important match? As soon as the match began, both characters started charging towards the center, where the pavilion stood. Tang Ru, as always, wanted to go head-to-head in the most direct manner with her opponent. For someone like her, the ring was a great map. As for Team Everlasting's player, he might look like he was charging fiercely towards the center, but his mind was as calm as the surface of a mirror. He wasn't planning on having a direct exchange with Soft Mist. That was something he knew not to do from their analysis. In an offensive exchange, Soft Mist would only become fiercer no matter if she had the advantage or not. So, against Soft Mist, Team Everlasting had 3 words: drag it out. Intentionally dragging it out, both the length of the match and the contents, from the smallest of actions, and finally completely neutralizing Soft Mist. This was another tactic they had come up with in their tactical notes after their week of prep, written under all the analysis on Soft Mist. If they didn't execute it, then wouldn't that be a waste all their efforts this past week? So, when the characters came into the proximity where Leopold could cast, Leopold stopped his movements decisively. His casting range wasn't as far as windward formations, true, but against a battle mage, it was more than enough. This was an exchange between a ranged class and a melee class. Wu Chen's victory in the first individual competition was a prime example of this sort of exchange. Team Everlasting planned to use this same method of taking control of the pace of the match to defeat Soft Mist. Curse arrows! It seemed too early to fire a low-stage skill like that, but this was all a part of the tactic that Team Everlasting was using. The dark ball of light hadn't been charged much before streaking over, splitting into a row of a few black arrows. Yet, at this distance, Soft Mist easily sidestepped. Whereas he had been charging just as fiercely as Soft Mist before, Leopold immediately started retreating after the skill had been cast. Whichever direction Soft Mist charged, he would retreat in the same direction. Tang Ru wasn't too surprised. When a ranged character faced a melee character, they would often kite around them like this. She had enough experience to know that. No hesitation, Dragon breaks the ranks. This powerful battle mage skill had become a way to increase movement speed under Tang Ru's control. Soft Mist sprinted, spear in hand, instantly closing in like expected. However, just as Dragon breaks the ranks ended, hexagram lights flashed and a hexagram prison was released under Soft Mist's feet. Team Everlasting was a professional team. After analyzing Tang Ru's simple and direct play style, her use of Dragon breaks the ranks to gap close on her opponent was within their expectations. Seeing Soft Mist raise her spear, Everlasting's Warlock was clear on what he had to do. Where Soft Mist's Dragon breaks the ranks would take her, under the circumstances, was something that was naturally noted down in their tactical notes. Hexagram Prison had begun casting the moment Tang Ru raised her spear to charge. As Dragon breaks the ranks arrived, the skill was unleashed. It was as if the two sides had planned it. The rising pillars of light instantly trapped Soft Mist within. A skill like Hexagram Prison was mostly used as a zoning method and rarely struck a direct hit. If someone was really hit by a skill like that, then they would be in big trouble. Without hesitating, Leopold immediately began to cast a powerful skill, summoning Death's Door. Soft Mist couldn't possibly escape while encaged by Hexagram Prison. She could only look on helplessly when the dark energy from Death's Door caught her. Corrosion Curse, Soul Strike, Soul Slice, Soul Devourer, Surrender Life. A string of skills activated in quick succession with a hint of vengeance. In the first round, Leopold had gotten the same treatment from Windward formation after being caught by Death's Door. Now, this combo of offensive skills had been reenacted on Soft Mist by Leopold. As Death's Door ended, a storm of chaotic rain was summoned. Warlocks focused on control and Leopold showed off that trait spectacularly in this match. Chaotic rain fell from the heavens and Soft Mist couldn't escape, having just been released by Death's Door. She immediately fell into confusion, losing control of her actions. Leopold continued to fling all sorts of spells, holding the advantage tightly in his hand. The Soft Mist that had managed to break through to the third player of Team Everlasting was now completely helpless. The audience's chat instantly became more active. Not many of the face slappers returned to watch this match, but there were still some. They were very discreet though, very cautious, not daring to be too openly mocking and afraid that their words would be shoved back into their faces. Yet, in this match between Soft Mist and Leopold, the Warlock was able to display his talents beautifully, stably maintaining the upper hand. The face slappers had been holding back for a long time. When they saw the chaotic rain masterfully link with the previous skills, giving Soft Mist no chance of escape, they couldn't endure it anymore and erupted. Nicely done! A flawless victory! Someone predicted. This is more like it. This is more like it. Someone madly expressed their impatience to see such a scene. Don't give her any openings. Wipe her out. Well played. Continue this. 1 versus 3. It was clear that their eruption wasn't too crazy. At the very least, no one could clearly tell them apart from Team Everlasting's fans with their wording. Tang Ru was, of course, rather depressed at the current situation. From the hexagram prison onwards, her mechanical skill and hand speed became meaningless. She had no way of dealing with the situation at hand. Even now, under the chaotic rain, she was still completely helpless. Chapter 836. Still need to practice. It had been a long time since Tang Ru was put in such a difficult state. Within her short experience in glory, she had only felt this powerless when she fought against Yi Xiu in the beginning and when she had gone up against Wang Jieshi, who had once invited her to join Team Tiny Herb. However, Tang Ru clearly knew that those two people were far more skilled than her. Her skill level had been low at that time too. Fighting against them was like Tang Ru bullying a normal player. Until now, as Tang Ru improved and accumulated experience, she thought she wouldn't be as powerless as before if she fought against the two gods again. But now, this player from Team Everlasting who she didn't even know the name of and was toyed around by Wei Chen in the last match, which resulted in Wei Chen laughing at for half an hour, was able to suppress her. Completely suppressed. It was like facing Yi Xiu's Unspecialized, or Wang Jieshi's Magician in the beginning. Tang Ru felt powerless. Of course, Tang Ru knew the Warlock class was strong at controlling. But if her opponent's class was the only reason she was being beaten up so badly, wouldn't this make the Warlock unrivaled? In the professional circle, there were various classes that could oppose Warlocks, including the Battle Mage she was using. Wouldn't this mean that everyone would have no power to retaliate when facing a Warlock? Of course it wasn't. She needed to find the reason on herself. The reason was because she didn't fight well in the beginning, which caused her to fall into the opponent's pace. Tang Ru was no longer the rookie from before. She had learned to analyze the problems in her matches, and she was pretty accurate in her analysis. But even if she felt regretful, she couldn't return to the moment from before. She needed to face her current situation. But after she was drenched with chaotic rain, she could only watch helplessly. Her equipment played as a factor in this. The characters in top pro teams would pay a lot of attention to their resistance against abnormal statuses. If they were going against classes like a Warlock, they would definitely adjust their equipment accordingly. Team Happy didn't have such conditions, so Soft Mist's resistance was mediocre. When she faced the Warlock, the skills were already enough to affect her greatly. Now that she was under an abnormal status effect, she was unable to resolve the situation for the time being. For example, when one was facing class based on physical damage, then one would need physical defense. When one was facing class based on magical damage, then one would naturally need magical defense. Similarly, when one faced a Warlock, an abnormal status resistance, which was affected by spirit, was important. Soft Mist didn't take any precise and directed actions, so part of this played as a reason for her difficult situation. This was why Warlocks used to be thought of as an OP class that broke the balance in the game. But as more people paid attention to their resistance towards abnormal statuses, many players understood that every class simply had their own advantages and could mutually restrain one another. Tang Ru wasn't able to think so much at the moment, so she could only find the reasons from herself. When the confusion status effect finally seemed to come to an end, Leopold had already prepared another control skill in advance. After Soft Mist was trapped by a binding curse, another dark, murky wave arrived. The spectator chat became increasingly lively. Between the two characters, one character's health line dropped at a rapid pace, while the other character's health didn't move a fraction. The face slappers no longer held any reservations or restraints. Some people even started to call out for their companions. A satisfying face-slapping circumstance like this was too good to miss. The Warlock player from Team Everlasting was also immensely excited. This week's preparation was timely indeed. The feeling of having everything under his control was great. The more the Warlock player played, the smoother he played. His mind was clear, his technical skill was nimble, and his ability to grasp opportunities was accurate. Among all of this, it felt as if his breathing and heartbeat became one. At that moment, he felt as if he was Leopold, as if he was standing under Red Flower Pavilion while he casted his dark curse. Under the opponent's excellent performance, Tang Ru wasn't able to turn the tables around. Leopold achieved a perfect victory. When Soft Mist fell, what the cheering in the audience's channel was like goes without saying. The spectators that came to face Slap immediately took over the channel. They were even able to best the fans of Team Everlasting. All sorts of in-the-face insults and taunts like the east wind blows, the battle drum sounds, who should soft mist fear, started to overflow the channel. As for Happy, the atmosphere there was quite nervous. Everyone had experienced Tang Ru's eagerness to win. Now that the opponents had gotten a perfect victory out of her, how much mental damage did she take? It was obvious that Tang Ru wouldn't have a smile on her face. It was as if the word gloomy was written on her face. The way she pushed the keyboard back and let go of the mouse showed her unwillingness. Chen Guo walked over in attempt of comforting her. But it was true that she lost in an unsightly manner. What good things could Chen Guo think of to say? At this moment, Yi Xiao opened his mouth to speak. He only spoke 5 words, "You still need practice." So heartless. Wei Chen nearly failed to restrain himself from reprimanding. The gloomy expression of a beauty losing a match was rather heartbreaking. "You be ****, is that how you comfort people?" Before Wei Chen could ridicule, Tang Ru already made her response. Her reply was very simple, with only one word. "MM." After she spoke, her hands returned to the keyboard and mouse. Chen Guo already turned to her side, preparing to comfort her, but she saw Tang Ru log out of the match. Chen Guo was startled. "What are you planning to do?" "Practice." Chen Guo was between laughter and tears. If she didn't really know Tang Ru, she would have thought Tang Ru was angry at Yi Xiao's blunt "you still need practice," and was peeved to do it. "The match isn't finished yet," Chen Guo said. "We have to win." Tang Ru rose her hand and called out loud. "You don't say." Yi Xiao replied concisely. The second to enter the match for Team Happy was Qiao Yifan with his 1-inch ash. His character was already standing on the match's seat. Tang Ru had left behind a full health opponent for him, so he felt a bit pressured. However, after hearing the blunt and simple conversation between Tang Ru and Yi Xiao, who had yet to play his round, it was as if he gained courage again. The second round of the group arena soon began. Qiao Yifan, 1-inch ash. Since Chang Xian's interview had yet to appear in the papers, aside from Team Excellent Era, no one knew that 1-inch ash was played by Qiao Yifan, who had been a part of the pro circle. In addition, he barely came out to fight before, so in the first match, Team Everlasting had little to no information about 1-inch ash. They only knew that this character completed Heavenly Challenge and entered Heavenly Domain at level 55. Judging from this point, this person shouldn't have started from the new server. After the first match of the competition, Team Everlasting only had one conclusion towards Qiao Yifan: deceitful, very deceitful. How should they face deceitful players? They would naturally have to be careful, very careful. Through their analysis, Team Everlasting came out with a beneficial point: 1-inch ash was a phantom demon. Phantom demon and sword demon style was completely different, so their basics were something that could be told just by seeing. Phantom demon would lean towards the team support, so their fighting strength in duels was slightly weak. As for this point, it immediately became an important part in dealing with 1-inch ash. All these were what they knew that were relevant. The Warlock player from Team Everlasting, who defeated Tang Ru just then, was in a stage where his confidence was surging. When he saw 1-inch ash coming out, he silently revised in his mind about this player's character and characteristics. He already came up with a plan in mind. They weren't able to predict every opponent they were up against beforehand, so they needed to prepare in advance for any possibility of every encounter. Whether it was dealing with Soft Mist, 1-inch ash, or even Windward Formation and Lord Grim. Throughout the week, every player in Team Everlasting already analyzed and discussed about how they should respond. Their preparation for this round was truly adequate. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, the match started. The map was still Red Flower Pavilion. Both players controlled classes of the Dark Powers, Ghost Blade and Warlock. Although both were closing on towards the map center, Qiao Yifan wasn't as simple and straightforward like Tang Ru. 1-inch ash already started to use any possible covers on the map to his advantage. In the eyes of Team Everlasting players, this was being deceitful. Xiao Yifan wasn't proactive in getting closer to his opponent, so the Warlock player of Team Everlasting also didn't come up proactively. Were they kidding? The sharpshooter of Team Everlasting in the first round fell into 1-inch Ash's trap because he was too proactive. How could they make the same mistake twice? In reality, such traps would be ineffective for teams made up of normal players. There were too many normal players who lacked integrity. There were no supervisors online. It was very likely that they would be using the bird's eye view to warn and call out for one another. However, Team Everlasting was strictly following the rules. Until now, the only exception was when Heian was fighting in the group arena, someone wasn't able to refrain and called out once. As for this incident, after that round, no one brought it up again. Team Everlasting ended with their loss in that round, so if they really won, that cry of warning would make them win with an unfair advantage. Even if they were happy about their victory, there would be a shadow in their minds. Even though the second round of the match was a matter of life and death, from the single matches till now, Team Everlasting didn't do anything that violated the rules. They only earnestly prepared for a whole week and never thought about using any cheating methods to help them get through that difficult stage. 1-inch Ash and Leopold haven't confronted for a long time. Even the audience found it difficult to restrain themselves. Those who were nervous at this point were mostly the spectators. The bird's eye view was able to let them clearly grasp onto both sides' activity. Both sides' various ways of walking and positioning was twisting and turning, so they never encountered. Finally, Leopold quietly turned to 1-inch Ash's side. 1-inch Ash was already exposed within Leopold's area that could cast spells. Get rid of him. Many spammed in the spectators' chat. Chapter 837. Having the upper hand. Was it close enough? Team Everlasting's Warlock player was more nervous than anyone right now, because according to their research, 1-inch Ash was a very cunning person. He had successfully managed to close in on his opponent's side, but could it be trap? Leopold didn't continue to close in or start to cast. Team Everlasting's Warlock wanted to observe a little more, but Red Flower Pavilion didn't give much cover. 1-inch Ash turned suddenly and Leopold had nowhere to hide, becoming fully exposed in the other range of vision. The spectating members of Team Everlasting all let out sighs of regret. They could clearly see, from their omniscient view, that 1-inch Ash hadn't been laying a trap and Leopold had really stumbled on a great opportunity to take the upper hand. However, he was overly cautious, so he missed it. Upon turning his body, 1-inch Ash immediately noticed Leopold was at his flank and hurriedly started to move away. Directly charging at a ranged character wasn't a good idea, especially ones like Warlocks that had powerful control skills. His chance was gone. Seeing 1-inch Ash's hurried retreat, Everlasting's Warlock knew he had missed his chance at grabbing the initiative and was very frustrated. But he had to be cautious. He then recalled the important points that were brought up on the tactical notes for 1-inch Ash. So, he started to wonder again, was this retreat the next step in some scheme? So, not only did Team Everlasting's Warlock not pursue him immediately, he even changed direction and took a longer route to close in on 1-inch Ash. The spectating members of Everlasting exchanged looks. They could tell that Leopold was being a little too cautious this round. With this attitude, he would become overly suspicious of his opponent's actions. After a while of cautious movement from both sides, their paths crossed once more. Under the dancing petals of the Red Flower Pavilion, the two characters, both in control of the powers of darkness, noticed that they had somehow come into such proximity with a single turn of the head. This competition had already been going on for 8 whole minutes. The audience was exhausted to the point where they didn't even have the energy to cheer any longer. Team Everlasting's Warlock was being extremely cautious, but Xiao Yifan was the same. However, Xiao Yifan's caution was reasonable. It was better to be close when against a dangerous class like the Warlock. It could be seen from the delight Wei Chen had towards Death's Hand, which had a cast range bonus of +4, that the increase in this range meant a lot to a Warlock. Under this background, it wasn't as if they hadn't come across each other before. It was just that they both didn't think it was a good opportunity and retreated. So, they had traversed the terrain through their own paths for a whole 8 minutes. This meeting was coincidental. For the audience, it was even kind of funny, like two people backing up to look for each other, only to back into each other. Of course, what actually happened wasn't so absurd. But they were surprised to notice the other, and at such a close distance too. A chance! A trap! That was what each of the players immediately thought. At such proximity, Qiao Yifan definitely had the advantage. His cautious movements were simply to find a chance to close in on the other. Now that it had happened out of coincidence, why would he wait instead of taking this chance? As for Team Everlasting's Warlock, he had no idea that Qiao Yifan was just as surprised as he was. As soon as he saw that the situation gave the other the upper hand, he immediately believed he had fallen for the other's trap. Was his 8 minutes of careful circling useless? The Warlock couldn't help but freak out a little. He didn't even know when he had started singing the other's tune. 1-inch was already charging over. Moonlight Slash. A graceful arc of light sped out in a 216 degrees curve. The dark phantom power was already heading straight at Leopold. Although Team Everlasting's Warlock was anxious, his hands didn't slow, hurriedly sidestepping the attack. A full Moonlight Slash after the Moonlight Slash was a combination both Sword Demons and Phantom Demons were familiar with using. The current 1-inch was no exception, apart from how the 360 degrees attack came out at an angle instead of parallel to the ground like with normal players. This was using one's mechanics to change the angle of the attack. This execution had its own fan-given name, Slanted Moonlight Slash. The name was just a nickname made up by players. The damage and other effects of the skill had no change. However, with this slant, the angle of attack would be changed. Leopold may have dodged Moonlight Slash, but he was struck full by the full Moonlight Slash. Full Moonlight Slash also had a blow-away effect. Leopold was blasted back as the attack landed. On the other side, 1-inch raised his sword towards the sky and a purple light flashed. The sky above the sword tip seemed to rip open, and continuous thudding sounds rang out. Several tombstones of varying lengths and heights had fallen from the heavens in this Ghost Blade skill, Death's Tombstone. This skill was purely a damage-dealing skill, but if you were hit by these tombstones, you would be briefly stunned. This was something all attacks did. The current Leopold was still soaring through the air. How could he possibly dodge the falling tombstones? He was quickly smashed to the ground by a falling tombstone. In the current situation, Death's Tombstone's situation control was greater than its damage. After the tombstone that knocked Leopold to the ground, more were still falling. This skill would continue for a while. The knockdown Leopold couldn't dodge out of range. Then came a performance of setting boundaries. He kept chanting, so by the time Death's tombstones had ended, 1-inch had sent out 2 ghost boundaries already. Ice boundary, which did the best in limiting movement, was obviously set. The other boundary was a plague boundary, which reduced the defense of the victims inside it. Leopold was first slowed by the shards of ice that clung to him from the ice boundary. Then, the plague boundary reduced his defense. Characters that were affected by plague boundary took on a hunched-over and frail look, struggling to move out of the boundary. It was then that the third ghost boundary fell. Sword boundary. Something that enhanced the strength and intelligence of characters on one's own side. Strength and intelligence were 2 stats that directly influenced damage output. With his opponent slowed and their defense weakened, while his own character had a boost in strength and intelligence, it was the perfect time to strike for a ghost blade. Without hesitation, 1-inch blade fell towards Leopold. Leopold had no chance of fighting back with the ghost boundaries. Even if they weren't there, the level 55 1-inch had once made things very difficult for the level 70 Windward formation. Warlocks really weren't good at close combat. The power of the phantom ghost swirled around the blade that continuously flashed and hacked away at Leopold's life. The 3 boundaries disappeared one after the other, but new boundaries were already there to take their place. When the ice boundary disappeared, a flame boundary was set. When the plague boundary vanished, an ash boundary appeared. The ash boundary was a very interesting ghost boundary. A character under the effects of an ash boundary would have the weight of all the objects on them increased in proportion to the level of the ash boundary. A full level dash boundary could double the weight on a character. As the weight a character had to carry increased, the direct effects included reducing a character's jumping power and movement speed. The effects on attack speed wasn't very important to normal players, but at a pro level, not paying attention to these changes and effects could result in losing the match. Team Everlasting's Warlock didn't have the time to calculate this. Having been closed in on by 1-inch Ash, he was struggling with or without the ghost boundaries. In the first 8 minutes, both had been cautiously moving about. They would even part after seeing each other. Yet, this wave of attacks had brought Leopold's health down, all the way to half in a minute. As for 1-inch Ash, Leopold didn't have the chance to counter. He had just won a flawless victory against Soft Mist, yet now it seemed he was going to be flawlessly beaten by 1-inch Ash. Team Everlasting's Warlock was definitely displeased. They had managed to make it 3 versus 2, but having the opponent so easily close this gap wasn't something they could accept. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized something. That's right. This was a group arena. Though it was a one-on-one match, there was an element of teamwork to it, too. He could lose this match, but he had to try his best to create an advantage for his teammates first. Victory didn't require the first match to be won, but definitely required the first player to do their best. Maybe he should have been a little more brave in the beginning? Team Everlasting's Warlock was a little frustrated. With a 3 versus 2 advantage, there had been no need for him to play it so safe. If he had taken the initiative, then maybe the situation would be different. There might still be a chance, if he tried his best now. Team Everlasting's Warlock suddenly calmed, while Xiao Yifan's performance was, naturally, not to the point where he could mount an offense completely without openings. Soon, Team Everlasting's Warlock managed to grasp the moment between 2 attacks. He rolled to dodge the strike and immediately began to cast. Before, he probably would have thought his proximity was too risky, but now his attitude had changed. He had to deal as much damage as possible to give his remaining teammates the best advantage. Soul Slice! After that instant cast skill, Curse arrows were fired without any charging. Soul Strike, Decaying Curse, Control Curse. Offensive and control skills were cast by Leopold indiscriminately. Team Everlasting's Warlock immediately found that feeling he had in the last match, getting better and smoother as he attacked. Having taken that small opening, he instantly counterattacked. Chapter 838. Apologies are unnecessary. The sudden wave of counterattacks caught Xiao Yifan off guard. Although he had been a part of the Pro League for a year, he hadn't had any real battle experience there. He had seen a lot in the Pro League, but he barely had any true experience. With his abilities as a foundation, normal players didn't stand a chance, but Team Everlasting's players weren't so easy to deal with. This opening wasn't something that a normal player could take advantage of. In the end, what Xiao Yifan lacked was battle experience from this sort of high-end match. Even in team matches, letting him practice against the members of a champion-level team like Tiny Herb. Yet, practice was still very different from a real match. Xiao Yifan became anxious and hasty after his opponent got the better of him. On the other side, Team Everlasting's Warlock was doing better and better. He had originally been closed in on by 1-inch Ash, but now he was pulling apart their distance as he attacked. But this time, Team Everlasting's Warlock no longer retreated to an overly cautious distance. After coming to a fair distance away, he stopped moving back. If he stayed relatively close, his attacks would be harder to dodge. Team Everlasting's Warlock decided to keep the initiative in his own hands, furiously attacking and discarding the caution the tactical note said he should have when dealing with 1-inch Ash. On the field, tactics and strategy were important, but sometimes it was better if a player did what they felt was right. That was what Team Everlasting's Warlock was doing right now. He was using his own judgment to create a critical turning point to the match. On the other hand, Xiao Yifan was unable to steady himself after having the tables turned against him. The more he wanted to take back the upper hand, the more his performance slipped. Of course, the public chat channel had become extremely active by now. When Leopold was being suppressed by 1-inch Ash, no one spoke, but now that the situation had turned, those clenched fists could finally start waving. Leopold received waves upon waves of encouragement. Even though the players on the field couldn't see it, the audience could tell that Leopold was linking his moves more and more smoothly, while 1-inch Ash's actions were becoming mechanical, unable to keep up with the pace. Originally, the audience had the same attitude as Team Everlasting's Warlock. He didn't need to win this match, but he at least needed to deal some damage so that the next players could use the advantage. Yet now it seemed that he could use this counterattack to completely wipe out 1-inch Ash. Qiao Yifan had also thought of this. If he lost, then that would mean his opponent had wiped out 2 people, bringing the situation to a 1 versus 3 match. This situation would be the reverse of what had happened in the last round. And in the last round, the one who smiled to the end was happy with their 3-1 advantage. He couldn't let that happen. Qiao Yifan became anxious, but he didn't have enough experience to calm his emotions. His performance was slipping. Instantly, Leopold caught another opening and brought on another wave of attacks. What was even worse was that this opening left him exposed to the Warlock's control skill. To escape this sort of control, he had to sacrifice a lot, and the cost was something 1-inch couldn't afford. He lost. 1-inch fell. Under extremely favorable circumstances, his opponent had taken a chance to unleash a wave of counterattacks, catching Qiao Yifan off guard and messing up his pace. He never managed to turn the tides again. 2 of Team Happy's players had already been defeated. As for Team Everlasting, Warlock Leopold still had 1/3 of his health remaining. This advantage was even greater than what Tang Ru had managed last round. Sorry. On Happy's side, Qiao Yifan stood with an expression of shame and didn't look at anyone as he spoke. He was an inconsequential member of Team Tiny Herb, an errands runner. Apart from to his best friend Jiao Yingjie, he was a person whose existence didn't matter. Yet, in Team Happy, a team that couldn't compare to Team Tiny Herb, he felt special. This feeling made Qiao Yifan wake up smiling, and he was set on not wasting the attention and care everyone gave to him. Unfortunately, he had slipped up in such an important match. After their opponent had gained a flawless victory against Tang Ru, he should have been the one to stabilize the situation since he had more experience than her. Especially under such favorable circumstances, losing the upper hand due to a wave of counterattacks that wiped him out, he couldn't forgive himself and he didn't have the hope that his teammates would either. Apologies are unnecessary. It was then that he heard that voice. At the All-Star weekend, when he was at his lowest, preparing to give up his career as a pro player, it was this voice that rebuilt the foundation of his confidence. Victory is never certain. If you apologize every time you lose, that would be too troublesome, Yi Xiu said. Victory was never certain, but losing at such a critical moment, wasn't that a waste of the expectations everyone had in him? I did terribly. Qiao Yifan said. Then do better next time, Yi Xiu replied. He was very calm and didn't seem to mind at all. This manner often pissed Chen Guo off, but here, it helped the worry in Qiao Yifan's heart disperse. Good luck, boss. Steamed Bun suddenly came out of nowhere with that yell. That was when everyone came back to reality. The competition wasn't over, they still had Yi Xiu and Lord Grimm. If they could pull off a 1 versus 3. 1 against 3, can you do it? Chen asked bluntly. Ha ha. Yi Xiu laughed. What are you laughing about? Chen Guo was pissed off again. How is it 1 against 3? Yi Xiu replied, it's just 1 against 2 and 1/3 at most. All right then. Chen Guo admitted that she was wrong. Leopold only had 1/3 of his health left. We can do this step by step. As Yi Xiu said this, his Lord Grimm had already entered the arena. As for Team Everlasting, they had just finished a round of victorious cheering. Team Everlasting had been like the audience. They hadn't hoped for any sort of victory, only that Leopold could deal as much damage as possible. In the end, Leopold managed to win beautifully, and they were elated. Nicely done. Absolutely wonderful. Between matches, no one would stop the players from communicating. Everyone from Team Everlasting had crowded over with all sorts of praise. Continue to do well. In end, this sort of more serious talk was left to their boss, who had personally come to watch. The third match of the group arena soon began. Unspecialized Lord Grimm and Warlock Leopold entered the map after the countdown. Lord Grimm. This was, without a doubt, the focus of Team Everlasting's preparations. Lord Grimm was rather well known, but unfortunately, recordings of actual matches between him and others were few and far between. In the end, they could only rely on the experience Ian, the only one to fight Lord Grimm one-on-one, could share with them. 120 low-end skills were what they had to familiarize themselves with when going against Lord Grimm. Being who they weren't unfamiliar with these skills. They could manage to list them out without thinking if you gave them a piece of paper. However, a character with all 120 skills and all their possible combos was something no one had ever seen. The difference between different classes was mostly shown through the skills. This sort of all-new combination was like an entirely new class in itself. In a single week, was it possible to easily familiarize themselves with and figure out how to deal with a new class? Even without the class, this player. Although the media said that the person who applied with Lord Grimm wasn't Ichio, the applicant and the actual player was not necessarily the same person. Violating the rules like this was common in the Challenger League. Ichio was from the Pro League, but who was to say he would be willing to scoop as low as this? Who was to say he wouldn't? Team Everlasting didn't dare, so they had to prepare for the worst. If this was before, hearing a name like Ichio would probably make their hands cramp up. Now that they were fighting with their backs to the wall, they were all encouraging each other. Those who had willpower promised to topple this god, those who didn't silently use "that's not Ichio" to try and delude themselves. They would, of course, exaggerate the flaws Lord Grimm had. Especially his low damage output, which was something clear from when Lord Grimm went up against Ian's Go Forth. So, even if it is Ichio, we still have a chance. Don't forget, our goal is to defeat Excellent Era. At times like this, Excellent Era had to be mentioned. When compared to this powerhouse, Ichio alone seemed brittle. This comparison was something Team Everlasting was used to making and had lots of practice in making in the Pro League. If you perform like you did just now, you won't have to fear even Ichio. This is a competition, and Ichio doesn't have certainty for victory. Just as the match started, Everlasting's players gave their Warlock one last round of encouragement and quietly backed away. As for the Warlock, he in an optimal condition. He decided to continue to use the same tactics as the latter half of the last match, actively challenging his opponent. Even if he lost, he had to take out an equal amount of health from his opponent. Bring it on, Lord Grimm. Team Everlasting's Warlock thought to himself, letting Leopold shoot forwards. Soon enough, Team Everlasting's Warlock saw Lord Grimm amongst the dancing red flowers of the map center. Lord Grimm, do your worst. The Warlock player shouted in the chat, feeling his blood pumping and igniting a round of cheers from the audience. Coming. Lord Grimm's reply was simple and brisk, because he planned to let his actions speak for him. 3 anti-tank missiles were already soaring over. Do you think you can hit me from that distance? The Warlock player had Leopold easily sidestep, but following that was the continuous noise of a gun firing. Lord Grimm closed in even as he shot. The fast movement seemed to have no effect on his accuracy. Leopold could only keep dodging, while Lord Grimm attacked as he closed in. Yet, on Team Everlasting's Warlock's face, there was no anxiety, only the hint of a triumphant smile. Chapter 839. To show the wolf into the house. Team Everlasting's Warlock had learned his lesson from the last fight. He wouldn't face this fight with extreme caution. With a huge lead, he decided to be braver. Lord Grimm closed in quickly? Of course. He hadn't put in all of his efforts to stop him. He intentionally let Lord Grimm get near. When his opponent reached a satisfactory distance away, he immediately switched up the tempo to catch him off guard. As for Lord Grimm, he was closing the distance while attacking. To the Warlock, none of that mattered. Even if you weren't attacking me to stop me from escaping, I wasn't going to push you away anyways. Team Everlasting's Warlock closely followed Lord Grimm. Every step forward was another step towards his ideal scenario. That's about right. Finally, the distance between Lord Grim and Leopold had reached a value that the Warlock was satisfied with. At this distance, he could attack or retreat. When he cast his curses, it wouldn't be easy for his opponent to dodge. Let's start with a bind. The Warlock had been waiting for this moment, so he naturally had a plan in mind. His attack sequence rolled out without much more thought. He tapped a key and waited for his bind to be cast, when he heard a gunshot. D*MN. The Warlock saw Lord Grim's gun let out a tongue of flame and cursed to himself. Even though it was just a normal attack, it was timed during his casting, so it would interrupt his bind. Warlock control skills were frightening. As soon as you were hit, you would be in their control for a few seconds. If their cast times were instantaneous, they would be too overpowered. As a result, Warlock curses had cast times or required preparation. At the very least, they wouldn't come out as quickly as Blade Master or Striker skills. Bind had a cast time. Even though the cast time wasn't long, it couldn't be faster than Lord Grim's bullet. Helpless, the Warlock had Leopold avoid this shot. By moving, his casting would naturally be interrupted. Mobile cast was a special elementalist skill. Warlocks couldn't learn it. Being hit by a bullet would have interrupted the casting as well. Moving would too, but at least he would avoid that bit of damage. Anyone would choose to dodge. After learning his lesson, the Warlock player didn't choose to cast another curse. Curses that didn't require cast times had fairly long starting lag, but they could at least be used while moving. But this time, before he could complete the inputs, a gunshot rang. And this time, it wasn't just one gunshot, but several in a row. Lord Grim directly let out a Gatling gun. The bullets flew in a straight line. Dodging wouldn't be so easy. How could the Warlock have any time to complete his skill? Dodge, 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 dodge. The Warlock player adjusted Leopold's position, frantically moving his hands to avoid the endless stream of bullets. It put him in a disadvantageous position. His opponent was controlling him too well. It seemed like not a single bullet of Gatling gun's rapid firing was wasted. This level of skill was above even their team captain Wu Chen. The more surprising part hadn't even come yet. When the last bullets of Gatling gun fired, Lord Grim had already switched his umbrella's form and began using another skill. It was a skill that the Warlock was incomparably familiar with, Curse Arrow. A ball of dark energy instantly congealed. The Warlock couldn't tell if it had been charged or not. From what he could tell, as soon as Gatling gun ended, a Curse Arrow flew straight towards him. The dark arrow moved slightly slower than the bullets from Gatling gun. However, the arrow seemed to be linked together with the Gatling gun bullets. Even if the Warlock player wanted to block it with his own Curse Arrow, because of the distance between the two sides, he didn't have enough time to cast it. Not good. The Warlock player had already realized that the situation wasn't good. This feeling of being unable to deal with incoming attacks because of the distance had been what he had planned to give to Lord Grim, not now, it seemed to be the other way around. First, Gatling gun. Then, Curse Arrow. Because of the distance, avoiding them became much more difficult. Retreat first? Or should I avoid them and hurry to counterattack? The Warlock player originally had everything planned for, but at this moment, he had to make a choice. The incoming Curse Arrow wouldn't wait for him though. As soon as the ball of light burst open, the skill could be considered as complete. As the Curse Arrow flew, Lord Grim didn't slow down and continued to close the distance, following behind that arrow. This isn't good. The Warlock player didn't hesitate anymore. He needed to maintain a distance away from Lord Grim. As a result, he dodged, while having his Leopold retreat. Bang! Before the Curse Arrow was completely released, Lord Grim actually fired a bullet to add to the attack. There was also a bullet alongside the Curse Arrow. Besides Unspecialized, no other class could accomplish this. The Warlock had been caught off guard and was hit by the bullet. The attack induced a brief hit stun, causing Leopold to also be hit by the Curse Arrow. These were low-leveled skills. And because Lord Grim's Myriad Manifestations umbrella had low attack, the damage dealt wasn't actually much, but but it still struck a blow to the Warlock's confidence. The first fight had progressed smooth like butter, all according to plan. In the following fight, he was like fire and beautifully completed a comeback. In this Warlock's glory career, he had played his very best today. His confidence had reached its peak, so even when facing the suspected to be God Yi Chio, he didn't waver or play cautiously. He courageously thought of dealing as much damage as possible to help the players behind him. But now, he was in at a complete disadvantage. He felt as if his hands were tired. His mind was wavering. It was different from his confrontation versus 1-inch. In that match, his Leopold had accidentally gotten close to 1-inch. Being on the disadvantage was normal. But in this match, Lord Grim had come from far away and pushed him into a corner in a very direct manner. Moreover, he was in this situation despite his careful planning and preparation. And now? If he said he intentionally let Lord Grim get closer so he could deal some damage to his opponent, who would believe him? After their distance closed, he was clearly at a disadvantage. His actions were the same as showing a wolf into the house. And now the distance between them was still closing. Shadow clone technique. In the match's public chat, these words suddenly popped up. Despite Lord Grim's tight pace, he unexpectedly had time to type out these words. When these 4 words came out, the Warlock jumped up in fright. At their current distance, a shadow clone technique would be able to reach him. Shadow clone technique was an under-level 20 ninja skill, so an unspecialized would definitely have it. The Warlock player frantically turned his viewpoint left and right, but all the spectators could clearly see that the instant Leopold turned around, Lord Grim used shadow clone technique. Too despicable. The spectators were having a hard time keeping still. You actually blurted out the name of the skill to bother your opponent. Do you think you're Huang Shaoqian? Even the players in Team Everlasting looked in disapproval. The other side is clearly blurting out the skill name to distract you. You should be paying attention to his movements. You can see when he uses shadow clone technique. What are you looking around for? That was easier said than done though. Leopold had been forced back by Lord Grim's closely linked attacks, so it was hard not to miss something done by Lord Grim. When he suddenly saw Lord Grim suddenly blurt out a skill, he was very worried that the Lord Grim in front of him was a clone. But naturally, when the Warlock player discovered that there was no one around him, it happened. Dragon Tooth, Sky Strike, Double Stab, Falling Flower Palm. This Battle Mage combo was something that Yishio could perform with just one finger. But after Falling Flower Palm, he utilized the Unspecialized's feature. After being hit flying away, Leopold was struck by a sword into the air. A sword wave revolved around him at the center. Spellblade skill, Wave Wheel Slash. After Wave Wheel Slash, the follow-ups continued. 24 classes. 120 base skills flowed out from Lord Grim's hands, shocking everyone. At this instant, the majority of people had forgotten about the outcome of the fight. A single thought popped up in their minds again and again, F***CK, that can be done too. No player had ever seen such a combo before. Right now, it was being performed by Lord Grim, making them feel fascinated at the novelty of it. At the same time, they hoped to see what more new tricks could be brought out. This lasted up until Leopold's health bar changed color. Everyone returned to the match. This was a match. Victory and defeat mattered. Leopold's health bar was already red. He only had 1/10 of his health left. He was going to lose. Ah. You can follow up like that. Everyone became distracted again. In comparison, Team Everlasting wasn't like them. After all, they cared about the outcome of this match. The outcome affected their team and their future. No matter how shocking the scene was, it wouldn't erase their concerns. His lost? Everyone was already certain. After Lord Grim closed in, he unleashed the frightening continuity of an unspecialized offense. Even though the combo count was sometimes broken according to the system, in the eyes of real players, some of those attacks that weren't recognized by the system were still combos because they couldn't be dodged or blocked due to the situation. These types of false combos were even more terrifying than normal combos. Normal combos could be forcefully interrupted. However, false combos relied on the opponent being unable to react in order to connect the attacks. Chapter 840. Lord Grimm's Flaw. Leopold fell. At this moment, the spectators felt like they had woken up from a dream. Afterwards, they felt incomparably disgusted because they had actually been enamored by the combo performed by a player that they had determined to reject. For the face slappers dedicated to watching Team Happy fall, it was too disloyal. The instant that Team Everlasting's Warlock player saw his Leopold fall, he wasn't too shocked. He was more puzzled. He suddenly felt like that fight seemed unrelated to him, especially once Lord Grimm closed in on him. Leopold was like a sandbag whose purpose was to get pummeled, unable to put up any resistance. He became support for the performer to show off on. When his character fell, he hadn't been able to deal a single bit of damage to Lord Grimm with his third of his health. This 2 and a third or 3 versus 1 situation looked as if it had been kicked aside easily. The other Team Everlasting players consoled the Warlock. Next up, the 2 who would be fighting next used this brief break between fights to discuss ideas. The group arena was also fought as a whole. Team Everlasting's second player in the group arena was their Chi Master. He and his Spellblade Go Forth would act as Team Everlasting's anchor and trump card for the third fight. After the 2 players strategized briefly, he saw that their Warlock player was still staring into space blankly. He went over and patted his back with a smile. "You've already done a great job." His smile was sincere. The Warlock player was even more at a loss. He was unable to deal any damage to the opponent. How was that a great job? He continued to smile. In our current situation, Lord Grimm's biggest issue can be fully utilized. What is it? The Warlock player didn't understand. Mana. His smile began to reveal his confidence. Mana. The Warlock player checked his screen. He had already withdrawn from the group arena. His Leopold could not stand on the competitor spot anymore, which automatically placed him in the spectator view. And here, he could clearly see Lord Grimm on Team Happy's side as well as Lord Grimm's health and mana. Lord Grimm's health was full, but he had used a quarter of his mana. The Warlock player suddenly realized something. Even though Lord Grimm's skills were low-leveled skills with low mana costs, but because the damage was low as well, if you look at his total mana consumption for a complete fight, he doesn't have it better than any other class. From the data retrieved from our first round and other simulations, the attack power of Lord Grimm's silver weapon should be quite low. Even though he has other stats from his other silver equipment, from an overall perspective, Lord Grimm's attack power is lower than other equipment at his level by a third. He continued. The Warlock player nodded his head. In their preparation this week, they had included their conclusions on Lord Grimm during their strategizing. When he once again emphasized this point, the Warlock player was even more clear about it. Lord Grimm's mana consumption wouldn't be any lower than another class's. In fact, it would be even higher because his low damage output didn't only stem from his low-level skills, but also his weapon's low attack. Low-level skills required less mana. High-level skills required more mana. There was a balance. However, if the weapon had low attack power, more mana would be required to make up for it. The Challenger League's tournament rules were more lax than the Pro League's. Characters could also bring potions, but its usage was limited. Potions could only be used once. Right now, Lord Grimm had used a quarter of his mana against a Warlock with only a third of his health left. Even if he drank the best mana potion in the game, it would only restore 20% at most. For the current situation, it probably wouldn't be of much use. Lord Grimm needed to face 2 more opponents, who would both be at full health. Why did I forget this point? The Warlock player now understood and became annoyed at himself. If I had noticed earlier, I wouldn't have tried to deal as much damage to him and instead tried to waste as much of his mana. All of us forgot too, but it isn't too to realize it now. He smiled. The reason that they hadn't thought about this point before the group arena was because they didn't think they'd be able to get such a huge lead. After all, even if Lord Grimm consumed more mana than other classes, with the help of a mana potion, he had more than enough mana to last against an opponent with a sliver of health and an opponent at full health. Most group arenas were won by just a hair. Let alone a 1v3, a 2v3 was already very rare in the pro scene. Team Everlasting had admittedly prepared well for this match, but don't forget that they had almost been 1v3'd by Team Happy, so they didn't have the confidence to believe that they would be able to obtain such a huge lead. As a result, not too much importance had been placed on Lord Grimm's mana issues. It was only until their Warlock player 1v2'd and started fighting against Lord Grimm did he suddenly remember. The fight had already started though. He obviously wasn't so lacking in competitive integrity that he would remind the Warlock player. In his eyes, Lord Grimm didn't have enough mana to deal with two full health characters. However much mana Leopold could force him to waste would be fine. In the end, Lord Grimm had lost a quarter of his mana. It was equivalent to him using up his potion. It was already quite a good result, which was why he smiled so confidently. The Chi Master went onto the stage and walked to the competitor spot. He had already talked with Heian before. For this fight, his goal wouldn't be to win, but to drag this fight with Lord Grimm for as long as possible and waste as much of his mana as he could. Of course, if he could deal some damage to Lord Grimm, that would be even better. The group arena's fourth round began. As soon as the match started, the Chi Master Heavenly Rage went on the attack. The reason was because every class would automatically recover health and mana slowly over time. Of course, during the brief respite between group arena rounds, the status effects on characters would be reset and the character's stats would be locked. No recovery would occur. But as soon as the match started, the automatic recovery would immediately begin to take effect. Heian was a very careful person. When he talked with the Chi Master, he wasn't willing to neglect even this small matter. In reality, the automatic recovery was extremely slow. Relying on that recovery rate wouldn't be enough to last a fight. However, Heian was afraid that their opponent would be despicable enough and refuse to fight, so he could rely on his automatic recovery for an hour or two to recover his mana back to full. Heavenly Rage charged forward. Heian immediately checked on Lord Grimm through his spectator view. He discovered that Lord Grimm was also running forward to face him head-on. Lord Grimm didn't seem to have any intentions on using such a despicable strategy. He heaved a sigh of relief. Once the match began, he wouldn't give the Chi Master any reminders. He could only quietly watch the match. In terms of range, Chi Masters only had a few mid-ranged attacks. They weren't like gunners, who thoroughly relied on their long range. As a result, when he and Lord Grimm encountered each other, the first person to initiate should be Lord Grimm. If this was in the past, the Chi Master would have felt troubled fighting such an opponent, but at this moment, the Chi Master was happy. Attacks from far away weren't easy to hit. If Lord Grimm really started attacking from as far away as possible, he might as well not advance and pretend like he couldn't approach, so Lord Grimm would waste more mana. The Chi Master quietly made his decision. Gradually, he saw Lord Grimm's figure. He approached and sure enough, Lord Grimm started attacking from far away. But the Chi Master wasn't excited at all. Bang! Bang bang! Bang bang! Gunshots continued to fire, but there was never more than two in a row. Lord Grimm was just using normal attacks, and normal attacks didn't consume mana. The Chi Master pretended to have his Heavenly Rage dodge, but Lord Grimm continued to bang 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 with normal attacks. F***CK, are you hunting a rabbit? The Chi Master was somewhat angry. Lord Grimm's gun was clearly a rifle, which could fire 2 times in a row. Lord Grimm was standing there leisurely at a distance. He would constantly lift his rifle and then put it down. From time to time, he would fire twice for fun. It looked like he was out hunting. Wouldn't dragging it out like this be the same as letting him recover mana? The Chi Master saw that his plan wasn't working out. He might need to continue approaching. However, if he did it half-heartedly, as long as Lord Grimm mixed in a few skills with his attacks, he could definitely pretend like he was having trouble getting closer. As a result, Heavenly Rage charged forward half-heartedly. Lord Grimm didn't continue hunting and also rushed forward. Skills! Use your skills. The Chi Master repeatedly prayed. At this distance, Lord Grim should have plenty of skills to choose from. Under this warped mentality, the distance between the two sides became shorter and shorter all the way until even the spectators were dumbfounded. F***CK. Heavenly Rage, are you stupid? You're at this distance already. Why aren't you attacking? Are you planning on fighting Lord Grim at such a close range? Chi Masters had some close-ranged ability, but it wasn't too outstanding. But for Lord Grim, he had a few long-ranged moves, but when he decimated Leopold from before, everyone could see how terrifying unspecialized characters were at close range. And now, this Heavenly Rage could already attack from mid-range, but he was still swaying around like he was waiting to take a beating. This guy, had Team Happy bribed him? Chapter 841. Mana Consumption. Everyone in Team Everlasting, including Hien, who had discussed the plan in detail with the Chi Master, was completely speechless. Mentality. This was an issue with his mentality. As soon as your mentality shifted off balance, your thoughts might run into a dead end. For example, this Chi Master had determined that Unspecialized could attack him first from afar, so he tried to get him to waste mana that way. However, he was too tunnel-visioned on this strategy. When his opponent was clearly within his attack range, he was still waiting for Lord Grim to attack him first. The spectators wondered whether he had been bribed. It wasn't too outrageous for that to happen. However, his way of doing so was too unusual. Moreover, this guy still hadn't reacted. Lord Grim and Heavenly Rage were still moving closer and closer to each other. Hien really wanted to slap his teammate awake. It was such a crucial match. How can you commit such a stupid blunder? However, he didn't do it in the end. He also knew that it was easy to make mistakes at crucial moments. It was because the player cared too much and wanted to win too much. The distance continued to close. Team Everlasting's Chi Master suddenly woke up. The previous round had left a deep impression on him. This distance was how far Shadow Clone technique could reach. Leopold was unable to escape from Lord Grim, starting at this distance. Leopold was then completely crushed. The Chi Master finally woke up because of his sensitivity towards this distance. At this distance, he could have started attacking long ago. Even though his goal was to waste as much of Lord Grim's mana as possible, that didn't mean he couldn't go on the offensive. Attacking was also a way to waste the other side's mana. In addition, there were also opportunities to consume the opponent's health and mana simultaneously. Chi Bullet. At this point, the Chi Master didn't hesitate to start attacking. Heavenly Rage fired a Chi Bullet. The crowd's suspicions of him throwing the match were finally dispelled. The Chi Bullet flew out. Lord Grim's figure flickered. The Chi Master had committed a big blunder, but his attention was fully focused on the fight. He saw Lord Grim's flicker clearly. As expected, Shadow Clone technique. The Chi Master had been expecting it and instantly deduced it. Without another word, he put an input. Heavenly Rage's two palms rose towards the sky. Then, he bent his waist and slammed the ground. A wave of chi spread from his two hands. This attack covered all around him. Whether Lord Grim teleported to the front, behind, left, or right of him, he would certainly be enveloped by this attack. However, at this moment, the crowd let out a gasp of astonishment because Lord Grim had used Shadow Clone technique to get above him, not to the front, behind, left, or right of him. The airborne Lord Grim looked as if he were about to give Heavenly Rage an attack as he fell. Following afterwards would be a continuous combo. But Heavenly Rage stood up after slamming the ground and his palms faced Lord Grim. Sky-piercing strike. The Chi Master had actually predicted Lord Grim's movements. He had been prepared for this attack. A ball of chi flew out from his palms towards Lord Grim. At this moment, Lord Grim raised his myriad manifestations umbrella. Ka and his umbrella split into propeller. 2-2-2-2. It spun around rapidly, lifting him up. He casually loosened his hand and a grenade dropped onto Heavenly Rage. Heavenly Rage was still in the ending lag of his sky-piercing strike. He had no way of dodging the grenade, so it exploded on top of his head. The Chi Master wanted to cry. He obviously knew what options an unspecialized had, but he couldn't react fast enough in the middle of a fight. They had only prepared for a week. How could he have mastered everything so quickly? He had at least consumed some of his mana. The Chi Master failed to strike Lord Grim, but that at least gave him some console. Being at ease made it easier for him to keep his mental state in balance, no? As a result, the Chi Master was still fairly calm. He immediately had Heavenly Rage turn around to continue attacking Lord Grim. However, Lord Grim had only used Rotor Wing to switch directions in the air, so he could dodge Sky-Piercing Strike. After avoiding the attack, he followed with his own attack. Heavenly Rage's turn of the body matched it too perfectly. It was so perfect that everyone in the crowd wanted to smack their foreheads. Lord Grim's falling light blade struck Heavenly Rage's forehead. A grenade and then a slice to the head. If this wasn't a game, he would have died twice. Heavenly Rage was knocked down with this falling light blade. He immediately teched it and rolled, but as soon as he got up, Lord Grim's spear thrust towards him. Circle Swing grabbed Heavenly Rage and threw him back to the ground. He fell so hard he didn't know where he was anymore. Too pitiful. Everyone thought to themselves. The current Heavenly Rage had been closed in on just like Leopold. An unspecialized at melee range was too terrifying. It was just as everyone predicted. When Heavenly Rage got up, Lord Grim's attack arrived. The Chi Master chose the correct choice this time though. When he got up, he pushed his palms outwards to create a Chi shield. Lord Grim's attack just happened to hit this Chi shield. Borrowing the shockwave from the Chi shield being shattered, Heavenly Rage slid back several steps. He thought he could pull apart the distance, when Lord Grim carried his Myriad Manifestations umbrella and rushed forward with a Knight's Charge. The charge skill was faster than a character's movement speed. However, Heavenly Rage had borrowed the resulting shockwave, so his movement speed was faster than normal too. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella charging at him missed him just by a bit. His heart thumped with joy. Lord Grim didn't hit him. He had wasted some more of his mana. But that charge wasn't everything. Lord Grim didn't reduce his speed. A glint of light shined and a sword was unsheathed. A berserker's colliding stab followed after. This time, Heavenly Rage couldn't avoid it. The sword struck his chest. Colliding stab's momentum wouldn't stop with just that. Lord Grim rushed forward along with the target. It looked like he refused to let go until this sword killed Heavenly Rage. Isho didn't need this skill's charge effect. When it was about right, he switched skills, not letting the other side any time to adjust before he performed his unspecialized combo. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella constantly switched forms. All sorts of skills from different classes were unleashed at a speed that the crowd couldn't keep up with. The previous combo that made everyone forget themselves in its beauty reappeared. However, with the combo from before, the crowd wouldn't lose themselves. It was still stunning to see though, even if they didn't want to admit it. The other players in Team Everlasting had expressions of horror. If this continued, would Heavenly Rage be killed in this way just like Leopold? Only he followed Lord Grim's mana bar closely. Every point of mana was another point of happiness. He knew that hoping the Chi Master to make a huge comeback wouldn't be possible. Now it was a matter of how much more mana Lord Grim would use up. Next, it would be up to him to use this advantage and win. Use a bit more mana. He paid attention to Lord Grim's mana bar, while checking on Heavenly Rage's health bar from time to time. The Chi Master hadn't given up. He was still struggling because he knew that he wasn't here to win this round, so he wasn't too troubled by the opponent suppressing him. He just needed to make things hard for his opponent, so his opponent would need to use more skills to kill him. Chi Masters were also cloth classes. From their equipment stats, their defense wasn't anything much. But in reality, Chi Masters had far better defensive stats than other cloth classes because of their passive skill, True Chi Protection. After learning this skill, the Chi Masters' mana directly affected their defense. Their defense would increase proportionally according to their remaining mana. Chi masters that emphasized offense and disregarded defense might not use this skill, but the majority of Chi masters sought consistency, so true Chi protection would usually be maxed. Even though the effects of the skill would decrease as their mana decreased, the increase in defense was still very distinct. It was because of this skill that many Chi masters valued equipment, which improved their mana and mana recovery in order to increase the benefits from this skill. In the pro scene, few players would specifically choose equipment for the benefit of just a single skill. Pro characters would change depending on their needs. Heian was regretted not preparing for this beforehand. If he had known Heavenly Rage's goal would be to waste mana, they would have stacked mana and health on him. It would have been very effective. Right now, Heavenly Rage could only rely on himself to struggle. But seeing Lord Grimm's mana compared to Heavenly Rage's health, Heian let out a sigh of relief. If this continued, even if Lord Grimm's mana didn't go completely empty, there should only be 10% remaining. Even if he drank the best mana potion, it would be at 30%. With 30% mana and Lord Grimm's damage output, Heian was confident his Go Forth wouldn't fall even if he just stood there letting Lord Grimm attack him. Go Forth was a spellblade. Don't look at how they dealt magic damage. The health and defense of spellblades were first class. Among the swordsman classes, berserkers only wore heavy armor. Spellblades wore plate armor though, which had the highest physical defense out of all the armors. Spellblades also stacked intelligence, so along with accessories, their magic defense was very mighty as well. No matter how many skills an unspecialized possessed, whether it was physical or magic damage, trying to get through a spellblade would require enormous damage output. And how much mana did Lord Grimm have left? Seeing the situation, Heian's smile grew wider and wider. Chapter 842. Almost out of mana. Heavenly Rage finally fell. In this brave struggle of his, he had managed to deal some damage to Lord Grimm, taking 1/10 of Lord Grimm's health with him. However, what was more satisfying was that he knew he had done well to deplete Lord Grimm's mana. Lord Grimm had drunk a mana potion in this match, the kind with the best effects that restored 20% of his mana. Yet, by the time he had crushed Heavenly Rage, only 25% of Lord Grimm's mana remained. By then, not only Team Everlasting, but even the normal players had noticed Lord Grimm's trouble with mana. They had realized in this match that Lord Grimm's mana consumption was terrifyingly high. After all, 1 versus 3 wasn't rare in the pro circle or the casual one. Especially for players who played casually, the difference between the skill levels of different players was sometimes rather absurd, making 1 versus 3 more common. If it was a sandbag-style 1 versus 3 beating, there was little need to worry about mana. For Lord Grimm, beating Heavenly Rage wasn't nearly as absurdly easy as hitting a sandbag, but his advantage was absolute. Nearly running out of mana and having only 25% left after ingesting a mana pill under these circumstances showed how inefficient Lord Grimm's mana consumption was. As the match went on, the audience had made some realizations, too. The reason why Lord Grimm consumed so much mana was because his damage output was really quite low. The damage output to mana input ratio wasn't high at all. Some of the smarter players, the players who were rather skilled, had guessed Team Everlasting's intentions from seeing Lord Grimm's mana and the course of the match. Spellblade Go Forth had entered Team Everlasting's side of the area. The results of the winning match of the group arena seemed to be obvious when looking at the characters on either side. The players were clear about the Spellblade's defensive capabilities. If beating a Chi Master required so much mana, then how was it possible to beat a Spellblade with just 25% of his mana left? Team Happy had fallen into a trap. The face slappers who realized this were elated. There was no way anything would go wrong here. They could finally openly mock Happy now, right? It was just unfortunate that the face slappers present today were rather few in number. Even they thought that there was no way that Team Happy would lose with such an advantage. Another unfortunately thing was that though the group arena might be in the bag, Team Everlasting had to win the team competition as well to tie. After that, they would have to win an extra team competition to completely win against Team Happy. If Team Everlasting still ended up eliminated, then their mockery would be meaningless. But why should they care so much now? Seeing how Team Happy's failure in the group arena was set in stone after falling for a trick, the spectating face slappers began to excitedly cheer once more. Ian watched the audience's mockery with a smile. He didn't mind the audience's blabbering. If even they had noticed, how could Team Happy's experts not? It was too bad for them that they noticed too late. Seeing the countdown start, Ian took a deep breath, composing himself. By the time he had done so, Go Forth had been loaded into the match. The 5th round of the group arena, the winning match, was finally starting. The map was still the same map. Ian believed he didn't need to do too much planning and preparations. A character without mana was like a sitting duck. Go Forth wandered around the map, and Ian even had the heart to start admiring the scenery of this map. Red Flower Pavilion, huh? He wasn't very familiar with his map. It was rather beautiful, with red petals dancing through the air. However, it didn't seem to have any special terrain effects. He hadn't seen Team Happy use the map to their advantage in the previous matches either. Thinking of this, Ian suddenly felt uneasy. That's right, he hadn't seen any terrain advantage from this map yet. Team Happy couldn't have picked it so carelessly, right? But even with the map helping, what could 25% mana do? Ian calmed down as he remembered this. Go Forth walked forwards a bit and could see Lord Grim charging through the dancing red flowers from the opposite corner. He came rather quickly. It wasn't unexpected though. It wasn't like Lord Grim was going to drag it out and attempt to recover mana naturally. With the speed at which he consumed mana, how long would it take for him to recover it that way? Ian thought to himself and had Go Forth run over to meet the other. Spellblades were like Chi Masters, their skills were mostly mid-range attacks. Against an unspecialized, they would usually attack last. However, Ian wasn't at all afraid of this, charging into Lord Grim's attack range without care. Ian believed that Lord Grim wouldn't dare use long-ranged attacks to play any tricks with him anymore. That sort of depletion of mana wasn't something he could afford. Just as he expected, Go Forth was only targeted by a few normal attacks from Lord Grim upon entering the latter's attack range. No skills were released. Ian let Go Forth close in with confidence. The audience's chat channel was a sea of mockery. Seeing Lord Grim in such a difficult position, they were giving all sorts of ideas on how Go Forth should beat up Lord Grim. Ian, of course, couldn't see these ideas. His eyes were still glued to Lord Grim's mana bar, watching it even more closely than Lord Grim's health bar. But since Lord Grim had only been attacking with normal shots, he hadn't consumed any mana as of yet. Normal attacks couldn't prevent Go Forth's charge. As soon as he got in the Spellblade's attack range, Go Forth immediately sent a soul-stirring ice sword streaking across the ground towards his opponent. Ian was just simply making fun of his opponent. From this distance, how could a slow skill like Ice Blade hit its target? Ian was just purposefully wasting a skill, shoving it in Lord Grim's face that he had the mana to do so, unlike Lord Grim who had been using normal attacks the whole time. Lord Grim sidestepped it easily, moving forwards and continuing to close in on Go Forth. You still want to close in? With what little mana you have remaining, what's the use of doing so? Ian thought to himself, but couldn't let Lord Grim close in fear of becoming a punching bag. So, he attacked once more, sending all sorts of sword and wave formation attacks without care. Go Forth's wave formations immediately took up a large area of the map, but still didn't manage to trap Lord Grim. Lord Grim's movements were smooth and sleek and his knowledge of the range of the wave formations was precise, allowing him to slip by them and leave them behind. Amazing! Even Ian couldn't help but admit this to himself. His wave formation techniques were completely useless against Lord Grim, who slipped by as if they didn't exist. But so what? Even if you charge right in front of me, can you defeat me? Earthquake Sword. Go Forth quickly sent out a strike. This low-end skill activated quickly, but Lord Grim still gracefully dodged it, and then finally went on the offensive. Anti-tank missiles. After a sidestep to dodge the Earthquake Sword, Lord Grim's myriad manifestation umbrella's tip opened and fired. 3 missiles, aimed at 3 points, it was a tri-shot. With the current proximity, Ian didn't have the time to dodge. Go Forth strained to avoid them, but was still hit by 2 missiles. Under the smoke of the explosion, Go Forth was pushed back by the shockwave. The anti-tank missiles that hit him wouldn't knock his character over, though. A blade flashed and Lord Grim sped out with a colliding stab, catching up with Go Forth easily. With that stab done, a knock-up struck Go Forth and the combo started as he was suspended. Falling Light Blade. Ian didn't want to let Lord Grim just show off like that, activating Falling Light Blade even as he was knocked up. Go Forth swerved to the side in mid-air, aiming to land a little ways away. Then, a blade flashed. Go Forth's landing was somehow anticipated by Lord Grim. And a quick sword draw sent him flying again. Slide kick, knee strike. Lord Grim used the 2 skills to catch up with Go Forth, not letting him land. Go Forth's Falling Light Blade was still in cooldown as well, and Spellblades didn't possess so many intricate sword techniques. Both sword and wave formation attacks were imposing and direct, with little finesse. Under such an intricate combo attack, Spellblades couldn't do much to turn the tables. Even worse, the current opponent was Yi Xiao, and he was using an unspecialized with a combo that Ian could barely keep up with. Though Go Forth was helpless under this assault, Ian was still very calm. With this fierce wave of attacks, his mana was quickly depleting. Looking at the rate his life was going down at, he knew that 25% mana was nowhere near enough to devour all his health. Let's see what you can do after your mana's all gone. Ian was thinking that, but Go Forth was being beaten rather badly. Ian's attempts were all futile, so he started typing into the chat to overcome his awkwardness. Is there any use? With that mana of yours, you think you can kill me? Go Forth sent in the public chat. Ha ha. Lord Grim took the time to reply, but with this laughing response, it was like he was mocking Ian, as if what Ian had said was dumb. You're still laughing? In a moment, you won't even have the time to cry. Your mana is almost at red. Ian said. Obviously, the mana bar wouldn't go red as a warning upon hitting 10% like the health bar would. Ian was just pretending to be good-natured and humorous, hinting that you only had 10% of your mana left and would soon be helpless. It was at this moment that Ian suddenly felt Lord Grim's attacks pause. An opening. Was he affected by my words? Ian thought this, and his fingers weren't slow. He quickly used a Falling Light Blade to land, and then jumped back several times. Turning back around to look, he immediately froze in surprise. How come Lord Grim looked completely different? That's right, he was different, because almost all of Lord Grim's equipment had been changed. Ha ha, Lord Grim laughed again as he spoke, gotta change my equipment since I'm almost out of mana. Chapter 843. Equipment Change Counterattack. Equipment change. Ian didn't know how to react for a moment. It wasn't like this was against the rules. Even in the Pro League, it was okay to switch your equipment out whenever, so long as it was in your inventory. With the freedom of switching equipment, it seemed to be very useful for differing situations, but the problem was that too much equipment caused your character's weight to increase, affecting the character's jumping and movement. In the online game, it didn't really matter. However, in the Pro League, this tiny difference could mean the difference between life and death. So if you wanted to bring equipment into the field, you couldn't bring too much, or else you'd be dragged down by the weight of the equipment. Usually, characters would carry extra accessories, since accessories were relatively lighter so the weight wasn't as evident. But Lord Grim? Ian looked over the equipment on Lord Grim. He was completely different from head to toe. His headgear, shoulder pads, top, trousers, belt, shoes, which one was the same? They had all changed. This sort of full re-equip was obsolete in today's Glory. You could only find this reckless playstyle in the early days, when players were still figuring out different strategies for Glory PvP. This had to be Yi Xiao. Ian stared blankly at the completely rearmored Lord Grim. He felt like only a god who had survived from those ancient times like Yi Xiao could think of a strategy like this. It was far too outdated. Yet, was there anything impractical about this strategy? No, none at all. Lord Grim had already wiped out 2 members of Team Everlasting and had the upper hand all throughout his exchange with Ian's Go Forth. And this was done under the weight of all that equipment. Since it hadn't had a visible effect on his performance at all, his strategy was completely viable. What was the equipment on Lord Grim? Ian's mouse moved rapidly. Headgear. There was no need to click into that. This tall, pointy hat was the Great Witch's hat, right? As for the top, there didn't seem to be a need to look into either. Cloudflow Battle Robe was something Chi Masters usually wore. Pants, belt, shoulder pads, shoes, cloak, necklace, badge, etc. Some were easily recognized, others Ian had to move his mouse over them to make sure. In reality, after seeing the equipment he could recognize, Ian had already obtained a conclusion. He knew what the other equipment did without having to look. Lord Grim's attire consisted entirely of mana replenishing equipment to help a character endure for longer, especially those that Ian recognized immediately. They were all reputable pieces of equipment in-game. After all, endurance was something needed in PvE, which could drag on. As for PvP, the lack of mana was a rare situation. No matter what class, 1 full bar of mana was more than enough to kill a character. But now, Lord Grim was using these pieces of equipment that were rarely used in PvP. It was because his character really was facing the awkwardness of running out of mana. He had been prepared. Ian realized that now. Since the participating characters had to be prepared before they gave in the lineup, these pieces of equipment couldn't have been added when Lord Grim realized he had to fight 3 people. From the individual competitions onwards, Lord Grim had been carrying the equipment and would continue to do so all the way through the team competition. Yet, would there still be a team competition now? Lord Grim's mana was replenishing at a visible pace and he wasn't impatient anymore at all. Ian didn't have his Go Forth attack either, he just stood there casually. He couldn't let this drag on. Ian suddenly returned to reality. Even if he had a set of mana replenishing equipment, his mana would still be consumed faster than it could recover in a fast-paced match. He should press on, keeping Lord Grim's mana at the brink of being used up. If he didn't hang on to this advantage, how else could he win this opponent? Thinking of this, Ian didn't dare dawdle. Go Forth hurriedly charged forward, sending out sword and wave formation skills. This time, he didn't do it to show off the amount of mana he had, he really wanted to hurry and suppress Lord Grim. The current Lord Grim wasn't as strong as he was before. That was what Ian told himself. Lord Grim currently only aimed for mana recovery, even having purple equipment on him. As opposed to the combination of silver and orange he had before, the stats of his current equipment definitely weren't as good as before. But Ian soon realized that he was still helpless against Lord Grim. Lord Grim's equipment may have fallen by a grade, but the player behind him was above Ian by who knows how many grades. Ian thought that Lord Grim would use this set of equipment to restore some mana before switching back to the stronger set and mounting an offense. He hadn't thought Lord Grim would actively attack with this set of equipment. However, this wave of attacks wasn't nearly as overwhelming as before. It seemed like he was casually sparring, so Ian wasn't losing too badly. Yet, during this exchange of blows, Ian's heart ached when he saw the other's mana keep rising. If this continued, then it was all over. If he lost this round, Team Everlasting and the futures of their team members would be in jeopardy. He couldn't lose. Ian's fighting spirit roared. His hand speed erupted. Grasping onto an opportunity, he let himself tank the damage and did a tri-wave attack, sending out 3 sword skills at Lord Grim. Lord Grim didn't waste any time either, lifting his gun and shooting. Amidst the gunshots, his character leaped backwards. He was using aerial fire to retreat. Ian's magnificent counterattack had only just started when it ended with the opponent's retreat. Lord Grim had aerial fire and shadow clone and rotor wing. His retreat was just as skillful as his combos. Ian really wanted to cry. His burning spirit petered out. He really didn't know how to deal with this opponent anymore. Though he knew he had to keep close to Lord Grim, the other managed to get away so easily. This made him realize that keeping a hold of Lord Grim was just as difficult as escaping from his control. How hard was it to get away from Lord Grim after he decided to stick to you? Ian had experienced it in the last round, and after today, their Warlock and Chi Master could answer that question for everyone as well. While Ian was over here in a sticky situation, the audience had exploded. Lord Grim had changed equipment under their eyes. Just the speed at which he switched out equipment could show how skilled he was. As for the equipment he had switched into, like Ian, the audience knew what he was planning after a few glances. What a dirty move, to have brought mana replenishing equipment from the start. As the side that opposed Lord Grim, no one would think that Yishio was sagacious for thinking of this strategy. He was just playing dirty. The face slappers were cursing all over the place in the chat channel, while Everlasting's fans were terrified. They were the ones who really cared about the results of this match. Seeing Lord Grim come up with this, they realized that Team Everlasting's plan had become futile. Now how would Ian deal with Lord Grim? The scene in the match ruined their confidence in Ian. He couldn't beat him or trap him. This match raised the hopes of Everlasting's fans high and then smashed it against the ground. Ian hastily tried to get Go Forth to find a chance and attack. Everyone could see by now that he was a mess. Go Forth's attacks still had a method to them, but they had lost their sense of direction. Ian was improvising. As for Lord Grim, he was calmly dealing with Ian's attacks, occasionally counterattacking. His counterattacks weren't fierce and everyone knew this was purposeful. Lord Grim's mana bar was slowly filling up even as he fought. This sort of thing would rarely happen even if you wore a full set of mana replenishing equipment. Lord Grim was keeping a very slow pace for himself. Yet even at such a pace, Ian couldn't obtain any sort of advantage. It was as if he was a huge wave and Lord Grim was a piece of driftwood. No matter how tumultuous he got, that piece of driftwood would never sink. Under this rhythm, Lord Grim's mana was pulled back to half full. Everyone knew that Lord Grim wouldn't draw this out for lower than he needed to. He was waiting for when he had enough mana to launch a counterattack. Everyone knew this. That included Ian. However, he had no way of dealing with this. Helplessness called around him. He started to remember how he started playing Glory, how he worked so hard in improving his skills yet never had an opportunity to show them off, how he was discovered by the eliminated Team Everlasting. He had wanted to climb to the top, but was his journey about to end here? Yes, it was. As soon as his mana hit 50%, Lord Grim's pace changed, turning to the offensive. Ian, who was unable to compose himself any longer, was quickly and completely suppressed. It was Go Forth who became a tiny boat amidst the raging waves, but this boat wasn't stable. The waves were smashing it, making it creak and bringing it onto the verge of being torn asunder. It was over. Ian's complexion went pale. His hands were still moving, but his mind was blank. He didn't even know what his hands were doing. Glory. As the word flashed on the screen, Ian's hands left his keypad and mouse and he buried his head into them. His palms felt wet, he was crying. It's not that I don't want to try, but I really can't win. Chapter 844. Finally in the papers. Win. The moment Go Forth fell, Chengguo immediately jumped up in excitement. This time, she had known about Yishio giving Lord Grim mana recovery equipment, so when she realized Team Everlasting's strategy against him, she looked forward to the results. Sure enough, Yishio didn't disappoint her. He switched his equipment, slowed down the pace of the match to recover mana, and then counterattacked to defeat his opponent in one go. The second round of the match could be considered over at this point. By winning the group arena points, even if Team Everlasting won the team competition, they wouldn't be able to turn the situation around. This was the so-called match killer. Calm down. It's just the second round that's over? Yishio saw Chengguo's excitement. Even though he said that, he still had a smile on his face. In the crowd, the spectating face slappers had quietly left. In reality, it proved that those who decided not to come were very wise. Was an 8.5 to 1 point lead so easy to come back from? The face slappers ran away at top speed as if waiting even a second longer would result in their faces being slapped. The remaining crowd members were the few actual fans of Team Everlasting. All of them were dejected. They didn't know what Team Everlasting would do next, but from their understanding of how pro teams operated, it would be hard for their team to continue. Silence filled Team Everlasting's practice room. Ian's head was still buried in his two hands. He felt like he couldn't show his face to his teammates. But at this moment, who would go up and blame him? This result wasn't because of any one person's mistake, but rather the collective mistakes of the team, which ended in their tragic elimination from the Challenger League. Would Team Everlasting stop here? Everyone was quiet. From time to time, they would glance at their boss, who would be deciding the fate of the team. Team Everlasting's boss was naturally very disappointed and grieved. However, he knew that every member of team was also feeling down, especially Wu Chen, who had never abandoned Team Everlasting starting from the pro scene. His feelings towards the team might be even deeper than his own. As the boss, he knew that Wu Chen had received invites from other teams when Team Everlasting had been relegated. But in the end, he stayed. However, the results were disappointing. He wasn't able to return back to the pro scene with Team Everlasting. He would even have to personally witness Team Everlasting's disbandment. The boss sighed. He wanted to say a few words to console everyone, but at this point, trying to comfort Ian would be fruitless. No matter the result, it had to be faced head-on. Everyone's worked hard today, go to bed early, the boss said and then left. He might have said go to bed early, but would anyone in the team be sleeping tonight? The boss himself let out a long sigh after leaving. Starting from tonight, he probably wouldn't be able to get a good rest for a long period of time. Winning and losing came with happiness and sadness. At City H, there was one other person excited about Team Happy's victory. Happy won. Chang Xian had gone to watch the match. The instant go forth fell, he ran out of the room shouting wildly. Cough. Cao Guangqing, who had been drinking beer while watching the big screen, choked because of Chang Xian's sudden shout. Beer spilled everywhere. Just when he was about to curse angrily at him, he saw Chang Xian flipping through the material that he had prepared last week. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. An 8.5-1 lead, isn't it normal for them to win? Is there a need for you to be so excited? Cao Guangqing pied the beer that he spat out as he spoke. I can send out my draft now, right? Let me see if there's anything I need to revise. Chang Xian said. I recommend that your article not be too long. Even though it's an upset, it happened in the Challenger League, so its value is only so much. It's best for the article to have less content, more news. Cao Guangqing said. Teacher Cao, could you help me take a look then? Chang Xian asked. Sure. Cao Guangqing actually quite liked this eager newbie Chang Xian. He would do his best to guide him. Looking over his draft took only a slight effort. Of course he wouldn't refuse. With so many years of experience, Cao Guangqing reviewed the draft very fast because he knew how to see the important points. After skimming over his draft, Cao Guangqing nodded his head, good. The member introductions are quite good, but the later parts related to the match could be more brief. Just going over the course of the match like a clickbait article is fine. Oh, okay, let me revise it. Chang Xian respected his senior, Cao Guangqing, and didn't object any of the suggestions. As for Cao Guangqing, who was holding his beer, he was a bit distracted. After seeing the interview material that Chang Xian got last week from Happy, from their player backgrounds, Cao Guangqing had become aware that Team Happy had much more to talk about than those relegated teams. Those relegated pro teams really didn't have too much to talk about. But for a team like Happy, if they really did have the strength, there was a lot of topics that could be discussed. The existence of this type of team was a pleasant surprise. Unfortunately, this season's Challenger League had another big surprise, Excellent Era. With Excellent Era keeping watch, would Happy be able to continue surprising everyone all the way to the end? Cao Guangqing smiled bitterly. This was fate. Sometimes you might not admit it, but there was no other way around it. If this was any other season, a grassroots team that could defeat a relegated pro team might have made it to the front page. But this season, getting onto the front page might need them to go further. Perhaps when they encountered Excellent Era, they might be mentioned in the front page as loser to be pitted. The experienced Cao Guangqing had plotted out the attention that Team Happy would get this season. The night of joy and sorrow soon passed. Cao Guangqing's prediction was on point. After Team Happy eliminated Team Everlasting, a grassroots team defeating a former pro team was worthy of being reported. A complete report on Team Happy had finally been published in the esports home. Even though it had been published on an ordinary page and only took up space about the size of a chunk of tofu, it was a report dedicated to them. In the history of the Glory Pro Alliance, no non-pro team had ever obtained this type of report. The Challenger League had been nicknamed the Revival Tournament because up until now, no non-relegated team had ever entered the Alliance through the Challenger League. The esports home's professionalism, authority, and influence was shown here. After Team Happy's report in this week's issue, the amount of attention that they received was far greater than what they had received through Chengguo's free internet event. Chengguo's promotion had attracted a bunch of face slappers too, and then a bunch of face slappers who wanted to face slap the face slappers. Team Happy had become an important topic among these two groups. The support for Team Happy was similar to the face slappers who supported Team Everlasting those previous 2 rounds. It was temporary and fake. They wouldn't feel bad about Team Everlasting getting relegated at all. The attention received from the esports home report was relatively positive. Many players who didn't care about the Challenger League now knew that such an interesting team had been hiding there all along. When they saw the introductions on the team members, it wasn't just normal players that were amazed. Qiao Yifan. Although Qiao Yifan was invisible, he had only left Team Tiny Herb 3 months ago. Team Tiny Herb's players wouldn't forget someone that they had seen everyday for a year so quickly. When they saw this name, they thought they had mistaken the name, but they soon clearly saw how the name was written. It was the Qiao Yifan that had been kicked from the team. That fellow ran to this team, Team Tiny Herb's members discussed. They didn't care too much about Qiao Yifan, but they were still curious. What's all this commotion so early in the morning? Someone's voice came from the practice room. Everyone immediately returned to their seats. An esports home paper was left on the table, where everyone had dispersed from. It was on the Challenger League page. Wang Jieshi went up and picked it up. He soon saw what everyone had been discussing. Qiao Yifan. That kid had ran to this team? That's a good choice. Wang Jieshi thought. He couldn't help but think of that phone call he personally received from the manager, asking about Qiao Yifan. He didn't deny Qiao Yifan's talent, but he was certain that Qiao Yifan wasn't a player that Team Tiny Herb needed right now. Wang Jieshi didn't ask further about the reason for that phone call. But after seeing Qiao Yifan at Team Happy, he approved of his decision. Wei Chen? Following afterwards, when Wang Jieshi's gaze swept over the rest of the article, he noticed this name. Wang Jieshi had become a pro player his 3rd season, right when Wei Chen had retired that season. Even though he had never interacted with this former god, it wasn't like he had started playing Glory in Season 3. Before his pro career, he had known of Wei Chen's fame. How old is he now? He's also gone to Team Happy. Wang Jieshi lifted his head and thought about it. Then, he saw Jiao Yingjie sitting in front of his computer in a daze. Jiao Yingjie soon noticed the captain's gaze and froze in fright. Sorry. Jiao Yingjie said and immediately went back to practice. Work hard. Wang Jieshi obviously knew why Jiao Yingjie had been distracted. When you meet again, it'll be on the stage. Chapter 845. A 1 point for unit of difference in cast range. Wei Chen's name only stunned Wang Jieshi because he questioned Wei Chen's age. The two had never met each other before, so Wang Jieshi didn't think too much about it. However, the significance of Wei Chen's name was very different for Team Blue Rain. The latest weekly esports paper was laid on the table. All of Team Blue Rain gathered around to look at it, but no one stopped them because everyone was lost in thought. For Team Blue Rain, even young fellows who had a large age difference with Wei Chen like Lu Hanwen had heard of Wei Chen's name. Wei Chen was a part of Team Blue Rain's history and established the foundation of Team Blue Rain. The two gods of Blue Rain had ties with Wei Chen. Captain Yu Wenju had inherited the character Swaksar, which was a character Wei Chen brought from the online circle to professional circle. Although he left, his character stayed and became an important member of the shining generation of stars. Moreover, Huang Xiaoqian was discovered by their first captain Wei Chen and brought into Team Blue Rain's training camp to be trained as an official pro player. Speaking of which, his relationship with Wei Chen was even more complicated. It could be said that if it wasn't for Wei Chen, they wouldn't have had the Huang Xiaoqian they had today. Why did Boss Wei go there? Judging by how Huang Xiaoqian addressed Wei Chen, the other players could tell Wei Chen had a special position in his heart. To address someone as boss showed respect without creating too much distance. Neither the current captain of Team Blue Rain, Yu Wenju, nor the second captain, Fang Shijing, were addressed in such a way. Could he have contacted Yichio after Yichio retired? Did Yichio invite him to join him in his return to the scene? Yu Wenju predicted. They had little information, but Yu Wenju was certain that it was related to Yichio. Were those two friends? Huang Xiaoqian asked in return. Yu Wenju was startled. At that time, both Huang Xiaoqian and him weren't official players yet, they had only been newbies in Team Blue Rain's training camp. It was the early stages of the Pro League, so the club wasn't as regulated as it was now. The difference in status between the pro team and training camp was not so obvious. Everyone was like a family, so even though they weren't in the system, both Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian were pretty clear about the team's situation at the time. In my opinion, not only was he not friends, he hated Yichio to the bones. I remember that we were eliminated in the Season 1 playoffs by Excellent Era. After that match, Boss Wei cursed Yichio for about half an hour, right? Huang Xiaoqian recalled. I think that happened. Yu Wenju nodded. And now you're telling me that those two have ganged up together? Huang Xiaoqian asked. It's probably because he also felt unresigned. Yu Wenju sighed. Huang Xiaoqian was at a loss for words. When Wei Chen retired, it was quite pitiful. Team Blue Rain had a serious slip in their performance in the Season 2, and he wasn't able to bring out the skills he should have had into play, so many people thought he was getting old. In addition, he unexpectedly lost to Yu Wenju 3 times in a row in the team's training camp. Even though a match where the senior gives advice to the newbies shouldn't be taken seriously, Yu Wenju wasn't someone like Huang Xiaoqian, who was confirmed to become their future ace player. At that time, he was regarded as a member who didn't have any talent. It was inevitable that such a loss would bring about various kinds of rumors in the club. This was why Wei Chen decisively retired at the end of that season. From that moment onwards, he no longer stayed in contact with the pro scene and vanished without trace. But now, 6 years had passed, it came to everyone's surprise that Wei Chen's name would appear on the esports weekly news. Could it be that he spent those 6 years cut off from the world just to practice hard? I must see Boss Wei's current skill level. Huang Xiaoqian was the first to leave the crowd and looked for a computer to search up Team Happy's matches. It wasn't likely for Team Blue Rain to check on the Challenger League. When Huang Xiaoqian left, everyone followed along. Yu Wenju watched from the back. They still had an official match tonight. It wasn't good that everyone was focused on the gossip. But if he forcibly stopped everyone from paying attention to the gossip, it might produce the opposite result, as everyone will find it difficult to concentrate. This was why he didn't stop them and allowed everyone to join in the fun. As for Yu Wenju himself, he quietly stood on the side while he watched Huang Xiaoqian use the computer. I've got it! Huang Xiaoqian was swift with his actions, and he soon found the recording of the match between Team Happy and Team Everlasting. There were too many teams at the early stages of the Challenger League, so the authorities wouldn't record and organize the videos. What Huang Xiaoqian found was by searching for VODs posted online by the spectators. The video included the entire first round of the competition. Huang Xiaoqian originally wanted to find the fight with Wei Chen's Warlock, but in the first match's first round, he noticed the character, Steamed Bun Invasion. He knew this guy. Wasn't this the idiot who asked him for his horoscope? Huang Xiaoqian immediately took interest, so he didn't move and just watched the match. After watching for a while, the players of Team Blue Rain, including Huang Xiaoqian, showed surprise. After they inspected further, Huang Xiaoqian was the first to confirm, and immediately laughed out loud. He's an idiot as expected. He couldn't even find the way, ha 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 ha, so stupid. When everyone listened, they casted sidelong glances at Huang Xiaoqian one by one. A player asked at once. Huang Xiao, you know this person? Cough, why would I know an idiot like this guy? Huang Xiaoqian hurriedly fast-forwarded the match. However, Huang Xiaoqian personally wanted to see if Steamed Bun Invasion had any moves in the end, so he fast-forwarded and played, fast-forwarded and played. This happened until the very end, when Steamed Bun Invasion was actually beaten to death like that. F***CK. Huang Xiaoqian cursed. The other players casted sidelong glances once again, as they thought, what on earth was he doing? 1inch was the player for the second round. That's the guy from Team Tiny Herb. Someone immediately recognized him, it was mentioned on the report after all. To have a player that originated from Team Tiny Herb was rather eye-catching. As a result, Huang Xiaoqian didn't fast-forward the match, while everyone appreciated Qiao Yifan's performance. Huang Xiaoqian's comment in the end was, both sides are very professional here. Everyone immediately understood. All the spectators with the bird's eye view would definitely know about Qiao Yifan's arrangement. But Team Everlasting's player still fell for it, which meant that none of the other teammates had warned him. Achieving this under the regulations in the Challenger League meant that the team demonstrated good sportsmanship. But on the other hand, even if one was warned, he needed to dodge it on his own. Otherwise, if a player predicted everything through warnings, it would draw out a lot of suspicion. The opponent had the right to report and send a recorded video of the match to come to a trial. If it was too obvious, was discovered, and failed to pass through the trial, the team would be punished accordingly. After this match, following Team Blue Rain's expectations, Wei Chen's Windward Formation finally went on stage. Windward Formation's opponent was coincidentally Leopold, the Warlock from Team Everlasting. One's fundamentals would show most prominently when fighting against another of the same class. The spectators were all pro players of Team Blue Rain. Was it necessary to say who they were leaning towards? No one hoped for Leopold to do well from the very start. The results also met their expectations. Windward Formation was basically able to deal with Leopold however he wanted. TSK, too cruel, he's totally playing with him. Boss Wei is still so, like that. Huang Xiaoqian said. Everyone straightened their ears. Among the players of Team Blue Rain present, only Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian had directly been in contact with Wei Chen. It was needless to say that they hoped to get gossip out of their captain. Even though Huang Xiaoqian was about to reveal some information, he blocked out the keyword. Where did his usual, endless, talkative character go? Due to Huang Xiaoqian's personality, despite being the ace player in the team, everyone was accustomed to him, so someone immediately pointed out the crucial point. He's still so what? What is that? Cough. Huang Xiaoqian coughed deeply and didn't reply. Everyone watched Windward Formation completely torture Leopold in laughter, and no one really took the match seriously. Only Yu Wenju watched attentively and interrupted. Windward Formation had a clear advantage in his casting distance. Take a look at his equipment. Everyone present was no amateur, they just didn't notice. When their captain said so, they soon realized as well. They could also check a character's equipment through the replay. When Huang Xiaoqian shifted his mouse forward, the first equipment was silver. The stats of the silver equipment was hidden, so they couldn't see it. But Huang Xiaoqian was surprised and cried out loud. Not bad. There's silver equipment. They continued to check the other equipment. Every player present was paying attention to see if there were any equipment for casting distance until they reached the weapon. Hey, the weapon is also silver. Huang Xiaoqian was surprised. It seems like it comes from this weapon. Yu Wenju said. He was obviously incomparably familiar towards warlocks. This casting distance. When Huang Xiaoqian started to pay attention, his skills in observation and judgment were rather astonishing. It's 2 units less than Swaxa's, isn't it? But his other equips are inferior. Yu Wenju said. Huang Xiaoqian understood what he meant. The weapon was not the only equipment that could increase the casting distance. Compared to what Windward Formation had at the moment, there was a lot of space for improvement. It was needless to imagine how much Windward Formation's casting distance would increase if Windward Formation had Swaxa's equipment, because it could be calculated. After all, Windward Formation's set of equipment mainly consisted of orange equipments, which there were stats for. In fact, if one were to mix and match equipment like this, it was very easy to expose the stats on a piece of silver equipment. Huang Xiaoqian had a rough idea of the stats of Windward Formation's silver equipment. He believed that Yu Wenju would only be clearer. It would be 1 point for units farther. Exchanging Swaxa's equipment was only what Huang Xiaoqian imagined. But Yu Wenju was able to directly come up with the results. This would mean that if Windward Formation kept his silver weapon but exchanged everything else with Swaxa's equipment, his casting distance would exceed the Alliance's number 1 warlock by 1 point for units. This 1 point for difference in casting distance could be a deadly advantage that determined life and death in a high-level match. This was a true death's hand. Chapter 846. Taking advantage of someone's misfortune. I've seen some amazing things from this match. Yu Wenju commented on Windward Formation's fight that round. As for Wei Chen's skill level, Yu Wenju and Huang Xiaoqian had personally experienced it for themselves 6 years ago. At that time, the two had still been young trainees. Now, the two were famous gods in the Alliance. Wei Chen was already 30-something years old. In the pro scene, he would absolutely be the oldest player in the league. The two gods tacitly agreed not to make any comments on their senior's current skill level. That fight unsurprisingly ended in Windward Formation's victory. Everyone's gossip craving had been satisfied, and were prepared to leave. The match recording had removed the waiting time between matches, and the group arena competition soon followed. The first player to come out for Team Happy was Soft Mist. The eyes of the Team Blue Rain players suddenly lit up. The Esports Weekly had reported that the player controlling Soft Mist was Tang Ru, a very beautiful girl. Even though there was no picture, the Esports Weekly was a reliable news source, unlike tabloids that made things up just to attract attention. If the Esports Weekly dared to make such a claim, this sister must be stunning. Hot girl! Hot girl! The Team Blue Rain players hollered. The ones, who were just about to leave, immediately turned back. Their enthusiasm seemed to explode even more than when they had watched their former captain play. Someone even started ranting how their team's greatest failure was that they had no girls on their team. That was certainly a true fact. Of the traditional 4 powerhouses, Excellent Era, Tyranny, Tiny Herb, Blue Rain, only Team Blue Rain had never had any female players. Tyranny and Tiny Herb might not have any girls as a part of their main roster, but they were still there. Excellent Era was even more mighty. The number 1 most beautiful female player in the Alliance was on their team. When this was mentioned, who knew how many players were jealous of them? I say this is good enough. We have a match to play tonight. Everyone go practice. Yu Wenju saw that their gossip was never going to end and finally couldn't bear it any longer. He spoke up to stop this from continuing. As soon as they heard their captain speak, they didn't dare say any more rubbish. They clicked their tongues and returned to their seats. Huang Xiaoqian still had the match playing on his computer. He turned his head and said seriously, "This sister's skill level is quite good. She might be a formidable enemy in the future. We'll worry about it when the time comes," Yu Wenju said. Huang Xiaoqian also complied to his captain's orders. he closed the recording of the Challenger League match that they originally wouldn't have cared about and also started the practice adjusting their mentality before today's match. In the pro scene, it was mainly Team Tiny Herb and Team Blue Rain who had the biggest reaction towards the Esports Weekly. Their reason was obviously because two of their former team members were now part of Team Happy. As for the other teams, when they saw the news, they didn't pay too much attention to it. It was only the second round of the Challenger League. Regarding Team Happy as an imaginary opponent would just be avoiding their important work, no? The Alliance still had 19 other opponents that they needed research to be done on. Even more so, the Challenger League had Team Excellent Era. If they had to study a team from there, shouldn't they be placing more importance on Team Excellent Era? This was the helplessness Cao Guangqing thought Team Happy would experience. Even though their team's strength was extraordinary and had much to talk about, they would always be treated as a passing traveler because of Team Excellent Era's monstrous existence. In the pro scene, no one would pay too much attention to them. As for the player base, after some fervent discussion, they would also feel sorry for Happy because of Excellent Era. In reality, even those who stood by Happy because they wanted to see those face slappers fail wouldn't bet on Happy beating Excellent Era. But Team Excellent Era themselves didn't feel as relaxed as those spectators. Team Happy beating Team Everlasting with ease 2 rounds in a row forced Dao Xian to ponder things over. Should they be more vigilant towards Team Happy? Dao Xian's thoughts weren't on his own team. Excellent Era had encountered two-player teams as their opponents. There wasn't really anything to say. However, Happy had been tested by Everlasting. It would be idiotic if Dao Xian didn't take notice. More importantly, the two teams were playing in a you die I live battle. If Happy had barely won, Dao Xian wouldn't be as concerned, but Happy won their away match 8.5-1 and then ended their home match early. Such a dominant win made it seem like they still had energy left to spare. Dao Xian had trouble sleeping that night, and repeatedly counted how many pieces of silver equipment his team possessed. When he saw the section dedicated to Happy on the Esports Weekly, his mood dropped even lower. In this week's paper, their Excellent Era had only been mentioned in one line, but Happy had an entire section of its own. Terrible. Really terrible. Dao Xian barely glanced at the paper before throwing it in the trash can. He couldn't stifle his nervousness. Team Happy clearly didn't have as many resources, nor were their players heaven-defying. Why did he feel so uneasy? While Dao Xian was having a bad day, Team Happy was having a good day. With Happy in the news, Chang Xian grasped this opportunity and paid Happy another visit for more interviews. His eagerness made Cao Guangqing think of his first few days in City H. At that time, he would head over to Excellent Era whenever there was an opportunity. In the end, he was able to establish himself as the team reporter for Excellent Era. He was like the current Chang Xian and didn't understand their business relationship, only relying on their passion for work. He had run around frequently before being able to establish such a relationship, but, little Chang, is your passion for Team Happy truly worth it? Cao Guangqing had the heart to advise him, but when he thought about it again, passion was truly a good thing. This season, their new station at City H would only be concerned with the Challenger League anyways. Chang Xian was willing to follow a Challenger League team. That was a good thing. Why should he stop him? When Chang Xian arrived at Happy, Cheng Guo gladly welcomed him. Even though Chang Xian was young, he still understood basic relationships. Chang Xian naturally asked about how Cheng Guo was doing after he had accidentally crashed into her last time. Afterwards, he expressed that he had come here to send them the news. At the same time, he apologized for not being able to use Cheng Guo's picture. It's because there was limited space, but there will definitely be more chances in the future. Chang Xian confidently said to Cheng Guo. He believed that Team Happy would definitely continue gaining more and more attention. That's good. Cheng Guo didn't really care too much about her picture being published and welcomed Chang Xian in to have a seat. Where are the others? Where's Captain Yi? Chang Xian asked. He obviously didn't want to come over for no reason. Wouldn't asking a few more questions to get more information on them be good too? They're each busy doing their own thing? Are you here to interview us again? Chengguo asked. Oh, no. I was just wondering. Chang Xian hastily said. He just hoped to ask some passing questions. He wasn't here for a formal interview. For one, he wasn't prepared. Secondly, if he did an interview and then it never appeared on the news, he wouldn't be able to excuse himself. Sit anywhere you'd like. I'll get some water for you. Chengguo welcomed Chang Xian in like a good friend. Chang Xian wanted to maintain this type of atmosphere for his visit, so he didn't stop her. His eyes would constantly shift towards the second floor. He had asked about how the rooms were arranged in this area, so he guessed that Team Happy lived upstairs and went downstairs for practice and matches. The players might be resting in their rooms right now. Chang Xian didn't want everyone to come over to say hello. If he could grab one or two and have a one-on-one chat, how great would that be? Chang Xian was hoping for someone to come down. Upstairs, in Yishio's and Wei Chen's room, Yishio was lying in front of his computer working. Everyone had a computer in their personal rooms, but they used it less than the ones downstairs in the practice room. These computers were for their own personal use. For example, if they wanted to go online and watch some TV shows or movies, they could lie on their bed and relax while watching instead of needing to run downstairs and put on headphones. Yishio's business wasn't in the game, so he naturally didn't need that setup. There was only a QQ window on his computer screen. He had two chat windows open, which constantly blinked. He was clearly in a conversation. On the left window, QQ named Dawn Rifle. Team Everlasting's Wu Chen used his character's name on QQ. It was a habit that many pro players had, especially the older ones. Nowadays though, with the alliance prospering, player trades were more frequent. Sometimes, their characters might get traded away, putting those who used their character's name as their ID in an awkward spot. Still, many players liked to do this. It was also a way of showing their loyalty to their team. Wu Chen's loyalty to Team Everlasting naturally didn't need to be questioned. His QQ name had been Dawn Rifle for many years now. Yishio didn't originally have his contact info, but after being in the scene for so long, he had a lot of contacts. Once he asked around, he was able to get it easily. For Team Everlasting, Yishio was only able to get Wu Chen's information. The other players had joined after Team Everlasting had been relegated, so they had no relation with anyone in the pro scene. Yishio had a high position in the scene, so he wasn't able to get anything. Lord Grimm. When Wu Chen saw the friend invite, he was very surprised, but he still accepted it subconsciously. How are you guys doing? After being accepted as friends, the other side messaged him. Not very well. Wu Chen laughed bitterly. He obviously knew what the other side was asking about. When the winner asked the loser this type of question, was it to console them? Provoke them? Wu Chen didn't hurry to a conclusion. He had been in the scene for a long time, so he had experienced all sorts of things. A competition would always have a winner or a loser. Even though the results made him sad, he could still accept it. What does your team plan on doing next? Yishio asked. Now Wu Chen understood his intent. This guy was trying to take advantage of their misfortune. Chapter 847. Also having much to offer. With Team Everlasting eliminated from the competition, Wu Chen was feeling down. However, he was a pro player who knew how to act appropriately. He knew that this was a competition and only victory mattered, so he didn't hate Happy for eliminating them. Yet, now as Team Happy's members impatiently came knocking, asking about the future of their team without a hint of sincerity, all of Wu Chen's composure and tolerance couldn't keep him from getting angry. How did the future of Team Everlasting look? As a team captain, he understood this better than normal team members. Currently, their disbandment was set in stone. Their boss couldn't keep their team running for a whole year without it achieving any further gains. After all, they had already struggled to stay afloat for a year after being relegated. If the team disbanded, then their accounts, equipment, materials, and others would have no use anymore. Selling these things would be the last bit of profit they gained from the glory circle. However, anything sold under these circumstances wouldn't be worth much. After all, these things weren't hard currency. They had no value outside of the glory circle. With their team disbanding, they were in need of quickly getting rid of this stuff. In regards to needs, this was a market where the buyer had the absolute advantage. In addition, Team Everlasting wasn't anything impressive, so their goods weren't either. They might not even be able to clear everything out, never mind getting a high price for it. Wu Chen understood this. To be honest, Team Happy wasn't a bad choice of buyer. Since only these kinds of teams would need what a weak team like them were selling. Or, at least, it would be absurd to even imagine the powerhouses of the Alliance even looking at their assets. Although this was how it was, he was still pretty angry that Happy had the audacity to ask just like that. Yet, then, Yi Xiu continued to talk, "Don't feel too bad about this. Competitions are competitions, now business is business. You should realize your number of possible buyers won't be in excess. If we're talking about sincerity, Happy is definitely the best choice." Seeing these words made Wu Chen feel depressed again. Did he even say how, exactly, his team was doing yet? Then again, this was God Yi Qiu, who was far too experienced in this circle. Being able to guess their position with confidence wasn't surprising. Thinking here, the last wisps of displeasure in Wu Chen's heart dispersed, and he eventually responded, "I'm not in charge of this sort of thing, but I can help you pass your interest on." "All right, thanks. I couldn't find anyone else on your team, so I had to come to you for help," Yi Xiu said. "Right." Wu Chen wasn't in the mood to chat, making his replies as brief as possible. "If we wanted to buy everything, how much do you think it would cost?" Yi Xiu then asked. "I'm not certain," Wu Chen said. In reality, having been with Team Everlasting for so long, how could there be anything he didn't know? But how could he give an outsider such information? "All right then, I'll await your good news," Yi Xiu said. "Okay," Wu Chen replied. Not long after, the other's profile picture darkened. Wu Chen sat, stunned, in front of his laptop, staring into mid-air for quite a while. It was now that he truly felt that the team he had poured his heart and soul into, Team Everlasting, was not going to survive any longer. And what about Dawn Rifle? Wu Chen's gaze shifted to Dawn Rifle's card, which sat quietly on the desk. Would he have to leave the one who had accompanied him throughout his entire pro career? When he thought of this, Wu Chen suddenly felt a little impulsive, picking up his card, leaving the room he was in and walked towards the meeting room. Team Everlasting's countdown had started. After organizing the last of their assets, they would soon announce their disbandment. The meeting room was currently hosting one of their last meetings. As the team captain, Wu Chen had been asked to go, but he had declined. It was because he knew that it didn't matter if he went or not. Their prior meetings were always about the future of the team, so they needed the captain's and players' suggestions. Yet, now, as the end drew closer, was the captain's advice really needed anymore? Those responsible for management knew this, too, so they allowed Wu Chen to decline. So, when Wu Chen rushed into the meeting room, everyone was surprised. The meeting was in motion and the participants were all the heads of different departments. The captain, the head of the core department, didn't have to be here, and that made Wu Chen feel another wave of devastation. He almost lost control of his emotions, but thankfully his boss spoke up, "Little Wu, is something the matter?" The boss' question scattered Wu Chen's thoughts, allowing him to compose himself. "Have we accepted anyone's offer yet?" "Not yet." Though the boss was a little confused as to why Wu Chen would suddenly care about this, he still gave a clear reply to the player that he relied on the most. "We thought we should observe for a little longer. If there's any way we could find a buyer who actively asked us first, then we would be able to minimize our disadvantage." The club didn't have anything else to work on right now, so they focused on turning in the greatest profit from their glory assets. If someone actively asked after their assets, it would flip for a far greater profit than if they had to advertise their assets to others. "Someone just came asking me about it," Wu Chen said. "Oh." Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then became excited. "Who was it?" "Happy," Wu Chen said. The room suddenly quieted as everyone froze. The one who broke the silence was Heian. As the club manager, he naturally had the right to participate in this meeting. Happy. They actually had the audacity to come knocking. There's no audacity about it, Wu Chen said. Competition is competition, business is business. Whose side are you on, Wu Chen? Heian seethed immediately. I'm merely stating the truth, Wu Chen replied calmly. Heian opened his mouth to continue, but was stopped by the boss' raised hand. Everlasting's boss didn't explode upon hearing it was Happy, but his expression did twist a little. Even Wu Chen had been angry when Yishio came to speak to him about it. What are Happy's intentions? Everlasting's boss wanted a more in-depth explanation. They wanted to find out our future plans, and if we are willing, I think they're sincere in their intentions to buy out our assets, Wu Chen responded. Sincere? Heian wanted to scoff at this, but, being able to become the manager, he wouldn't look at things so shallowly. However, his dreams and ambitions had been completely destroyed because of Team Happy. Hearing that Team Happy wanted to buy out what was originally Everlasting's, he had a hard time thinking straight. However, he had realized this himself and swallowed his words, not expressing his opinion, but sitting there quietly. His strained silence showed one thing. Even someone with a bone to pick like him was unable to deny a certain truth. Happy was a very good choice to sell to. Their sincerity. I think it should be trusted, but we aren't sure of what sort of financial backing they have. The newest issue of the Esports Home Weekly said something about their boss being the owner of an internet cafe. After someone confirmed this, everyone sunk into silence once more. To sell something, it wasn't like you could pick any price you liked and not care if the other side wanted to buy it or not. The other's ability and willingness to pay also had to be considered. If Everlasting really wanted to complete a transaction like this with Happy, then they had to have a clear understanding of others' ability. This way, they could get an idea of what the price range they were willing to negotiate within. No matter what you did, you had to have an understanding of yourself and the others as well. So, Everlasting's boss didn't immediately get someone to contact this possible buyer, but first had someone start preparations first. We should go and figure out what sort of internet cafe Happy is running, how many stores, if they have any partners, Everlasting's boss planned. It was then that Heian and Wu Chen exchanged a look, and eventually Heian spoke. Wu Chen and I went to Happy to take a look last time. It was very ordinary, and didn't seem like a chain. Hearing this, Everlasting's boss was dumbstruck once more. If they were just an ordinary internet cafe, what backing did they have to say that they wanted to buy out everything Everlasting was offering? Team Everlasting wouldn't last much longer, but they were still a team that managed to survive the Pro League for 3 whole years. Glory was thriving, so even if they had to clear out and sell everything, it wasn't like just anyone on the street could pick up what they were offering. Everyone here knew that the equipment and materials that Team Everlasting had managed to collect was worth no less than 30 million on the market. Even if they were having a clearance sale and their prices weren't as high, it wasn't something that an internet cafe owner could afford, right? It wasn't like they could assume that Happy didn't understand anything. Wasn't Gojichio watching over them there? It seemed like Happy's internet cafe background was a ruse, and that they had some other powerful supporter behind them. This might be something they couldn't find out. For Happy, who should we contact? Let's get into contact with them first. After some consideration, Everlasting's boss came out with that conclusion. Chapter 848. No inquiries. For Team Everlasting, everyone was clear on what they had to do in this clearance. Those who were responsible for internal affairs, those who were responsible for external affairs, those who were responsible for the inventory, and those who were responsible for settlements did as they were supposed to. As for contacting Happy, it should be the responsibility of the manager Heian, but since it was Happy, Heian wasn't the most pleased. After some consideration, Everlasting's boss let this task fall on Wu Chen's shoulders. Having been a part of the team for so long, Wu Chen had his boss' explicit trust. Actually, if it weren't for the fact that Wu Chen wanted to focus on the competition, he would be the manager instead of Heian. Heian was very competent, but he still lacked the Pro League experience that Wu Chen had. Wu Chen's professionalism was something that Heian needed more of. Wu Chen accepted the task silently, not commenting on it. There were things that he had used before in the clearance sale and things he had managed to personally obtain from the online game. Yet, now, he had to personally give these things over to another party. Wu Chen wasn't sure if this counted as a commemoration. By the time he returned to his room, his laptop had automatically gone into sleep mode. After moving his mouse to revive it, he saw that the chat window with Yishio was still open. Wu Chen directly sent a message over, giving an even more straightforward reply than the one Yishio had sent him. How much money are you prepared to offer? Wu Chen, of course, didn't expect the other to answer his question directly. This was a test of the other side's attitude, looking at what tone and words they used to answer. In reality, such an important negotiation shouldn't be conducted online, though this was still the preliminary negotiations. Yet, just the preliminary negotiations between these two were a little too blunt. They immediately started out with the ultimate questions of how much money are you offering and how much money do you want. Just as Wu Chen expected, Yishio was still next to his laptop and quickly sent a reply, "We'll have to see what you have to offer first. If it's to your liking, are you prepared to buy it out?" Wu Chen asked. For them, they definitely hoped that they could sell everything all in one go, but this sort of situation was actually very rare. From what they knew of previous relegated teams, each of them turned into a supermarket. Everyone would come and have a look and buy whatever they needed, ignoring what they didn't. So in the end, the good stuff was all picked off, and the not-so-good stuff was left with them to rot. In the end, they could only sell that stuff at a disgusting price to those offices. "Of course not, we're really poor," Yishio replied. Wu Chen was speechless. It was hard to tell if this was the case or not, but it was clear that they weren't going for a buyout. If that was the case, there was no need to get in too deep with Happy right now. Everlasting still wanted to wait and see if there was anyone willing to buy them out. "Can we have a look at what you have to offer first?" Yishio then asked. "We're still taking inventory, so maybe later." Wu Chen was already beginning to stall for time. In reality, the information on the more valuable items had been given to him long ago and there was no need to take inventory anymore. Those that still needed it were the items that were many and unorganized. Anything that they could collect a lot of was, naturally, low in value. Everyone wanted something good from them, but what Everlasting hoped for was that these buyers would also take a few things that were hard to sell with them too. In truth, this was a good idea, but was much harder to achieve than in theory. With their current circumstances, Team Everlasting didn't really have much power. "To be honest, we won't ask for much," Yishio responded. "You've probably already realized, the overlapping classes on our teams aren't many in number." "Not many?" "Launcher, Warlock, that's already 2. Wu Chen said. "We don't need any launcher equipment," Yishio responded. Wu Chen paused. The launcher chasing Haze Happy had sent out on that day was rather noobish. Was she really just a benchwarmer? In such an important match of the Challenger League, they actually dared to send up a benchwarmer. Wu Chen couldn't help but think of the match they had just finished. The summoner they had sent up also seemed like a fill-in without any particularly striking abilities. Could it be that Happy was stronger than they had thought, so they actually had nothing to fear from Everlasting? Wu Chen couldn't help but wonder. "So, for silver equipment, we mainly want your Warlock's equipment. However, there are a total of 7 pieces of silver equipment on that Warlock. I don't know the specific stats for each, but they don't seem like top-quality goods overall. For the individual pieces, I'll have to see the stats before offering a price," Yishio informed him. "You don't want it all? If I'm remembering correctly, your Warlock Windward formation has a total of 3 pieces of silver equipment, including his weapon," Wu Chen said. "We do want it all, but we're too poor. We have to be careful with where we spend our money and what we buy," Yishio replied. He's still saying they're poor. Yet, Wu Chen still couldn't tell if it was honest or not. However, he had already figured out Happy's intentions. No wonder a team with only the backing of an internet cafe dared to come and negotiate with them about buying their assets. They weren't really here to make any big purchases, they were treating them like a convenience store, preparing to buy some soy sauce and leave. They had no money, but wanted to buy quality goods. This sort of buyer was the kind that people hated most. Wu Chen and Happy's preliminary negotiations were more or less finished. After that, they exchanged a few words out of politeness, but didn't give any hint of how they planned to respond before leaving. Immediately after, Wu Chen went to tell his boss of what he had found out. Hearing this news, Everlasting's boss was, naturally, rather depressed. He had thought that Happy would be a good choice of buyer and not the clingy brat they had turned out to be. That sort of person wasn't worth paying attention to so soon. All they had to do was scatter some rice for them if, in the end, they didn't have anyone willing to buy them out. After the preliminary negotiations, Everlasting became much colder towards Happy. They were already displeased with Happy, considering how Happy eliminated had been the reason for their disbandment. Even though competition and business were separate, the business they were trying to do between them was negligible. It wouldn't matter if it never happened. Team Everlasting hoped that another buyer would appear, but then 1, 2, 3 days passed quickly. It was just 3 days, but Team Everlasting was already very anxious. It had been 3 days and no team had taken the initiative to contact them. Those who did were the workshops that wanted to take advantage of their misfortune. These guys didn't want to buy anything for themselves, but just to resell, so they were doing their damnedest to bargain for a ridiculously low price. Team Everlasting ignored these people who were even more despicable than Happy. Yet they began to feel uneasy. Would their stuff all end up in the hands of these workshops? Why weren't there any buyers apart from Happy? Were they doing this on purpose to mess with them? There was only Happy, whose enthusiasm had not waned in 3 days. Lord Grimm would come and chat with Wu Chen every now and then. They really did seem quite sincere. It was just that they didn't have much financial power, so Everlasting didn't think they were really worth it. Today, Wu Chen saw that Lord Grimm had sent another message to him upon opening QQ, and had managed to guess their situation in one. How are things? Has anyone come over as a buyer? Of course. Wu Chen wouldn't dare admit the truth. Are you serious? The smiley face Lord Grimm sent made his confidence apparent. How was he so certain? Look. In the end, he didn't even had to ask since the other had already started analyzing their circumstance. Powerhouses wouldn't need your assets, you admit that, right? Yeah, Wu Chen said. As for the teams that are of similar strength to you, their needs aren't so urgent, so they can wait for you to give up and organize a clearance sale. Do they have a need to contact you so early in the game? Yishio asked. Wu Chen was speechless. This was similar to their own thoughts. Those clubs didn't need anything of theirs urgently, so they weren't going to be impatient, but instead just purposefully wait until Everlasting gave out. So those who do need what you're offering and are sincere about it, would be those teams with bad foundations, especially those who want to fortify themselves as soon as possible, Yishio explained. Yeah. Wu Chen had to agree. These kinds of teams, to be honest, are more common in the Challenger League, Yishio continued. The Challenger League. Normal teams wouldn't have the backing to buy anything, Wu Chen said. Even if they did, they wouldn't, Yishio replied. Why? Wu Chen was shocked. Because of Excellent Era, Yishio answered. Wu Chen was shocked again, but then came to a sudden realization. Excellent Era, it was because of Excellent Era again. With Excellent Era being relegated, it caused a lot of people trouble. For example, the Challenger League had suddenly become rather meaningless. Under these circumstances, there was no point in using money to try and strengthen their teams this year. In front of Excellent Era, spending money wouldn't do anything to change the result, they were still powerless. In comparison, those like Happy who were also in the Challenger League but willing to spend money on strengthening their team seemed to have far more dignity and spirit. I think you guys can give up on a buyout. You should probably spend your efforts on taking a look into the pro teams that are willing to become your transaction partners, and start advertising what you have. Yishio suggested. Wu Chen was still speechless. But before that, can't you guys treasure the teams that came to you to buy your equipment, like us? Yishio immediately added. As for now, you're seen as the team that dealt the blow which landed us in this situation in the first place, Wu Chen replied with honesty. Though his boss had him contact Happy, it wasn't possible that his boss had no negative feelings when it came to dealing with Happy. Upon seeing that Happy didn't prepare to buy much and saw them as a supermarket they could browse, his boss immediately decided to give Happy the cold shoulder. This was probably because of that grudge. "Is this really necessary?" Yixiao said. "But after all your hints, I suddenly thought of another team that has a high chance of becoming a buyer," Wu Chen said. "Are you talking about Team Heavenly Swords?" Yixiao asked. "That's right," Wu Chen replied. It wasn't surprising that the other had managed to guess this. Anyone with some experience in the pro circle would know that a team that had just applied to join the alliance would be a good choice of buyer. Team Heavenly Swords wasn't, as Wu Chen implied, a team he had just managed to think of. In reality, this was the primary target they had been keeping an eye on. Team Heavenly Sword. Not bad. In the reply, there was another smiley face. Wu Chen immediately sensed the other's confidence. What was this guy smiling about this time? Chapter 849. A straightforward collaboration. Wu Chen felt like there was some sort of deceit hidden within this smiley face, but he had no way of directly asking about it. Since he had just mentioned Team Heavenly Swords, he would obviously think about it from this perspective. Soon, he realized their relationship. Not too long ago, Heavenly Swords borrowed the discussion on whether or not Lord Grimm was Yixiao to attract attention. Now, in the Heavenly Domain, Lord Grimm and Heavenly Justice as well as several other guilds had formed an alliance together to steal bosses, becoming more prosperous by the day. None of that was a secret. Team Everlasting was fairly weak, but any team determined to take the professional route required a guild in the game as a foundation. Team Everlasting had a strong guild too and used any way possible to obtain any materials they could. Unfortunately, the Heavenly Domain bosses were battlefields of the highest level, and they didn't have the strength to participate. They still paid attention to them though. Wu Chen thought about it from beginning to end. Happy and Heavenly Swords didn't have a shallow relationship. Even if they never had a relationship in the past, after these recent events, they definitely had some sort of relationship now. What's more, Team Happy really did seem to be a grassroots team that came out from an internet cafe. However, if you looked at their team roster, they had God Yixiao, Ancient God Wei Chen, a former championship team member Qiao Yifan, and extremely talented new players, who had started playing in the new server and had already improved enough to be at the level of a pro player. None of them were easy to deal with. They didn't seem like a grassroots internet cafe team at all. Perhaps Heavenly Swords was their true backer. Heavenly Swords executed a daring move, creating two teams at once. One would be joining the alliance through the application process, while the other would join through the Challenger League. When the time came, two teams in the alliance would be under their control. That would certainly be an unrivaled advantage. Of course, that definitely violated the alliance's rules, but all policies had loopholes if you looked hard enough. Wasn't Heavenly Swords trying to achieve their goal through underhanded methods right now? He couldn't even bear to think about it. The more that Wu Chen considered this possibility, the more issues popped up, but in reality, did Happy really have such a complicated relationship with Heavenly Swords? Everlasting had hopes for Heavenly Swords. That was a fact. In these past few years, new teams would join the alliance every year, but very few were as daring and overbearing as Heavenly Swords. Right after they confirmed their addition to the alliance, they came out with all sorts of publicity moves. They even dared to ridicule the top teams. Heavenly Swords' confidence could be seen from these actions alone. Now that the alliance walked the commercialization route, having lots of money was a formidable advantage. As soon as Heavenly Swords popped up, many teams actually closely followed them. They hoped that the owner was a stupid person with lots of money, who would brainlessly try to increase the team's strength after joining the alliance and wantonly buy useless trash at extremely high prices. No one thought that Heavenly Swords, which had come out with such high-sounding speeches before joining the alliance, would actually be so low profile in the summer transfer market that it was scary. This year's summer transfer market was quite lively. All sorts of god-level players and characters were transferred around, but this new team actually made no movements at all. Let alone a team with such confidence, even previous teams would spend some money at the start of the season to close the gap in strength between their team and other pro teams. Heavenly Swords made no such decision. They didn't sign any famous players or buy any well-known characters. When they showed up on the competition stage, they appeared with the very same characters from their guild Heavenly Justice. They had bought a few pieces of silver equipment, but it only totaled to 20. In today's alliance, they were considered a poor team that brought down the competitiveness of the league. Some experts even wrote articles questioning the investigations conducted on new teams applying to the alliance. Are they not able to clearly distinguish a new team's quality? The current team Heavenly Swords barged into the alliance loudly. 3 rounds later, their loud entrance attracted quite a bit of ridicule. However, some people also considered Team Heavenly Swords' later conduct as correct. It proved that the boss of Team Heavenly Swords wasn't a stupid person with lots of money. They understood this point, so they lowered their heads for now. Moreover, for their first season, they didn't have any overly ambitious goals. They had money, but they didn't plan on throwing it around and instead focused on steadily developing. This analysis was closer to Heavenly Swords' real intentions. But then again, if Lulan/ had never met Yishio, things might not have turned out this way. They might have been like what others had been hoping for, throwing out money, messing up the market, and then gathering a bunch of all-star players and characters. At the same time, this time, Heavenly Swords desired the plate left behind by the dying Everlasting. However, they were also now more familiar with a certain Yishio. Heian was the ace player and manager of Team Everlasting. In comparison, Lu Guaning was the core player and the boss of the team. His words held many times more weight than Heian's. Lu Guaning trusted Yishio very much. He even regarded Yishio as their advisor. Happy had borrowed their equipment to bring down Everlasting. Lu Guaning wasn't stupid. He was aware that Everlasting would definitely be sold away. After meeting Yishio, who let them know not to aim too high, Heavenly Swords made every effort to walk the steady road. However, their current record was still disappointing. If they took Everlasting's resources, their strength would certainly improve noticeably. Everlasting was just about to disband too. How could they let that opportunity go? Lu Guaning desired Everlasting's resources, but before getting involved, he asked for Yishio's advice, which surprised Yishio. Truthfully speaking, how could Yishio not know that as Team Everlasting's killer, rushing in to loot their corpse before they were even completely dead was certainly distasteful, but he didn't dare to wait. Don't look at how everything seemed quiet at the moment. Who knew how many teams were waiting in store to snatch them up? In particular, Yishio's most troublesome competitor was actually Team Heavenly Swords. Because Team Heavenly Swords needed these resources as urgently as their Happy. In addition, the other side had money, while Happy did not. Heavenly Swords could buy everything all up at once, but that wasn't possible for Happy. All kinds of markers indicated that Happy's competitiveness was very weak. Yishio was even worried that if Heavenly Swords really did make their move, there would only be slags left for Happy. Who would have thought that Lu Guaning would actually run over to ask for his advice before making his move? Of the 2 windows on his screen, one belonged to Wu Chen, an opponent they had just killed off, while the other belonged to Lu Guaning, who was a competitor that could steal away all of the meat in an instant. Yishio was feeling all sorts of things right now. Lu Guaning's trust in Yishio was quite moving. It was a feeling of a sincere friendship. The 2 sides would not only be doing things for their own benefit. From now on, any collaboration between Happy and Heavenly Swords would be placed above their own interests. In the beginning, Yishio had borrowed Heavenly Justice's strength to suppress other guilds. On the other hand, Heavenly Justice utilized the suspicion of Lord Grimm being Yishio to hype up their team's arrival in the Pro League, all the way until the 2 sides worked together to fight for wild bosses in order to strengthen their own teams, borrowing each other's strength. Lu Guaning came over to ask a question, which was for his own purpose, but Yishio felt like this sort of trust wasn't easy for him. Lu Guaning definitely wasn't an idiot and knew about Happy's situation better than many others. He would certainly know that Happy would also be very interested in a dying team. Even under this kind of background, Lu Guaning still asked Yishio for advice. Yishio wouldn't avoid the topic. He wouldn't conceal his team's intentions. The 2 would open up their gates and speak frankly because any ill feelings that might be involved in this competition was finally eliminated. Their intimate collaboration made things very difficult for Everlasting. Team Heavenly Swords was a sincere and rich team, but right now, even Team Heavenly Swords wasn't reaching out to them. What else could they hope for? Team Everlasting's core members were discussing this issue for the past few days. They had no idea if Team Heavenly Swords had any intention of reaching out to them. And now, once Wu Chen thought about the relationship between Happy and Heavenly Swords, he felt like he had grasped the crux of this issue. In order to grab the money mount in Heavenly Swords, they might not be able to ignore Happy's request. The two teams may or may not be one, but right now, they were advancing and retreating together. Everlasting could not ask to sell their goods because then they would be in a disadvantaged position in the negotiations. Everlasting also didn't want to stretch out their necks and let them behead them. The two sides were lacking someone behind the scenes who could put up a bridge, and this someone might be Happy. Don't look at the value of this someone. This someone would be a kind of mediator between the two sides, allowing both sides to negotiate from equal positions. If not, the two would continue remaining on the side, refusing to move. In the end, it might end in losses for both sides. This mediator didn't come out of nowhere either. It was artificially designed. From what Wu Chen reckoned, if it wasn't for Happy sticking their hands in the matter, Heavenly Swords might have started offering prices already. Happy stopped Heavenly Swords from buying. At the same time, they couldn't get Team Everlasting to come to sell to them. As a result, they were able to set themselves up in this clever position. Even worse, even if you discovered the other side's plans, there were no other options, because it was only by walking this path could everyone's interests be protected, unless Team Everlasting let their emotions decide things. Wu Chen brought his thoughts into the discussion. After a moment of shock, Everlasting's boss sighed, "A scheme. A true scheme. Let's trade with Happy then. We don't need to shut our mouths too tight. Afterwards, have them bring in Heavenly Swords. If what you say is right, we don't need to ask for them. They'll come to us." Chapter 850. Do you want to leave glory? After seeing the crux of the situation, Team Everlasting's negotiations went smoothly. Wu Chen immediately changed the cold attitude he had been using to communicate with Team Happy and started to actively ask what Happy needed. What did Happy need? No matter if it were equipment or materials, Yishio had taken care to consider them. Every RMB they spent had to be done cautiously. That was the style Yishio had taken to ever since his return. The 2 million RMB worth of materials they had gotten from Samsara had been a nightmare to take inventory of, but Yishio had still personally typed out that list after carefully considering all the information and stock they had. Team Happy was stronger than most other grassroots teams. A profit of 20 million would shock a street of people to death. However, they couldn't compare to a pro team. Actually, there was a very interesting situation in Happy, and that was that none of the team members had asked for any payment. That's right, payment. Pro gamers weren't volunteers. As the alliance thrived, the paychecks of pro players swelled. A yearly income of several million was just the income of first-string players. The income of those gods at the top had to be judged by their respective clubs. Though there were pro players who didn't make a fuss about how much they made, those who seemed to have forgotten about it entirely, like the members of Team Happy, were non-existent. The members of Happy might not have mentioned it, but their boss, Chen Gui, hadn't forgotten at all. It was just that, as a Glory fan, she had a vague idea of how much the pro circle made. She hadn't purposefully forgotten, she was just a little afraid of trying to bring it up. If she really ran Happy like a pro team, there was no way she could afford to pay a god like Ichio with just her internet cafe to support her. This problem, Chen Guo even went to discuss with Yishio. And then Yishio discussed it with everyone else. It was more or less just since their team was just starting out, they didn't have much, they had to work together as a team, and not fuss over individual losses and gains, but there would be bread to eat and eventually a championship. In the end, everyone even looked at these words with contempt, especially Wei Chen, who put up both middle fingers at Yishio, saying, "You think I care about what little money you have with my 1.8 million? As for the others, Tang Ru smiled, saying that she had an income. Steen Bun casually asked her how much, and Chen Gui hastily covered Tang Ru's mouth. The income Tang Ru got was the income of an internet cafe counter receptionist. Saying it out loud would be an insult to pro players. No one really seemed to care, not even little Cold Hands and Wenny, who had asked about it in the beginning. Now that he understood Team Happy's situation, he didn't worry about it. For entrepreneurship, in the beginning, it was formed of ideals and aspirations. It was a little inappropriate to talk of money in front of these beautiful hopes. Very good, continue to work hard. If everyone can maintain this attitude, our boss will definitely be very happy. Seeing how there was no chance of them being serious anymore, Yishio started to mess around as well. The problem of everyone's payment was somehow resolved just like that. In the end, this was their own problem, so if they didn't care about it, then let them. However, buying equipment and materials were transactions between them and outsiders. They might be willing to carelessly go over it, but their transaction partners weren't. So, Yishio always took care to consider every detail. Every RMB had to be spent in a meaningful way. Yishio had never planned on buying much from Team Everlasting when he contacted them. He was just after what he needed. The Warlock's equipment was his primary target, but any sort of materials they might need, they could also check if Everlasting had them or not. Everlasting started to warm up to Happy, thanks to their powerful supporter, Heavenly Swords. Yishio didn't reject their enthusiasm either, responding with even more enthusiasm in getting a gauge of Everlasting's current assets. Wu Chen was, after all, the commander-in-chief of the team, the captain, so, every day, he had monotonously been forced on looking over all the team assets. He had thought he was clear on what they had, but when Yishio started asking for so many details, Wu Chen's most common reply was, "1 second, let me check." After struggling for a while, Yishio eventually decided on 3 of the 7 pieces of silver equipment Leopold had: cloak, belt, and shoes. Of course, it might be Yishio saying this, but the one who made the decision was Wei Chen. Wei Chen was an experienced veteran, so he knew what he was doing and didn't need Yishio's advice. Wu Chen had thought there was only Yishio on the other side, and would have never thought that old sly fox, Wei Chen, was also there. Facing the two of them alone, it was impressive that these few days of negotiations hadn't given him white hair yet. "How come you only want these 3 pieces, the other 4 are rather impressive as well?" In fact, Leopold is a very good character too. He had 4,840 skill points, which is already very good in the pro circle. Wu Chen earnestly advertised. He had submerged himself into his assigned role completely. Since they had realized that Heavenly Swords was the big fish hiding behind Happy, Team Everlasting's recent efforts had been focused on researching Team Heavenly Swords and keeping an eye on their characters in order to estimate their needs and better understand the bargaining chips they held. This was understanding your opponent to better understand yourself. Heavenly Swords didn't have a warlock, so they probably didn't want Leopold's silver equipment. That was why Wu Chen hoped that he could sell all of it to Happy. It would be best if they bought the character as well. 4840? Our Windward formation has 4,920 skill points. Do you think we would go around telling people about that? Yishio asked. 4,920. Wu Chen was struck dumb by this information. 4,900 had long since been thought of as the unbreakable limit for skill points that no character had managed to rise above. However, in last season's playoffs, Samsara's impressive performance made people realize their characters had improved. Then, Samsara had personally admitted that all their characters had over 4,900 skill points. The limits had been broken, but that was by last year's champions. For a grassroots team like Happy to have a character with 4,920 skill points, there had to be something wrong with this team. That's right, 4920, so you see, your character is useless to us. Could you please stop hoping that we'll buy your characters? We just want the cloak, belt, and shoes, the 3 of them, Yishio said. Okay. I'll take a note of that, let's move on. Wu Chen was already feeling a bit helpless. They had been going back and forth for 3 whole days just about the warlock equipment, but this wasn't Happy's only intended purchase, there were others. The list of materials you gave me, we had a look over it and think there are some problems. the whole fuss over negotiating always started from "there are some problems." After an entire week, Everlasting finally came to an agreement with Happy. 3 pieces of silver equipment on Warlock Leopold, the Hood of Sins, the Cloak Endless Sorrows, Soulful Short Boots, were all sold to Team Happy for a final price of 500,000. Apart from that, there was also the list of materials that Yishio had given them. In the end, Everlasting didn't have everything that Yishio asked for, so after several adjustments, they completed a transaction of 200,000 in value. That finished Happy's round of benefiting from Everlasting's misfortune, spending a total of 700,000 and gaining a satisfying prize. The 3 pieces of silver equipment could be used immediately, and the 200,000 renminbi worth of materials were many pieces of gear in the making. "It's unfortunate that what you have is too different from what we need," Yishio told Wu Chen regretfully after they came to an agreement. Wu Chen, having gone against 2 Ancients of Glory, was utterly exhausted and sent a random emoji in reply. "What now? What plans do you have?" Yishio sent. "I think it's time for lunch." Wu Chen glanced at the clock in the bottom right corner of his screen. "I'm talking about your future in glory. What plans do you have?" Yishio explained. Wu Chen startled. The sudden and very personal question from Yishio made him uncertain of what to do for a moment. All of Team Everlasting's members seemed to already have plans for the future. Especially he and Wu Chen had heard that some pro teams were interested in him. But as for himself? Wu Chen really had no idea. His entire career in glory had been alongside Everlasting. Where Everlasting went, that's where you'd find him. He had never thought there would be a day where Everlasting was no more, and what he would do then. Until now, when it actually happened, Wu Chen realized that he had been avoiding this problem the entire time. His enthusiasm to keep himself busy was also an attempt to distract himself from these thoughts. What was he to do without Team Everlasting? As he thought, his gaze wandered around the familiar room. It wouldn't be long before he had to leave this place and, possibly, never return. "Are you going to continue being a pro player?" Such a message appeared on the screen. A pro player, who? Wu Chen suddenly remembered he had never had plans for his own future. When Everlasting was relegated, he didn't leave, he just wanted to return to the pro league with his team and happily play for another season before retiring. He was already 25 years old by now, considered quite old by esports standards. The longevity of pro gaming careers in the glory were increasing, and at 25, he could still continue, but Wu Chen wasn't some big shot, he knew his worth. Originally, his ability wasn't anything impressive, so now that he was older, his reactions were getting slower, and his hand speed fell. He probably couldn't rely on pro gaming to put bread on the table anymore. It was unfortunate that he simply wasn't any sort of famous character. Many of those retired all-stars had found a home in the glory circle, but for him, his interaction with glory would be nothing more than a way of relaxing after a long day of work while recalling those good memories he had made back in the pro league. That sort of life sounded really monotonous. Wu Chen was lost in thoughts, so it took him a while to notice that there was another message in the chat window: "If you don't want to leave glory, you don't have to walk the path of a pro player." "What else can I do?" Wu Chen couldn't help but respond. "Our guild is currently quite lacking in manpower," Yishio replied. "Guild? The online guild?"